In her previous life, she poured her heart and soul into loving another, only to find it all amounted to nothing. Thus, in this life, she yearns to be devoid of emotion. Betrayed by a close friend and abandoned by her husband, she finds herself struggling in the icy waters, cradling her infant daughter, until death claims her. In the 27th year of the Hongwu reign, an extraordinary incident befell the distinguished Luo family, renowned for their medical expertise. Their third miss, who had been deceased for 2 days, emerged from her coffin, not only miraculously healed, but seemingly transformed in temperament. The Luo family became the envy of all, celebrated for having raised a remarkable daughter, attracting visits from prominent figures such as princes and generals. Yet, the third miss herself remained indifferent to their admiration. Unbeknownst to anyone, within the depths of her tranquil gaze lay a fierce hatred, kindled at a specific moment in time. Her return, was it for salvation or destruction? Was it for sacrifice or fulfillment? "My lord, the poison wine prepared by Lady Wei is ready," reported servant. "Take it in," commanded Prince Yu with a wave of his hand. A moment later, the eunuch returned, his expression anxious. "My lord, Lady Wei refuses to drink, and has even struck someone." Prince Yu frowned, about to order additional manpower when a melodious voice emerged from a nearby cluster of flowers. "My lord, allow me to handle this. Let the others withdraw. I shall accompany my sister without kin to guide her on her final journey. She may lose her way in the underworld." The speaker was a captivating woman adorned in palace attire, her features striking, bearing an innate charm even in silence. Her eyes sparkled with an almost sentient quality. Although Prince Yu had initially hesitated to let her enter, a single glance of reassurance from her swayed his decision. "Be cautious, my princess, do not let her harm you," he warned gravely. "Rest assured, my lord, I know my limits," she replied. With a creak, the dust-laden door swung open, and the princess coughed slightly. She covered her mouth with a silk handkerchief and gazed upon the disheveled woman sprawled on the ground, her eyes brimming with mockery. "Still refusing to drink? Pray tell, sister, what unfulfilled wishes linger in your heart?" The woman on the ground, her hair unkempt, lifted her face to reveal strikingly similar features to the princess, though marred by exhaustion and a scar on her left cheek, robbing her of her former beauty. She regarded the princess with the eyes of a stranger, her voice hoarse. "There is nothing left to discuss between us. Call for Yu and Tan." The princess turned back, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "And Mo Qin, allow me to impart a lesson. When faced with utter defeat, one must confront their failures, otherwise one only deepens their own misery." She poured a cup of lethal poison and placed it within reach. Mo Qin looked at her defiantly. "The enmity between us runs deep. Is a cup of poison not too lenient a fate for me? Perhaps you should depart quietly. It would be for the best of all. Shouldn't your good deeds come to light before you and Tan?" The princess narrowed her eyes. "You remain obstinately unyielding. This is precisely what the prince dislikes about you." "Ha ha ha!" Mo Qin exclaimed, nearly brought to tears by the absurdity. "Wei Qi Hua, do you truly believe you understand my husband better than I do? I am merely advising you to recognize the current circumstances." The princess lowered her voice, coaxing gently. "Mo Qin, how you wish for me to nurture your son depends entirely on your cooperation today." Upon hearing this, Mo Qin's hearty laughter swiftly morphed into a grimace. Indeed, her only child had already become the son of this woman. Addressing her as mother, this woman would not allow her to live. Even Yu and Tan intended to bring about her demise. Yu and Tan, the very man who once declared to her, in the position of the princess, "No one can replace you." The man who never smiled, not even at his newborn son. Initially, Mo Qin believed that this man was merely cold in demeanor, thinking that through her silent dedication, she would eventually warm his heart. Yet, in the end, he turned and smiled tenderly at another woman. It turned out he was not incapable of love. He simply had not encountered someone worthy of his affection. Mo Qin sneered with irony, raising the poisoned wine, casting one last glance at the Princess Yu. "You and the Dongsambian couple are not fools. Your ambition to elevate Yu and Tan to emperor will only result in your utter ruin. At least you will not witness it, for you have lost to me from the very beginning." The Princess Yu replied with a composed smile. "Do not worry, dear sister, I shall take good care of your husband and son. If my soul does not disperse, I will surely return to seek you out." The door opened once more, and the Princess Yu emerged, wiping her tears. Yu Wang understood with clarity that the person within had perished. The Princess Yu collapsed in Yu Wang's embrace. "My lord," her eyes were weeping blood. "It terrified me. Will she come back as a ghost to haunt us?" Do not fear, I have ordered her eyes to be gouged out and consumed by fire, Yuang reassured her gently. Let us hope that in her next life, she finds her way and refrains from bringing shame upon the royal household. The princess, you wiped her tears. Shall we invite a high monk from the Fa temple to perform a rite of passage? Very well, you may arrange it. 3 days later, the Buddhist hall at Fa temple was filled with monks, chanting scriptures to guide the departed soul, the atmosphere solemn and dignified. A few novice monks in the back hall engaged in idle chatter. 14 days of chanting? Which household is so extravagant? I hear it is the women of the Yuang household. Why does she have no eyes? It is quite frightening. Look at the wounds, they appear to have been gouged out post-mortem. Why were her eyes removed? The master once said, a person's eyes are connected to their soul without eyes. The 3 souls and 7 spirits are scattered. But what if the eyes were burned? Would the soul turn to ash? Could it possibly be reborn from the flames? Aside from Dong Qianmo, who had been recuperating in the Dong family's mansion for 3 days, no one in this world knew the answer. As fate concludes, whose evening is another's dawn, an emotionally charged masterpiece, Rebirth of the scheming noble daughter, set against the backdrop of the northern and southern dynasties. The central plains divided between 2 dynasties, the Yuan clan ruling the western Wei and the He Qi clan governing the northern Qi. In the Yuan mansion of western Wei, Wei Mo Qin was schemed against by her twin sister Wei Qihua, resulting in her displacement from the position of princess, her beauty marred, and her newborn son taken from her, ultimately leading to her tragic demise. In the intricate tapestry of court intrigue, the venerable Dong Sanbian, the maternal uncle of Prince Yu, harbors aspirations to see his nephew ascend to the throne. He is blessed with 4 exquisite daughters, all poised in their secluded chambers, and seeks to wed one of them into the prince's household. To this end, he has repeatedly sought to sow discord between Prince Yu and Wei Ma Qin, allowing his wife, Song, to humiliate Wei without restraint. Unexpectedly, the deceased Wei Ma Qin finds rebirth through his daughter, Dong Qianmo, igniting a series of tumultuous events within the Dong household. Within these walls, the astute yet feigning matriarch, the proud first wife Song and her favored daughter Dong Xianying, the restless concubine Tang and her most unruly daughter Dong Xianpei, as well as the young yet cunning Dong Lianyue, all play their roles in this drama. The toxic influence of power, the intoxicating allure of pride, and the seductive yet lethal fragrance of ambition are themes that unfold daily within this family. The true Dong Qianmo once met her demise here, paying the ultimate price for her failures. The renewed Dong Qianmo awakens, fueled by a deep-seated animosity towards those who wronged her, navigating her survival with caution and strategic foresight. She cannot afford to err, for a single misstep could lead to the same tragic fate that befell her predecessor. To engage with cunning foes, one must be more astute than they. This is the survival lesson Dong Qianmo learns amidst the treachery. In a clash of old grudges and new vendettas, the sparks of conflict ignite time and again. Conspiracies entwined with love create a tormenting cycle of passion. Yuan Tan, a sovereign imbued with pride, ambition, and unyielding spirit, yearns to claim the ultimate power. He embodies the essence of an unparalleled nobleman, handsome, aloof, composed, and possessing the regal demeanor of the Western Wei dynasty. Did he ever harbor affection, even a modicum, for the devoted Wei Ma Qin? When, at last, the most brutal truths surface, whose heart will be shattered, and whose tears will blur the vision. Initially, it was Wei Ma Qin who fell for him, enamored and desperate, while he remained cold and indifferent, believing he could escape this emotional entrapment to grave miscalculation. In the end, he realizes that during the 7 years of their marriage, he restrained his hands from embracing her, controlled his emotions to forget her, yet ultimately could not govern his heart, which yearned for her incessantly. He is the most skilled deceiver in existence, having misled everyone around him, including himself. He deceived her for 7 years, leading her to believe her husband had never cared for her, perhaps even loathed her presence. He never anticipated his own capacity for such ruthless perfection. He not only deceived her with his faud, but also himself, perpetuating the illusion for many years. Only after her death did he finally break free from this charade, overwhelmed by suffocating grief that became an ailment he could never cure. Wei Ma Qin was both poison and fatal disease. He knew this truth, but was powerless to act upon it. Yuan Tan reflects that after all these years, she remains his only obsession. Dong Qianmo, speaking in Wei Ma Qin's stead, responds, I have striven for so many years yet never understood you. Now I comprehend, but I wish to understand no more. In this chess match of conspiracy and love, ultimately, no victor emerges. Regardless of whether he wishes to continue the game, she can no longer partake. In love, there are no winners when one side fixates on victory. Love itself has perished. What he has clung to for years is not love, nor memory, but mere obsession. He found himself ensnared within the very cage he had constructed, a cage he aptly named Wei Ma-chin. The key to this prison lay firmly within his grasp. Yet for several years he remained a captive, yearning for a redemption of his long-deceased love from Dong Qianma, who was no longer the person he once knew. It was a journey across millennia that he was compelled to undertake. A young man aspired to achieve remarkable knowledge, yet the path to Longmen was fraught with challenges, devoid of ease. Chapter 001. Imprisoned in the water dungeon, a night of northern winds left a layer of white frost on the azure glazed tiles, creating a picturesque scene. The Grand Palace, viewed from the outside, resembled the imposing high walls of a northern mansion. Yet within its confines lay the elegance of Jiangnan's pavilions and gardens. "Has Lady He risen?" inquired a well-dressed woman of the maidservant in the corridor. "She has been up for a while, but has yet to groom herself. Does Sister Su have urgent matters to attend to?" Su Xingyang hesitated briefly before smiling. "There is nothing pressing, merely a visit to pay my respects to your lady." Su Xingyang served as a companion to Consort Zhou and had attended to the prince on several occasions, thus holding a position of some authority. Moreover, now that Consort Zhou managed the household, many matters, large and small, passed through Su Xingyang's hands. It was a stark contrast to the bleak circumstances of their earlier days in the Daming Palace, evoking a sense of nostalgia. At that time, Consort Zhou was suspected of suffering from tuberculosis, and her familial troubles compounded her woes, leaving even the prince powerless to assist. On several occasions, Consort Zhou contemplated ending her life by throwing herself into a well, but Lady He intervened each time. Lady He, hailing from a lineage of physicians, possessed considerable medical knowledge. She assured that Consort Zhou's ailment was merely a common throat disorder, and with careful treatment, recovery was assured. When the servants hesitated to provide Consort Zhou with medicine, Lady He took it upon herself to prepare and deliver the remedies. However, Princess Xie, fearing that the illness might affect the prince, confined both Consort Zhou and Lady He to the secluded garden for several months. Princess Xie was generally unpopular within the household. One day, a rival of hers reported the situation to the elder matriarch, who was both the prince's wet nurse and a virtuous woman devoted to spiritual practice. Upon learning of the circumstances, she insisted on their release. Yet, Princess Xie obstructed her, claiming that the garden was tainted by illness and should be burned. The ensuing commotion attracted the prince's attention, who, holding the elder matriarch in high regard, promptly ordered their release. In a matter of moments, Consort Zhou and Lady He were escorted to the main hall, where their appearance astonished all present. Consort Zhou's radiant complexion belied her supposed illness. What was even more remarkable was that, despite being confined in a desolate garden and lacking sustenance, both women appeared well-dressed and unblemished, showing no signs of emaciation. After a few inquiries, the elder matriarch learned from Consort Zhou that her recovery was solely due to Lady He's unwavering care. With tears in her eyes, Consort Zhou expressed her gratitude, revealing that Lady He not only reserved all the food delivered for her, but also diligently cultivated medicinal herbs in the garden, which ultimately healed her ailment. Princess Xie, caught in embarrassment, chastised the servants for their negligence in providing for their mistress. The elder matriarch praised Lady He and inquired whether tending to the herbs was arduous work. Lady He replied that, in truth, it was thanks to the prince permitting Consort Zhou to rest that her recovery was expedited, and the attentive service of the staff ensured that she had no worries, allowing her leisure to tend to the flowers and herbs. This declaration not only improved Princess Xie's demeanor, but also caught the prince's attention, prompting him to observe Lady He more closely. Amidst the court's many concubines, who bloomed like peach blossoms, Lady He stood out like a pure lotus emerging from the riverbank, beautiful yet silent, exuding a subtle fragrance of herbs. Henceforth, Lady He not only earned the elder matriarch's favor, but also became the prince's cherished companion, enjoying a unique position of grace within the palace. At that time, news circulated within the court that it had been ascertained that Lady Zhou's family had no involvement in the conspiracy, and the Zhou family members were reinstated to their former positions. 6 months prior, Princess Xie had forced a maid to her death, only for it to be discovered later that the maid was carrying the bloodline of the prince. Upon learning this, the prince was enraged and ordered Princess Xie to reflect in solitude, questioning how the household keys had been entrusted to Lady Zhou. Lady Zhou, being one who cherished gratitude, still weeps at the mention of past events, fondly recalling the virtues of concubine He. Since assuming control, she has shown the utmost care towards concubine He, frequently sending her most trusted confidant, Su Xinyang, to convey greetings and deliver gifts. "Is that Sister Su outside? The princess requests you to enter and speak," called one of the maids from within. Su Xinyang pushed the door open and saw a figure seated before a diamond-shaped mirror, illuminated by the backlight, revealing only a graceful silhouette. Su Xinyang knelt in greeting and smiled. "Your Highness, is your health much improved today?" The woman at the mirror smiled faintly. "I feel much better now. Thank you for your concern, Sister Zhou. Please take a seat." She was none other than the prince's favored concubine. As Su Xinyang settled down, she noticed Dong Xiao was busy arranging concubine He's hair. After finishing a particular hairstyle, Dong Xiao cheerfully asked, "Which hairpin will your Highness wear today?" Concubine He shook her head. "It's rather heavy. Since I'm not going out, it can be omitted." Su Xinyang remarked, "I just passed by the East Flower Garden, and the begonia flowers are blooming splendidly. Why not have someone pick a few to adorn yourself with? Their fragrance is soothing." Concubine He smiled. "Dong Xiao, do go and gather some." Dong Xiao promptly complied. Concubine He glanced at Su Xinyang. "Did Sister Zhou have any instructions?" Su Xinyang nodded. "Indeed. During a recent accounting session, Our Lady discovered a discrepancy in a sum of silver, which had been allocated by the late matriarch for the Whirlwind. Concubine He furrowed her brow and inquired, "How much is missing?" Su Xinyang looked around cautiously before lowering her voice. 2,000 taels. Concubine He fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly. "Although I have a general understanding of the circumstances, the late matriarch was quite muddled. While it is not impossible to rectify an old account of 2,000 taels, if this matter comes to the prince's attention, it will be quite awkward for both parties." Su Xinyang hurriedly reassured her, "Your Highness need not worry. Fortunately, Our Lady discovered it early, and the accounts have been rectified, so there is no fear of scrutiny." Concubine He nodded. "That is good to hear." Su Xinyang continued in a hushed tone, "However, we have heard that Princess Xie has also set her sights on this case, and may go to the prince to speak of it. Thus, we wish to request your assistance in distancing the late matriarch from this matter, allowing her to retain a reputation of integrity. She fears that concubine He may not agree." And so she added, "Now that the accounts have been balanced, let us present a unified front, claiming that 300 taels were allocated through your hand for disaster relief." He Pin gently brushed her hand over the cool jade handle of the mirror, a hint of melancholy in her voice, as she remarked, "I understand that the elderly lady has spent her life cultivating virtuous relations and reaping good fortune. Yet in this particular matter, she acted out of personal desire. In the past, I failed to comprehend her sentiments and even tried to dissuade her on several occasions. Now that I have become a mother myself, I have come to realize the profound emotions a mother harbors for her child." At this point, her voice trembled slightly, and after a moment, she rose to her feet and turned to Su Xinyang with a smile, saying, "Tian Jie should be fed now. Let's go and see her." Su Xinyang understood that He Pin had tacitly accepted the matter, and thus she felt a quiet relief. Tian Jie was a premature infant, only opening her eyes at the age of 2 months, and for the most part, she appeared listless, rarely crying or fussing. He Pin, feeling a deep affection for her daughter, was reluctant to hire a wet nurse, choosing instead to care for her herself despite her postnatal weakness. The physician prescribed various nourishing herbs for Tian Jie, which He Pin would first consume in a large bowl before feeding her daughter with the resulting milk. "You truly cherish Tian Jie as if she were a precious jewel," Su Xinyang remarked with a TSK of admiration. "It's rare, even among wealthy families, to find a lady who nurses her own child. Most would hire a cadre of wet nurses to attend to them. I recall hearing in my youth that breast milk is the essence of life, not to be squandered lightly. Yet you seem unperturbed by this. He Pin gazed lovingly at her daughter's tranquil, sleeping face, a gentle smile gracing her lips. In my childhood, I too heard that a sip of a mother's milk would lead to a clever child, so. As she spoke, shadows of loneliness flickered beneath her lashes. Su Xinyang quickly chimed in. Ah, so it is your wisdom that stems from this very reason. As they indulged in their light-hearted conversation, a cacophony erupted from outside the courtyard. He Pin placed her daughter back into the cradle and frowned as she peered out. Su Xinyang, equally irate, exclaimed, "What kind of ruffians dare to be so impudent at the doorstep of Lady He?" Just as the words left her lips, a figure approached from afar. Su Xinyang's face blanched in alarm, and she knelt, saying, "I spoke foolishly. May the prince pardon me." The newcomer, adorned with a crimson gold crown and clad in a sky-blue long robe, strode purposefully, bypassing Su Xinyang without a glance and heading straight to the main hall. Su Xinyang dared not rise, casting a pleading glance at He Pin. He Pin offered a reassuring smile, diffusing the tension, and instructed, "Do hurry and prepare a pot of fragrant tea for the prince." Su Xinyang promptly withdrew. He Pin entered the main hall to find the prince's countenance dark as thunder, his tea-colored eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss, fixed intently upon her, causing her to flinch in surprise. "What troubles you?" Fang Ziqiang jested. "Upon entering, your expression is neither here nor there, as if someone has ruffled your feathers." The prince, fists clenched, remained silent, his gaze locked onto her face. At that moment, a large group entered the room, including Princess Xie, concubine Zhou, concubine Wan, and Gu Pin, along with a throng of attendants and several burly men clad in coarse linen. He Pin glanced at the assembled company, then back at the prince, filled with perplexity. "Can someone enlighten me as to what has transpired?" Princess Xie, resplendent in a gown adorned with 100 birds and phoenixes, settled beside the prince with an air of triumph and declared, You are now faced with both witnesses and evidence. Do you not realize your culpability?" He Ping, with impeccable decorum, bowed to the esteemed figure before her and replied, "How can I confess the deeds I have not committed?" Lady Xie, her almond-shaped eyes wide with disbelief, retorted, "Let us see how long you can maintain this defiance. Zhou, bring forth the account books for the prince to examine." Immediately, someone presented a volume of blue ledger, which the prince carelessly tossed aside onto the table. Unfazed, Lady Xie continued, You were the favorite of the late matriarch, and under the pretense of assisting with disaster relief, you established the Mu Yuan Hall, did you not?" He Ping raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. I have managed the resources and accounts of Mu Yuan Hall. It has provided medical aid and saved countless lives. What is amiss with that? Rescuing lives is certainly commendable," interjected Consort Zhou, her words shocking, "but engaging in illicit affairs is a grave offense." He Ping gasped in horror, staring at Consort Zhou. "Sister, what do you mean?" Suddenly, Consort Zhou burst into tears, prompting the women around her, including Consort Wan and Consort Gu, to offer handkerchiefs and comfort her in unison. "Do not grieve. For such a person, it is truly not worth it. This is precisely the truth. She hails from a lowly background, unworthy of your sisterly regard. Just look at her mother to understand the daughter she raised. How unfortunate it is that she was nurtured in a rural farmstead, exposed to sordid affairs, naturally emulating such behavior." He Ping, who had been kneeling, sprang to her feet upon hearing these words and approached Consort Gu, delivering a sharp slap to her face. Taken aback, Consort Gu held her cheek and cried, "Look, my lady, she dares to strike before the prince and you. What unspeakable acts might she commit behind your backs?" Lady Xie, furious, exclaimed, "Vile woman, you consort with men, misappropriating public funds to support your lover, and still have the audacity to strike another." He Ping, no longer kneeling, stood resolutely among them and coldly declared, "I have neither wronged the prince nor coveted even a half-tael of silver." That blow was a lesson for Consort Gu. As a consort, her filthy words bring shame to the prince. Consort Gu, wailing, rushed forward, seeking retribution, but Consort Zhou quickly intervened, pleading, "Do not act this way. We are all sisters. I implore you, dear sister, do not hold it against her for my sake." The The scene descended into chaos, and the prince, unable to contain himself any longer, roared, "Silence, all of you!" Instantly, the weeping, the commotion, and the whispers ceased, everyone turning their gaze to the prince. Lady Xie enunciated deliberately, "I have considered the prince's dignity and wished for her to confess voluntarily. However, as you can see, she will shed no tears until faced with the grave reality. Prince, with so many eyes upon us, how shall we proceed with this matter?" With a dark expression, the prince replied, "Let it be dealt with as it should." Lady Xie, having awaited this affirmation, quickly commanded, "Bring in Su." Soon, Su Xinyang was brought forth. She crawled to the prince's feet, weeping, "Your Highness, please show mercy." He Ping threatened me, saying that if I dared to utter a word, she would falsely accuse me of theft, cut out my tongue, and cast me into the water dungeon. I could not conceal her wrongdoing, which is why I confided in Consort Zhou. "Tian is not your daughter." Princess Xie scoffed coldly. "Even if you remain silent, I have already deduced the truth. Claims of premature birth and the supposed compassion for your daughter are mere facades. She is nothing but a base-born child." Consort Gu turned her head in disgust and spat, "Truly, like mother, like daughter." Consort He's face turned pale. Her voice hoarse as she retorted, "What nonsense are you all spouting? My sister and I are innocent. The heavens bear witness to our purity. Do you not fear divine retribution?" Princess Xie, infuriated, pointed outside and commanded, "All servants are useless. Hurry, strike this wretched woman's mouth with force." Instantly, several matrons seized Consort He, and a robust matron delivered a flurry of slaps to her face. In an instant, Consort He's once fair cheeks swelled, blood gushing from her mouth and nose. Princess Xie cast a sidelong glance at the unmoving prince, a victorious smile gracing her lips. Tears brimmed in Consort He's eyes as she turned to her husband, the ethereal man who resembled a celestial being, and with a tragic smile said, "Zhu Quan, do you not believe me either? Do you truly think I am that kind of woman?" The prince, gazing down at his jade ring, replied softly, "I once doubted, but now I cannot." Consort Zhou stepped forward, kneeling before Consort He, using her silken sleeve to staunch the bleeding, weeping loudly, "Sister, had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently. Look at your current state. My heart bleeds for you. How foolish you are." Consort He's gaze fixed upon Consort Zhou's face, as if seeing her for the first time, staring intently. Consort Zhou, avoiding that gaze, turned to the prince and lamented, "Your Highness, I implore you to spare my sister's life. I am willing to relinquish the household keys and dedicate myself to fasting and praying to atone for her sins. My bond with her surpasses that of blood sisters, and I initially did not believe this matter until Steward Zhou brought them here." She gestured to several burly men outside the hall and continued, "Upon hearing their account of events, I was convinced. Rong Si, please reiterate what you have told me." The man named Rong Si knelt at the doorway and recounted, "We are porters residing outside the northern city, earning a few coins by carrying burdens. A year ago, a maid named Green Bottle approached us, generously offering to hire us to carry the palanquin. Since then, we have been waiting nightly at the entrance of Cheapy Alley. Occasionally, Green Bottle would arrive with a cloaked figure to be carried, and if they did not arrive by the third watch, we were free to leave." Despite the throngs in the hall, a profound silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, Old Lady L entered and whispered to Consort Zhou. Frowning, Consort Zhou turned to the prince and said, "Your Highness, this morning I instructed Nurse L to detain Green Bottle for questioning, but unexpectedly, the girl, feeling guilty, took her own life by colliding with a wall." The prince remained silent, while Princess Xie sneered. "One has died, yet there are still several others. Bring forth the maidservants who are close to that wretched woman." In an instant, several maidservants were brought into the hall. Princess Xie demanded, "Speak. What do you know of the scandals concerning the He family? Speak the truth." Hua Xiang Dong Chao lay on the ground, weeping while shaking her head, pleading, "Your Highness, it is true that He Pin ventured out at night, yet I was entirely unaware. I beseech you to show mercy and spare my life." Zhou Fei signaled to Rong Si, who immediately continued, "Last month, I carried the sedan chair into the guest house. Having indulged in too much wine, I sought the eastern restroom but lost my way. I heard a woman's moans from a room, and, driven by curiosity, pressed my ear against the window. I beheld a man and woman engaged in their intimate affairs at the flower table by the window. Being so close, I not only discerned the woman's features, but also noticed 3 small red moles on her chest and a floral ornament adorning her navel. Enough! Enough! The prince's countenance darkened, and he seized a teacup, hurling it to the ground with a fierce crash, shouting, "Get out! All of you leave at once!" Sensing the dire situation, the servants hastily retreated, followed by Zhou Fei and Wan Fei, each wearing various expressions of concern. In the blink of an eye, only the prince, He Pin, Lady Xie, and her 2 trusted maids remained in the room. The prince turned his gaze to He Pin's haggard face, an intense force compelling him inwardly. "He Dangue, do you plead guilty?" He Pin's heart felt like ashes as she laughed sharply. What a venomous scheme. Truly, truly. Ha ha. Splendid. Zhu Quan, if you fear I will expose your secret, grant me 3 feet of white silk, and I shall have no further words. For my daughter, I would willingly embrace death. Yet, you would even slander your own daughter. To humiliate us both in such a manner. Your conscience is truly admirable. Splendid. Splendid. Lady Xie looked on, perplexed, while the prince's expression morphed into one of fury as he advanced, delivering a swift kick to He Pin's chest. She was sent flying several feet, spitting blood as she struggled to rise. Fixing the prince with a gaze as venomous as a serpent, "I do not harbor hatred for Zhou Jinglan, nor for Su Xinyang or Xie Qiaofeng. I understand their intentions. Zhu Quan, do you know what I loathe most? It is men who strike women. The person I despise most is you. I am filled with hatred and regret for having served you for over a decade, for having lost my children, only to receive this kick in return." The prince's eyes blazed crimson as he gritted his teeth, burned her throat with hot coals, and cast her into the water prison. Lady Xie inquired, "What a wild child she bore. Throw them both in." The prince replied coldly, turning away. Lady Xie immediately gestured to the maids behind her, and they hurriedly dragged He Pin away. The prince, devoid of joy or sorrow, quietly instructed, "Forget all that you have just heard. You must not remember it until your dying breath." Lady Xie lowered her head in trepidation. "I understand." Chapter 2. Those who cannot reincarnate 2 months later. The Xianhua pavilion of the Wang residence caught fire. The Princess Xie, along with several maids and servants, was unable to escape and perished within. The favored concubine Zhou reclaimed the key to the estate. My lady, something dreadful has occurred," Su Xinyang exclaimed anxiously, closing the door behind her. "I went to take a glance yesterday, and that woman is still alive." Concubine Zhou widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can that be? Surely, she must have starved to death. Is it possible someone has been providing her with food?" Su Xinyang shook her head. "I heard reports that she possesses exceptional swimming skills, managing to float with her daughter's swaddling cloth for several days." At first, the onlookers heard the baby crying, but the cries eventually weakened and faded. When the watchers discreetly peered in, they found the swaddling cloth was gone, leaving her floating alone, one hand clutching a live fish and the other grasping some shrimp, devouring them raw. Consuming fish and shrimp alive, concubine Zhou gasped in shock, her agitation palpable. "What shall we do? As long as she lives, I shall know no peace. I am certain she will seek vengeance upon me." Su Xinyang suggested, "We have both the deadly herb of veratrum and the heartbreak grass. Perhaps we should consider tonight." "Absolutely not." Concubine Zhou interjected decisively, rising from her seat. "If it were discovered that she was poisoned, I would be the first suspect." Su Xinyang fell silent, lowering her gaze. Concubine Zhou, resuming her repose on the elegant couch, closed her eyes to rest, her fingers toying with a pair of pigeon bloodstones. After a brief moment, she sprang up, a smile curling her lips. "Quickly, retrieve the jar from beneath the osmanthus tree, tonight. I shall personally confront her." In the rear garden of the residence lay a deep well, its water sweet and pure, said to connect directly to the city's moat. Years ago, a maid had thrown herself into the well, leading to its being sealed off, though it was occasionally used to confine errant servants, earning the moniker water prison. At this moment, a slender white figure with long hair draped over its face clung to the well's wall, sending chills through the night air. "Sister, it has been a long time. I hope you are well." Concubine Zhou, draped in a red cloak, suddenly appeared above the water prison, cheerfully waving down at the white figure. The figure remained motionless, resembling not a living being, but rather a specter. Undeterred, Concubine Zhou crouched down to continue speaking. "Oh dear, I almost forgot. My sister can no longer speak. How tragic, but your ears should still be functional, so allow me to speak while you listen. Not long ago, I received a letter from the Luo family in Yangzhou, stating that your esteemed mother has learned of your unfortunate plight, her condition worsening significantly. Alas, it won't be long before she departs this world." The figure at the bottom of the well quivered slightly. Concubine Zhou smiled broadly, saying, "I initially intended to keep this from you, but then I reconsidered. After all, you are mother and daughter, and it is only fitting that you should grieve together." The figure trembled gently. Concubine Zhou dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a silk handkerchief, sighing softly. "Sister, do not blame me for my heartlessness. As women, you should understand what a husband's love means to us. I have followed the prince for 20 years, and I have never seen him care for another woman as he does for you. The more I witnessed his growing affection for you, the more my heart trembled with fear. My lady here." Beside her, Su Xinyang presented a small jar. Zhou Fei accepted it, deftly prying open the seal with her fingernail, all the while speaking with eloquence. "Thus, I have meticulously orchestrated this scheme to eliminate both you and your daughter simultaneously. I have truly invested considerable effort. In truth, during my last endeavor, I was overly hasty, leaving numerous flaws in the plan. The prince, being a remarkably astute individual, I initially believed would require considerable effort to ensnare. Yet, unexpectedly, he did not delve deeper, hastily attributing blame upon you. This reveals that the prince harbors no desire to retain you. I merely acted as a facilitator." Having unsealed the jar, Zhou Fei wiped her hands with a silk cloth and lowered her voice, saying, "The throne has changed hands twice, and yet the prince remains steadfast in his position. I am aware that you orchestrate his affairs from the shadows. However, as a woman, your intellect is excessive to the point that it incites his unease, fearing that one day you might unveil his secrets. Though he genuinely holds affection for you, let us not forget that he is the son of the founding emperor. You surely recall the deeds of the emperor after ascending the throne." A pale figure at the bottom of the well quivered, sending ripples across the surface. Zhou Fei, smiling, removed the lid of the jar, turning it upside down and pouring its contents into the water prison. Suddenly, the pale figure began to thrash violently, rising and plunging from the surface, creating waves that cascaded in tumult. This particular poison would initially inflict pain for half an hour, and after another half hour, the agony would return, progressively intensifying until, by the third day, the victim would perish from the torment. It is said that those who die in such a manner find their souls extinguished, unable to reincarnate. Zhou Fei turned, waving her hand in farewell, saying, "Sister, take your time to savor this." As the wind rustled the trees, heavy rain loomed, and the lanterns flickered. "Zhen Ming, it seems a torrential downpour is imminent. Quickly gather a few people to secure the mountain gate." A woman dressed as a Taoist priestess entered the rear hall. Zhen Ming, a young Taoist of about 15 or 16 years, pouted upon hearing this and pulled 2 other young priestesses outside. The mountain gate, crafted from black wood, wrought iron, and lacquer, weighed over 100 pounds, making the task of closing and locking it a dreaded chore among the young priestesses. Zhen Ming, vexed, exclaimed, "It is already late autumn. How can it suddenly rain so heavily? How annoying. Where was she when good things were happening? Your master has always favored Jinjing. Who does not know that Zhen Jing is the one most adept at ingratiating herself?" One of the accompanying priestesses chimed in. "I heard that the morning hall up ahead is filled with an array of fruits and pastries, with melons and mangoes of such size." She gestured with her hands. Another young priestess, envious, remarked, "Affluent families are indeed extravagant. Even a deceased person brings forth such lavish offerings, while we, the living, scarcely get a morsel." Zhen Ming's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Why don't we help guard the vigil tonight? If our master or seniors inquire, we can simply say that Zhen Jing is timid and needs our company." The 2 accompanying priestesses immediately clapped in agreement. Before long, The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and the wind howled mournfully. After a thunderous flash of lightning, the rain poured down in torrents. The side hall of the Taoist temple was arranged as a mourning hall, where a small coffin lay in repose. A few elderly women sent by the grieving family had taken the opportunity to evade their duties, leaving only a young Taoist nun named Jinjing, aged 11, to keep vigil. Following her master's instructions, Jinjing recited a sutra for the deceased after each incense stick burned out, then proceeded to offer a string of paper money. It was said that the one within the coffin was a soul of tragic fate, a true reflection of a young lady's life, akin to that of a maidservant. It was rumored that she had only moved into the grand estate she was meant to inhabit at the age of 10, yet her fortune did not favor her. Less than half a year later, she had passed away. As Jinjing burned the paper, she gazed absently at the coffin, lamenting for the girl who was merely a year younger than herself. Such beauty, now destined to be buried beneath the earth, never to see the light of day again. Outside the mourning hall, clouds rolled eastward, and a fierce wind howled incessantly. Raindrops fell like countless strings of zither, producing a rapid, urgent sound. Suddenly, a harsh noise pierced the stillness of the hall, startling Jinjing. "Who is there? Come out!" A raucous laughter and whispers emerged from the corner gate. "How ridiculous! Does your master truly believe she is fit to guard the vigil? You're not better than her." Yet, there was something unsettling about this place. The voices sounded familiar, and Jinjing let out a sigh of relief, muttering, "Zhenming, Zhenshu, Zhenong, must you be so frightening? This is not a place for games. Please leave at once." 3 figures swaggered out from the corner gate, clearly disregarding Jinjing's words. Zhenming shot her a sidelong glance. "You insolent girl, it's south not your place to reprimand me." Zhenshu dashed to the incense table, snatching a piece of lotus cake and grinning. Thanks to Zhenming's brilliant idea, or else it would have all gone to Jinjing. Jinjing, witnessing their antics, felt a surge of anxiety as she interjected, "Dear sisters, I implore you to behave. Our master entrusted me with this vigil specifically to avoid such disturbances. Once the 7 days have passed, do you think the offerings will be less because of your presence?" Zhenming, Zhenshu, and Zhenong encircled the incense table, each selecting their preferred sweets and snacks, indulging themselves. Zhenong, while filling her pouch with melons, threatened Jinjing with a harsh tone, "If you dare speak of this, you will surely be expelled from the temple." Jinjing bit her lip, her voice quivering with emotion. "Put it down quickly. The deceased deserves respect. How can you take items from the mourning hall? They entrusted us with these rites because they value our temple, not to mention the generous offerings they provided along with substantial donations of incense money. By pilfering from here, are you not intent on bringing disgrace upon our master?" Zhenming scoffed, "You have a sharp tongue, but I doubt you haven't snacked here. I didn't TC you at dinner. Perhaps you've already filled your belly?" "That is not true. Aunt Lu gave me 2 buns for dinner, and I was eating while keeping vigil." Jinjing's tears shimmered in her eyes as she raised her voice. "I'll call for help to witness your disgraceful behavior. You've disturbed Miss He's spirit. Beware, she may return to punish you." No sooner had she spoken than a bolt of lightning split the sky in 2, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. "Cease your nonsensical prattle," Zhen Gong exclaimed, casting aside the pouch filled with provisions and forcefully shoving Zhen Jing aside. "Do you dare to call for help? Believe me, I could end you right now." Zhen Jing, knocked to the ground, suddenly widened her eyes as if she had glimpsed something utterly terrifying, her body freezing in place. Zhen Gong scolded, "Are you still pretending?" Zhen Ming and Zhen Shu followed Zhen Jing's gaze and immediately felt their legs weaken, collapsing onto the ground. Zhen Gong, in a state of alarm, questioned, "What has befallen you two?" Yet, they appear to be under a spell, unresponsive to her. Thus, Zhen Gong turned to investigate the source of their fear. A chilling, heart-wrenching scream echoed through every corner of the water merchant's hall. Several spirit-guarding women, who had been idly napping, were abruptly roused. Upon entering the hall, they took one glance and shrieked in horror, retreating in frantic leaps. Within moments, the esteemed Abbess Tai, Abbess Tai Shan, and Abbess Tai Chun had all gathered to ascertain the situation. Abbess Tai Shan furrowed her brow as she stepped into the hall. Observing from a distance that all the candles were extinguished, the offerings on the incense table were in disarray, and fruits lay scattered across the floor. Meanwhile, Zhen Ming and the others trembled on the ground, fearing they had been caught pilfering the offerings. She reprimanded them. "You three good-for-nothings, with your filthy hands. What trouble have you stirred up now?" Then, glancing inadvertently upwards, she too was rendered speechless. Amidst the expanse of white silk flowers, the figure within the coffin was now sitting upright. A gust of wind swept through, causing the white silk to flutter and sending a chill through the air, prompting the occupant of the coffin to sneeze and sending the onlookers retreating in terror. Since Zhen Ming and her companions had entered to steal some snacks, Dan Gui had already awakened. She had clearly heard the quarrel between Jin Jing and the trio, as well as Zhan Jing's mention of Miss He. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through her, and instinctively, she glanced around. This place seemed to be the Spirit Hall. What was happening? Hadn't she perished in the water prison? Dan Gui felt utterly drained, as though her bones had disintegrated. Struggling to sit up, she endeavored to comprehend her surroundings. A gust of wind enveloped her, causing her to curl into a ball, and she could not suppress a sneeze. As she finally discerned the faces before her, Dan Gui stared at them in disbelief, recognizing them as the Taoist nuns from the Water Merchant's Hall, where she had once resided during her childhood. How could this be? She distinctly remembered being murdered by Zhou Jinglan. The echoes of Zhou Jinglan's words still rang in her ears, foretelling that she would die a painful death, and that such souls would vanish entirely, unable to reincarnate. Yet, after awakening from this long nightmare, why was she once again confronted by those she had known 18 years ago? 18 years prior, at the tender age of 10, she had stayed for 6 months at the Water Merchant's Hall, enduring relentless bullying and yearning for her family to rescue her. At 14, she had gained honor by saving an elderly matron of the Ning Wang mansion and had subsequently married into the household. By the age of 16, she had captured the Ning Wang's favor and, at 28, bore a daughter, only to be tragically murdered alongside her mother and child. 18 years have passed. Yet upon encountering Jinjing, Jinming, Taishan, and Taishi once more, they appear unchanged, as if frozen in the innocence of their childhood. How could this be? Wait a moment. If her memory serves her correctly, Taishan should have departed this world 13 years ago. Dan Gui instinctively glanced at her own hands, which glimmered with a moonlit sheen. Impossibly slender and delicate, these were unmistakably the hands of a child. Dan Gui's pupils dilated in terror. Jinjing was the first to regain her composure, dropping to her knees with a thud, bowing her head repeatedly while murmuring, "Miss He, we recognize that our intrusion upon your spirit hall is most inappropriate, and we understand that your untimely departure at the tender age of 10 must have left you with a heavy heart. Please, with your magnanimity, forgive our transgressions. I, Jinjing, shall daily burn offerings and recite sutras for you, beseeching your compassion to return to your celestial abode and to not linger in this earthly realm." Upon hearing this, Jinming followed suit, banging his head in reverence, while Zhenzhu and Zhengong longed to do the same to send off the restless spirits. Yet their limbs were unresponsive. Dan Gui gazed at the incense altar before the coffin, the fragrances of sweet candy, Buddha's hand, mangoes, and peaches wafting in waves towards her nostrils, and suddenly her heart felt unburdened. This was not a dream, not a dream, not a dream, absolutely not a dream. She was overwhelmed by a profound realization that she was now back in the Water Merchant's view of 18 years ago, and she was still alive. Chapter 003. The intertwining of past and present. Dan Gui's gaze swept across the morning hall, ultimately resting upon a black wooden plaque that had been knocked over by Zhenming and her companions. The 9 gilded characters stung her eyes painfully. The spirit tablet of the beloved daughter, Dan Gui. Beneath it, a line of engraved small characters read, "Established in the year of Hongwu, the 27th year, on the 7th day of the 9th month." Referring to the tablet from 18 years ago, the morning hall from 18 years ago, the Taoist temple from 18 years ago, and herself, the body from 18 years ago. At that time, she was merely 10 years old. She had no time to untangle her chaotic thoughts. All that mattered now was her desire to survive. "Jinjing, could you bring me a bowl of water?" As she spoke, Dan Gui was startled by her own hoarse voice. Jinjing, who was in the midst of bowing and chanting, heard her name called from within the coffin. Could it be that a vengeful spirit had taken an interest in her? The thought sent Jinjing into a daze, as if she were a marionette, her eyes growing wide and her body rigid as she stumbled to pour a bowl of water, floating over to the side of the coffin, lifting the bowl above her head. Witnessing this scene, Jinming and the others rolled their eyes and fainted. He Dangui cradled the bowl in her hands, disregarding the various faces inside and outside the morning hall, and took small sips of the cool water. This refreshing liquid surpassed the bird's nest chicken soup she had previously consumed. This coarse porcelain bowl was far superior to the golden chalices and jade cups she had once used. Finishing every last drop, He Dangui turned her head to gaze at Jinjing, who had offered her the water, and smiled gratefully. Jinjing, however, remained frozen in place, unresponsive. He Dangui understood that her sudden awakening from the coffin and request for water must have been terrifying, so she said little, instead taking Jinjing's hand and pressing it against her own chest. Do not be afraid. Feel this. I still have warmth. I'm not dead. I am alive. Jinjing immediately snapped back to reality, her round eyes filled with fear. He Dangui continued to hold her hand, pressing it against her pulse. As Jinjing gazed at the pale but remarkably calm face before her, her racing heart surprisingly began to settle, and after a deep breath, her hands ceased to tremble, allowing her to feel the cool skin and the beating pulse of the other. Astonishment replaced her fear. It truly is warm. Missy is really alive. Master, come quickly and see. Missy needs a doctor. Master Taishan, nearing 50 and seasoned in experience, was astonished yet willing to believe what he witnessed. A person who had been dead for 2 or 3 days was now revived. He pondered quietly, recalling that he had always suffered from various ailments. After lying in the morning hall exposed to the cold for 2 days, even a healthy person would struggle to endure such torment, let alone someone who was half dead. Perhaps this was merely a fleeting moment of vitality, as long as she expelled that warm breath. With this thought, Taishan said, "It is getting late and it is raining. Where can we find a doctor? Moreover, Missy has just regained her strength. The most important thing is for her to rest. Jinjing, please assist her to the east wing to recuperate." Turning to Master Taishi, he asked, "What do you think?" Master Taishi recited a line of Zen wisdom and remained silent thereafter. Taishan nodded in satisfaction, smiling. Jinjing's mind was clouded with doubts. Not to mention that there were doctors at the village halfway up the mountain. Even her master uncle Taichun possessed some skills in pulse diagnosis and prescriptions. What a rare opportunity it is for a person to rise from the dead. Yet, the tone of the master suggests that Missy is destined for self-destruction. Suddenly, Jinjing recalled that the eastern chamber had long been uninhabited, with the paper on the windows torn to the point where it could no longer shield against wind and rain. He Dangui, with an expressionless glance at Taishan, grasped Jinjing's hand and climbed out of the coffin, breaking into a smile. Then, "Dear Master Jinjing, please lead me to the eastern chamber for some rest." Jinjing hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement. Once the two had walked away, a group of women, dispatched to escort the spirit, surrounded Taishan, clamoring with questions. "Master, you were close. Did you see if she truly returned to life? Should we rush to inform the second madam tonight? With such odd occurrences, perhaps you could perform a ritual to dispel any evil spirits? I have a chronic aversion to the cold. Should I not approach such chilling entities? At the very least, bestow upon us some talismans for protection, for it is evident that she must harbor resentment against her maternal family for their ill treatment, thus returning to claim souls." Once they finished their barrage of inquiries, Taishan chuckled and replied, "There is no need for haste in delivering the news. If Missy can only sustain herself for half a day, would it not be a mere folly to disturb our esteemed masters, leaving the elderly matron and the other ladies to experience false joy? If this causes the matron to shed tears and suffer for days, would that not be our transgression?" Li Jiawang's family nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, the old matron has been unwell. The second madam consulted a fortune teller who claimed that the person residing in the western courtyard possesses a strong fate that disrupts the elders, which must refer to her. "Look, she has returned from the dead, able to drink and speak. Does this not affirm the fortune teller's words?" The family of Gao Dashin chimed in. "When alive, She brought no fortune. We hoped to gain from her demise, yet she continues to trouble us. Now, we will not see a single coin from funeral expenses, and we must even bear the cost of the carriage to deliver the news. No wonder people privately say she is a financial burden. Lu Gui's family, dismayed by their coarse remarks, frowned and said, "It is already late. Whether good or ill can wait until tomorrow. Let the items in the morning hall remain as they are for now, and we shall deliberate upon them in a few days." After witnessing such a midnight fright, the crowd, already dizzy, dispersed. In the eastern chamber of the Shui Shangwan, it was exactly as he Dan Gui remembered. Jinjing spent a long time selecting from a dozen rooms before finding a relatively decent one to assist he Dan Gui in lying down. The room was drafty, as cold as a cellar, furnished only with a wooden bed where he Dan Gui reclined, a square table, and a four-legged stool. "Miss He, this place is the quietest and most suitable for your rest," Jinjing said, covering her with a Taoist robe. "You should lie down for a moment. I will fetch some clothing, bedding, a warm stove, and hot soup for my master to help ward off the chill." With that, she prepared to rush out. "Wait." He Dan Gui, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Jinjing looked at the fragile figure before her and smiled reassuringly. "Do not fear. I will return promptly. Tell me, what year and month is it now? What's my name?" He Dan Gui inquired. "Huh?" Jinjing was taken aback. "Quick, tell me." Jinjing gently scratched her cheek and replied, "The year. It is now the 27th year of Hongwu, in the 9th month. As for your name, it is indeed inscribed on the spiritual tablet, but alas, I am illiterate." Upon hearing this, he Dan Gui closed her eyes. Indeed, this was truly 18 years ago. A thought crossed her mind as she reached into her bosom and, to her delight, felt a golden lock. This was the auspicious longevity lock her mother had commissioned from a skilled artisan when she was merely a month old. She cherished the golden lock, letting out a bitter smile. During that time, it was perhaps the moment in her life when her mother loved her the most. At the age of 2, her parents divorced. The valiant He Xiaowei elevated his concubine to the status of a legitimate wife, and even went so far as to alter the family registry, designating her mother as Luo Yinyang, divorced. Thus, she transitioned from the daughter of a legitimate wife to the daughter of a concubine, signifying a fall from the status of a legitimate daughter to that of an illegitimate one. When her mother left the He family in a fit of anger, she took her young daughter with her back to her maternal home. Initially, her mother likely believed that He Xiaowei had merely been momentarily enchanted by Vixen and would eventually yearn for his daughter, thus seeking them out to reunite. Consequently, while residing at her maternal home, her mother bribed the servants of the He family to gather information regarding He Xiaowei and his new wife. To her dismay, upon hearing half the story, her mother broke down in tears, cursing and smashing everything within reach to smithereens. It turned out that the new wife had already borne He Xiaowei a robust son while still a concubine, who was only a month younger than He Dan Gui. The affection lavished upon the legitimate eldest son by both Lady He and He Xiaowei eclipsed any concern for the two women, leaving no mention of their plight. From that moment onward, her mother no longer wished to sing lullabies to He Dan Gui. At the age of 4, He Dan Gui's maternal grandmother, seeing that the He family truly intended to abandon her granddaughter, frequently descended upon her mother-esque courtyard, causing minor disturbances every 3 days and major uproars every 5. By then, He Dan Gui had grown perceptive and was terrified at the thought of being unwanted, living in constant dread and sorrow, eventually falling gravely ill. Seizing the opportunity, her grandmother persuaded her mother to send the child to a rural estate outside the city, where it would be easier to provide for her. At that time, her mother was only 23, harboring a deep-seated hatred for He Xiaowei's cruelty and unwilling to sacrifice her own future for the sake of a daughter. Thus she consented to send He Dan Gui away. 3 years later, her mother, believing that marrying a man of the same surname would not constitute a loss of virtue, was delighted to be addressed as Lady He, a title that sounded commendable. With the help of matchmakers, she married He Fu, a destitute youth 3 years her junior. However, after 2 years of marriage without conceiving, the physician diagnosed her as incapable of bearing children due to her previous excessive use of musk. Suddenly reminded of her only daughter, Her mother brought the now 9-year-old He Dangui back to her side, instructing her to call He Fu father, while He Dangui was also taught to play the piano and dance to amuse him. Unexpectedly, within less than a year of residing in the He household, He Fu, having spent money to secure connections, obtained a position as the chief officer of the 8th grade Jingwei Command Office. On the day he was to depart for his post in Yingtianfu, he left without taking the two of them along, hastily leaving with only a few servants to carry their belongings, failing to utter a single word of farewell. The residence of the He family was part of her mother's dowry. She entrusted someone to pawn the house and returned to her maternal family with He Dangui once more. 2 years have elapsed since my grandmother's passing, and now the matriarch is Mrs. Sun, the wife of second uncle. My mother, engulfed in despondency and too ashamed to remain in her natal home, spends the majority of her time at the Sanqing Temple, immersed in the recitation of scriptures. 10-year-old He Dangui, treading gingerly, resided at her grandfather's house for half a year, only to find herself inexplicably oblivious to her surroundings, ultimately being carried into the water merchant temple in a coffin. In her previous existence, He Dangui similarly awakened in a frigid coffin, her forehead bruised and her ankles severely sprained, yet she could not recall the events that transpired nor why she found herself in such a predicament. At that time, when queried about her resurrection, she recounted a dream in which 3 children quarreled over a piece of candy, which rolled to the ground and was subsequently picked up and consumed by her before she regained consciousness. Consequently, these words reached her grandfather's household, prompting the matriarch and the first wife to engage someone to interpret the dream. The specifics of their discourse were unheard, but thereafter, the family abandoned He Dangui at the water merchant temple, mandating her to cultivate her character, and bestowed upon Tai Shan 50 taels of silver to procure a mentor for her studies in female virtues and ethics. Initially, the temple treated her as a guest, providing ample though modest meals thrice daily, yet she was required to engage in daily recitations and penance. Occasionally, Tai Shan would request her to recite the repentance text before the assembly during morning lessons. The content, composed by Tai Shan and Tai Chun, essentially declared her a harbinger of misfortune, a being who brought calamity to her parents and grandparents, and who thwarted the birth of siblings, imploring the celestial officials for forgiveness of her transgressions. At that time, He Dangui, unable to comprehend classical Chinese, recited the text verbatim, while the nuns who understood the language stifled their laughter behind their sleeves. 2 months later, Tai Chin visited her grandfather's house to report on her progress and to solicit further support. However, she was met with indifference, receiving merely 5 guan from the stewardess at the side gate, dismissively sent away as if she were a beggar. From that moment on, He Dangui was relegated to the lowest status within the water merchant temple, compelled to labor diligently and to limit her food intake. Had it not been for the occasional leftover scraps left by Xinjing, she might have found herself in the coffin once more. In the 12th month, after taking a cold bath, she fell gravely ill, and upon recovery, she refrained from bathing in cold water again, having no access to hot water, leading to an extended period without proper cleansing. Upon seeing her, the nuns would hastily cover their mouths and noses, scurrying away as though pursued by malevolent spirits, whereas they would eagerly approach a man delivering firewood, reeking of sweat. Thus, in her previous life, she lingered at the water merchant temple for half a year until her mother, having absorbed enough scriptures at the Sanqing temple, returned to the family home only to find her missing, prompting her to send someone to retrieve her. Upon entering her grandfather's house for the 3rd time, she was overwhelmed with grievances and sorrows, unable to restrain herself from voicing her plight to the matriarch and her mother, yet they turned a deaf ear, refusing to advocate for her. Upon learning of her complaints, the second wife harbored resentment, subsequently reducing her provisions and garments in secret. Due to her dismal existence at her maternal grandfather's home, she yearned for the day she could marry and escape. She envisioned a dashing gentleman arriving one day to whisk her away from that household, far away, where he would shield her from all harm. At the tender age of 14, she inadvertently rescued an elderly lady who had fallen, only to later discover that she had saved the wet nurse of the Prince Ning. The news sent her maternal grandfather's household into a frenzy, Such excitement had not been witnessed during festive occasions in years. The first wife, second wife, and third wife all took her hand, whispering sweet nothings, while a swarm of cousins encircled her, calling her sister and aunt, urging her to lend them assistance, as if they had been waiting a lifetime to express their sentiments. Her mother, who had endured years of humiliation at her grandfather's home, walked with her head held high that day, radiant and beaming as she graciously accepted the congratulations from all. The elderly lady was the principal wife of her grandfather and the maternal aunt of her grandmother. Typically reserved, she summoned He Dangue to her side that day, imparting numerous pieces of advice. The elder advised He Dangue to always consider her mother before undertaking any action and to refrain from harboring resentment towards the family that had once wronged her. She taught her that a woman remains under her father's authority at home, follows her husband upon marriage, and depends on her sons after her husband's demise, a timeless and unchanging decree. The hardships she endured in childhood should not be attributed to her grandfather's family, but rather to her own lack of paternal protection. With her fingers gently caressing a string of prayer beads, the elder cautioned her not to allow minor disputes to sever ties with her blood relatives, nor to forget the great kindness of others due to petty grievances. Regardless of how poorly her grandfather's family treated her, they had raised her for over a decade. Thus, she should always remember her roots. Even in times of glory, she should not forget her family. Should misfortune befall her one day, she must ensure it does not bring disgrace to her grandfather's household. With the weight of everyone's words and her mother's meticulously prepared dowry, she entered the grand red bridal sedan chair sent by the Prince Ning, believing she would finally escape her suffering and ascend to greatness. Little did she know, she was merely leaping from one sea of anguish into another pit of despair. As a mere concubine chosen by the elderly matriarch of the Prince Ning's estate, she was met not with the festive decorations of a wedding hall, no ceremonial bows to heaven and earth, nor a grand entrance into the bridal chamber. She didn't even catch a glimpse of whether the prince was round or flat. On the second day after entering the palace, she went to bow and serve tea to Princess Xie, only to have the princess accidentally spill hot tea onto her face. Upon meeting Consort Zhou, she was gifted a bottle of burn ointment and comforted with the assurance that she too had endured similar trials and that life would improve in due course. For that single vial of medicine and those few kind words, she felt immense gratitude, etching it deeply in her heart, only to later find herself betrayed by Zhou Jinglan, who plunged a fatal knife into her back. A year after her arrival, she finally beheld her husband, Prince Ning Zhu Quan, at a family banquet, a noble, mysterious, and wise man of refined elegance. His captivating gaze and enchanting smile could command attention effortlessly, and his mere presence enveloped the air with an aura of grace. Even if treachery lurked just beneath the surface, he was as admirable as the perfect husband she had envisioned, if not more so. Most people spend their lives engaged in three pursuits: self-deception, deceiving others, and being deceived. In her early years, she was subjected to the cruelty of others, while in her later years, she succumbed to self-deception. She wielded the words of the old matron from before her marriage as a whip against herself, convincing herself that compassion was the finest weapon. She forced herself to refrain from harboring resentment towards her maternal family, the Princess of Xie, and those who had once harmed her or were poised to do so again. The heart is the greatest deceiver. Others may deceive her momentarily, but her heart could mislead her for a lifetime. In her past life, she believed that if she devoted herself wholeheartedly to doing her utmost, one day she would reap the rewards of her efforts. Little did she know that everything was merely an illusion. Her unwavering devotion to Zhu Quan, her willingness to sacrifice everything, was met with his merciless betrayal and abandonment. Her tolerance and magnanimity towards her rivals resulted in an unending series of nightmares. Fate played a cruel jest upon her, and thus she traversed a life filled with absurdity. Now, she has finally awakened to the realization that everything from the very beginning was a grand deception. She had merely lived a life in vain, sewing garments for others. He, too fearful to close her eyes, greedily surveyed every inch of the dilapidated walls and floors, inhaling the frigid wind that made her cough incessantly. She dreaded the thought of closing her eyes, fearing that when she opened them again, she would find herself once more struggling in that cold, dark water dungeon. Throughout the night, she was tormented by the memories of her past life. Tears flowed like a river, uncontainable, as if all the tears destined for her future life will be shed this very night. Chapter 004. Genuine affection in the world in the midst of a torrential downpour. A diminutive gray figure dashed through the rain, head cradled in arms, running in a haphazard manner. "Stop! Stop! What are you running like a headless chicken for?" A booming voice echoed through the night. Jinjing, drenched from head to toe, had strands of hair plastered against her cheeks like wet leaves. She hunched over, gasping for breath. Her voice filled with excitement as she exclaimed, "It's so wonderful! At last, I found you, Master Taichin. Stop your nonsense. It's the dead of night. Have you lost your mind or gone mad from sitting too long at the morning hall?" Taichin scolded, hands on her hips. "But master, it was my teacher who asked me to look after Miss He," Zhenjing replied, her voice a pitiful murmur as she shrank back. "Miss He seems a bit off. You should come with me to see her. She doesn't even remember her own name. She must have injured her head. I noticed a large bruise on her forehead. And you have some medicinal wine and deer antler cream. Enough of your nonsense. Your teacher instructed you to watch over her, so do just that. What are you making such a fuss for?" Taichin, towering and robust, could easily accommodate 3 or 4 Zhenjings within her frame, and her voice was as commanding as her stature. "I'm merely a country doctor, capable of tending to common folk like you. That esteemed lady in the East Wing is beyond my humble skills. But master, I know nothing and have no idea how to care for a patient. Everyone says your medical skills are remarkable and your heart is warm." Jinjing joined her hands in a gesture of supplication, pleading, "At least take a look. If you do it well, it's your merit, and if not, Miss He won't blame you." Taichin, irritated, interrupted her, "Enough. I'm exhausted. I can barely keep my eyes open. You should go where you need to go. If I catch you running around again, I swear I'll skin you alive." Dejected, Jinjing turned to leave. Just 2 steps away, she suddenly heard Taichin call out, "Stop." Jinjing spun around, her eyes wide with hope as she looked up at Taichin's face. Taichin's brows were sparse, appearing nearly absent in the darkness. Yet her eyes shone brightly as if they possessed their own light. With a sardonic smile, she fixed her gaze on Jinjing and asked softly, "How did you know I had deer antler cream?" A cold gust of wind, laden with dampness, whistled past, causing Jinjing to shiver involuntarily. She stammered, I think I forgot. I heard it from someone once. What are you doing standing here, Jinjing? Didn't Master instruct you to go to the East Wing?" A voice interjected, belonging to a Taoist nun around 30 years of age, with a round face, delicate features, and long hair cascading down to her ankles. The long-haired nun approached slowly, draping a Taoist robe over Jinjing's shoulders, and reprimanded sternly, "Are you foolish? Why aren't you using an umbrella to walk? How many times have I told you? Only for you to ignore me. Master sister, where have you been? I have been searching for you." Jinjing pouted, feeling quite aggrieved. "You have no idea how dark and cold the eastern chamber is. I went to the storeroom to fetch some blankets and candles, but they said Master had not given permission, so they could not provide anything. I then went to the kitchen to request a heater, but they informed me that with the recent drop in temperature, their own stove was barely sufficient. As I was about to continue my search, "Oh, is that not Master Taichin?" The long-haired Taoist priestess seemed to suddenly notice Taichin, displaying a look of surprise, which quickly transformed into a smile. "Master, on such a stormy day, why do you stand here in the wind? Be careful not to catch a chill. This is no trifling matter." Taichin shot a cold glance at the two, remaining silent as he turned away. The long-haired priestess then turned back, raising her voice to scold Jinjing. Do you not realize everyone has been exhausted after a long day? Now that they finally have a moment to rest, do you wish to disturb everyone? We are in a Taoist temple. Conducting rituals and ceremonies is our forte. Attending to the sick is not within our expertise. If anyone feels neglected and does not wish to stay here, they should return home." At this point, her voice trailed off abruptly, only to be followed by a sudden chuckle that left Jinjing, who had been bowing her head to endure the scolding, momentarily stunned. The long-haired priestess glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, then took Jinjing's icy hand and pressed a key into it, whispering, This is the key to the Eastern cellar. Though the bedding inside may be old, it is clean. As for hot soup and water, that is out of the question. When you pass by the morning hall, slip in and take some pastries and water discreetly. Missy has just awakened and should not eat too much. Jinjing's small face crumpled into a frown, and she cried. Woo, Master Jinju, I knew you were the best. Enough, enough. Let us leave it at that for tonight. Your restless meddling will only attract animosity. Go on now. Jinjing blinked in confusion, but everyone did not know Missy before. Why does it seem that upon hearing she has come back to life, they all have their eyebrows raised and eyes narrowed, as if they have long held a grudge against her? Jinju sighed, speaking softly. There are many who elevate themselves by belittling others. I have heard that Miss He was not favored in the Luo family, not even allowed to have her funeral at home, so it is no wonder that such petty individuals look down upon her. Moreover, the ritual originally scheduled for 20 days later has reportedly drawn an exorbitant offer of 150 taels from the Luo family to ensure her funeral is conducted with great pomp. At that time, everyone will receive a reward. Jinjing's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Are they truly wishing for her demise just for the sake of that meager reward? The rain fell heavier, droplets seeming to possess a life of their own, like thousands of severed silver beads cascading onto the earth, which greedily absorbed them. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Why must you be so alarmed? Regardless of their intentions, it is clear that none of them harbor benevolent thoughts. Therefore, you must exercise caution in the coming days. Do not rush out in a flurry, demanding this and that, or calling for the doctor at every turn. Have you not grasped your master's intentions? Opposing her openly will not yield favorable outcomes for you. Go on, take good care of her. I shall find time to visit in the next couple of days. Jinjing nodded quietly and hurried towards the morning hall. As dawn broke, the rain had ceased. The sky, cleansed by the rain, sparkled with clarity. The moon lingered above as the sun began its ascent. After a night of cathartic tears, her heart felt as rejuvenated as the sky itself. Hidangue gazed at the expanse of the heavens, a gentle smile gracing her lips. How fair is the universe to grant her this second chance at life? How could she possibly squander it? To those who have slandered, deceived, insulted, mocked, belittled, beaten, or even taken her life, just wait and see what unfolds in the years to come. Hidangue inhaled deeply, reclining on her bed. She moved her joints lightly, only to discover that not only her foot was sprained, but her arms and back ached terribly as well, and her abdomen felt heavy and uncomfortable. She took her pulse with her left hand, and a bitter smile emerged. Dying once truly depletes one's vitality. At present, her body felt drained and weary. Her tongue was parched, dreams were filled with dread, tears streamed from her eyes, her ears buzzed with the sound of cicadas, her hips felt heavy, every joint ached. Her back was fatigued, and she experienced night sweats from deficiency. Alas, she was grateful to still be alive. There were numerous remedies available, yet without herbs or silver needles at hand, one could resort to acupressure and massage for gradual recovery, though it would likely take 6 or 7 days to see significant improvement. Jinjing rushed into the room, cradling a ceramic jar as if presenting a treasure. She held it up before Hidangue, exclaiming, Look, hot water has arrived. Come, let us enjoy some snacks. Hidangue furrowed her brow, accepting the jar and placing it beside her bed. She then grasped Jinjing's arm, rolling up her sleeve to inspect, and indeed found a large area of red burns. Irritated, she admonished, Silly girl, remember to wrap the cloth when carrying hot water in the future. Jinjing stuck out her tongue and withdrew her hand, revealing a handkerchief beside her pillow that contained several pieces of osmanthus cake and peach kernel pastry. With a playful reproach, she remarked, Miss He, you are younger than I. Why do you sound like an adult? Hidangue picked up a piece of pastry, taking a small bite and savoring it. This was made 3 days ago. The peach kernels are of fine quality, but the craftsmanship is lacking. Look, it's burned in spots. Even the sugar is wrong. Brown sugar should have been used, along with a few drops of vegetable oil for frying. Having gone without sleep the entire night, Jinjing had made numerous trips, and her stomach was already growling. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the piece of peach kernel pastry, swallowing hard and exclaiming, You young ladies from wealthy families eat so delicately. Dangue smiled and pushed the pastry toward her, saying, "Come, let us share this treat." Jinjing repeatedly waved her hands, exclaiming, "Oh no, that won't do. This is the entirety of your meals for the day. I can only sneak away again by evening." Realizing her blunder, she hurriedly covered her mouth with both hands. Dangue seemed oblivious to her words, picking up a piece of osmanthus cake and placing it into Jinjing's hands, saying, "The dough for this osmanthus cake is rather poorly made. Rather than calling it a cake, it would be more fitting to refer to it as an osmanthus pastry. Come, eat up." With that, he lifted Jinjing's hand and brought the cake directly to her lips. She had no choice but to take a bite, and the fragrant, tender sweetness made her immediately forget her reservations. In just a few bites, she devoured the entire piece, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons with delight. Although the skill in making these pastries was indeed lacking, the freshly harvested osmanthus sprinkled atop infused the treat with a delightful aroma. Moreover, osmanthus is known for its warming properties, capable of dispelling cold and breaking stagnation, making it particularly beneficial for your menstrual discomfort. Dangue handed her 2 more pieces of osmanthus cake, urging her to eat quickly so they could finish these pastries before worrying about their next meal. Jinjing's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, her eyes wide with astonishment, her mouth agape as if she could swallow an egg whole. Grasping Dangue's hand tightly, she stammered, "How did you know that I've started my period? No one here knows except for the eldest sister." Dangue smiled. "Do not fret. I merely felt your pulse a moment ago and noticed your pallor, the faint bluish tinge under your eyes, and the subtle blush on your cheeks, symptoms of blood loss and insufficient circulation, which led me to surmise your condition. Rest assured, I will never speak of it to anyone." "You are incredible," Jinjing exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and embarrassment flooding her. "You could deduce my ailment with just a touch. It's truly remarkable." Last month, when she first experienced her period, Jinjing had dared not inform anyone but Jinju, asking her to teach her how to manage it and to keep it a secret. She recalled how, when Jingong first arrived at Kuei at the age of 15, she had hidden her used items under the bed, only to be discovered by Master Taichin, who had slapped her several times and scolded her for her shamelessness. That incident had turned Jingong into a laughingstock, and even now, people occasionally brought it up. As for herself, having matured into adulthood before even turning 12, if others were to find out, she would surely become the subject of ridicule. Dangue, sensing her distress, gently reassured her, "Jinjing, the onset of menstruation varies from girl to girl. There is no fixed age. An early arrival is not inherently negative. Although you are slender, you possess a warm constitution, so your experience at this age is not unusual. Do not let embarrassment prevent you from properly attending to your monthly cycle. Neglecting it could lead to lasting health issues. In everyday life, cleanliness and warmth are paramount. It is best to wash with warm water each evening and soak your feet in hot water to promote circulation. Furthermore, while I appreciate your efforts on my behalf, please refrain from running in the cold wind and rain again." Jinjing gazed at Dangue in astonishment, bombarding her with questions. "Wow, how do you know so much? Who taught you? You know even more than senior sister Jinju. Are you really only 10 years old?" Dangue chuckled softly to herself, murmuring, "Indeed, how peculiar. Ah, don't move. Look, your expression resembles that of an adult." As the two conversed and dined, they swiftly consumed a can of hot water and a packet of pastries. Once Jinjing finished her meal, a frown creased her brow as she lamented, "Oh dear. It's all my fault for indulging my gluttonous nature and finishing all your food for the day. This is a disaster. I am so sorry." Dangue, with a gentle smile, leaned against her pillow, gazing dreamily at Jinjing. In her previous life, she had cherished this genuine young girl immensely. During those dark days, it was Jinjing's support and comfort that enabled her to persevere. Taishan and Taichun regarded Dangue as the lowest servant, frequently resorting to physical abuse, striking her with whatever came to hand. Even in her childhood, while laboring on a farm outside the city, she had never endured such hardship. She recalled one occasion when she had fetched water all day long, her legs trembling and her shoulders raw and bleeding. Yet she had not been able to eat a single meal. Famished that night, she had covered her head with a quilt and cried silently, only to suddenly feel someone poking her. Quickly wiping her tears, she lifted the quilt to find Jinjing sitting at the bedside, grinning widely, her smile radiant like stars in the dark night. Jinjing raised her right hand and said, "Here, 2 big white buns from the kitchen." Then, with a mysterious smile, she suddenly revealed her left hand, exclaiming, "And this?" "Meat." Dangue wiped her tear-stained face and gasped softly, "Where did you get the meat?" Jinjing chuckled. "I just passed by the backyard and saw Uncle Tai Chun secretly cooking dog meat. While she went to the kitchen for salt, I seized the opportunity to grab a handful and ran." Dangue stared at the half-raw pieces of meat in Jinjing's palm and suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, "Your hands have blistered. It's nothing, it doesn't hurt, really. Hurry and eat, so you can sleep well." Jinjing hurriedly wiped her tears, reassuring her. "Xiao Yi, don't cry. Your mother will be here soon to fetch you. If you gain a bit of weight, she will be even happier to see you. Just wait a little longer. She will arrive soon." Dangue nodded, crying as she ate. Those pieces of meat, neither cooked nor salty, were the finest fare she had ever tasted. Later, her mother indeed sent Granny Song to fetch her. She longed to take Jinjing along, but Taishan refused, stating that Jinjing's parents owed a substantial sum in rent to the Water Merchants Guild, which was why she was sent there to work. When she inquired about the debt, Taishan replied with a forced smile, "With interest compounding, it has now reached 30 taels." At that time, she was penniless, having even lost her cherished longevity gold lock to thieves at the temple. Thus, she had no choice but to plead with Granny Song for an advance, promising to repay her mother later. Granny Song, expressionless, informed her that she neither had the spare money to lend, nor was there a shortage of maidservants in the Luo household. 8 guan could purchase 3 or 4 fine maidservants. She had not heard of anyone in Yangzhou spending 30 taels to acquire a maid, and so the matter was laid to rest. Before her departure, she grasped Jinjing's hand and whispered softly, "Wait for me. As soon as I have enough money, I will come to take you away." Jinjing smiled and nodded. "I'm quite well here. You need not worry about me. Hurry back home to see your mother." Upon returning home, she implored her mother, but her mother's response mirrored that of Madame Song, and after only a few words, she excused herself to the back room to recite scriptures. Subsequently, she began to save money on her own. Her aunt reduced her monthly allowance to match that of the first-class maidservants in the household, amounting to merely 2 taels and 2 chien of silver each month. She saved, and after more than a year, discreetly sold a few garments and pieces of jewelry. And with the 24 silver coins gifted by the old lady for New Year's, she finally amassed 30 taels of silver. Meanwhile, the maidservants attending her subtly hinted that the masters in the other quarters were generous, treating their subordinates well, often rewarding them with various forms of bonuses. She feigned ignorance, but after several encounters, the maidservants no longer regarded her as their mistress. Seizing an opportunity during a visit to the temple, she ventured into the water merchant's establishment, her heart brimming with excitement as she approached Taishan, clutching her silver. She requested to redeem Jinjing. Taishan took the pouch, weighed in his hand, and returned it to her with a feigned smile, stating, 30 taels is last year's price. With interest compounding, it is now 42 taels. Moreover, Jinjing was chosen by a guest, Master Wei, and has been taken as a concubine half a month ago. Finally, Taishan cast a disdainful glance at her before turning away, leaving her standing there in a daze. How could this be? Jinjing was only 12 years old. Since that moment, she had never seen Jinjing again. Now, gazing at the lively and cheerful girl before her, Dangue's lips curved into a smile, her dark eyes shimmering like deep waters, yet flickering with an ethereal blue flame. This time, she would not only take Jinjing away, but also ensure that the Luo family carried them off in a grand palanquin. Jinjing was crouched at the doorway, striking flint to create sparks, attempting to ignite a firepot with dry straw for warmth. However, despite her efforts, the sparks refused to catch fire. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her spine and instinctively turned to see Dangue's enigmatic expression. Startled, she exclaimed, "Wow, why are you staring at me like that? It's making me feel all tingly." Dangue smiled warmly and said softly, "Jinjing, thank you, truly thank you." Jinjing made a face, "Miss, I'm just trying to light a fire. Surely that's not enough to make you fall for me. Come with me, will you? Huh? You want to go for a walk? No, no. The wind outside is quite strong. It might blow you over. My little name is Xingyi, so from now on, you may call me Xiao-Yi. Xiao-Yi, Xiao-Yi, Xiao-Yi. It does roll off the tongue, but it sounds rather like a boy's name. Then let us go together, shall we? Huh? You really want to go for a walk? Then wait for me. I'll fetch you a thicker robe. Hey, why are your eyes red and swollen? Hee, did you cry yesterday? Look, I'm also learning to observe, listen, inquire, and feel. Am I not quite impressive? Chapter 005. Living souls more toxic than the dead after a fresh rain on the tranquil mountains. Two young women clad in silver gray Taoist robes gingerly supported each other as they made their way along the mountain path. He Dan Gui, with a heavy heart, lamented internally. As the saying goes, it is easier to descend than to ascend. Initially, she had merely intended to breathe in the fresh air and gather a few medicinal herbs to improve her health. Yet she had not anticipated the multitude of unforeseen circumstances that would unfold along the way. Now, her foot injury had worsened significantly, and to add insult to injury, her undergarments had been swept away by the evening mountain breeze, leaving her feeling as cold as drinking icy water in the depths of winter. Xinjing, however, wore a bright smile, reveling in her sense of accomplishment. As they walked, she mused aloud, Xiao-Yi, not only are you exceptionally talented, but your kindness is equally remarkable. To encounter you is indeed a stroke of fate. If you could bring someone back from the brink, you would surely be their savior. He Dan Gui interjected, remember, it is best to keep such sentiments to ourselves here. Once we return, not a word should be uttered. She reiterated her warning. Xinjing, with her crescent moon eyes narrowed in playful defiance, replied, I know. You've already repeated it 8 times, and yet you still call me nagging, while you are just the same. Time shifted back to midday. He Dan Gui and Xinjing each carried a small bamboo basket as they stealthily slipped out of the water merchant's abode. He Dan Gui searched for medicinal herbs, while Xinjing foraged for wild fungi and vegetables. The mountaintop, where the Taoist temple was situated, had once been ravaged by a great fire set by Mongolian soldiers, leaving the vegetation sparse even to this day. The two meandered around the temple, searching for a long time with little success, and before they knew it, they were descending the mountain. As they walked, Xinjing spotted a bird's nest nestled in the branches of a gnarled tree. Climbing up for a closer look, she discovered 7 or 8 small eggs. He Dan Gui advised her to leave 2 eggs in the nest, then helped her descend from the tree. A few steps later, He Dan Gui discovered another nest. Xinjing quickly climbed up, following the same principle, leaving 2 eggs behind and taking the rest. Having struck such a fortunate find, the 2 girls eagerly chatted as they tilted their heads up, searching the trees for more nests. Xiao, I've lived in the temple for 4 or 5 years and never knew there was a hole under the east wing's wall. How did you find out? Xinjing inquired. He Dan Gui thought to herself that they must have discovered it in a previous life together, but instead teased Xinjing, saying, "Oh, I just happened to see a few rats scurrying out from there." She knew that Xinjing had an intense aversion to rats. As expected, Xinjing shrieked in fright, covering her ears and fleeing. He Dan Gui, hindered by her ankle injury, could not chase after her, but called out from behind, "Watch your step, the ground is slippery." Just as her words fell, Xinjing stumbled and fell with a loud thud. He Dan Gui, alarmed, limped toward her and called out, "Are you hurt?" Xinjing, her expression fraught with panic, scrambled to her feet, retreating while exclaiming, "There's a corpse in the grass." He Dan Gui, perplexed, approached cautiously and noticed several blades of grass nearby, stained with red, resembling blood. As they drew nearer, they discovered a figure lying amidst the grass, a bloodied child. He Guanggu observed the scene intently for a moment before turning to lead Xinjing away. "There's a corpse, a corpse." Xinjing was still in a state of shock. "Enough of your exclamations. I see it," He Guanggu remarked, lightly tapping her forehead. "Firstly, no matter how much you shout, the dead will not return to life, nor will they spring up to harm you, so there is no need for such fear. Conversely, the living may possess various motives that could lead them to inflict harm upon you, making the living far more terrifying than the deceased. Secondly, that person is not dead." "Huh, you claim he is not dead? How do you know?" Jinjing's eyes widened in disbelief. He Guanggu replied with irritation, "Dear sister, I observed him breathing, frowning, and his wounds are still bleeding, likely due to the fact that you just stepped on one of them." Jinjing's face flushed crimson, feeling quite embarrassed. Well, that's because he has never encountered such an abundance of blood. Naturally, he wouldn't dare to look any longer, but wait. Since he is still alive, why are you pulling me away? Shouldn't we help him? He Guanggu shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further as she continued to tug at Jinjing's sleeve. Yet Jinjing was unwilling to proceed, her tone laced with a hint of pleading. "Shall we? Let us save him." He Guanggu spread her hands in exasperation. "How do you propose we help? Are you capable of saving him? Or am I? We are not divine beings capable of resurrecting the dead with a sprinkle of holy water or a morsel of celestial elixir. But that's a life we're talking about. How can you be so indifferent?" Jinjing's eyes glistened with tears. "I don't care. I must save him. If a monk sees someone dying and turns a blind eye, the celestial beings will not offer their protection." With that, she wrenched her hand from He Guanggu's grasp and turned to head back. He Guanggu silently observed Jinjing's retreating figure, and after a moment, sighed and called out after her, "Jinjing, listen to me. I want to stop you if you wish to save him. Your compassion is commendable, which is precisely why I value our friendship. However, there are peculiarities in this situation that I don't want your good intentions to lead to harm." Upon hearing this, Jinjing finally halted, turning to glance at her. "What peculiarities?" He Guanggu caught up and grasped Jinjing's hand once more, explaining, "This place is merely a few steps away from the main road. If an ordinary person were injured and sought assistance, why would they not wait by the road, instead of lying concealed in dense grass? I just observed the trail of blood nearby. It extends intermittently from the west into the undergrowth. Clearly, that individual had traversed the main road, but chose not to linger there, instead dragging their injured body further on before hiding in the grass." Jinjing listened, thoroughly confused. "And what does that imply?" "It suggests that he does not wish for anyone to find him." Jinjing gasped, her eyes widening in shock. "He doesn't want to be found? Does that mean he intends to take his own life?" He Guanggu nearly choked on her own words, tapping Jinjing's forehead in return. "If one wishes to end their own life, would they inflict multiple wounds upon themselves and slowly bleed to death? I surmise he may be evading the relentless pursuit of his enemies." Jinjing, taken aback, covered her mouth in astonishment and furrowed her brow, asking then, "What shall we do? Must we remain mere bystanders? At this moment, it seems we have no choice. Our capabilities as mere children are exceedingly limited." Hidangui shook his head, stating, with a moment's carelessness, "We may not only fail to save him, but also place ourselves in peril. Consider this. If we linger in this vicinity, there's a chance that his adversaries might trace us here, following the blood trail directly to him. In that case, we would inadvertently be complicit in his demise. Moreover, the severity of his injuries means that any rash attempt to move him could exacerbate his condition. I understand your earlier intention to bring him back to the temple, but the temple is not a concealed refuge. Anyone with keen eyes and legs could find it. If his enemies were to discover his whereabouts there and inquire about him, how do you suppose your master would handle the arrival of an unknown, gravely wounded individual?" Jinjing's face paled further with each word, and she exclaimed, "That was close. Had you not stopped me, I might have inadvertently caused someone's death." With that, she grasped Hidangui's hand and turned to flee, pausing only after they had run a considerable distance. Panting heavily as she asked, "Shall we? What should we do now? Should we return to the temple directly?" Hidangui nodded, taking a few steps before suddenly halting, his gaze fixed on Jinjing's shoes. "What is that on your shoe?" "Huh?" Jinjing, puzzled, looked down to see a small stain of blood on her shoe, exclaiming, "Ah, it must have just gotten there." Hidangui furrowed his brow for a moment, then picked up a sharp stone from the ground and made a deep cut in his palm, crimson blood oozing forth immediately. "What are you doing?" Jinjing gasped in shock. Hidangui offered her a reassuring glance, tearing a piece from his robe to bind his wound while instructing her, "If anyone inquires about the blood on your shoe, simply say it is from my injury that dripped onto it." Jinjing stood frozen for a moment before bursting into tears, lamenting, "I'm so sorry, Xiaoi. I can't believe I doubted you, thinking you would neglect a life in need." I've caused trouble, and now you've hurt yourself because of me. Will you be angry with me and ignore me from now on? All right, no more tears. Hidangui consoled her with a gentle pat. Look, it's just a small cut. Not painful at all. In a couple of days, it will heal. I reiterate, I cherish your friendship precisely because of your kind heart. You possess the innocence I've lost. Seeing you reminds me of my former self. How could I possibly be angry with you? As Jinjing wiped her tears, she sobbed. No, you are the truly kind one. I nearly acted impulsively and made a grave mistake, and I even accused you of indifference. I apologize. But what did you mean earlier when you mentioned your former self? Why do you sometimes speak like an adult, even though you are younger than I? Thus, as they exchanged heartfelt words, the two made their way slowly back along the mountain path. Observing Jinjing's lingering melancholy, Hidangui recognized her distress over their inability to save the man. Consequently, he engaged her in conversation throughout the journey, striving to distract her from her troubled thoughts. Look, Hidangui pointed to a cluster of pale white flowers by the roadside. This is a tractalodes, known for its pungent yet bitter flavor. When combined with pig liver and cassia seeds, it can remedy ocular ailments, and when paired with xianghua and duhua, it effectively treats wind, cold, and dampness, alleviating swollen and painful knees and feet with remarkable efficacy. Did you know? There exists a captivating legend surrounding this herbal remedy. Suddenly, laughter echoed from behind the two, prompting them to turn and look. A group of approximately 10 tall and robust men was approaching on the mountain path, dressed in fine garments, marching in perfect unison, with a figure clad in blue robes subtly commanding respect among them. Hidangui maintained a composed demeanor, though her heart raced as she speculated about their origins. Despite their proximity and the rugged terrain strewn with stones and fallen leaves, she had been blissfully unaware of their presence until one of them laughed. Upon closer observation, while their attire was not uniform, their synchronized movements revealed an uncanny coordination, a bond forged over time. Each of them walked with a distinct outward angle of their feet, the external slant remarkably consistent. Could it be? As Hidangui pondered this, the group drew nearer. Jinjing, having never encountered such a gathering of imposing men on the mountains, felt an involuntary awe at their presence and instinctively grasped Hidangui's hand, retreating a few steps. Fear not, young ladies. We mean no harm. A young man, around 23 or 24, clad in a scarlet robe adorned with golden threads, called out with a smile. I couldn't help but chuckle when I overheard this young lady eloquently discussing the uses of various herbs during our ascent. Please do not take offense. Hidangui lowered her eyelashes, startled to realize they had been listening all along. Her voice had been low due to her fatigue, yet they had caught every word. Such remarkable hearing. They must be skilled. With this thought, she held onto Jinjing's trembling hand, stepped aside to clear the path, and smiled. I must apologize, esteemed gentlemen, for my careless chatter. Please do proceed. The leading figure in blue nodded slightly and ascended the path with measured steps, followed closely by the others. Hidangui and Jinjing instinctively lowered their heads, holding their breath as they awaited their passage. You, why are there bloodstains on your shoes? Where have you just walked? The man at the end of the line abruptly halted beside them, his gaze piercing into Jinjing's. Hidangui glanced up at him, noting his black attire, intricately embroidered with crimson patterns that rendered his garment both vibrant and ominous. The men who had walked past halted in unison, turning to gaze at them, causing Jinjing to involuntarily retreat another 2 steps. Hidangui, gripping Jinjing's hand with her right, revealed her bandaged wound with her left. Bowing her head humbly as she replied, "We were foraging for herbs nearby, and I accidentally scratched my hand on a branch, thus staining my companion's shoes." The young man clad in crimson attire smiled again and humbly said, "I apologize. He is a rough fellow. I hope he did not frighten you." Hidangui shook her head, lowering her eyelashes, and replied, "You flatter me, young sir." The man in crimson then turned to the man in blue, saying, "Sir, these young ladies were foraging for herbs in the mountains. Perhaps we should inquire with them?" The man in blue nodded, prompting the crimson-clad gentleman to address them once more. "May I ask, dear ladies, during your journey, have you encountered any strangers? Or perhaps witnessed any peculiar occurrences?" Hidangui donned a contemplative expression, pondering as she spoke. "Strangers, you say? Well, that would be you esteemed guests. As for peculiar occurrences, the first oddity we encountered today was meeting 9 individuals dressed in splendid attire, speaking with a dialect from the capital. They were neither merchants, nor farmers, nor woodcutters, nor hunters, nor hermits, and certainly not bandits. Yet they strolled leisurely along the mountain path, seemingly chasing shadows. Do you consider this a curious affair? Ha ha, ha ha ha. The young man in crimson clapped his hands in laughter, and a glimmer of amusement flickered in the eyes of those around him. His gaze, intense and fixed upon he Dan Gouet, bore a playful grin as he remarked, "How intriguing, how delightful. I did not expect that a humble Taoist maiden in these deep mountains would not only possess knowledge of herbalism, but also exude such wit." He Dan Gouet offered a faint smile, saying, "You honor me with your praise. May I inquire if you have any further inquiries?" The young man in crimson crossed his arms and tilted his head with a smile. "There is no need for such caution, young lady. In truth, we are officials in pursuit of a serious criminal who has gone missing in this area. We seek to know if you have seen a suspicious individual severely injured within the mountains." Dan Gouet's heart raced, and the 3 words Jinui instantly leaped in her mind. Chapter 006. The Jinui confronts the mountain path. These individuals, from their attire to their demeanor, are more akin to the Jinui than mere officers. A thin sheen of cold sweat broke out on Dan Gouet's back. Fortunately, she had not discussed the injured in the woods with Jinjing moments prior. With a flurry of thoughts, Dan Gouet shook her head and replied, "In response to your honor, we have not encountered the notorious criminal you mentioned. Previously, I, a mere woman, was unaware of your esteemed identity and spoke rashly. I beg your pardon." Jinjing nodded in agreement, eager to support her words. "Oh, in that case," the man in crimson pondered briefly before laughing lightly, "might I inquire where the 2 of you are engaged in your spiritual cultivation? Perhaps you could lead us there?" Upon hearing this, Dan Gouet lowered her head in trepidation. "In response to your honor, I regret to inform you that I have injured my foot and find movement difficult. I fear I may impede your journey. The temple you seek, known as Shuishang Temple, lies at the end of this mountain path. I must ask you to proceed on your own." The man in crimson, charmed by her eloquence and melodic voice, felt an unexpected kinship and continued the conversation. Most women, upon encountering officers, are often too shy to speak, yet you, so young, exhibit no fear and engage in conversation with such ease. Dan Gouet smiled softly, her head bowed. "Your honor flatters me. In truth, I hold both respect and trepidation for you, and it is only with great courage that I have managed to speak thus far." "Huh, I have never met a young girl as intriguing as you," the man in crimson chuckled. "You mentioned your foot is injured. It must be quite painful to walk. Since we are all headed up the mountain together, allow me to carry you." However, the man in black behind him suddenly coughed loudly, unceremoniously interrupting his words. Dan Gouet calmly regarded them for a moment and subtly shifted the conversation. "The weather in the mountains is unpredictable. Sudden storms can complicate the search. Perhaps it would be wise for you to depart swiftly?" The man in black gruffly replied, "This young lady speaks wisely. Duanqi. Even a little girl understands this simple truth, yet you seem to have forgotten it as you grow older." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Dan Gouet then realized that, unbeknownst to her, the group ahead had all vanished. The man in crimson waved awkwardly in farewell, hastily stepping forward to catch up with the others. Watching them fade into the distance, Jinjing let out a small sigh of relief. Just as she was about to speak, Dan Gouet gestured for silence, her eyes widening as she covered her mouth with both hands. Duan Xiaolu hurriedly pursued the individuals ahead, calling out crossly to the man in black, "Hey, Gao, at least show me some respect in front of the young lady." Gao Ju remained silent, his face stoic. Seeing this, Lu Jiangbei interjected with a smile. All right, everyone has been walking all day and must be weary. Why do you still have the energy to bicker?" Stepping forward, Lu Jiangbei positioned himself between the 2 quarrelers. Liao Ziyuan teased, "I see Xiaolu has fallen into his old habits again. I truly admire him. His concern extends from young girls to women in their 40s, more generous than the Buddha in the main hall." "Shut up, you mountain cat." Duan Xiaolu raised his hand and pushed him, exclaiming that the other party was a serene monk who had never wronged him. Why then would he conspire against such a person behind their back? Liao Ziyuan chuckled. Duan, which of your ears heard me mention her? I was speaking of Miss Lien and her mother. It is you who, upon seeing her beauty, harbored inappropriate thoughts and unjustly shifted your ire onto me. What sense does that make? As Duan Xiaolu grew increasingly agitated, he shouted and launched a kick aimed at Liao Ziyuan's lower body. Liao Ziyuan, evading the blow by jumping behind Gao Ju, grinned and remarked, "What a pity that the Taoist maiden is rather too young. Bringing her home would only leave her as a sister. But I must inquire, how many younger sisters have you found on this trip to Yangzhou? Can that red pony-drawn carriage still accommodate them?" Duan Xiaolu's handsome face flushed with indignation, and he responded with earnestness. "I have explained this numerous times. That Xuan Yang has a tragic past. Her husband lost her to the drunken fragrance house in a game of chance. She resisted with all her might, suffering grievous injuries, and even contemplated ending her life by drowning. I could not stand idly by and watch her suffer. And as for Miss Lien, her situation is even more pitiable. After her father's death, her uncle seized her inheritance, forcing her and her mother to toil in a coal mine. That scoundrel even plans to sell her to an old man as a concubine. I could not bear to witness such injustice. So, Master Duan, you should take both mother and daughter in." Liao Ziyuan interjected, using Gao Ju as a shield to deftly block Duan Xiaolu's attacks. Gao Ju, who had been walking with his head down, found himself unexpectedly caught in the fray as the winds from their punches swept past him, igniting his anger. He retaliated, landing a left hook on Liao Ziyuan's jaw and a sweeping kick to Duan Xiaolu's neck. Undeterred, Duan Xiaolu transformed his fingers into a palm and countered the strike while continuing to chastise the instigator. Thus, Liao Ziyuan found himself besieged from both sides, exclaiming that it was unfair and turned to his companions for assistance. However, those who met his gaze merely laughed and retreated to the sides of the mountain path, showing no compassion in their refusal to lend a hand. "Hey, Jiang Pai, I saved you just last month. Do you not understand the meaning of gratitude?" Liao Ziyuan shamelessly appealed for help. "Now is your time to repay your benefactor." To his surprise, Jiang Pai, casually picking his nose, shamelessly retorted, "Do you not comprehend the notion of granting favors without expecting anything in return?" Liao Ziyuan's frustration escalated, causing him to lose focus in the midst of their banter. His footwork faltered, and he barely avoided Gao Ju's iron fist by a hair's breadth. After several rounds of this chaotic exchange, Duan Xiaolu finally landed a strike on Liao Ziyuan's abdomen, only to be met with Gao Ju's powerful kick that sent him sprawling. The battle concluded with Gao Ju's victory, as Duan Xiaolu was sent flying several yards, crashing into a large poplar tree and falling to the ground. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Liao Ziyuan, indignantly declaring, "From now on, do not bring this matter up again. My actions were solely to save lives, devoid of any romantic intentions, far from what you presume." Liao Ziyuan was struck with considerable force, clutching his abdomen and grimacing as he exclaimed, "You old fool, truly intolerant of jest. Just a casual remark, and you become agitated. I have no sister in waiting to wed you, so why the urgency to explain yourself to me? Moreover, while the king of Xiang may be without dreams, the goddess may not be devoid of feeling. The way that Lien gazes at you is enough to soften even the bones of the blind. Are you truly unaware of this? At this rate, you may forever be unable to secure a wife. Look at you every time this topic arises. Your countenance darkens. Oh, it pains me greatly. Never mind. I'm truly weary of discussing you. It is worth noting that although Duan Xiaolu hailed from a respectable lineage, no matter how diligently his mother endeavored, she could not secure a marriage that matched his family standing. Daughters from noble houses, even those of lesser birth, were unwilling to consider a union with the Duan family. The standing of the Duan family was simply too elevated for women of modest means to enter. After all, Duan Xiaolu was the sole legitimate son, and his future wife must be someone capable of managing a household and maintaining the family stature. A daughter from a humble background would lack the requisite confidence to navigate high society. Consequently, Duan Xiaolu's prospects for marriage remained on hold, and by the age of 23, he was still a solitary figure, becoming a significant source of concern for his mother. What is most absurd is that Duan Xiaolu possessed an innate sensitivity towards women. Whenever he witnessed a woman in distress, he could hardly contain his urge to rescue her. The number of women he has saved is no fewer than 80, if not 100. These vulnerable souls were brought back to his home, assigned to various courtyards of the Duan estate for work, while those who could not be accommodated were dispatched to the Duan family's silk shop, pawn shop, and tavern. Although Duan Xiaolu harbored nothing but boundless sympathy for these women, they often misconstrued his intentions. Thus, it became a frequent occurrence for him to receive embroidered handkerchiefs, insoles, fragrant sachets, and belts from admirers, while some would conveniently faint at his feet, and others would unexpectedly fall into the lotus pond as he passed by, flailing and calling for help. Despite his mother's repeated attempts to curtail this behavior, tales of the Duan young master's romantic escapades gradually circulated throughout the high society of Yingtian Prefecture. Since Duan Xiaolu's reputation soared, no noble lady has shown willingness to marry him. After all, upon hearing of the impressive battalion of rivals awaiting her, any timid woman would feel her heart quiver with fear. Thus, many prefer to compromise and marry an older man rather than risk becoming the wife of a Duan. Yet, Duan Xiaolu, whether truly oblivious or feigning ignorance, made no effort to mend his tarnished image. Instead, he tirelessly continued to accumulate rivals for his future bride at a rate of 4 or 5 each month, thereby complicating his mother's matchmaking endeavors. In all fairness, one cannot entirely blame the rescued women for their aspirations, who could remain indifferent to a man who saved them from peril. Moreover, he was a strikingly handsome and accomplished young gentleman. They believed that with sincerity and perseverance, even the hardest of stones could be softened, and thus, they endeavored to win his favor with their gentle charms. Enough. As the evening deepened, the atmosphere grew tense. We are here to investigate, not to indulge in leisurely pursuits, Gao Ju remarked coldly. Duan Xiaolu, if you had devoted more of your scattered thoughts to the case, we would not have missed the most crucial lead. Before Duan Xiaolu could respond, Lu Jiangbei interjected, playing the peacemaker. All right, let's not place the blame solely on Xiaolu. That slippery fellow is more elusive than an eel. Do we not all fall into his trap? Everyone is weary from the journey, so let us conserve our strength for the road ahead. He continued, currently, the path down the mountain is heavily fortified by our men. I propose we take refuge in the Taoist temple tonight, recuperate, and resume our search tomorrow. Turning to the man in the blue robe, he inquired, Lord Gung, what say you? After a moment's contemplation, Lord Gung replied solemnly, no, not just for tonight. We shall remain in the temple until we depart from Yangzhou. Ah, why is that? Everyone expressed their bewilderment in unison. With hands clasped behind his back, Lord Gung gazed thoughtfully at a cloud and said, capturing the fugitive is merely incidental. Our journey to Yangzhou serves a greater purpose. The less you know about the intricacies of this matter, the better. When the time comes for you to be informed, I will certainly share the details. Lu Jiangbei and Gao Ju exchanged puzzled glances but chose not to press further. To be honest, they still found it difficult to comprehend the temperament of this newly appointed commander of the Jinyui. He was neither overly amicable nor particularly aloof. It was as if an invisible barrier surrounded him, keeping others at bay, while he allowed a remarkable degree of freedom in their tasks. The absurdity of the sparring between Duang Xiao and Liao Xiao often unfolded before him without eliciting even a hint of reproach or displeasure. He neither restrained them as a superior nor joined in their mischief, existing instead as if he were an invisible entity. In short, Commander Gung remained an enigma to them, seasoned veterans who had navigated the corridors of power and the common folk alike. Pondering this, Lu Jiangbei suddenly felt an inexplicable chill creep into his heart and quickly shifted the topic. Speaking of which, those two young Taoist nuns walk exceedingly slowly. We've lingered here for quite some time, yet there is still no sign of them. It is rather strange. Duang Xiaolu too sensed the oddity and focused his energy to listen intently, his brows furrowing in concern. Indeed, I cannot even hear their footsteps. Do you think something has happened to them? Perhaps we should go search for them, Gao Ju, maintaining a stern expression, urged, hurry up the mountain. I am famished. Lu Jiangbei patted Duang Xiaolu on the shoulder, suppressing a laugh. Why worry unnecessarily? Perhaps they simply prefer to walk at their own pace and chose to lag behind intentionally. You may have forgotten that we were eavesdropping on the whispers of that girl's household, and you even laughed aloud, which must have irked her. Let us depart. We are all within the same temple, so what is there to fear about future encounters? Thus, Duan Xiaolu prudently fell silent, and the group continued on their way. However, after a while, Liao Ziyuan grew restless once more. He nudged Duan Xiaolu with his elbow and remarked mischievously, "Hey Duan, what about that enchanting maiden? The refined little Taoist priestess? Surely your curiosity is purely innocent, unrelated to romantic pursuits?" Duan Xiaolu felt his ears flush with warmth and retorted irritably, "Must you go on about her? Enough already." Liao Ziyuan howled like a wolf. "Duan, your ears are positively crimson. You can't possibly be enamored with her, can you? Have you run out of nonsense to spew? Keep it up, and I'll land a punch on you. From my perspective, that young lady is rather delightful. Come on, turn your head and don't ignore me. I believe she is far superior to the girls you have brought home in the past. Your mother would surely take a liking to her. In a few years, as she matures into a graceful beauty, she would make a splendid concubine. If you were to rescue her from the hardships of the temple, you would be her benefactor. Who knows, she might even offer herself in gratitude. Enough. You are becoming absurd. Your imagination is running wild. Why don't you bring her home to meet your mother instead?" Everyone listen. Duan has finally confessed. His heart has already taken shape. "Wildcat, do you seek another beating? Xiao, why must we return? Did you not say earlier that we should not seek out the wounded one? Moreover, those individuals we just encountered were officials. Is not the injured person in the woods the villain they seek? Stop asking so many questions. Look, help me find some of this shaped grass nearby." Dan Gui raised a handful of round leaf grass. Jinjing obediently bent down to assist in the search. After a brief moment, the two gathered 5 or 6 plants of that round leaf grass. "All right, this will suffice," Dan Gui said, pulling Jinjing up with a gentle smile. "Let's go save the person." "Save someone? Sounds good, but is it all right for us to aid a villain?" Jinjing blinked. Dan Gui clenched his fist, the grass releasing its sap under his nails, his gaze as cold as stars, a smile that was neither here nor there upon his face. "Jinjing, matters in this world are seldom purely good or evil. As you practitioners often say, good and evil reside within a single thought." Chapter 007. The leaf toss to save the ants. The water merchant temple is situated on a desolate mountain on the outskirts of Yangzhou. During the late Yuan dynasty, it was not inhabited by nuns, but by Taoist priests. It is said that these priests coveted a rare herb that grew on the mountain and to concoct elixirs. They solicited funds to erect this temple. However, less than a decade later, chaos engulfed the land, and this forsaken mountain was not spared, becoming a battlefield. After the conflict, as the Mongolian soldiers retreated, they carelessly set fire to the temple, and just as it seemed destined for destruction, a torrential rain descended from the heavens, extinguishing the flames and preserving the temple. This tale imbued the previously obscure temple with a certain ethereal charm, leading to a surge in worshippers. Later, during the Ming dynasty, a woman from a wealthy family, unable to bear a son, was cast aside by her husband through a divorce decree. Her family would not take her back, and thus she became the first female abbot of the temple, adopting the name Mo Cho. Abbot Mo Cho utilized her dowry to acquire land and establish a shop at the foot of the mountain, securing a stable source of income for the temple, which attracted many destitute women seeking refuge and spiritual cultivation. For impoverished families who could not afford to raise daughters, sending them to become nuns here became a viable option. The third abbot, Tai Shi, was indifferent to temple affairs, and the current leaders, Tai Shan and Tai Chun, have long harbored discord beneath their cordial facade. Tai Shan, who took up the mantle of a nun later in life, had received an education and possessed considerable acumen in managing agricultural assets. She secretly lent out the rent collected from the land, amassing a considerable fortune. On the other hand, Tai Chun's uncle was an old Taoist who wandered with her, but after a legal dispute in Yangzhou led to his demise in prison, she sought refuge in the water merchant temple. Influenced by her uncle's passion for alchemy, Tai Chun acquired some knowledge in the craft and now oversees the temple's alchemical and medicinal chambers. In a fit of rage, Tai Chun, holding a large pear in one hand, berated the nuns in the courtyard. "I told you to tidy up the medicine cabinet in the pharmacy, and yet when I checked today, it was still covered in dust. You ungrateful lot treat my words as if they were mere nonsense. Suddenly a nun shouted, "Look! Over there!" A throng of men is approaching. In the temple, Tai Chun was renowned for her fiery temper, and no one dared to interrupt her when she spoke. This time, however, several nuns exclaimed in unison, "Indeed! So many men! Quick, look!" Tai Chun's eyes widened in disbelief, and, just as she prepared to scold again, more nuns shouted, "Really? There are so many men!" She turned to gaze, and at the mere sight, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Instantly, all the nuns in the courtyard rushed to the entrance, jostling each other for a better view, as a group of 9 men approached along the mountain path. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 9 in total. Oh, look at that one. He just glanced at me. Nonsense. He was looking at me. You two are being ridiculous. He is looking this way. Exactly. Quiet down. Look at the one in the crimson robes. He is truly handsome. Ah, look, he smiled. Strangely enough, as soon as you spoke, he burst into laughter, as if he could hear our conversation. As for that individual clad in purple, the young Taoist nuns in the temple are mostly sent here due to their family's poverty. Few possess the fortitude to endure solitude and immerse themselves in their cultivation. On ordinary days, even when they catch sight of a woodcutter or a sedan bearer for a noblewoman, they cannot resist approaching to exchange a few words. Yet now, witnessing so many distinguished men at once, they're all abuzz with excitement. Most of these men are in their 20s or 30s, adorned in luxurious attire, striding with an agility that seems almost ethereal. Each one exudes an extraordinary demeanor, as if they are inherently marked by the label of the elite. Compared to the men they have previously encountered, these gentlemen are like clouds soaring in the sky, while the woodcutters and sedan bearers resemble the muck beneath their soles. The young nuns are increasingly captivated, convinced that divine beings must have sent these exceptional men to them. They collectively muse that if they could align themselves with any of these individuals, even as a minor concubine or a personal maid, they could escape this dreary, oppressive tomb of the living dead and venture into the vibrant world beyond, indulging in the pleasures of life. Before Duan Shaolu, Liao Ziyuan, and the others reach the mountaintop, they overhear the nuns chattering animatedly about them, a mix of novelty and amusement. Meanwhile, Gao Ju, already irritable from hunger, grows even more sullen upon hearing the commotion. In a flurry, Tai Chun discards the pear core in his hand, wipes the juice from his mouth with his palm, and approaches with a sycophantic smile, exclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed guests. I am the steward here." Lord Gung nods slightly, saying, "Let us discuss further inside." Tai Chun vigorously nods, "Of course. Please come in." Thus, the group enters the main hall of the front temple, takes their seats, and is served fragrant tea. In the back, Tai Chun, having received the news, hastens over. Lord Gung places 2 tin-tail silver ingots on the table, stating, "My surname is Gung, and I belong to the 4th generation of my family. We are mere travelers seeking lodging for a few days. I kindly ask the master to arrange a few quiet rooms for us." Tai Shan's eyes narrow into a slit as he smiles affably. "Very well, Lord Gung. You and your esteemed guests may rest assured. I shall ensure that you are provided with the finest rooms and the authentic delicacies of Yangzhou, so that you may enjoy a most comfortable stay." Liu Jiangbei sets down his teacup, glancing at Tai Shan, and inquires, "We have a scholar's apprentice who is injured and lost in the mountains. Has the master seen him?" Upon hearing this, Tai Shan exclaims, "Oh dear, a guest has lost a person? This is quite troublesome. However, please do not worry. I will immediately dispatch someone from the temple to assist in the search." Lord Gung shakes his head. "No need for that. We shall seek him ourselves tomorrow. Please inform your disciples that if a wounded scholar's apprentice arrives here, he must not be allowed to leave, and you must notify us at once." Tai Shan smiles. "Certainly. Certainly. Lord Gung, please rest assured. Allow your esteemed guests to retreat to their quarters and relax. I shall have someone bring you hot water and steaming meals right away." As they spoke, Tai Shan personally led them towards the west wing. Passing by the side hall, Gao Ju cast a glance, noticing the morning hall still in place. Fearing their apprehensions, Tai Shan quickly assured them, "Rest assured, esteemed guests, I shall have the morning hall dismantled by tomorrow. The small temple is clean and comfortable, devoid of any uncleanliness." Liu Jiangbei also scrutinized the morning hall, frowning as he remarked, "How peculiar. If a mourning hall has been set up, why has not a single joss stick been lit? With a smile plastered on his face, Taishan explained, "This is indeed a curious matter. 3 days ago, the Luo family of Yangzhou brought in a coffin containing a young lady who passed away prematurely. It is said that, being a distant cousin and her death being shrouded in mystery, they found it inappropriate to conduct a funeral, thus entrusting the small temple to set up a mourning hall for her. I had my disciples change her into a burial garment, do her hair and makeup, and at that moment, everyone could see she was a cold, pale corpse. Yet, to our astonishment last night, this miss he suddenly emerged from her coffin, asking for water. Oh, the boundless heavens! It frightened my 3 disciples so badly they fainted on the spot, and even now, they are kneeling before the 3 pure ones, chanting scriptures to drive away evil spirits." Duan Xiaolu raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Such an extraordinary occurrence. So, this deceased young lady has indeed returned to life?" The Luo family of Yangzhou, Lu Jiangbei pondered. "Is that the family that provides official medicines?" Taishan nodded. "Indeed, it is that family. In Yangzhou, everyone is familiar with the Luo Guan's son, wealthy beyond measure, one of the 4 prominent families. After Miss he returned to life, I felt deep compassion for her plight. Hearing that she has always been frail and enjoys tranquility, I arranged for her to recuperate in the East Wing." Duan Xiaolu crossed his arms, smiling. "To have risen from the dead, this miss he must possess a certain fortune. Coincidentally, I carry 2 bottles of nourishing pills with me, which are rather superfluous for me. Perhaps she could benefit from them. Master, might I inquire how to reach the East Wing? Would it be convenient to pay her a visit now?" Taishan immediately recalled the dilapidated state of the East Wing, fearing that outsiders might discover how poorly he had treated eating. He hurriedly chuckled. "Oh, boundless heavens! You truly are a great benefactor. I thank you on behalf of the unfortunate Miss He. However, she has just taken her medicine and fallen asleep, so it would be unkind to wake her. May I suggest you all partake in some vegetarian fare in the guest room? After you've dined and are well satisfied, I shall bring her to serve you tea. How does that sound?" Duan Xiaolu wished to say more, but Lu Jiangbei quietly pulled him aside, whispering, "Dear brother, do remain calm for a moment. Have you not noticed Gao Ju's countenance, darker than a pot's bottom? Do you not recall how your mother instructed him to keep a close watch over you before her departure, admonishing you not to bring home any more women? Yet you show no cooperation, always rushing to rescue the wronged. Once we return home, will you not drag him into the fray of reprimand along with you?" It turned out that Gao Ju and Duan Xiaolu were cousins. Duan's mother was Gao Ju's aunt. Although the two were only 4 years apart, Duan Xiaolu was yet to be betrothed, while Gao Ju already had a son and a daughter. Concerned for her son, Duan's mother had ordered Gao Ju to keep a firm rein on his cousin and prevent any reckless behavior. Taishan, bowing and scraping, ushered everyone into the West Wing and hastened to prepare hot water and meals. After returning to the front hall, I found my eldest disciple, Zhenju, and urgently instructed her, "Quickly check on the person in the eastern chamber. Is she still alive? If she has passed away, then return her to the coffin. If she can still walk, prepare a decent outfit for her, tidy her up, and bring her to the western chamber to pay respects to our esteemed guests." Zhenju, puzzled, replied, "But there are merely a few passers-by. Why the formalities? Moreover, the lady in the eastern chamber is a sheltered maiden. The Luo family will come to fetch her sooner or later. How can we ask her to meet unfamiliar male guests?" She gestured towards the courtyard with a wry smile, adding, "As for attending to her washing and meals, there are plenty of capable hands eager to assist. Just moments ago, I had to prevent them from peering through the window. If they are so impatient to leave the temple, we should not hinder their prospects." Taishan waved his hand dismissively. "No, I perceive that those folks have considerable standing, at least signs of affluent families. Alas, it is my fault for speaking too freely. I jested about the resurrection incident, and one of them, intrigued, immediately wished to witness the revived individual. I had to stop him." He continued, "The eastern chamber is shabby and dilapidated. It is no place for their esteemed feet. Moreover, if word gets out that I mistreated a half-dead child, it would be a profound disgrace." Zhenju nodded in agreement, but after a brief moment, she returned, her face pale with urgency. "Master, something is amiss. Both Xinjing and Miss He have vanished. They cannot be found anywhere." Startled, Taishan leapt from his armchair. What is happening? Where are they? It is impossible for two living beings to simply disappear. You must inquire if anyone has seen them leave. As Zhenju nodded and was about to depart, Taishan called out, wait. First, go to the back courtyard and gather the young maidens of the temple. Select a few who are presentable and send them to the western chamber to attend to the guests during their meal. Thus, Zhenju proceeded to the back courtyard. Upon entering, she was immediately surrounded by 20 to 30 young female disciples, the eldest not yet 30 and the youngest merely 14 or 15, all gazing at her expectantly. Zhenju, both amused and exasperated, observed them. They were all clad in shimmering silver satin robes adorned with blue trim, each made up with cosmetics. Their brows painted and lips colored, with a few sporting oversized golden chrysanthemums pinned to their hair, creating a scene more comical than that of a stage clown. In the Shui Shang temple, the female disciples were allocated 3 types of robes, the finest being the silver satin garments they wore now, with each disciple possessing only one set, reserved for significant occasions, such as the upcoming ritual for He Dangui scheduled for the 20th. The second type was the silver-gray cotton robes, with 3 sets allocated to each, worn for receiving pilgrims or when descending the mountain for supplies. The most commonplace were the coarse gray linen long gowns, with 5 or 6 sets per person, intended for daily labor within the temple. As the saying goes, one is willing to strike, and the other is willing to bear the brunt. Without further ado, Zhenju meticulously selected a few of the older disciples who were articulate and perceptive to the nuances of social interaction. The group of young female disciples, around 16 or 17 years of age, found themselves excluded and, in a fit of indignation, crowded at the entrance of the courtyard, persistently nagging Zhenju and accusing her of favoritism. Reluctantly, Zhenju had to select a few of them, 4 or 5, to accompany her, cautioning them to remain composed and asking them to remove the flowers they had adorned in their hair. Consequently, a dozen young disciples giggled and wandered off, while Zhenju observed with a mix of resignation as they reinserted their floral ornaments. They were naive and brimming with trivial cleverness, perceiving the water merchant's view as a mere trap. Yet the outside world was where true peril lay. How could a woman devoid of wits expect to survive long? Nevertheless, her words fell on deaf ears, and they mocked her for being overly cautious, akin to being bitten by a snake and fearing ropes for a decade. So be it, she mused. Life and death are predestined, and wealth and nobility are in the hands of fate. Each person must tread their own path. No one else can walk it for them. He Dangui and Zhen Jing navigated their way through memory, encountering some difficulties before locating the thicket where the fugitive was hiding. Parting the foliage, they discovered the individual still in a state of unconsciousness, his position unchanged. He Dangui assessed the boy, who appeared to be around 10 years of age, with long, ink-black hair tousled over his shoulders and a pale face adorned with exquisitely striking features. Even in such disheveled circumstances, his beauty was undeniable. He Dangui and Zhen Jing exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Yet, why was such a beautiful child being pursued by a group of elite genie Wei? He Dangui turned the boy's wrist, and upon contact with his cool skin, took his pulse, which she studied intently for a moment before unabashedly reaching to remove his garments. Zhen Jing gasped, exclaiming, "Xiao Yi, what are you doing?" He Dangui looked up, blinking innocently. "I am, of course, treating his injuries. How can I apply medicine through his clothes?" Zhen Jing's cheeks flushed as she retorted. But men and women should not engage in such intimacy. He Dangui rolled her eyes at her, chiding, "To a healer, there is only the patient, regardless of gender. Besides, he is merely a child." Zhen Jing shrank back, silently reflecting that He Dangui was also just a child. As He Dangui removed the boy's upper garment, she proceeded to loosen his trousers, gradually revealing his pristine, pale chest, arms, and thighs, causing Zhen Jing to turn her head in embarrassment. He Dangui bent down to examine him closely, discovering a total of 11 wounds from knives and swords, with the deepest injuries located on his shoulder and calf, still oozing blood. Fortunately, none of the wounds had penetrated vital organs. The blood was bright red and non-toxic. She tore strips from the clean portions of the discarded clothing, dipped them in water sourced from a mountain stream, and cleaned the blood from the wounds. Then, she crushed some mountain herbs to apply to the injuries, binding them with clean cloth strips. Zhen Jing watched in awe as Dan Gui executed the bandaging with a skill that suggested she had done it countless times before. Zhen Jing considered herself not particularly timid, yet the sight of such a bloodied figure made her tremble. How could Miss He, the daughter of a prominent family, remain so composed? What experiences had she endured that equipped her with such capabilities? As I reflect upon the poignant trials of Miss He, as discussed in whispers by my senior sisters, a wave of compassion unexpectedly stirs within my heart. Grasping the delicate arm of Dan Gui, I gently murmur, "Good deeds will be rewarded. Today, you have saved a life, and surely the celestial beings will watch over you." Dan Gui replies with a faint smile, "It was not my intention to save him. Rather, it was destiny that sought to rescue him. Behold, this plant is known as dragon sprout, predominantly found by the riverside, while this one is called cattail, typically thriving in marshy lands. Both possess the remarkable ability to staunch bleeding and heal wounds, often incorporated into superior medicinal balms. Initially, I had no intention of intervening, yet on my return along the mountain path, I fortuitously encountered both of these herbs. Do you not see? This is surely the hand of fate at work." Jinjing shakes her head, asserting earnestly, "No, I can sense that when you saved him, your heart was wholly devoted to preserving his life. Xiaoyi, you are a true benevolent soul, kinder than any of us." Dan Gui meticulously arranges a few leaves and places them in the child's mouth, then softly declares, "If an ant were to fall into water, a mere leaf could save it. Such an act I would undertake. However, if a person were to plunge into the depths, one must leap into the water to rescue them. In the past, I would have done so without hesitation, but now, regardless of my swimming prowess, I must weigh the consequences before deciding to save someone." A glimmer of moisture appears at the corners of her eyes, her cool smile lingering on her lips, yet failing to reach her gaze. "If my kindness is only worth a single leaf, then tell me, can I truly be deemed a good person?" As she speaks, Dan Gui rises, gradually shedding her garments, beginning with her outer robe, then her middle layer. She removes her innermost tunic and vest until she is left with only a thin undergarment. Jinjing gasps in horror, springing to her feet and positioning herself between Dan Gui and the unconscious figure on the ground, her eyes wide with terror as she fears her friend has succumbed to madness. Her voice, sharp as a duck caught by the throat, cries out, "What on earth are you doing?" Dan Gui, amused by Jinjing's alarmed demeanor, replies, "I am merely offering him my clothing. Otherwise, even if he does not bleed to death, he may succumb to the cold tonight. My outer robe is a Taoist garment, unsuitable for him. If the officials were to find him, they would deduce that he was saved by someone from the temple. We have encountered officials on the mountain path and possess ample time to be considered prime suspects. My inner clothing, crafted from ivory silk, is beyond the means of an ordinary nun, and if discovered by officials, it would not lead them back to us or the temple." Jinjing, both admiring and moved by Dan Gui's meticulous thoughtfulness, exclaims, "Though you speak thus, consider how precious a woman's undergarment is. You so freely offer it to a stranger. Xiaoyi, you truly possess a sharp tongue, yet a tender heart. Is this not your own version of a leaf to save an ant?" Dan Gui offers a serene smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Draped in a single outer garment, she envelopes the child in her attire and secures him with broad leaves, ensuring he remains shielded. Even at this moment, he lies in a deep, unyielding slumber. Dan Gui instructed Jinjing to leave the bird eggs they had gathered for the child. Thus, Jinjing placed all the eggs on the ground and suddenly teased with a sly smile, "You are still unwell, unable even to enjoy a proper meal. These bird eggs are your only nourishment. Is this what you refer to as the trivial leaves? Haha, may I also have a few leaves to taste someday?" Dan Gui felt overwhelmed, realizing how talkative this little girl was. Despite her young age, she possessed the tongue of an old woman. It seemed a pity she was not a matchmaker or gossip, for her talents were truly wasted as a Taoist priestess. After the two tidied up the area and departed, they were unaware that in the moment they turned away, the child on the ground suddenly opened his eyes, He possessed a pair of exquisite eyes, bright as the flames on a snowy night. Peering through the gaps in the leaves, fixated on the slender figure that was retreating, absorbing her silhouette into the depths of his inky gaze without blinking. Once they had walked far enough, he began to slowly chew the blades of grass in his mouth. The pain from his wounds nearly drained his strength, yet the faint fragrance of the fabric covering him offered a modicum of warmth. Xiao-Yi, that was her name. Chapter 008. The initial confrontation with Tai-Shan as twilight descended. The horizon was ablaze with a tapestry of crimson clouds, while weary birds returned to their nests. Jinjing supported Hidangui as they made their way back to the Taoist temple. Having traversed numerous mountain paths, Hidangui's foot injury had worsened since morning, and he relied solely on Jinjing's arm for support. Jinjing mused, Xiao-Yi, your talents are not merely exceptional. Your heart is even more commendable. Encountering you has indeed been a stroke of fortune for him. If he were to rise from the dead, you would be his savior. Remember, these words are best kept here. Once we return, not a syllable must be uttered again. Hidangui reiterated solemnly. The elite guards of the Jin Yi possessed astonishing hearing, and if they caught wind of even a single word, the consequences would be dire. For individuals of their ilk, silencing Jinjing and the present version of himself would be as effortless as plucking a flower. With her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, Jinjing responded, shaking her head, I know. You've repeated it 8 times already. Yet you call me garrulous. You are no different. If I'm a chatterbox, then you're a blabbermouth. With grit and determination, they finally reached the summit. Just as they arrived at the temple's entrance, Tai-Shan burst forth like a tempest. She spared not a glance at the pale-faced Hidangui, who staggered in his steps, but fixed her furious gaze upon Jinjing, as if she could devour her whole in her rage. You shameless little wretch. I believed you to be sensible, only to realize I was blind to your true nature. What a foolish traitor you are. In the mere span of half a day, you have climbed to new heights, learning to betray your mentor and ancestors. Jinjing was utterly perplexed by Tai-Shan's tirade, failing to comprehend her supposed transgressions. Although venturing out with Hidangui was indeed improper, it was evident that those within the temple, ranging from the master to the senior and junior disciples, harbored a pathological desire to ignore Hidangui's resurrection. It seemed they believed that if they simply turned a blind eye to his needs, be it sustenance or care, he would return to the state in which he had been brought in, obediently lying back in his designated place while the temple recited sutras and mourned for him. If the temple chose to remain willfully ignorant, why not embrace that ignorance completely? Let us see who possesses the fortitude to endure until the end. Furthermore, Hidangui was, after all, a guest at the temple. It was unreasonable to confine a visitor. Jinjing was merely accompanying a guest for a leisurely stroll. Why should she be met with such brutal reprimand? Reflecting on this, instead of kneeling in submission as was her usual response, Jinjing defiantly raised her chin and cast a sidelong glance at her master, Tai-Shan. Tai-Shan was utterly unprepared for this display. The typically docile little rabbit revealed a fierce gaze, one filled with defiance, rebellion, grievance, and disdain, a wild glimmer that took her by surprise. How audacious! Tai-Shan trembled with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Jinjing. I thought I had raised a loyal dog, only to discover a biting wolf cub. Fortunately, this revelation comes early. It is not too late to cleanse the house. With that, she brandished her feather duster, poised to strike Jinjing on the head. Jinjing, in a state of panic, instinctively crouched down, knowing full well the tremendous strength behind her master's blows. If she were to be struck by that copper handle, her head would surely split open and bleed. Once, she had witnessed several senior sisters who had fallen out with their master, only to be gravely injured by a single strike from him. Stop! Hidangui stepped forward, calmly intervening. The handle of the whisk was cast from brass, weighing 4 pounds and 6 ounces. The consequences of it striking one's head were not to be underestimated, as Hidangui had experienced more than once in her previous life. Tai-Shan glanced at the frail 10-year-old girl before her and scoffed. I was wondering who was speaking. It turns out to be Miss He from the Luo family. I was merely training my dog. Have I offended you in any way? Unfazed, Hidangui picked up Jinjing from the ground and leisurely replied, Your words strike at the heart of the matter, master. As the saying goes, one should not strike a dog when the door is closed. In a moment of rage, you have resorted to violence right here at the bustling entrance. As a humble girl of little consequence, I naturally do not dare to offer too much counsel. I can only stand aside and watch as you act. Rest assured, I will certainly keep your secret. However, one cannot discount the possibility that those with ill intentions may be lurking just behind the door or in the crevices of the wall, ready to embellish the tale and tarnish your reputation. It is essential to remember that the household is not solely under your control. Initially, Taishan had dismissed He Dangui, thinking she was merely interceding for Jinjing. However, as their conversation progressed, her expression grew increasingly pale, culminating in beads of cold sweat forming on her brow, compelling her to retract the whisk she had raised. For Taishan, that woman, indeed had a few trusted disciples within the temple. Those little spies often poked their heads in and out before her, if she were caught in the act of violence. There was no telling how Taishan would seize the opportunity to undermine her authority over finances. Moreover, Taishan recalled that an array of important guests, all wealthy and influential, were currently residing in the temple. With this realization, Taishan abruptly donned a facade of maternal warmth and smiled. Oh dear, look at me. Alas, in my concern for your safety, I momentarily forgot my propriety. Missy, you may not know, but the mountains hold many dangers, cliffs, rocky slopes, slippery paths, venomous snakes, and wild beasts. You have only just escaped with your life. How could I bear it if any misfortune were to befall you? He Dangui smiled silently, lowering her head. Your kindness, master, I shall remember in my heart, and should the opportunity arise, I will repay it handsomely. I am fortunate to have returned unscathed this time. Otherwise, I would have been unworthy of your generosity. Even in death. Taishan nodded, her smile broad, yet gradually becoming somewhat rigid. Although her words were pleasant, they felt somewhat awkward to the ear. Yet, she did not dwell on it, as she then noticed that He Dangui and Jinjing each carried a bamboo basket filled with wild vegetables. It dawned on her that the girl had been so starved in the temple that she had ventured out to forage. In her heart, Taishan could not help but ridicule He Dangui, realizing she was indeed a wild girl raised on a farm. Proper young ladies were trained in the arts of flower picking, floral arrangement, and embroidery, not in foraging for wild greens. The atmosphere was rather frigid. However, given that a distinguished guest wished to meet her, it was prudent to first placate her. Thus, Taishan took a bold step forward, grasping He Dangui's right hand with a reproachful tone, exclaiming, "You mischievous child! After just one day of recovery, instead of resting indoors, you venture out to gather wild herbs. Last night, I instructed someone to prepare the plumpest hen, simmering it with black dates, cinnamon, and goji berries into a delightful chicken soup, which has been simmering on the fire since then. It smells divine. This morning, I had my apprentice bring it to you, but he returned to report that you were not in the house, which greatly alarmed me." He Dangui was fully aware that Taishan's words were nothing but fabrications. She and Jinjing had only ventured out at noon, and not only had she not encountered any chicken soup, but not even a single feather. Yet at that moment, her body was exceedingly weak, and she was at risk of collapsing at any moment. Clearly, it was not a suitable time to confront Taishan, and she was also uncertain as to why Taishan was suddenly so eager to curry favor with her. Subtly withdrawing her right hand, He Dangui offered a grateful smile, saying, "I often hear that ailments are born from pent-up emotions, so I thought it necessary to get some fresh air. I did not anticipate causing such concern for the abbess. I truly apologize." Later, while in the mountains, the young woman heard Jinjing mention that the abbess had long suffered from chronic back pain. Together, they gathered some atractalodes and angelica, intending to dry them for a cushion to alleviate the abbess's rheumatic discomfort as a small gesture of gratitude for her immense kindness. As autumn descended, Taishan had been plagued by rheumatic back pain, finding no relief despite numerous remedies. Upon hearing of such a thoughtful undertaking, she felt immense joy, believing she had previously misjudged Jinjing, and thus offered her kind reassurances. Jinjing, taken aback, lowered her gaze in surprise. He Dangui, feeling fatigued, expressed her reluctance to further delay the abbess's obligations. Noticing her disheveled appearance from hiking, Taishan deemed it unseemly for her to meet the esteemed guest. Since Zhanzhu had reported that a number of individuals had already attended to matters on that side, it was decided that he Dangui should wait a couple of days before making her appearance. Taishan then advised he Dangui to take good care of herself and promptly departed. Exchanging silent glances, he Dangui and Zhenjing supported each other as they made their way to the eastern wing. As for the master's back pain, upon returning to their quarters, he Dangui lay down on the bed, prompting Zhenjing to finally inquire, "How did you know?" He Dangui stifled a yawn and smiled at her. "Are you beginning to admire me more?" Zhenjing then recalled, with a sense of dawning realization, how she had nearly been struck by the master. While he Dangui had effortlessly uttered a few words that not only quelled the master's fury, but also compelled her to apologize. Reflecting deeper, Zhenjing pondered when a master had ever shown such humility before others. Words akin to an apology escaping the master's lips were nothing short of miraculous. In the Shui Shangguan, anyone the master sought to chastise had never escaped unscathed. Even the most capable senior sister, Zhenzhu, had no means to deter the master. Upon reflecting on this, Zhenjing gazed at Dangui with an almost reverential expression and remarked, "You possess both medical skills and a calm disposition, coupled with the ability to turn adversaries away with but a single phrase. You are nothing short of a heroine akin to the female champion from the plays. Ah no, you ought to resemble the cunning and unparalleled female knight, Ji Wushuang. The west wind blows for me, allowing me to set sail upon the clouds." Chattering away for quite some time, Zhenjing noticed that he Dangui had not responded. She approached and nudged her, saying, "Hey, don't you think you resemble Ji Wushuang?" Upon this push, she realized that he Dangui's complexion was flushed, lying motionless upon the bed. When she reached out to touch her face, it was astonishingly hot. Zhenjing immediately panicked. She must have caught a chill from the mountain winds. After all, she had only just awakened yesterday and should have been resting in bed today. It was entirely her fault for not only failing to dissuade her, but also eagerly joining her for the mountain climb. Nevertheless, having unexpectedly saved a life today could be considered a significant deed. Good deeds surely bring good fortune. Surely, she would turn misfortune into fortune. Pacing anxiously around the room, Zhenjing furrowed her brow in contemplation. If she were to seek out Master Taiqian for medicine, he would undoubtedly be reluctant to provide it. Furthermore, news of Dangui's fever would swiftly spread among the others. They had been hoping that Dangui's revival was merely a fleeting moment. Fixating on the 150 taels of silver designated for the purification ritual, if Dangui fell gravely ill, it would serve their desires perfectly. At that moment, they would certainly take advantage of her plight. How could she possibly contend with such unscrupulous individuals? She must also return to the morning hall to fetch some pastries and sweets. In her own past illnesses, she found that consuming delightful leek pancakes and spicy fried gluten would restore her health instantly. With this thought in mind, Zhenjing dashed off. Dangui felt as though she had entered a long corridor, flanked on either side by towering red walls that reached heights unseen, while the path ahead seemed to stretch into infinity. As she walked, a woman approached, clad in a brilliant red dress adorned with jewels. The woman suddenly threw herself upon Dangui, exclaiming, "Good sister, you have prospered now. Won't you lend a hand to your sister? My husband looks down upon me for my inability to bear a son, and he spends his nights with concubine Lu. Currently, there is a vacancy for a 4th-rank official. If you could help me secure it for him, he would surely regard me with new eyes. Please, dear sister, I implore you to assist me." Upon seeing the woman's face, Dangui recognized her as her cousin, Luo Baiqiong, and grasped her hand, saying, "Let us leave this place together first." Just a few steps in, a sudden pang of agony shot through her abdomen, and upon glancing down, she saw a short sword protruding from her lower belly, the hilt firmly grasped by her cousin. "You." She intended to speak, but felt a heavy blow strike her back, injuring her innards. With great effort, she turned her head to see Zhu Quan and Zhou Jinglan standing a short distance away, each wielding a meteor hammer, laughing and declaring, "Let us have a competition. 3 points for striking the limbs, 5 points for hitting the chest or back, and 8 points for the head or face. Nearby, her cousin Luo Baiqian withdrew the short sword, her voice rising in a shrill accusation. You shameless vixen, speak. What seductive tricks have you employed to ensnare Liang Yizhou, who cannot forget you, constantly inquiring about your affairs? I wish you death, perish. With these words, I plunged the knife repeatedly, exclaiming, Die, you seductress who entices my brother-in-law. I shall grind your bones to dust and ensure you never attain rebirth. As I coughed up blood and fell heavily to the ground, my vision dimmed. Just before closing my eyes, I saw Zhou Jinglan's meteor hammer hurtling towards my face, and I joyfully exclaimed, Ha! I have scored 8 points. With this beautiful face marred, who shall dare to gaze upon you again? My entire body was racked with pain, and darkness enveloped my sight. Yet I could still sense the weight of numerous bodies pressing upon me. No, it was not merely one person, but a throng. The incessant roar in my ears was accompanied by the faint murmur of their voices. Good child, your eldest uncle is indeed your true uncle. Although Luo Chuangu and Luo Chuanpu are also your mother's brothers, they are ultimately not of the same maternal lineage as us siblings, and thus, the bonds of affection are considerably weaker. Therefore, the lucrative position of the Ministry of Rights cannot possibly fall into the hands of outsiders. Do not heed his nonsense, Tell me, has your second uncle ever wronged you? When you and your mother were cast back to the Luo family twice, did your second aunt ever refuse you at the door? One must possess a conscience. Qingyi, your third uncle, despite his fervent patriotism and abundant talents, finds himself unable to serve the nation and suffers in silence. Thankfully you, my ambitious niece, have married the Prince of Ning and garnered the favor of the Minister of Works. A mere word from you carries more weight than a lifetime of our struggles. For your mother's sake, I implore you. Hey, do not sleep, do not sleep. Your eldest aunt has a matter to discuss with you. The second son of General Chang, the legitimate grandson of the national pillar Chang Yechen, is both scholarly and martial, youthful and accomplished, with an elegant demeanor that has captured your cousin's heart, leaving her distressed and unable to eat. Oh, it pains me to see her lose weight. I beg of you to play matchmaker. Should this endeavor succeed, your cousin would become the general's wife, and you two would bask in glory. I know you harbor resentment towards the Luo family for their treatment of you, but have you not reached the age of 14 in peace? If we are to speak of the true villain, it is that scoundrel He Jingxian, a heartless wretch ensnared by a courtesan. He took her as his legitimate wife and has not once sought you and your mother in all these years. As for He Fu, he is no better. Your mother's rightful dowry, land, and wealth have all been squandered on this ingrate. Alas, I am aware of your unfortunate plight, and I do not wish to impose excessive demands upon you. Yet the people residing in the Luo household are your closest kin. Blood ties are unbreakable. And you must remember that one thrives together, one suffers together. When the Luo family flourishes, you too shall possess confidence within the royal court. Do you not agree? How can you be certain that you will not rely on the Luo family in the future? Heed your third aunt's counsel. Regardless of the circumstances, you still have a mother residing in the Luo family. You are a dutiful child, and before undertaking any action, you should always consider your mother. She has endured a lifetime of hardship. Aside from you, her daughter, whom else can she rely upon? Supporting our Luo family is akin to honoring your mother. Do you remember the years when your mother, disheveled and weeping, returned to the Luo family with you, a mere 2 years old? From that moment, the Luo and He families were irreparably severed. Do not resent your second aunt for her harsh words. You carry the blood of the He family within you, and we have no obligation to raise the daughter of He Jingxian as our own. We could have cast you out without hesitation, yet none among us did so. Though your maternal grandmother sent you to the farm, she still ensured 50 taels of silver were sent each year to provide for your wet nurse and maidservants. During every festival, she never forgot to reserve fine fabric for your future wedding garments, hoping to provide you with a splendid dowry that would evoke envy among us daughters-in-law. Had the Luo family not cared for you for over a decade, you would have perished in the streets from hunger. We are all your benefactors. Xiao Yi. Wake up, Xiao Yi. Quickly awaken. He Dan Gui heard a myriad of voices approaching, each one pressing upon her chest like a weight, threatening to extinguish her final breath. At that moment, a clear and bright voice pierced through the cacophony, pulling her from her nightmare. With great effort, Hidanga opened her eyes to behold the serene, round face of Zhenjing. She managed a smile and said, "Ah, it was merely a dream." Chapter 009. The endless turmoil of emotions. Zhenjing, in tears, lamented. "While you sleep, you weep. I felt something was amiss and had to wake you. Xiao Yi, I apologize. This is all I could find. Please just take a bite. It will help you recover." With that, she lifted a dull yellow steam bun. Recalling the recent events, Zhenjing felt a surge of anger. Although she often endured bullying from her senior sisters, she had never taken it to heart, believing it was only natural for elder practitioners to discipline the younger ones. Today, however, she realized that though she had always esteemed her senior sisters, were nothing but sharp-tongued, insidious, and devoid of compassion. Earlier, Zhenjing had rushed to the morning hall, only to find Jinwei, Jinping, Jinong, and Jinming carting away the offerings of fruits and snacks, leaving not a morsel behind. She hurried to intervene, asserting that those were tributes sent by Miss He, meant for her consumption. Jinwei and the others dismissed her words with mockery, declaring that offerings were for the deceased. If Miss He desires them, she can easily return her coffin, and the offerings will be restored to her. Zhenjing argued a bit more, but they lashed out at her, calling her shameless. "You've only mourned for Miss He for 2 days, and now you pretend to be her dutiful descendant. In this temple, what seniority do you possess to confront your sisters?" Thinking of her elder sister, Zhenju, Zhenjing dashed to her quarters for assistance. Yet, Zhenju was absent. The old serving woman in the courtyard informed her that Zhenju had been sent down the mountain by their master to procure fish and meat for the newly arrived guests, and would not return until noon the next day. Subsequently, Zhenjing stealthily ventured to the kitchen in search of something to eat, but dinner had long passed. After rummaging through every pot, she discovered only a cold steamed bun in the steamer. Thus, clutching the bun, she wept as she hurried back to the east wing. Upon entering, she found Hidanga wrapped in a blanket, frowning and weeping uncontrollably. Sensing something was wrong, Zhenjing quickly called her name to wake her. Hidanga struggled to sit up, accepting the bun and splitting it in half. "Come, let us share." Noticing Zhenjing recoil, Hidanga reached out and held her, gently insisting that she take half of the bun. "From now on, what is mine shall also be yours. Eat quickly." The two silently swallowed the dry, hard bun, and Zhenjing again felt Hidangue's forehead, anxiously stating, "Your fever hasn't subsided. You're still burning hot." Hidangue furrowed her brow in thought and asked, "Do you have a fine embroidery needle? It needs to be thin." Zhenjing, taken aback, replied, "In this darkness, you still wish to embroider? Surely, your mind is muddled from the fever. Perhaps I should seek our master for a physician." Hidangue interrupted her, continuing, "Listen closely. Bring me the finest embroidery needle. Then, go to the back courtyard to the corner of the north wall. From the left, count the 4th brick. Push it open, and you'll find a wine jar. Bring it to me. Now, silly girl, stop dawdling. Did you hear me clearly? The 4th brick from the left in the north corner, and do it quietly. Do not let anyone see." Suddenly, Hidangu burst into laughter, wild and exuberant, her eyes shining like moonlit water, breathtakingly enchanting. "I have so many benefactors. I have yet to meet even one. How could I possibly bear to depart from this world?" Zhenjing stepped outside, her mind swirling with uncertainty. As she departed, she glanced back repeatedly, questioning whether Hidangue remained in her right mind. Was she to heed her instructions to fetch a needle and a wine jug, or to beseech her master for a physician? In her hesitation, a memory flickered through her mind, the moment when Hidangue had stepped forward to shield her from her master's impending strike. "In the future, what is mine shall also be yours. Eat quickly. If anyone inquires about the blood on your shoes, tell them it is from my wounded hand that stained your footwear. While I am grateful for your efforts on my behalf, remember never to run in the cold wind and rain again." Hidangue's words echoed in her ears. Though her time with this girl, a year her junior, had been brief, an inexplicable familiarity lent Zhenjing a sense of security, as if Hidangue possessed a comforting power, suggesting they must have shared a past in another life. with this thought dispelling her doubts. Zhen Jing raced towards the back courtyard, where it was said that wine was concealed. Meanwhile, He Dangui, with her eyes closed in contemplation, pondered how she might extricate herself from her current predicament. In her previous life, she too had been cast aside in the East Chamber after a death and rebirth, enduring hunger, cold, and illness, subjected to the humiliation of a group of Taoist nuns who treated her like dough, molding her to their whims. In her youth, she had struggled to comprehend why those ascetic women harbored such deep-seated animosity towards her, as if their torment could grant them some psychological gratification. How foolish she had been then, so blissfully ignorant, even not very yearning for their friendship. A mere glance or word of kindness was interpreted as a lifeline, a belief that her submissiveness would eventually touch their hearts. She recalled a prolonged illness that lasted over half a month, until a letter from the Luo family summoned her to the temple for self-cultivation, accompanied by a tuition of 50 taels of silver. Tai Shan and Tai Chun conspired to label her as a morally deficient prisoner. Yet, after paying for the medicinal concoction, He Dangui was able to receive treatment. Unfortunately, the remedies were ill-suited and arrived too late, leaving her with a lifelong ailment. Subsequently, her constitution became frail and cold, rendering her unfit for pregnancy. At the age of 28, she bore a daughter, yet the child's deficiencies were a burden she had unwittingly passed on. Now, faced with a similar plight, He Dangui possessed the skill of acupuncture with golden needles, enabling her to fully heal her affliction. However, during her games of strategy against Zhu Quan's master, Dao Sheng Baiyang, she had discerned that if one only contemplated the immediate next move in life's game, one would remain a mediocre player. Contemplating 10 moves ahead might allow one to navigate the paths of governance and commerce. Envisioning 80 moves ahead could lead to high office or safe retreat. And if one contemplated 200 moves ahead, one could maneuver freely, treating others merely as pawns in their game. Presently, she was compelled to confront the daunting challenge before her: how to return to the Luo family. The Luo family, where she resided among those she deeply despised. The monstrous beings. The serpent deity was a scar etched upon her soul, entwining her until death. In Luo Chuan Valley, Sun Meinyang, Zhao Qi, Luo Baiqiang. One by one, under the guise of familial affection, they drained her of every ounce of her worth, only to cast her aside once their utility was exhausted. In secret, they connived with Zhou Jinglan, engaging in sordid transactions that left her utterly betrayed. Even her meek and easily deceived mother was not spared. For the sake of that fleeting illusion of warmth, she had once blinded herself, choosing not to hear or see, despite having long understood their true faces in her heart. Indeed, Zhu Quan's mercilessness was a steel dagger piercing her chest, inflicting profound anguish. Yet, the betrayal and treachery of the Luo family were a searing fire that scorched her very soul, leaving her utterly shattered. Rather than love, it was the bonds of kinship that inflicted the deepest wounds upon her. Now, the mere thought of those familiar faces, reveling in opulence within Yangzhou, living carefree lives of luxury, ignited within her a burning desire to drag them all down to hell. The flames of vengeance surged within He Dangui. Since fate had granted her a second chance, she would no longer deceive herself, nor would she mistake enmity for kinship. What they owed her and her mother, she would reclaim piece by piece. In this life-and-death game of chess, no one would escape unscathed. Reflecting on the blank memories of her childhood, and recalling the Luo family's peculiar demeanor upon her resurrection, He Dangui was certain that prior to her coffin being lifted to the waterside, some upheaval had indeed transpired within the Luo household. It could be said that the very person who had once caused her demise at the tender age of 10 now resided within that family. Furthermore, that person, plagued by guilt, upon learning of her return to life, would undoubtedly go to great lengths to obstruct her from re-entering the Luo family. Even if she told others she could not remember what had transpired, even if her amnesia was genuine, that individual would still fear her potential to recall the face of her assailant upon her return, resolutely preventing her from crossing the threshold of the Luo household. Thus, to return to the Luo family, she must engage in a distant battle of wits with this unknown adversary. However, she was no longer the timid girl she once was. The outcome of this contest remained to be seen. Xiao, are you a diviner? I truly found the wine vessel you mentioned. Jin Jing burst through the door, exclaiming in astonishment, "Look, it contains wine. And here is the needle you requested. What sorcery do you intend to perform, Master Yi?" He Dangue accepted the wine vessel and the embroidered needle, smiling softly. A celestial being could not be made. The 7 emotions and 6 desires still held her captive. Nevertheless, possessing this needle capable of reviving the dead, she could perhaps rightfully claim the title of a healer. Though these 3 embroidered needles were somewhat rudimentary, a temporary golden needle to stimulate acupoints could suffice. Jin Jing, he Dangue, sat cross-legged at the bedside, instructing, "Go guard the courtyard entrance, and do not allow anyone to approach here." Just past noon, the sun withdrew its light, as if fearing the chill, retreating behind thick clouds resembling cotton batting. A long-haired Taoist priestess stood in the corner, her demeanor humble and gentle. The 4 hot dishes included braised lion's head meatballs, stewed catfish head, crab meat rolls in coconut milk, and squirrel fish. The 8 cold dishes featured spiced jellyfish, drunken mackerel, and crystal pork. Taishan squinted, meticulously studying the menu presented by Zue Xianlu, and advised, in the dim sum selection, omit the 8 treasure sticky rice and pumpkin shrimp cakes, and instead add a crab roe bun and su bang pastries. Those young masters have tasted all the delicacies, and coming to Yangzhou, they seek the authentic local cuisine. Indeed, Zhenju responded. Little did they know they were high-ranking officials. TSK, what business do they have in this desolate place? Fortunately, she spotted their official plates while packing, or else they might have only served ordinary dishes, and I shudder to think how they might react. Taishan frowned. Mushroom soup? You must personally instruct the kitchen. Ensure the mushrooms are thoroughly cleaned, without a grain of sand. Moreover, add 5 more hands in the kitchen. No room for error. Understood, Zhenju noted. Taishan nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Let us finalize 10 menus. Inform the hired Lu Lao Jiao to rotate the dishes, ensuring no repeats within 10 days. From today forth, lunch must be served at a banquet standard of 3 taels of silver, while breakfast and dinner should total 1 tael. Remember, regardless of how long they intend to stay, the meals must not fall below this standard. Any deficit shall be covered by us. Yes, I will convey this immediately. Zhenju looked up. There's one more matter. It has come to my attention that yesterday, the gentleman surnamed Duan inquired once more about Miss He, but was deflected by the others. Taishan displayed a look of disdain, snorting coldly. Whether she lives or dies, she cannot let others be at peace. She truly is a calamity. No wonder the Luo family cast her out. She seemed to have completely forgotten that just yesterday, she herself had shared the amusing tale of that resurrected incident with the guests, which had drawn Duan Xiao Lu's interest. The blame could hardly rest on He Dangue. Zhenju paused before continuing. This morning, upon my return, I happened to encounter Zhenjing and inquired about Miss He's condition. Zhenjing mentioned that although Miss He is somewhat weak, she suffers no illness and is now as ordinary as anyone else. Initially, you intended to hold off on this matter to see if she truly possesses exceptional talents before making any decisions. However, it seems this child is indeed fortunate. To continue concealing this from the Luo family may not be prudent. Taishan elongated her face, remaining silent. Zhenju glanced at her, hesitating before speaking again. Though the temple may not profit from this, the Luo family previously contributed 30 taels for incense money, so we shall not suffer a loss. Our expenses for the year are covered. Moreover, should we convey good news to the Luo family, considering they cared for Miss He for a few days, they may not hesitate to contribute more. Do you think you can deceive me? Taishan scoffed. You've heard the whispers from those women who brought the spirit, have you not? The second madam of the Luo family despises that girl to the core. If we were to report that she has returned to life, they would likely demand we cover the costs of the carriage. In truth, the meager sum of 20 or 30 taels for sesame oil had not weighed heavily on my mind. However, at this moment, Tiger was in dire need of funds to attend to a certain matter. Zhenju, with her gaze lowered in silence, pondered darkly how, in her quest to secure a position for her son, one could so shamelessly encroach upon the funeral expenses of another's daughter. Such cunning and malice truly chills the heart. Walking southwest from the Taoist temple, one finds a small village named Urshalai, Pu nestled on the hillside, home to a dozen families, most of whom were laborers of the estate. Taishan's elder brother, Ma Pingin, resided in Urshalai Pu, undertaking the role of purchasing supplies for the estate's kitchen, occasionally seizing the opportunity to deliver oil and eggs as an excuse to visit Taishan. Ma Ping and had an adopted son named Ma Tai, whom Taishan had once introduced to the people at the temple as her nephew. Yet, Zhenju had inadvertently overheard Ma Tai referring to Taishan as mother. Originally, it was not an unusual matter for someone from outside the monastic life to have a child prior to renouncing the world. But what truly captured attention was that Ma Tai was not yet 20 years old, while Taishan had left her secular life 25 years ago. Never mind. I shall not quibble with a mere girl. Taishan recalled that esteemed guests wished to meet He Dangui. Should He Dangui utter something untoward in their presence, it would be a most embarrassing affair. Remembering the chicken soup she had discussed with He Dangui the previous day, Taishan called out to the window, "Old Huang." An elderly woman washing clothes in the courtyard responded, and after a moment's thought, Taishan instructed, "Please let the kitchen know to send a bowl of the chicken soup prepared for the esteemed guests to the east wing as well." Suddenly, a flustered Taoist maiden, seemingly 17 or 18, rushed in from outside, her hairpin disheveled and her appearance most disarrayed. "Master, something terrible has happened," she exclaimed in a panic. Taishan, her anger flaring, scolded, "Have you no sense? What nonsense are you spouting, foolish girl?" The maiden, overwhelmed with anxiety, inadvertently uttered a curse upon her master, and upon seeing Taishan's fury, froze in place, too frightened to approach. Zhenju frowned and inquired, "Huawun, were you not attending to the guests in the West Wing? What transpired there?" Upon hearing this, Taishan's eyes widened, her previous concerns forgotten as she urgently asked, quickly, "Tell me what happened. Were they dissatisfied with the meal?" Huawun, her face streaked with tears and remnants of rouge, choked out, "Everything was going well, until that man in black. He suddenly drew a knife and plunged it into the center of the dining table, scaring everyone away." "Oh, why are you crying? Whose funeral is it?" Taishan, a mixture of shock and anger, pressed for clarity, demanding to know why they had drawn their knives and what had been said. But no matter how she pressed, the traumatized Huawun could not articulate a single coherent sentence, leaving Taishan exasperated as she pounded her thigh in frustration. "Master, do not be hasty. Since we have offended those guests, let's personally go and apologize," Zhenju suggested soothingly. "Moreover, judging by their behavior yesterday, they hardly seem unreasonable. Perhaps this is merely a misunderstanding." Her calm voice served to quell Taishan's previously tumultuous heart. Taishan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reasonableness of the situation. "This is a safe haven. Surely they wouldn't intentionally seek trouble here. Let's proceed." After taking a few steps, he paused and instructed Zhenju, "Go and check on that girl in the East Wing. Take this opportunity to gently remind her. If you happen to encounter those guests, be cautious not to utter anything that might bring embarrassment to us all." Chapter 010, Litigation with the In-Laws. At noon, the weather had cleared. He Dangui was at the window, fiddling with the mountain herbs she had gathered the previous day, when Jinjing approached, holding a delicate porcelain bowl with a lid, her face beaming with delight. "Xiao Yi, this is the chicken soup sent by Mama Pang from the kitchen. It was specially prepared by the master for your nourishment. Is it truly raining red rain from the heavens? Has Taishan really sent chicken soup?" He Dangui teased with a smile. "Namo Amit Ba. May the infinite celestial sovereign bless us. Master Taishan is indeed thoughtful." Lifting the lid, she chuckled once more. How considerate of her to include ginseng. Indeed, this bowl of ginseng chicken soup boasted excellent ingredients, though it seemed that truly exceptional broth had not been delivered. In the half bowl of original soup, more than half a bowl of water had been added, and a few prominent ginseng tendrils floated atop, indicating this was ginseng-infused chicken broth. He Dangui stirred it with a spoon, unable to suppress her laughter upon seeing the contents. Chicken head, neck, rear, ribs, skin. Not a single substantial piece of meat in sight. Whoever had ladled out such a bowl of soup must possess a unique talent. If sent to the accounting office, they would surely excel at frugality. Jinjing, noticing He Dangui's hesitation to drink, curiously inquired, "You've hardly eaten anything these past 2 days. Why not enjoy this fine chicken soup?" He Dangui beckoned Jinjing closer, smiling as she pushed the soup towards her. "Come now, Jinjing, why don't you have it instead?" Jinjing was taken aback, shaking her head vigorously. He Dangui caught her, pressing her down onto a stool. "Quickly, drink it while it's warm. Although I cannot partake, you can." Jinjing protested, "But why? This is a superior tonic." He Dangui smiled gently. "I am of cold constitution and have a few external injuries. I cannot withstand such nourishment. At this moment, I cannot even touch a single greasy morsel, but this soup, with its perfect consistency, is just right for your empty stomach." Seeing Jinjing staring at the steaming chicken soup, dumbfounded, He Dangui patted her back and urged, "Haven't you been hungry for 2 days? Now that there is food, what are you waiting for? Besides, you will not be a nun for life. I shall take you away when I leave here. Let today be an exception." "Huh, Missy? You not only encourage my junior sister to break her vows, but you also intend to abduct her." At that moment, a voice from outside the door startled Jinjing, causing her to cough violently from the sudden influx of saliva. He Dangui turned to see a woman in her 30s, a Taoist nun with long hair, her face round and moon-like, exuding an authoritative presence even without anger, gazing intently at her. He Dangui met her gaze calmly, suspecting that this must be Jinjing's revered senior sister, Jinju, whom she often spoke of in both past and present lives. He had heard snippets of Jinju's story. Born the daughter of a rice merchant, she was named Qiuping. In her youth, a plague swept through the south, claiming the lives of her parents, siblings, and younger sister. The surviving Qiuping mortgaged her family's rice shops and fields, intending to return to her northern hometown with the ancestral tablets of her loved ones. Given the dangers women faced while traveling, she enlisted the help of a bodyguard from the Lutong escort agency. Along the journey, the bodyguard grew fond of her and, upon reaching their destination, finally confessed his feelings and proposed to her. Moved by his meticulous care and affection, Qiuping, already an orphan without parents to arrange her marriage, agreed to wed him. Given his family's financial struggles and his position as the eldest son with numerous younger siblings, Qiuping not only waived any bridal price, but also brought 300 taels of silver as her dowry. However, she made a solemn vow with the escort, promising a lifelong union, stipulating that regardless of future circumstances, be it wealth or poverty, he could not take a concubine. The escort acquiesced. After their marriage, Qiuping utilized her dowry to establish a tavern, deftly managing the business while caring for her in-laws and siblings, ensuring neither responsibility was neglected. Her in-laws praised her endlessly, and her sister-in-law adored her, often pestering her to teach domestic skills and culinary arts. As time progressed, their lives flourished, filled with laughter and close-knit affection. 7 years later, their tavern expanded from 1 to 4 establishments, and the family moved into a grand residence. However, her mother-in-law began to exhibit a peculiar demeanor, often casting disapproving glances at Qiuping and nitpicking her actions. After several instances, Qiuping surmised that her mother-in-law was yearning for grandchildren. In truth, for the initial years of their marriage, Qiuping had discreetly employed traditional methods of contraception, intending to wait until their business prospered and their living conditions improved before having children. Now that everything had aligned as desired with land, a home, and no worries about sustenance, Qiuping seized her methods of contraception, eagerly anticipating the arrival of children to bring joy to her elders. She consulted a renowned physician specializing in women's health and diligently took restorative medicines for several months, even paying homage to the deity of fertility. Yet in this endeavor, she found herself alone, as her husband showed little enthusiasm when she broached the subject of having children. After some time, during a family meal, her husband suddenly announced he had something to disclose. The family turned their attention to him, and after some hesitation, he unveiled the matter. 6 months prior, while escorting a caravan, he had rescued a village girl from bandits. In the urgency of the moment, he not only beheld her physical form, but also shared a horse with her for 2 days. Grateful for her rescue, the girl, Hong Li, became infatuated with him, insisting on following him. He firmly rejected her, citing his vow to his wife to never take a concubine. Hong Li replied that she sought no formal recognition, nor did she wish to enter his household. She merely requested a small courtyard to occasionally see him. If he refused, she threatened to end her life on the steps. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. After a pause, he continued, explaining that when he visited Hong Li recently, she had been weeping and had locked herself away. Upon further inquiry, he learned that she was pregnant. He pondered the implications. If Hong Li bore a child out of wedlock, it would be a bastardy, forever bearing the stigma of shame. Unable to bear the thought, he contemplated bringing Hong Li into their home, granting her legitimacy so that the child would have a father. Xiaoping listened impassively, then slowly responded, affirming that as a united couple, her husband's child would also be hers. She expressed her willingness to raise the child as her own once born. However, she reminded him that their marriage contract explicitly forbade him from taking a concubine. Thus Hong Li could not enter their home. The husband immediately cast a glance at his mother-in-law, prompting her to speak. She recounted, based on her son's description, that Hong Li was indeed a woman of affection and loyalty, one who understood gratitude. Moreover, she had brought new life into their family. How could they allow her to be cast aside? Furthermore, the bond between a mother and her child was profound. To take away her offspring was akin to taking her life. Their family was known for its kindness and could not possibly commit such an act. What man in the world was not allowed multiple wives? Now, under duress, their son had taken a concubine which did not violate his promises. Additionally, his wife was preoccupied with the operations of the tavern, having someone to assist her in managing household duties, honoring her in-laws, serving her husband, and bearing children, while also gaining a supportive sister-in-law, was undoubtedly a benefit. The wife ought to rejoice and should not emulate those envious women who wield marriage contracts to threaten their husbands. Suddenly, Xiaoping realized that her husband had already conspired with her mother-in-law, and this was the moment of revelation. Observing the glances of others at the dining table, it became evident that they were all previously aware of this arrangement. This performance was staged solely for her benefit. Her heart sank as if plunged into an icy abyss. This was how her loving in-laws behaved. This was how her amiable sister-in-law and brother-in-law acted. Despite their close relationship, when the matter arose, they did not seek clarity and immediately chose to side with her husband. Xiaoping was a strong-willed woman. She steadfastly reiterated the stipulations of the marriage contract, refusing to yield. This standoff persisted for half a month, during which her in-laws transformed from their usual warmth to a demeanor as frigid as ice, treating her as if she were invisible. One day, after a long day at the tavern, she returned home to find a heavily pregnant woman seated beside her in-laws. Her mother-in-law, in a routine manner, informed her that the marriage contract explicitly prohibited her son from taking a concubine, but did not forbid him from marrying a primary wife. She deemed Hong Li to be an exceptionally virtuous and dutiful child, thus taking it upon herself to decide that her son would marry Hong Li as a primary wife. Any sons born thereafter would be considered legitimate heirs. Since Hong Li was currently in a delicate condition, it was deemed more convenient for her to reside in their home until the child was born, at which point a wedding celebration would be arranged. Her mother-in-law chastised Xiaoping, stating that a woman should prioritize her husband and family, advising her to cease her public appearances at the tavern and to entrust the business to her two brothers-in-law, focusing instead on supporting Hong Li through her pregnancy. Xiaoping was left speechless, wondering why her public presence was now criticized when it had gone unmentioned during times of poverty. Then the woman arose and, with tears streaming down her face, bowed before Xiaoping, pleading for her to take her in. Before Xiaoping could respond, her mother-in-law urgently reprimanded her to assist the woman. 3 months later, Hong Li suffered a miscarriage and tearfully accused Xiaoping of causing it by sending her sweet soup. Her husband, enraged, violently assaulted Xiaoping and hastily penned a divorce decree, throwing it at her face. The decree stated that she had violated the terms of their marriage by being disobedient to her parents, remaining childless, and harboring jealousy. It ordered her to leave immediately, taking nothing with her, and to sever all ties henceforth. Xiaoping accepted the divorce decree, neither crying nor causing a scene, and departed through the door without looking back, taking not a single coin with her. Once cherished like a biological daughter by her in-laws, and having raised her 3 younger siblings with unwavering devotion. She was met with cold indifference as she departed, her disheveled hair cascading over her shoulders, limping away without a single word of entreaty. The following day, Xiaoping undertook a remarkable act. She clutched the marriage certificate from 7 years prior, alongside the newly received divorce decree and a legal complaint, bringing her husband's family before the magistrate in Zhenjiang. It was said that this case caused quite a stir at the time. In accordance with the customs of the era, if a woman were to be cast aside due to any of the 7 grounds for divorce, her dowry would be disposed of by her husband's family, either fully or partially, depending on the circumstances. However, should the woman be found guilty of more than 2 of the 7 grounds, her entire dowry could be withheld. Conversely, if marital discord led one party to request a separation, the woman retained ownership of her dowry and any profits accrued from it during the marriage. 5 days later, the court convened, presided over by the newly minted scholar and magistrate, Lord Liu, who personally oversaw the proceedings. The husband's family had spared no expense in hiring Zhenjiang's finest lawyer, while Xiaoping chose to represent herself. Upon the court's opening, the lawyer eloquently argued that Xiaoping had violated the grounds of disobedience to her parents, childlessness, jealousy, and even suspicion of plotting against her husband's lineage, thus rendering the divorce reasonable and the withholding of her dowry justifiable. When it was her turn to speak, Xiaoping knelt before the court, calmly articulating her case. Throughout history, there have been 7 grounds for divorce, yet there exist 3 prohibitions against it. A woman without a home cannot be divorced. One who has served her in-laws in mourning for 3 years cannot be divorced. And a woman who transitions from poverty to wealth after marriage cannot be divorced. As she satisfied 2 of these prohibitions, she asserted that she could not be divorced, setting aside other considerations when she entered her husband's family. They resided in 2 humble thatched cottages with 6 family members, from her 60-year-old father-in-law to her 9.5-year-old sister-in-law, relying solely on her husband's meager earnings of 5 or 6 coins a month. For half of each month, they survived on thin gruel and hard cakes. In summer, they pawned winter clothes, and in winter, summer garments, with no food to last overnight. Her in-laws and sister-in-law endured extreme hunger, even resorting to beggary, having reached the depths of destitution. Now, however, her husband's family had risen to prominence in Zhenjiang, their wealth exceeding 2,000 taels of silver, indulging daily in delicacies and adorned in luxurious silks and jewels, thriving in opulence. This transformation perfectly aligned with the narrative of rising from poverty to affluence after marriage. Thus, they could not divorce her. 7 years prior, she had brought her inheritance of 300 taels of silver as her dowry, pledging a lifelong partnership with her husband, explicitly stating in the marriage contract that he could not take concubines. Throughout their marriage, she diligently served her in-laws, nurtured her siblings, and managed a restaurant business, never once neglecting her duties. To claim she was disobedient to her parents was utterly ludicrous. Over the past 7 years, her in-laws had enjoyed robust health, consistently receiving ample meals. Her 2 younger brothers had been educated for 5 years, now capable of both scholarly and martial pursuits, each managing 2 restaurants and securing promising marriages. Her sister-in-law, now 16, excelled in domestic arts, music, and games, with suitors crowding at their doorstep. The family's 2 thatched cottages had been replaced 5 years ago by a courtyard, 3 years ago by a grand residence, and this year, they had acquired an entire standalone mansion, occupying a whole alleyway. The threshold has transformed dramatically, evolving from a frequently waterlogged earthen ditch into a 3-inch-high threshold made of red lacquered sour pear wood. If one were to claim that she is disobedient to her parents, it would be prudent to summon all the neighbors from the street to confront her directly. Although the world is rife with ungrateful and deceitful individuals, justice resides in the hearts of the people. She does not believe there are no neighbors willing to speak a word of fairness. Furthermore, the stipulation concerning childlessness in the marriage contract pertains to wives over the age of 50 without children, while she herself is only 24, thus not applicable in her case. In times of poverty, she and her husband were forced to share a room with her younger brother and sister-in-law. In times of prosperity, her husband sought the company of other women. How could all blame for their childlessness be laid solely at her feet? Moreover, regarding jealousy, 3 months ago, her husband exploited a loophole in the marriage contract. Although he did not take a concubine, he did bring home a new wife. This new lady entered the household 4 months pregnant, and her mother-in-law asked her to assist in ensuring the new wife's well-being. She complied, relinquishing all management of the restaurant business to her brother-in-law, and devoted herself to serving the new wife with meals and herbal tonics, never failing to inquire after her health. Yet, the new wife's condition was peculiar. Upon visiting in the morning, her belly appeared pointed, only to be rounded by noon. And just yesterday it seemed as large as a watermelon, yet today it appeared to have shrunk. Concerned for the new wife's health, she summoned Dr. Zhang to examine her. But the new wife refused to see anyone, insisting that she only trusted Dr. Li's expertise. The following day, she invited Doctors Li Zhang and Ma together to attend to the new wife. Yet the new wife, with her noticeably large belly, left the house to burn incense. A few days later, news broke that the new wife had suffered a miscarriage. Xiaoping scoffed. If one were to accuse her of plotting against her husband's offspring, would it not be a grave crime? To divorce her would be too lenient. She ought to be executed instead. However, before any such punishment, could she not at least glimpse the remains of the 7-month-old male infant she was accused of endangering? Could she not summon Dr. Li, who was specifically tasked with ensuring the new wife's health, to inquire about the cause of the miscarriage? Might she not call for the midwife to examine the new wife's abdomen, which remained flat and smooth after the miscarriage? Upon hearing this, the onlookers erupted in uproar, while the family members present turned pale and flushed. County Magistrate Liu immediately ordered the summoning of Kong Hongwu, Dr. Li, and the midwife. Shortly thereafter, the messenger returned to report that Kong Hongwu had vanished, and only Dr. Li and the midwife could be located. Dr. Li trembled as he knelt before Liu. After a thorough interrogation, he confessed to having accepted 60 taels of silver from Kong Hongwu to assist her in deceitfully feigning pregnancy. The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. Magistrate Liu struck the gavel decisively and declared that Xiaoping had not violated any stipulations warranting a divorce. Therefore, she need not accept the divorce papers from her husband's family. Conversely, her husband was deemed ungrateful and in violation of their marital agreement, not only taking another wife, but also abusing his original spouse, and was sentenced to 50 lashes. Dr. Li, having engaged in deceitful practices contrary to medical ethics, was fined 60 taels and received 20 lashes, thereafter forbidden from practicing medicine. After expressing her gratitude, Xiaoping coldly insisted on separating from her husband. Thus, Lord Liu decreed that Xiaoping and her husband should part ways. The 4 taverns, a residence, and 100 acres of farmland, all acquired from the profits of Xiaoping's dowry, were to be solely hers. The husband's family was ordered to vacate the premises immediately, taking not a single blade of grass or twig with them, with the county's officers overseeing the process. From that moment forth, the union of man and woman would remain entirely separate, with the male party prohibited from any form of harassment or violation against the female. After the matter concluded, Xiaoping pawned the taverns and the house, intending to retreat into a life of solitude. She had originally been devoted to Buddhism, yet could not part with her long hair. Consequently, she transformed her appearance and adopted the name Xiangyi, becoming a Taoist nun known as Zhenju. In a past life, He Dangui had heard of Zhenju's remarkable story from Zhenjing and was deeply impressed by her resolute determination, idolizing her in silence, yet lamenting the missed opportunity to meet her in person. This regret stemmed from the fact that by the time He Dangui entered the temple, Zhenju had already departed. It was said that after presiding over the divorce case, the magistrate Liu had developed an infatuation with Zhenju, even pursuing her to the temple, fervently urging her to return to secular life, offering to marry her as his legitimate wife. Other nuns overheard their conversations, leading to the exposure of Zhenju's true identity before she became nun. News spread like wildfire throughout the temple, and soon everyone knew that Zhenju was none other than the renowned Xiaoping, embroiled in a legal battle with her husband, possessing vast lands and substantial wealth. The once tranquil sanctuary was no longer peaceful. Overwhelmed by the disturbances, Zhenju left a note from Magistrate Liu, which read, "After countless sales have passed, none are as poignant as the regret of not meeting before marriage. Had I known that such entanglements would ensnare the heart, I would have preferred we never cross paths. Now, all that remains are dreams of the past, surrendered to the wind and dust." She then departed the temple under the cover of night, seeking refuge in the Bodhi temple for her spiritual journey, severing her long tresses to signify her resolution to renounce worldly affairs. Ultimately, Magistrate Liu was left in deep sorrow, departing in silence. In this present life, however, inexplicably, the latter part of the story never unfolded. The Magistrate Liu never visited the temple, and Zhenju did not cut her hair to become a nun. Yesterday, upon learning that the legendary figure Zhenju was residing in the temple, he Dangui cautiously inquired of Zhenjing, only to discover that Zhenjing was entirely unaware of Zhenju's true identity. Zhenjing introduced her instead as Master Sister Xiangyi, hailing from Jinan, Shandong, who had been cast aside due to her husband's lack of affection and her in-laws' disdain, thus seeking refuge in the temple. At that moment, the idol, Master Zhenju, stood at the entrance, her expression a mix of playful reproach as she fixed her gaze upon He Dangu, asking, "Miss He, why are you leading my junior sister astray? Are you intending to harm her?" He Dangui's mind raced, and with a bright smile, she replied, "The wind at the door is quite strong, Master Zhenju. Please enter so we may converse." Chapter 11. Light chicken soup, heavy rice soup. Miss He, merely 10 years of age, displayed a hint of surprise in her eyes when confronted with my reproach, showing no sign of trepidation whatsoever. Upon careful observation, I noted that although her complexion was pallid from her recent brush with death, she exuded an extraordinary demeanor and charm. Indeed, I was taken aback myself, unable to resist using the term charm to describe a young girl. The beauty of Miss He was but a fraction of her presence. Her aura eclipsed her appearance. I mused within, such an exceptional young lady, if given time. Suddenly, He Dangu burst into a bright laugh, reminiscent of a cold moon gracing the river, and inquired, "Sister Zhenju, have you come specifically to seek justice?" With a smile, I replied, "I regard Zhenjing as my sister and have been quite concerned for her well-being. However, having just heard your words, it seems you intend not only to entice her into breaking her vows, but also to lead her away from the temple. Thus, I originally came to inquire about your health, but now I must also address this matter." He Dangu blinked, saying, "Sister Zhenju, you exaggerate. The dietary restrictions you speak of are far more lenient for those who follow the way than for those who follow Buddhism. In your esteemed temple, one can freely consume items such as sour yogurt, eggs, and dried shrimp, as long as they have a means. Just yesterday, I stumbled upon numerous traps set for game near the temple and caught a mountain chicken and a wild rabbit. Surely, those within the temple must consume them rather than release them back into the wild. Moreover, Zhenjing is not a true practitioner devoted to the path. She is merely here as a laborer due to her parents' debts on a few acres of land. Sister Zhenju, I too hold great affection for Zhenjing, treating her as a sister, which is why I wish to lead her out of the fiery pit and towards a better life." Zhenjing, previously tempted by the chicken soup, choked and coughed, indignantly asserting, Hey Xiao, I'm clearly older than you. I should be the one to take on the role of sister." Hearing He Dangui's eloquence, her words flowing like pearls falling upon a silver platter, I was both astonished and amused, inadvertently shedding my initial intent of reproach. After all, I too often prepared boiled eggs and warm milk for the slender Zhenjing, and reflecting on this, I realized I had become a source of jest for my brothers. However, wishing to test the firmness of her resolve, I endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor and stated, "Those eggs and shrimp do not constitute meat, but chicken is undeniably flesh. A single taste would breach the great vow. How can I stand idly by while my sister descends from the tranquil path into the mire of worldly affairs? Missy, you claim to lead her from the fiery pit, yet it is those very places outside the temple that are akin to a sea of flames." He Dangui tilted her head and shrugged, saying, "How peculiar. Do you not think that those eggs you consume will eventually hatch into chicks, and that shrimp will grow into larger creatures in due time? Could a mere mountain gate truly delineate the realms of purity and impurity? Is it sufficient to assess a person's character, whether lofty or base, solely by their dietary choices or the frequency with which they pay homage to the statue of the primordial supreme being, or by their recitation of the Tao Te Ching? What a remarkable little girl this is. In this instance, even Jinju could not assume the role of a teacher. She merely stated, with a calm demeanor, Jinjing possesses a serene and unguarded heart, innocent and unpretentious. If she were to step beyond this mountain gate, she might be deceived or even abducted. Jinjing waved her hands repeatedly. I am not a fool. That will not happen. Alas, her concerns were once again entirely disregarded. He Dangue smiled faintly, gazing steadily into Jinju's eyes. I shall protect her until she can safeguard herself, until a man arises who is willing to protect her. Jinjing's cheeks flushed, her round eyes darting about in discomfort. How did a mere bowl of chicken soup lead to such a profound discussion? In truth, He Dangue had asked Jinjing the previous night if she would like to accompany her back to the Luo family, assuring her that there was no need to sign any servitude contract, merely to serve as her personal maid, akin to a sister in private. Jinjing herself had long harbored admiration and respect for He Dangue, a sense of closeness that she had never felt even toward her own parents. The prospect of leaving the temple to explore the outside world with He Dangue filled her heart with joy. Yet, she soon remembered that she was held captive due to unpaid rent, and her master would be the first to prevent her departure. Instantly, her heart plummeted. Nevertheless, when Jinjing expressed her discontent, He Dangue did not display sorrow. Instead, she gently replied that she was merely inquiring whether Jinjing wished to leave. As for how to take Jinjing away, although she had no immediate plan or funds to secure her release, she believed that a solution would present itself in due time, and she would devise a fitting strategy to enable Jinjing to exit the temple with dignity. Jinjing remained skeptical, despite recognizing He Dangue's intelligence. She doubted that a child could conceive of an effective plan. Thus, she advised He Dangue to focus on her health and not worry about her situation. Subsequently, He Dangue linked their pinkies with a smile, saying, "It is settled then. You shall be under my care from now on." In that moment, Jinju suddenly felt as though she were gazing into a mirror. For an instant, even she was taken aback by the confidence and composure in He Dangue's voice and eyes when she declared, "I will protect her," reminiscent of her own past self, who had boldly sought justice at the county office. How could a 10-year-old girl possess such conviction? The soup had cooled. Should we continue this discourse on whether it can be consumed? He Dangue raised her hands in exasperation. Jinju, you are most concerned for Jinjing, and she has not eaten for 3 days. Jinju cast a glance at Jinjing and whispered, "Then, why not drink it while it's still warm?" Jinjing paused for a moment, gazing at the bowl of chicken soup, her mouth watering as she timidly inquired, "If I truly drink this, you will keep it a secret from me, right, senior sister?" Jinju playfully tapped her forehead and reminded her, "Drink slowly, don't choke." With a cheer, Jinjing lifted the bowl and took a hearty sip, her round face brimming with joy, resembling a plump dumpling filled to the brim. "Wow, chicken soup. I had it once when I was little. It was at my uncle's wedding, and my mother took me to the banquet. I received a large bowl of golden, fragrant chicken soup, and my mother even fished out a chicken leg, tearing off the meat for me to dip in soy sauce." Jinju and He Dangue exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes meeting in silent understanding, before bursting into laughter together. Jinjing, with her little mouth glued to the soup bowl, gazed about with wide, curious eyes, darting from one thing to another. Eventually, Jinju could no longer contain herself and approached, taking He Dangue's hand and scrutinizing her closely. With a furrowed brow and a smile, she remarked, "In this world, there truly exists a young lady as exquisite as you. Dear sister, today I have witnessed it firsthand. Previously, when I heard the line's many beauties by the Hawaiian waters, the new moon resembles a fair maiden, shimmering as it plays with the moonlight. I thought the mere fabrications of a literary mind. Today, I realize that it reflects the truth, as I have encountered a beauty like you, inspiring those poets to compose such verses." He Dangue looked at Jinju, her smile revealing her teeth. "These past few days, I often heard Jinjing mention her sister, and I was eager to find an opportunity to meet you. Now that I finally have, I see that you are no ordinary person. The description, the graceful maiden of Dongshan, haunting dreams, tormenting the king, is indeed fitting. Jinju laughed, bending at the waist. In front of you, who would dare to speak of their appearance? Enough of these formalities. We're like old friends now. Come, let us gather our things. She took He Dangue by the hand and led her outside, chuckling, although that bowl of chicken soup was diluted with quite a bit of water. It is still too rich for your delicate constitution. However, you are not a mere statue. You need sustenance. Upon reaching the courtyard, He Dangue discovered a small mountain of items, including fruits, bags of rice, firewood, charcoal, a charcoal stove, a small heater, as well as various cooking utensils, candles, and soap. Gratefully, she exclaimed, "Sister, you have truly come to my aid. To be honest, I am famished. I was just contemplating foraging for some wild greens." Jinju lifted the charcoal stove and began walking inside, saying, "Earlier, I was afraid of disturbing your rest, so I had the goods unloaded in the courtyard. Now, we must move everything ourselves. There are about 25 to 26 pounds of rice and over 200 pounds of firewood and charcoal. The weather has cleared significantly, so we can take our time bringing the wood and charcoal inside over the next few days. For now, take the small heater inside and place it by the bedside. This room is almost like an ice cellar." He Dongue obediently carried in the small heater, while Jinju had already made her third trip back and forth. This time, she brought in a red clay pot wrapped in thick cloth, smiling as she said, "In Shandong, we have a saying, rice soup and noodle soup. Both are the nourishment of the poor. This pot of rice soup is perfect for you. I heard Jinjing mention that you have a profound understanding of medicine, so I knew you wouldn't mind its simplicity. I took the liberty of cooking a pot in the kitchen. Come, drink it while it's hot. It will help you sweat and dispel the cold." He Dongue felt a warmth in her heart, far surpassing the joy she felt when she received that bowl of chicken soup. She thanked Jinju and took the pot, lifting the lid to reveal the fragrant blend of rice and brown sugar, wafting like a mist that brushed against her cold cheeks, bringing a rosy hue to her face. She poured a generous bowl and drank half of it, then looked up at Jinjing with a smile, saying, "Hey, after you finish your bowl, you must try this. It will be just as delightful as yours." Jinjing's eyes curved into crescent moons as she nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, my senior sister's culinary skills are simply divine. She often makes chive pancakes, fried gluten, creamy milk cakes, and braised quail eggs in the little kitchen at her master's place. Oh, and there was one time she made spicy pumpkin vines and pan-fried tofu, packing them in a clay pot, sometimes wrapped in oil paper, to bring me as a snack during morning lessons. Even after eating it, I could still recall the taste for 5 or 6 days. You have no idea. My mother is the most skilled daughter-in-law in our village. But when it comes to cooking, she can't compare to even a fraction of my senior sister's skill." Jinju busied herself with moving things around and laughed, saying, "You little glutton, it's one thing to be greedy, but you also have the chatter of an old woman. Once you get married, you could easily transition into a matchmaker, spinning tales that would dazzle any suitor." She added, "I've only made you snacks fewer than 10 times. What do you mean by often?" Jinjing stuck out her tongue, fell silent, and resumed drinking her soup. Jinju sorted through the items piled on the bed, frowning as she sighed. "Aside from firewood and coal, everything else has been brought in. However, I completely forgot that your windows are drafty. The window paper and paste will have to wait until tomorrow to be delivered. For tonight, you can make do with a few long benches and some robes to create a temporary screen. Be cautious not to take it lightly. Sleeping with the night wind blowing in from the rooftop is no trivial matter." As she spoke, she pointed to a small pile of red fruits and green pears, smiling. "This morning, before I even stepped through the mountain gate, Jinjing rushed to me with a complaint, saying that the mangoes and melons in the morning hall had been taken away by her and a few other girls. I thought to myself, those fruits were merely for decoration, having been transported from the south and sitting for many days, so it's not a necessity to eat them. Don't bother with them. These are fresh and sweet, bought from the market in Tuer town last night, and are good for stimulating the appetite and strengthening the spleen. After you finish your soup, do try one." He Dongue squinted and smiled, saying, "Sister, you are so thoughtful and considerate. It's no wonder Jinjing always says you are like her mother. What can I do? Now I can't help but think the same. Jinju chuckled. Has your mouth been smeared with sugar as well? Speaking of which, both Jinjing and I possess round, plump faces, and I must say, we bear a striking resemblance. However, you have a delicate face with a pointed chin. You must have inherited that from your mother. He Dongguei lowered her head and took a generous sip of rice soup, then mumbled indistinctly, well, that can be said, for my mother also has a round face, and she rivals you, sister. Just as Jinju was about to remark that Dongguei must have taken after her father, she suddenly recalled that mentioning he Dongguei's father was a sensitive topic. So she hastily diverted the conversation to the new arrivals from the capital. After exchanging a few pleasantries, an elderly Taoist nun rushed in, breathless, and announced, Senior sister, Master is in the West Chamber entertaining guests. The guests have requested to see Miss He, and Master has asked you to escort her. Guests? Those Jean Iwei wish to see her? He Dongguei tilted her head in confusion, pondering why they would specifically request her presence when they had exchanged only a few words the previous day. They likely did not even know her and Jinjing's names. How could they so directly demand to meet her? Furthermore, even if they had truly found the person they had treated, it was unlikely they would immediately connect her to it. He Dongguei glanced at Jinjing and noticed her eyes wide with anxiety, mouth agape, resembling a frog poised to catch its prey. A faint smile crossed her lips as she said, What are you dazed about? It's nothing of great consequence. If they wish to see me, I shall go. It's merely a matter of answering a few questions. Since they haven't summoned you, you may remain here to continue enjoying your soup and keep an eye on our home. Chapter 012. The Immortal of Antarctica bestows medicine. Pearl smiled and reassured. Do not be afraid. Esteemed guests have heard of your adventures, and they merely wish to inquire and exchange pleasantries. With that, she meticulously arranged He Dongguei's hair before leading her to the West Wing. Upon entering, they could hear the incessant apologies of Tai Shan in a loud voice. My sincerest apologies. I assure you, I shall educate my disciples properly. Offending esteemed guests is truly. A low voice interrupted her. It was merely a misunderstanding. There is no need for concern, Master. It turned out that ever since the Genie Wei had taken residence in the Taoist temple yesterday, Tai Shan had assigned a dozen or so Taoist nuns to attend to their daily needs. Most of these nuns were noble scions from the capital, accustomed to being served, and initially accepted their roles with ease. Little did they know, these nuns were all fervently aspiring to ascend to greater heights. Thus none remained composed. Rather, they were overly attentive. During a single meal, one would serve dishes while another poured wine, all the while promoting themselves, with one even breaking into song, leaving several generals of the Jin Iwei on edge. Nevertheless, Duan Xiaolu, Lu Jiangbei, Liao Zuan, and the others exhibited remarkable composure. Particularly Duan Xiaolu, a natural protector of delicate flowers, believed that young women should be treated with utmost gentleness. Hence, although they felt quite uncomfortable the previous day, they begrudgingly endured a meal in the company of the nuns. The following day at lunch, the nuns arrived as expected, and Gao Ju's expression immediately darkened. After only a few bites, an overwhelming discomfort settled over the table, as the nuns' enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. A few even leaned in too closely. Unable to contain her frustration any longer after 2 days of simmering tension, Gao Ju suddenly drew a wide blade from her waist, slamming it into the table with a resounding thud, sending shivers through the nuns and scattering them in fright. Aside from Duan Xiaolu admonishing Gao Ju's actions, the others could hardly conceal their amusement. Once the nuns had fled, they calmly finished their lunch. After rinsing his mouth, Lord Gung sighed, crispy fried carp, phoenix tail skirt. It appears our identities have become somewhat known here. This is rather precarious, as we intended to remain incognito. Lu Jiangbei furrowed his brow indeed. Such exquisite dishes are unlikely to be found in a humble Taoist temple. Even for esteemed guests, a meal with chicken and fish would suffice. Yet they have prepared an extravagant feast, likely because they are aware of our official status and dare not be negligent. Jianpai glanced at Duan Xiaolu, saying, Duan, did you mention to those 2 nuns that we are officials? Could they have let slip? Duan Xiaolu raised an eyebrow. But you also mentioned last night that your belongings had been disturbed and a hairpin from your official document fell out. Lord Gung shook his head at this point. It matters not who divulged our identities. What is crucial is determining how many are aware of our status and ensuring their silence. Just then, Taishan approached from outside, her voice preceding her arrival. Oh dear. My sincerest apologies for any neglect. After a brief apology, Lu Jiangbei directly inquired how Taishan had discerned their identities. Realizing he could not conceal the truth, Taishan explained that his apprentice had inadvertently seen their official seals. Although the apprentice was somewhat illiterate, he had a vague understanding that they were all officials. Consequently, Lord Gung feigned anger, asserting that their presence in such a remote temple was meant to keep their movements a secret. Anyone who learned of their identities must maintain strict confidentiality, or face imprisonment for obstructing official duties. This frightened Taishan, who repeatedly nodded in agreement, assuring that the only others privy to this matter were himself and Jinshi, both of whom would keep it confidential. Inwardly, Taishan resolved to confine Jinshi upon his return. Lu Jiangbei further probed Taishan about the two female Taoists they encountered on the mountain yesterday, particularly one who was notably striking in both appearance and speech. However, Taishan could not recall such a figure among his disciples. Duan Xiaolu then reiterated his desire to pay a visit to the recently resurrected Miss He, prompting Taishan to summon He Dangu and Jinju. Jinju waited outside while He Dangu entered, clad in a green cotton dress with her hair simply styled in a cloud bun. Upon entering, she bowed at the door, greeting the guests with utmost respect. The gentlemen seated in the hall exchanged glances, realizing that the petite Taoist they had seen the previous day was none other than Miss He. Lu Jiangbei chuckled and remarked, "Ah, now we are complete. Miss He, the nature of our official identities is such that we prefer them to remain unknown. Unfortunately, Duan Qi inadvertently revealed it to you yesterday. We kindly ask that you and the other young lady keep this to yourselves." He Dangu lowered her head and responded affirmatively. Yet, Taishan felt a surge of indignation. Why were the officials so courteous to a young girl while threatening him, the head of the temple, with imprisonment? Duan Xiaolu rose, placed his untouched cup of tea at the end of the table, and cordially remarked, "So you're not a Taoist nun, but a lady of noble lineage. It was indeed discourteous of me to question you on the road yesterday. I hear you have just recovered from a serious illness. You must be exhausted standing. Please do take a seat." Liao Zuan smirked oddly, immediately earning a disapproving glance from Duan Xiaolu. He Dangu complied and sat down. At which point, Duan Xiaolu inquired about her injured foot, whether it had improved, what medication she was taking, and when her family would come to retrieve her. Among other things, Taishan's heart sank. He feared that his mistreatment of He Dangu would be exposed. Furthermore, the tone of this official suggested a deep concern for the young girl. Alas, had he known, he would have treated her more kindly. Moreover, they had just encountered her on a mountain path, and he had deceived these officials by claiming he had just taken her medicine and fallen asleep. He wondered if they would pursue him for this deception. He Dangu's expression remained placid. Despite receiving Duan Xiaolu's warm inquiries, her face betrayed no signs of elation, surprise, or gratitude. She simply responded with lowered eyes, each answer more satisfactory than Taishan had anticipated, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Liao Ziyuan remarked, "I heard that Miss He visited the Celestial Mansion for 2 days before returning to our side. Did you encounter anything novel along the way?" After a moment of hesitation, He Dangue recalled. The details of the others had faded from memory, but she distinctly remembered encountering an elderly man with kind eyes and a youthful countenance, along with some peculiar adventures. Yet, upon further reflection, she felt as though she had merely dreamt a strange dream, rather than experienced anything extraordinary. A chorus of voices interrupted her thoughts, inquiring about this so-called adventure. Noticing their keen interest, He Dangue hesitated, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety as she confessed, "This recollection is not entirely vivid. It seems that I received a pill from the old man, and upon consuming it, I felt an unexpected surge of vitality. After that, I awoke to find myself lying in a morning hall." Lu Jiangbei tapped his fingers on the table, exclaiming in astonishment, "Indeed, it is a remarkable encounter. Miss He, your fortune is truly rare. What do you think, Lord Gung? Lord Gung? He Dangawei turned her gaze towards the man in the blue robe who nodded slightly. She had discerned from their previous encounter on the mountain that he was the leader among the 9 skilled guards. He sat diagonally across from her, prompting her to glance up subtly. Before her stood a man in his 40s, lean and composed, with a cold demeanor. His high cheekbones and unremarkable features did not exude charm. Rather, his slightly sunken eyes held a depth that was both inscrutable and inherently intimidating. Despite her calm exterior, He Dangawei felt a shiver of apprehension within. In her previous life, she had encountered a myriad of officials while covertly aiding Zhu Quan, yet few possessed such a commanding presence. Her intuition whispered that the aura he emanated was less about dominance and more about a chilling ruthlessness. Could it be Gung Bingxiu? Gung Bingxiu was a founding general and the younger brother of the esteemed Duke of Chongqing, Gung Binwen. As a 4th-rank commander of the Jinyue, he was notorious as the most fearsome official in the realm. It was said that he remained composed and courteous in everyday matters, indistinguishable from the common man. Yet, when he seized upon an enemy's weakness, he transformed into a merciless force of nature. His cold-heartedness and brutal methods instilled terror, even in the cautious Zhu Quan, who harbored a deep-seated wariness of him. Within the next decade, thousands would find themselves begging for mercy beneath his relentless whip. Now, during the Hongwu era, Gung Bingxiu had recently assumed his position, still a relatively obscure figure, with his fearsome reputation yet to spread far and wide. Contemplating this, He Dangawei felt a bead of cold sweat form in her palm. What brought these individuals to Yangzhou? Why did they linger in the Taoist temple? Suddenly, Gung Bingxiu inquired about the old man from her dream. Did he possess any distinctive features? Had he uttered any words? Furrowing her brow, He Dangawei feigned deep concentration as she slowly replied. The old man was quite distant from me. I only vaguely recall that he leaned on a peachwood staff. Ah, yes. His forehead protruded significantly more than that of an ordinary person. He seemed to have mentioned that, had it not been for fate, my life would not have been at an end, and since I encountered him, it was destiny. Thus he bestowed upon me a pill of life, to which I expressed my gratitude. Moreover, he added that it was not a specially crafted elixir, but merely a remnant of the dross left behind after the old sage's alchemy, and whether it would be effective depended solely on my own fortune. Upon his words, a pill of orange-yellow hue materialized in my hand. All present were captivated. Even Tai Shan's gaze towards He Dangawei lost its previous disdainful demeanor. After a while, Duan Xiaolu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What joy! Miss He, upon consuming this celestial pill, shall be revived and should easily live to 100 or 80 years hence." He Dangawei's watery eyes flickered as she hurriedly shook her head in denial, asserting that is not the case. Let's not forget, that elder never claimed to be an immortal, and besides, this entire affair is merely a dream of mine. Lu Jiangbei regarded her with piercing eyes, lamenting, "How fortunate you are, my lady! You must have encountered the South Pole immortal, the longevity star among the 3 immortals of Penglai. Though tales of the longevity star have been sung for millennia, how many have truly laid eyes upon him? And you, Miss He, have been favored with his gift of medicine. It is indeed a cause for celebration." He Dangawei timidly lowered her gaze, choosing silence, while inwardly she muttered, "Hey, this is all your conjecture." I said nothing. The crowd exchanged their sentiments, and Gung Bingxiu mentioned they had matters to attend to, prompting Tai Shan and He Dangawei to rise and take their leave. Upon exiting the courtyard, Zhenju awaited by the wall. Tai Shan, regarding He Dangawei with a kind smile, said, "Miss He, I have a few words to discuss with Zhenju. You may return to rest for now. Later, I shall have someone prepare some medicine to help regulate your health." After expressing her gratitude, He Dangawei departed. As soon as He Dangawei left, Tai Shan eagerly seized Zhenju's hand and whispered fervently, to which Zhenju nodded gently before hastening away. Zhenju walked directly to the side room in the north courtyard, where several women were gathered, warming themselves by the fire while sharing whispers about various misfortunes and calamities. Standing at the entrance, Zhenju knocked on the wide-open wooden door. The women looked up, sheepishly smiling as they rose to greet her. Feigning ignorance of their prior conversation, Jinju exclaimed, "Congratulations! Have you all heard? There is a momentous occasion at the Luo residence." Li Jiuguang's wife, perplexed, inquired, "Master Jinju, what great event could possibly be happening at our Luo residence?" Jinju recounted Dongue's earlier description, embellishing it with the analyses of several guests, relaying every word vividly, and concluded, "Originally, my master was concerned for Missy's frail health, which is why he wished for you all to remain here to offer support. But it appears that Missy is in robust health now, her complexion radiant, truly blessed. Since the day is still young, why do you not hasten your journey to inform the matriarch and the ladies, bringing them joy?" The women grew increasingly astonished, exchanging glances as they absorbed the news. Lu Gui's wife sighed first. Who would have thought that among the young ladies of the Luo residence, the most fortunate of them all would be her? In the bloom of youth, one is bestowed with divine elixirs, evoking envy in others. The tall woman from the Gao family gazed with reddened eyes and lamented, "Alas, Ba, I, too, have devoted my life to faith and reverence. When might I encounter a celestial being or bodhisattva who would grant me some immortal potion or sacred water to ensure longevity?" The other women dispatched by the Luo family to deliver the spirit echoed her sentiments, proclaiming their frequent visits to offer incense and pray. Jinju smiled gently and replied, "Above us, divine beings are ever watchful. Your kindness and sincerity are clearly observed by the heavens, and one cannot predict what rewards may come in the future. However, let us first inform Miss He's family of this joyous occasion, so they too may partake in the happiness." As she spoke, she retrieved a piece of silver weighing 4 taels from her sleeve and placed it in Lu Gui's hands, saying, "A small token for your journey. I hope you do not find it lacking." The Huang family matriarch felt an overwhelming joy. The piece of silver appeared ample, likely exceeding 4 taels. Even if they traveled back and forth 10 times, it would suffice. Their second mistress typically offered only a few pennies as a reward, so it was indeed peculiar for a nun from the temple to be so generous. Yet it defied logic that these women, who had no ties to Jinju, would receive money from her. The other women shared similar thoughts, their expressions revealing their dilemma. Should they accept the money? They had been sent as hired mourners, and now, with the funeral arrangements rendered moot, it felt inappropriate to accept payment from a nun. Conversely, the desire for the money lingered. They had been disgruntled over the cost of travel, leaving them speechless. Jinju seemed to sense their hesitation and smiled. "Please, do not hesitate to accept. This money was originally intended by Miss He for your refreshments on the way. She feared you might refuse a child's offering, hence my discretion. Moreover, in a sense, she is your employer, and it is only right to compensate you for your efforts in this endeavor." The women's faces brightened, and they began to praise Miss He, each adding their own compliments, before gratefully accepting the silver and departing down mountain. Upon returning to the west chamber, Dangue found the door slightly ajar. Pushing it open, she discovered that Junjing was not within. On the table, a porcelain bowl belonging to Junjing still held half a bowl of sweet red rice soup. Leaning against the headboard, Dangue closed her eyes to rest. Although she had used a needle to clear her channels the previous night, expelling the heat and toxins from her body, she still felt quite weak. As the saying goes, recovery from illness is akin to pulling silk without a few effective remedies. It would take a prolonged period to regain her strength, and her frail condition would continue to be a burden for several more days. Dangue reached out to touch the soup pot, which remained warm, and poured herself another bowl of rice soup. As she drank, her thoughts turned to money. It was the one thing she desperately needed. Aside from the invaluable longevity lock she possessed, she found herself utterly destitute. Yet, a single coin can thwart even the most heroic of souls. She required funds for treatment and medicine, for transporting Jinjing, and to establish her own business. But where would the money come from? As she sipped her soup, a few coherent plans began to take shape in her mind, prompting a subtle smile to grace her lips. Suddenly, Zhan Jing, in a flustered haste, rushed in from outside. Upon seeing Dangue had returned, she immediately forced a rather unappealing smile, her words tumbling over one another in a chaotic manner. "You're back. Did anything slip out? That matter? Are you going to take a nap? This rice soup is truly delightful, haha." Dangue, noticing her disjointed speech, raised an eyebrow in confusion. After scrutinizing her closely, he abruptly tossed aside the soup bowl and seized her, yanking her hand from beneath her wide sleeves, his voice turning cold as he demanded, "Who did this?" Chapter 013. The Divine Mechanism of Qi Xuanyu. Xinjing waved her hand dismissively, her tone nonchalant yet laced with a hint of sorrow. "Ah, as sisters-in-law, we are tough-skinned and resilient. Enduring blows is merely a part of life. Do not concern yourself. I hardly feel pain." "Hardly feel pain?" Dan Gui slowly rolled up her sleeve, revealing a shocking array of long, crimson scars etched across the back of her hand, wrist, and forearm, 20 or so in total. Dan Gui was aware that in the tranquil courtyard of the temple, there existed a serene bamboo grove where the wind rustled the leaves, creating an atmosphere replete with poetic beauty. Yet, some of the nuns within the temple delighted in breaking these bamboo stalks, carving them into slender strips with their small knives, which were then used for punishment. The strips, soaked in salt water, would sting and burn with each strike, leaving behind a trail of dark bruises rather than fresh blood. Those who endured the lashes required no bandaging, nor did it impede their labor. In her previous life, Dan Gui had often faced a couple of sessions with the saltwater bamboo strips, a sharp and piercing sensation that had become an indelible memory, ingrained deep within her bones. "Too much suffering," Dan Gui asserted firmly, grasping Xinjing's hand. Xinjing could no longer contain her tears, sobbing quietly. It seemed as though two glimmering silver needles were hidden within Dan Gui's gaze, as she inquired, "Tell me, why did she strike you? Is it because of me?" Xinjing shook her head, her voice quivering. "No, it has nothing to do with you. It was merely that I inadvertently mentioned the deer antler cream the other night." "Ooh." She brought it up again today and insisted that Huaixin take me to her, demanding I reveal how I knew about the cream. I dare not tell her it was something I overheard from Master. Ooh. First you were to let me go, but Master found out. The punishment would be far worse. Dan Gui sighed, guiding her to sit on the edge of the bed, as she retrieved an embroidered needle from beneath the pillow. "Now, close your eyes and do not open them. Be obedient. It will be over soon, and you won't feel a thing." Xinjing fixed her gaze on the needle in Dan Gui's hand, crying even harder, exclaiming, "It hurts. It hurts. I don't want the needle. It hurts." Dan Gui frowned silence. "If you continue to scream, I shall seal your acupoint and render you mute." Xinjing was taken aback, immediately clamping her mouth shut. Dan Gui instructed her to keep her eyes closed once more, and Xinjing squeezed her eyes shut tightly, her neck retracting as if preparing for imminent sacrifice. The silver needle twinkled, spinning rapidly between Dan Gui's delicate fingers, soaring and leaping with grace. A cold smirk flickered in Dan Gui's eyes. "Too much suffering, indeed. I have yet to ponder how to deal with you, and yet you come rushing toward your own demise. Truly a case of the old immortal drinking poison, seeking to extend their life. For one who has brushed against death, you're scarcely worthy of being a stumbling block, at best. You are but a grain of sand in my shoe. Ah, perhaps it is better to strike from afar." In the bustling city of Yangzhou, where myriad waterways converge and merchants from all directions gather, the scene unfolds. In the prosperous city of Yangzhou, two waterways meander through the town, complemented by four thoroughfares that traverse the east, west, south, and north, dividing Yangzhou into 48 neighborhoods. The Wu family in the south, the Luo family in the north, the Guan family in the east, and the Sun family in the west are collectively known as the four prominent families of Yangzhou. A popular saying among the locals reflects their esteemed status. Wu, Luo, Guan, and Sun, their wealth fills the universe. At dawn, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky, not far from Hongpei Avenue, within a resplendent mansion adorned with red walls and golden tiles. A group of women hurriedly traversed the expansive courtyard, making their way to a corner gate in the front yard. Just as they approached, a well-dressed young woman emerged from the gate, her expression one of surprise upon encountering them. "Sister Lu, what brings you back?" "It is not yet the day of the funeral." With a gleam of joy on her face, Lu Guijia inquired, "Miss G, what fortuitous timing. May I ask, where is the old lady now?" Miss G frowned slightly. The old lady was heartbroken yesterday and hardly touched a morsel. Today, she has only regained a modicum of appetite, having nibbled on a bit of sweet sheep's porridge. Now, she is reclining in the side room, listening to the young mistress recount amusing tales. By the way, how is it that you have returned from the temple? Do not burden the old lady with trivial matters, and most importantly, refrain from mentioning anything concerning the third young lady. With a knowing smile, Lu Guijia replied, "Just leave me to her." "Yes, you. Once I speak with the old lady, she will devour 3 bowls of rice." Miss G looked perplexed. What good news could you possibly have brought back from such a place? Lu Guijia's enigmatic smile, shared by the other women who had accompanied the body, spoke volumes of unspoken camaraderie. Initially, the women had not been particularly keen on this errand, as it was a thankless task. For one, the second mistress had little fondness for her niece, Hidangue, a fact that had become common knowledge within the household. Furthermore, the expenses incurred during Hidangue's funeral amounted to 180 taels of silver, and even though the second mistress was astute with finances, it was not uncommon for her to discreetly siphon off 7 or 8 taels for incense and candles. However, upon returning to the Luo residence the previous night, the women learned that the second mistress's uncle had passed away 2 days prior. Overwhelmed with grief, she had rushed to seek leave from the old lady and hastened back to her family home. In the Luo household, the first mistress was uninvolved in financial matters, while the third mistress was newly pregnant, leaving the old lady to manage the affairs. The old lady had always been fond of her daughter-in-law and her daughter. If she were to discover that the third young lady not only survived, but also had a remarkable adventure, she would surely be overjoyed. Who wouldn't he rush to seize the opportunity to gain favor in the eyes of the old lady? Moreover, they had accepted the third young lady as silver, which made it all the more imperative to speak favorably when conveying news. Miss G led them outside, entered to report to the old lady, and then beckoned them in. Upon entering, they found the old lady reclining on a couch, her demeanor weary and dispirited, her eyes half open, avoiding any gaze. 3 young maidservants were attending to her feet, while the first mistress and the young mistress sat nearby, casting glances at the newcomers. Huang Han's woman stepped forward with a smile. "Old lady, joyous news, splendid news. The Luo family has encountered a momentous event of divine significance." With a single utterance, she captured the attention of everyone in the room, and thus she elaborately recounted the miraculous revival of the third young lady. Furthermore, she mentioned that a group of distinguished guests from the capital had taken residence at the temple during their visit to the third young lady. They learned of the dream in which an old man bestowed a medicinal gift. According to their interpretation, the elderly figure was none other than the revered deity of longevity, the South Pole immortal, and the elixir granted to the third young lady was, astonishingly, the residue from the alchemical furnace of the supreme Lord Laozi. Indeed, what might be considered mere refuse in the realm of the divine has become a rare and life-restoring treasure here on earth. Upon consuming the elixir, the third young lady was instantly rejuvenated, her complexion glowing with vitality, and she appeared far healthier than before. The elderly matriarch, filled with excitement, rose from her seat, repeatedly inquiring, "You are not jesting with me, are you? Where is he, and why has she not been brought back?" Lu, the esteemed matron, stepped forward to respond. Though the third young lady has consumed the celestial medicine, she had been without breath for 2 days and cannot yet endure the jostling of the journey. Currently, she is recuperating in the temple, longing dearly to reunite with you all. Shall we arrange for a carriage and sedan chair to bring her back at once? The matriarch nodded in agreement, about to give her orders, when the usually silent elder matriarch, Madame Zhao, suddenly interjected, "Hold on, this matter is exceedingly peculiar. We must not act in haste." Frowning, the matriarch retorted, "Elder daughter-in-law, what nonsense are you speaking? If we offend the celestial deities, what calamity might befall us?" Zhao replied, "I assure you, I do not speak lightly. Have you not heard the saying, 'Dreams may lead one astray'? The good fortune he has dreamt of may not necessarily herald well. Last year, did not the second madam invite a geomancer to assess our home? The geomancer pointed towards the west and warned, 'Peach blossoms repel water. The fate is aligned with the Komu wolf star. This bodes ill for the elders of the household, and Yi resides in the western courtyard. Now, she has returned from the dead. Such a resilient fate must surely correspond with the geomancer's ominous prediction. The matriarch's expression softened, though she merely chided gently. How can you, as her aunt, speak of her in such a way? The eldest daughter-in-law, Madame Dong, keenly observed the tension and seized the moment to add, Matriarch, we all wish for Yi's well-being, for she is the sole descendant of our esteemed lineage. However, this situation reeks of the uncanny. What you may not be aware of is that since the day before yesterday, our Zhu has been running a low fever and has eaten considerably less than usual. Just the day before, the 8th young master from the 2nd Madame's family passed away unexpectedly, and lo and behold, the very next moment, news arrived from the temple of Yi's miraculous revival. What a peculiar coincidence indeed. The granddaughter-in-law hesitated, her face betraying a sense of great unease, saying, I have a suspicion, though I'm unsure if I should voice it. The matriarch, visibly anxious, urged, speak your mind. There are no outsiders present here. Madame Dong stammered. What if she has been possessed by some malevolent spirit, returning to exact vengeance upon us all? The younger ones in our family, unable to withstand her return, may fall ill or perish before she arrives home. The matriarch recalled, do you remember when our Wei celebrated his first month? He endured 3 consecutive days of low fever, refusing food, drink, or cries, leaving all the physicians at loss. Feng Rue, well-versed and knowledgeable, seemed to have frightened the supernatural beings. Initially, Sun's daughter-in-law was skeptical, but as she witnessed Wei Gu'er suffer, my heart as a mother felt as though it were being carved by a knife. Thus I summoned several monks and priests to perform a ritual, and indeed, Wei Gu'er recovered. Now, our Zhu Gu'er exhibits symptoms strikingly similar to those Wei Gu'er once faced. Zhao Shi, covering her mouth and wearing a fearful expression, implored, Ancestress, you have always favored your 2 great-grandsons the most. You must take a stand for them. If we allow these malevolent beings to enter our home, we shall all be doomed. The old matriarch furrowed her brow, her countenance shifting between hope and despair. Zhao Shi, as if suddenly recalling something, displayed a pained expression on her plump face and remarked, perhaps we are merely overthinking and unjustly accusing Yijier. However, at present, Qi Xianyu is residing in the guest room of the South Garden. Who among us has the fortune to invite him? Why not seize this opportunity to have him divine the matter? The matriarch, a staunch believer in the supernatural, had initially rejoiced upon hearing that the 3rd young lady had been rescued by a deity. However, the reasoning presented by her daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law extinguished her joy, and she gradually found herself convinced by their arguments. Thus, she nodded in agreement. Very well. I too wish to see what sort of individual this late-born scion of the Qi family is, who is held in such high esteem by our esteemed ancestor. She then turned to the waiting maid, Ji, and instructed, go to the South Garden and invite Mr. Qi to come here. The matriarch, secretly delighted, turned to Lu Gui and the others, and said, you need not linger here any longer. Go down and enjoy some tea and rest. The women curtsied and took their leave. Dongshi hesitated for a moment and said, I must return to check on Zhu Gu'er, so I shall not stay longer. The matriarch nodded in acquiescence, and Dongshi gracefully rose, her skirt jingling as she exited. In a brief moment, only the matriarch, the eldest daughter-in-law, and 3 attending maidservants remained in the room. Qi Xianyu, the only son of the Grand Master Qi Jing, had received the true teachings of his father from a young age, becoming a prodigious talent, known by the title of Tianjizi. He currently held the esteemed position of the 5th-rank supervisor of the Astronomical Bureau at court. It was said that Qi Xianyu was not yet 24 years old, with a face likened to jade and strikingly handsome features. For reasons unknown, he had formed an unlikely friendship with the 81-year-old patriarch of the Luo family. Thus, during his visit to Yangzhou, he chose to reside not in the official quarters prepared for him, but directly within the Luo household. Although Dongshi was a married woman, she remained a young bride, and given that their guest was a handsome young man, it was deemed inappropriate for her to entertain. The matriarch and the eldest daughter-in-law were mindful of this consideration and allowed her to leave. After a brief interval, Ji led a young man into the room. As he approached, he bowed and inquired, "May I ask what instructions the venerable matriarch has?" The matriarch and Zhao Shi exchanged a glance, filled with astonishment. This renowned supervisor of the Astronomical Bureau appeared quite. The newcomer was a striking youth, clad in a green silk robe, wearing a small cap, and with a blade of dogtail grass between his lips. The matriarch smiled and said, "Lord Qi, being of the same generation as our esteemed ancestor, I must humbly acknowledge that I am even a generation below you, so I dare not use the term instructions. However, there is indeed a matter on which I seek your assistance." As she spoke, she instructed the young maid to present a sheet of paper and remarked, "I have heard that Lord Qi possesses the remarkable ability to discern personalities and interpret fortunes with unparalleled accuracy. It is said that there was a wealthy merchant who brought chests of gold and silver to seek your counsel. Yet Lord Qi dismissed the offer with a mere phrase, 'Though skilled in divination, I do not indulge in frivolous practices. Now, an unusual matter has arisen within the Luo family, and I find myself at a loss. Thus, relying on the friendship between you and the late patriarch, I beseech you to interpret the destiny reflected in this birth chart." Qi Xuanyu's phoenix eyes shimmered with amusement as he smiled and replied, "Dear matron, you overstate my abilities. I have resided in your household for half a month, enjoying your hospitality, and discerning a birth chart should pose no difficulty." He accepted the chart, glanced over it, and contemplated, in the year of Guihai, the month of Jiwei, and the day of Dinghai, with the yearly star of West Sha, the constellations align with the element of earth on the roof. This suggests a noble destiny. "What, may I inquire, does the esteemed matron wish to know?" The matron sighed and said, "My granddaughter passed away unexpectedly 10 days ago, and we found it inappropriate to hold mourning rites at home, so we sent her to the waterside merchant's abode. However, today, the servant who accompanied her returned with news that she has revived, claiming to have awakened after consuming a potion given by an ancient deity. Meanwhile, another young child in our family has fallen ill and shows no signs of recovery. I fear there may be something strange at play, which is why I seek your insight regarding the potential presence of any malevolent energy within my granddaughter's birth chart." Qi Xuanyu could not suppress a chuckle. "Malevolent energy? Dear matron, your concerns are misplaced. In this vast and luminous world, if there were indeed any malevolent entities, they would certainly not breach the threshold of your esteemed residence. Since this young lady once dwelled in your household, she is undoubtedly a human being, entirely unrelated to any malevolence. As for the illness afflicting your young child, I wonder what kinship exists between this child and the young lady. Are they siblings?" The matron shook her head. "Zhu Guer is the son of Yi's elder cousin. Thus he is her distant nephew." "And what are the young lady's parents and brothers? Are they in good health?" "Her mother is quite well, devoted to her spiritual path." Qi Xuanyu's eyes tilted slightly, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, "There exists the notion that a strong fate may overshadow one's kin, but it typically pertains to one's immediate elders, not distant relatives. Given that the young lady's mother is in good health, how could she possibly cast a shadow over a distant nephew? Huh, I wonder who conceived such a ludicrous idea." Zhao's expression faltered, and she reproached, "It was Zhu Guer's mother who brought it up." Naturally, a woman of limited experience might err in her thoughts, especially since Zhu Guer is her beloved child. Qi Xuanyu merely smiled in silence. The matron inquired further, "Is there anything more that can be gleaned from the birth chart? How is my Yi's fate? Will she encounter any significant calamities in the future?" The paradise lies within the mirror lake, reflecting the vibrant hues upon the tranquil waves. Qi Xuanyu mused as he carefully examined the paper once more before declaring, "If the matron wishes to inquire about the young lady's prospects in love, there is no need for concern. Her future husband will be a person of exceptional merit, and they are destined for a harmonious union." Chapter 014. The great dust bites the Beit Zhao was filled with indignation and persistently inquired, "What if we ask about the household or inquire about our relatives and elders?" Qi Xuanyu discarded the dog tail grass tuft from his mouth, retrieved 3 copper coins from his sleeve, and his demeanor became noticeably more serious. After a brief pause, he tossed the coins onto the table, repeating this action several times. The old lady and Zhao held their breath in anticipation. Upon casting the last coin, Qi Xuanyu's expression transformed into one of solemnity as he slowly asked, "Madam, did you just mention that the young lady remembers awakening after consuming an elixir?" The old lady nodded anxiously. Qi Xuanyu furrowed his brow and said, "Forgive my boldness, but does your esteemed household possess a portrait of the young lady? Might I request to see it?" "A portrait?" The old lady was about to call for someone to fetch it when she suddenly recalled that among her several children, only Yi had never had her likeness painted. Zhao also displayed a look of embarrassment, yet the nearby maid, Licorice, chimed in with a smile. "Madam, the third miss is quite skilled. She often cuts flowers and birds for others, and it seems she has even crafted a small likeness of herself. We have one readily available." The old lady hurriedly urged. "Quickly, bring it here." Licorice replied, "We do have it, but it may take a while to locate." The old lady pressed her to hurry and instructed another maid to serve tea and pastries as the three of them ate while waiting. After finishing the third cup of tea, Licorice entered, lifting the curtain and presenting a small cutout of about an inch to Qi Xuanyu. As he accepted it, his gaze lingered on Licorice's face, and with a subtle smile, he expressed his gratitude, causing her to blush and her heart to race. The old lady and Zhao exchanged glances, bemused. How could a fifth-rank court official, rumored to be a favorite of the emperor, exude such a roguish air? Lacking any semblance of decorum, Qi Xuanyu held the small likeness in his palm, examining it for a moment, his eyes sparkling as he nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, I have not miscalculated. This young lady possesses an extraordinary fate, one of immense value. If my predictions hold true, such a destiny is reserved for those of noble virtue accumulated over 10 lifetimes. Furthermore, the celestial being's gift of elixir affirms this notion. Yet what?" Both the old lady and Zhao asked in unison. Qi Xuanyu refrained from continuing, stroking his chin with the back of his hand, nodding and shaking his head intermittently. Ultimately, he tucked the small likeness into his bosom and remarked with a smile, "This delightful piece is simply irresistible. My sister has a penchant for exquisite items. I shall consider it an auspicious offering for her." As he spoke, he sprang from his seat, grimacing and stating, "I am feeling quite unwell. Perhaps something I ate disagreed with me. Please, take your time. I must make a brief visit to the restroom." With that, he seemed to levitate, soaring into the air. Zhao, perplexed, pondered, but the Qi family has only one heir, the esteemed Master Qi. Where did this sister come from? The old lady and Zhao sat in silence for some time, contemplating. Zhao then called out to the entrance, "Pomegranate, please check if Mr. Qi has returned from the restroom." At the entrance, a young maid peered in, her head barely visible, and replied, "Madam, I have witnessed with my own eyes that Master Qi was leaping among the several large locust trees, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished beyond the walls of the estate. I am uncertain as to which eastern latrine he has ventured." The matriarch and Zhao remained speechless, and the young maid, sticking out her tongue, withdrew her head outside. After a brief moment, Zhao interjected, "Ancestor, the situation has become quite evident. Qi Xuanyu must have calculated some ominous event, which ultimately frightened him away." The elderly lady reclined back onto the soft couch, closed her eyes, and said, "Allow me to ponder this matter further. You may return for now." As noon approached, the sun shone brightly. Jinju brought thick paper and paste, and she and Jinjing began to paste the door frames and windows. Initially, Dengue assisted with the task, but after a while, she noticed that Junju and Jinjing's work was smooth and aesthetically pleasing, while the two windows she had pasted appeared crumpled and ragged, resembling patches on a new garment. Jinjing chuckled delightfully. "Look at yours. There's a large wrinkle here. In a couple of days, it will surely peel off. I thought you were quite adept, but it seems you too have your clumsy moments. How disillusioning." Dengue rolled her eyes. "I can also till the fields and plant rice. Can you do that?" Jinju laughed. "Sister, you may not know, but our temple is quite distant from the town, making it difficult to hire skilled craftsmen. Even if we offered a handsome sum, they may not be willing to trek up this mountain. Thus, we not only paste window paper, but also occasionally take on roles as carpenters, masons, and blacksmiths, as we have become accustomed to the labor. No matter how deft your hands are, Without experience, you cannot achieve the same results. You should refrain from interfering here. Since the sun is so warm today, why not take a stroll outside? He Dinga, acknowledging her shortcomings, smiled and said, the front hall is likely reciting scriptures now. I shall go listen. You take your time. With that, she stepped outside. Jinjing scratched her cheek. How does she know it is the time for the midday scriptures? Jinju stirred the paste and shot her a glance. If you ask me, whom should I inquire? Then she glanced at the back of Jinjing's hand, which bore faint red marks, and could not help but exclaim, I did not expect that sister he possesses such remarkable medical skills. Typically, it takes over a month for ordinary ointments to heal to this extent. What method is this? Jinjing smiled and waved her hand, boasting. Xiao, he called this golden needle acupuncture, a form of acupuncture that is most effective for external injuries, while treating her own cold symptoms takes longer. I thought a needle would be excruciating, but surprisingly, it was cool and painless. Jinju frowned. However, it is concerning that at such a young age, she possesses such skills. It will inevitably attract the envy of those with ulterior motives. Jinjing, you must remember to keep this under wraps. I know. You two have reminded me 17 times already. Now I even dream about it. If anyone asks how my injury healed so suddenly, I shall say that Xiao, he gifted me a bottle of family recipe medicine. Beneath the warm sun, he Dangue slowly strolled into the Qingxin Hall, hearing the buzzing sound of scripture recitation emanating from the adjacent ritual hall. Thus, she settled into a corner, savoring the grand, yet hollow, abstract verses, patiently awaiting. Every day after the noon class, Tai Chan would inevitably pass by the Hall of Tranquil Hearts. For behind the statues of the three pure ones lay a substantial stash of cured meats. Each evening following the lessons, Tai Chan would traverse the backyard, drawn by the hidden jar of Shaoxing rice wine within the courtyard walls. However, the night before last, that jar had been taken by Jinjing. Even in the absence of wine, the meat remained irresistible. Gluttony was Tai Chen's greatest flaw. Although she contemplated enlisting the help of the Jinyui to deal with Tai Chun, she was merely a 10-year-old girl now, and any interaction with the Jinyui would be unwise. Yet, here she had inadvertently encountered Tai Chun Shirtai. A casual greeting and a few exchanged words would go unnoticed. He Dangue smiled faintly, realizing that if she could not incite the Jinyui to pursue Tai Chun, she could instead provoke Tai Chun to seek them out. If she could instill some form of misunderstanding in Tai Chun, it would be even more splendid. As long as she presented herself as an innocent and naive child, should Tai Chun encounter any unfortunate events thereafter, even Tai Chun herself would not suspect an ignorant child, merely lamenting her own misinterpretation, ill fortune, and self-inflicted demise. The afternoon sun filtered through the window panes, illuminating the girl in the corner of the shrine, enhancing the porcelain-like pallor of her delicate face, making her appear almost doll-like. At that moment, she sat with her head slightly bowed, seemingly engrossed in thought, evoking a sense of reluctance to disturb her tranquility. Though she were only a simple blue cloth dress and adorned her hair with a wooden pin, less refined than the attire of even a modest Taoist, anyone, regardless of gender or status, who cast a glance in that direction could not help but be captivated. What a remarkable beauty from the Huai River, Duan Xiaolu mused inwardly. Such a stunning girl. How unfair of heaven to grant her such beauty. Tai Chun felt a twinge of inadequacy. Duan Xiaolu and Tai Chun entered the Hall of Tranquil Hearts, both momentarily captivated by He Dangue in the corner. Before returning to their senses, Tai Chun, with a hint of surprise, exclaimed, Ah, indeed, how fortunate to see you here, Master Duan. Are the esteemed guests residing at the Taoist temple to your satisfaction? Duan Xiaolu nodded slightly, replying, I am most grateful for your hospitality. It is quite delightful. Tai Chun wished to engage in further conversation, but Duan Xiaolu had already stepped forward, approaching He Dangue. With a courteous bow, he remarked, Your demeanor just now almost led one to believe you were on the verge of transcending to immortality, riding the winds. Pray, what thoughts occupy your mind, Miss He? Might you share them with us? He Dangue cast a sidelong glance at Tai Chun behind Duan Xiaolu, lowering her gaze with a gentle smile. I was merely lost in thought for a while. Unlike a busy gentleman, such as yourself, I have ample leisure time. Duan Xiaolu then withdrew two exquisitely crafted snow porcelain vials from the folds of his sleeve, presenting them to He Dangue with a soft voice. Yesterday, engrossed in your discourse, I completely forgot about this. You have just recovered from serious illness and ought to take good care of yourself. Yet the mountainous isolation makes it difficult to find a skilled physician or quality herbs. These two vials of medicine are from the apothecary of Ingtian Prefecture. I have no need for them, so please keep them for your use. The apothecary? As He Dongwai felt a sudden flutter at her brow. She raised her hand to accept two porcelain vials, examining them briefly before sealing them once more and returning them to Duan Xiaolu. I cannot accept such precious items without merit, she stated resolutely. Duan Xiaolu, believing her to be merely reluctant to accept a stranger's gift, smiled and replied, I harbor no ulterior motives. This is but a small token of goodwill. These two vials are hardly worth a single tael of silver, so please, take them with ease. He Dongwai's gaze remained fixed upon the porcelain vials, a cold smile creeping into her heart. She was acutely aware of the composition of the pills within and was quite familiar with the apothecary from whence they hailed. To be fair, these two vials would be immensely beneficial to her health. Even consuming a single pill could sustain her for weeks of recovery. Nevertheless, she resolutely tilted her head aside, gently closing her eyes, and said, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I am unworthy of such gifts. Please, keep them for yourself. Duan Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback, sensing a sudden shift in her tone, and feared he might have offended her with his presumption. He felt a pang of regret. He was accustomed to dealing with demure young ladies, and it was common for them to graciously refuse gifts only to ultimately accept them with tears of gratitude. Never had he encountered a woman who responded with anger. It dawned on him that perhaps it was improper to present gifts to ladies of high standing. Was there a deeper significance behind such gestures? He felt wronged. He harbored no special intentions. At that moment, Taichun sidled up with a grin, eager to diffuse the tension. Ah, young ladies often indulge in playful pouts. Do not take it to heart, Master Duan. I am in charge of the apothecary and will prepare some beneficial remedies for Miss He to alleviate her discomfort, enabling her to converse amiably with you henceforth. Just as Duan Xiaolu was about to respond, a low chuckle echoed from the entrance of the grand hall. The three turned in unison to see Liao Ziyuan, clad in a blue outfit, casually leaning against the doorframe, his gaze fixed upon He Dongwai's face. Master Duan, he remarked, earlier when we all set out, you suddenly claimed to have spotted a beautiful bird and wished to catch it. So we stood there, exchanging glances, waiting for your return. After our legs grew weary, the elders sent me to find you. May I inquire where that bird has flown? What has kept you here? He Dongwai's expression remained unchanged, while Duan Xiaolu's face flushed with indignation. Shan Mao, must you always speak? I merely passed by the grand hall and saw Missy inside. Is it so wrong to come in and greet her? Ignoring him, Liao Ziyuan turned to He Dongwai with a warm smile. Forgive me, miss, for the jest. Although Master Duan is no longer a youth, he is yet to win a bride, and he is quite the stubborn fellow, utterly lacking in charm to amuse young ladies. Should he act foolishly, simply regard him as a clumsy ox. He Dongwai offered a slight nod, neither confirming nor denying his words. Liao Ziyuan and Duan Xiaolu observed that she was no longer the eloquent and quick-witted individual they had first encountered. They speculated that she was still harboring resentment towards their frivolous remarks. With Taichun present, they refrained from further discussion and took their leave. As Duan Xiaolu stepped outside, he glanced back at the silhouette bathed in sunlight beneath the window, leaving with a heavy heart. Even now, he could not comprehend why He Guing had so suddenly changed her demeanor. Taichun, observing closely from the side, mused that the young gentleman Duan must have taken a fancy to the young girl, which explained his overt attentiveness. It was indeed peculiar. Ever since these esteemed guests had arrived, they made numerous excursions outside the temple each day, their hurried demeanor betraying no hint of leisurely exploration typical of cultured scholars. Moreover, given the desolate and inhospitable nature of the area surrounding the temple, it was rare to see anyone venture here for recreation. What, then, was the true identity of these distinguished guests? What was their purpose for residing here? Chapter 15. The grand banquet unfolds. Tai Chun cast a glance at Yidan Gui, the old monk who had entered a state of meditation. Observing the young lady's demeanor, it appeared she was quite familiar with these individuals. Perhaps it would be prudent to extract some clues from her. With this thought in mind, Tai Chun adorned her face with a congenial smile, her previously boisterous voice softening. "Miss He, what medicine did you consume at home? I could prepare some for you." Yidan Gui looked up, smiling as she replied, "There is no need for you to trouble yourself, Master Tai. My medicine will arrive by tomorrow at the latest." Though Tai Chun did not fully grasp the implications of her words, she chose not to ponder further. Yidan Gui's polite refusal was perfectly acceptable. After all, it was merely a courteous remark. If Yidan Gui truly wished for this medicine, or that Tai Chun would only be able to offer empty promises. Cautiously, Tai Chun inquired, seeing how hurriedly they departed, "I wonder what they are preoccupied with?" Yidan Gui donned a contemplative expression, speaking intermittently. "I seem to have vaguely heard something about patrolling the mountains, but perhaps I misheard. There is no lack of fine medicine in the capital. Why would they seek herbal remedies here?" Abruptly covering her mouth, she looked at Tai Chun nervously and added, I was merely speaking to myself. You may disregard what I said." Despite her efforts to conceal her excitement, a flicker of exhilaration betrayed Tai Chun's countenance. After a brief hesitation, she pressed on, "So, when the guests called you over for conversation yesterday, did they mention what kind of work they were engaged in?" Yidan Gui shook her head. "The guests were merely curious about my experiences and asked a few questions. Yet they revealed nothing about themselves. Master Tai Chun was present at the time, but what?" Tai Chun asked, her eagerness palpable. Yidan Gui lowered her gaze, her brow furrowed in difficulty, her sparkling eyes fluttering as she hesitantly murmured, "I only caught a few fragmented words and do not dare to speculate foolishly. However, after Master Tai Chun and I exited, I distinctly heard someone inside mention drug potion. Thus, I cannot accept the medicine sent by this young Master Duan." Tai Chun's eyes sparkled with astonishment as she quickly paced in place before regaining her composure, smiling as she said, "Miss He, please take your time. I have matters to attend to in the backyard, so I shall excuse myself. I will prepare your medicine another day." Yidan Gui cast one last sincere glance at her, saying, "Take care, Master." As Tai Chun's figure disappeared, a cold smile crept onto Yidan Gui's lips. The saying cleverness can lead to one's downfall seemed to encapsulate Tai Chun perfectly. Contemplatively eyeing the statue of the three pure ones, Yidan Gui smiled again, recalling that Tai Chun had been so excited earlier that she had forgotten to take her snacks. After tonight, she would not have the leisure to retrieve the bag of treats, rather than let it go to waste. It would be better to take it back as a reward for Jinjing. As autumn's high sky brightened, the afternoon sun grew increasingly fervent, greedily evaporating the moisture from the ground. "Jinwei, come here," Tai Chun called from the courtyard. A tall, slender nun in her 20s hurried over, inquiring eagerly, "Master, the delivery woman, Granny Lei, has just arrived. Did we not ask her to bring wine and meat?" Tai Chun, with an air of impatience, waved her hand dismissively. "Enough. Do not bother me with trivial matters. Why do you not observe how efficiently my eldest disciple, Tai Chun, accomplishes tasks? You should learn from her." Jinwei, bearing an expression of suppressed frustration, watched as Tai Chun retrieved a small ingot of silver from her bosom, weighing it thoughtfully in her hand. After a moment of contemplation, she produced a handful of coins and, fixing her gaze intently on Jinwei, declared, "I am entrusting you with an important task. Should you execute it successfully, I shall acknowledge you as a person superior to Jinju, and you shall reap the rewards henceforth." Jinwei, brimming with excitement at the sight of the silver ingot, nodded vigorously. "Master, please give your orders. I have long wished to showcase my abilities." Tai Chun glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot before she whispered, "Listen closely. First, seek out a few of the young women chopping wood at the temple. Disperse this handful of coins among them and inquire if they have seen any guests from the West Wing wandering in the mountains these past few days. If they confirm that guests have indeed been roaming about, then proceed to the kitchen and deliver this silver ingot to the newly hired head chef. Instruct him to prepare an exquisite feast, far superior to what Tai Chun usually requests. Do you understand?" Jinwei hesitated, nodding despite not fully grasping the instructions. Too intimidated to ask for clarification, Taichun, exasperated, muttered an expletive, reiterated her instructions, and insisted that Junwei repeat them back before finally permitting her to leave. As the saying goes, one need not tread far to find what is sought. Taichun stood alone in the courtyard, her excitement growing with each passing moment, eventually erupting into triumphant laughter. On the other side of the wall, He Dangui, clutching a large oiled paper bundle, smiled faintly. He Dangui made his way back to the east wing, encountering no one along the path. However, just as he was about to step through the gate, he overheard the voices of men within, unmistakably those of Duan Xiaolu and his companions. He furrowed his brow slightly and slowed his pace as he entered, discovering Jinju, Zhenjing, Duan Xiaolu, and Liao An gathered in the corridor, seemingly engrossed in an amusing conversation, each face adorned with smiles. Dressed in blue, Liao Yuan, and clad in a deep red robe, Duan Xiaolu possessed remarkable hearing, despite their backs being turned to the entrance. They sensed He Dongui's approach and turned to look at him simultaneously. Liao Yuan greeted him with a smile. "Miss He, I trust you are well. By the way, you walk quite slowly. I could have made 20 trips back and forth by now with Duan." Duan Xiaolu offered a sheepish grin beside him. He Dangui replied with a faint smile. "I saw you both at noon and again in the afternoon. Our encounters are quite frequent." Liao Yuan, draping an arm over Duan Xiaolu's shoulder, sighed. "My foolish brother does not know why he has offended the lady. We were all busy with important matters just now while he was lost in thought. As the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must find the one who tied it. Thus, I have brought him here to apologize." Duan Xiaolu, indignant, playfully punched him. "What nonsense! You were the one who said to come to the East Wing for clues, and I merely accompanied you." Zhenju, amused by their banter, turned to He Dangui and said, "Sister, there's a pressing matter I have long wished to entrust to someone, but I have yet to find a suitable person." To my surprise, both of these gentlemen are warm-hearted individuals. Just a casual mention for me, and they readily offered their assistance. Such rarity. Noticing He Dongui's look of confusion, Zhenju explained, "When you encounter good fortune, the person who rejoices the most is not anyone else, but your mother. Although the Luo family will inform her as well. It would be far better for us to send someone ahead with a letter penned by you to elucidate the matter." Mother? A wave of bittersweet emotions washed over He Dangui. To claim that she did not long to see her mother immediately would be a falsehood. From the very first night she awoke, her thoughts had been predominantly occupied by her mother. However, if she could not establish herself firmly within the Luo family, bringing her mother back from a Sanqing temple would only subject her to further alienation. If she could correspond with her mother, alleviating her worries, and arrange a meeting. Upon contemplating this, He Dongui's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lifted her gaze to Duan Liao and the others, urgently inquiring, "Is it true that you two are willing to help, considering that Yuyong Mountain lies 600 miles away?" Seeing the tearful visage before them, both Duan Xiaolu and Liao Zuan could not help but nod emphatically, promising, "Rest assured, we shall take care of this matter. We have our trusty courier, the Flying Legs, stationed at the foot of the mountain. Your letter will reach its destination by nightfall at the latest." The term Flying Legs refers to a swift courier service, with a horse capable of covering 800 miles in a day and a person capable of traversing 200 miles. They are adept at delivering messages, second only to the Imperial Relay Riders, regardless of whether the route is by water, mountain, steep cliffs, or deep valleys. There is no missive that the Flying Legs cannot deliver. He Dangui could hardly contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Please wait just a moment. I shall go and compose the letter at once." With that, she hurried into the house, forgetting to express her gratitude. Such genuine demeanor made her far more endearing than her previous gentle and distant facade, prompting both Duan Xiaolu and Liao Ziyuan to share a knowing smile rather than feeling any offense. Zhenju, witnessing this scene, smiled gently and returned with a basket of red fruits and green pears, saying, "Although we lack fine tea to offer you, the fruits are fresh. Please enjoy them while you wait." Duan Liao and the others did not decline, sitting down on the stone steps before the door, receiving the fruits with gratitude and beginning to eat. Zhen Jing followed Yi Dangui into the house, exclaiming, I had no idea they were such wonderful people. They're nothing like the officials I have encountered before. That day, unable to restrain herself, she began to recount their first encounter in the mountains. Yi Dangui quickly covered her mouth, fearful that she might mention anything related to fugitives. Both Duan Liao and the others were highly skilled, capable of enhancing their senses with internal energy, making eavesdropping a commonplace occurrence. Aware of her indiscretion, Zhen Jing withdrew her head, resting on the table to watch Yi Dangui write. The writing materials and envelopes were provided by Zhen Zhu that very morning, and Yi Dangui silently expressed her gratitude to her, appreciating her thorough consideration for her well-being. Such a fine woman deserves more than a lifetime spent in a temple. Even if she does not desire to remarry, she could certainly lead a more fulfilling life. With such thoughts in mind, Yi Dangui completed 2 pages of writing. After a moment's reflection, she drew a small mark at the end of the letter. This is a little pig? Zhen Jing tilted her head in confusion, saying, Though I cannot read the words, I can understand the drawing. Why have you drawn a little pig for your mother? Though quite adorable, Yi Dangui made a playful grimace, declaring, This is my zodiac sign. In a moment of serene clarity, she meticulously dried the ink and carefully sealed the letter. Approaching the door, she handed the missive to Duan Xiaolu, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Thank you immensely for your assistance. The swift courier, known as Fimatui, was a service rarely afforded even by common folk. Only the government or illustrious families could command such a messenger. Initially, Yi Dangui had intended to wait until she earned enough to hire someone to deliver the letter to Yuru Mountain. Yet now, her plans had advanced by at least 10 days, filling her with joy. Duan Xiaolu tucked the letter into his cloak and chuckled. It was merely a small favor. I shall descend the mountain immediately to deliver this to Fimatui. Farewell. With that, he propelled himself off the ground, soaring into the air and vanishing atop the eaves. This spectacle astonished not only Yi Dangui and her companions, but also left Liao Huan momentarily speechless as he coughed, Wait, cough, that's me. After a few firm thumps on his chest, he finally swallowed the piece of pear core, grinning wryly at Yi Dangui. I have worked alongside him for many years. Yet I have never witnessed such an extraordinary feat. Yi Dangui smiled graciously. I owe both of you a significant debt of gratitude, which I shall repay. I shall remember this. Liao Zuan waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, I must take my leave, as a flash of silver darted from his blue-clad sleeve. In an instant, he leaped over the courtyard wall, disappearing as though he had evaporated into thin air. Observing the incredulous expressions on Zhen Jing and Jinju's faces, Yi Dangui explained. He must have wrapped a fine steel wire around his wrist, with the other end connected to a claw-like hidden weapon. When in use, he first propels the weapon to the other side of the wall, then utilizes the wire's strength to soar away. Zhen Jing and Jinju nodded in enlightened agreement, with Jinju expressing her astonishment. At such a young age, you possess such extensive knowledge, while I, having lived to this age, have never encountered such a master. Yi Dangui chuckled. Sister, at merely 18, your tone resembles that of my grandmother. However, she mused, on a different note, it would have been swifter for them to descend through the main gate of the temple rather than leaping over the walls. Jinjing shot her a bemused glance, replying, To show off for your sake, of course, even a fool can see that. Meanwhile, Zhenwei, breathless and hurried, entered Fumian courtyard, locating Taichun, and gasped, according to master's instructions. I first inquired of Huaitu and the others who gather firewood on the mountain. They mentioned having seen guests wandering the hills numerous times, seemingly searching for something. Subsequently, I sought out the new chef, Lu Laojiu, giving him the 5 taels of silver, requesting him to prepare a grand feast of the highest caliber for us. He acknowledged having excellent ingredients, but claimed he could not execute the perfect feast for 5 taels. With utmost effort, he could only manage a smooth-sailing feast for 3 taels, urging me to consult master on whether that would suffice. Taichun fixed an intense gaze upon Jinwei's face, anxiously inquiring, Repeat what you just said. What did Huaitu and the others say? Think carefully. Not a word must be overlooked. Zhenwei cautiously replied. They mentioned that they had seen guests wandering aimlessly in the mountains on more than one occasion, seemingly in search of something. They approached the guests to inquire if they were lost and needed guidance. However, the guests insisted they were merely strolling. Tao Chun pondered for a moment, a smile blossoming on his face, before retrieving a silver coin the size of a broad bean from his sleeve. He commanded, "Please make a trip to the kitchen and deliver this to Lu Laojiu. Tell him I will add another 2 taels of silver for him to prepare 2 tables for the Liu Dasan feast. The extra tael shall be considered as wages, and ensure he executes the task to perfection." Zhen Wei accepted the coin and departed. Tao Chun then called out to the courtyard, "Zhengong, come here." Zhengong, who was drying herbs in the yard, promptly entered, her face alight with curiosity. "Master, is there something you wish to instruct me?" Watching Zhen Wei bustling about, managing important affairs, she felt a pang of envy. Tao Chun appraised her and said, "Change into a clean set of clothes and stand at the mountain gate, waiting for those guests to return. Inform them that I shall host them for dinner at Fumian Courtyard tonight, and kindly request their presence." Noting Zhen Gong's excitement, Tao Chun added with a frown, "Be composed and maintain a courteous demeanor. If you fail to secure their attendance, beware, for I shall flay you alive." Zhen Gong assented and hurried off to change. After contemplating further, Tao Chun summoned Jinping and Zhen Ju from the inner hall, instructing them to thoroughly clean the rooms and courtyard, light the finest agarwood in the censer, and display the precious ornaments from the chest in prominent locations. This flurry of activity soon stirred the entire Taoist temple within the span of an hour. It is well known that Tao Chun was notoriously frugal, a veritable miser. On ordinary days, when a lower-ranking nun fell ill and sought medicine, she was required to offer 9 copper coins as a sacrificial fee, under the pretense that without the offering, the medicine would be of no effect. Furthermore, each time, only a 3-day supply of medicine could be dispensed, necessitating another visit after 3 days, accompanied by another 9 copper coins, and so forth. Thus, what was ostensibly a public medicine hall had, under Tao Chun's stewardship, become a means of amassing wealth. Yet this time, Tao Chun astonishingly broke from tradition, personally financing a lavish banquet to entertain a group of strangers. How could this not leave everyone in disbelief? The nuns began to gossip, asserting that the food and drink funded by Tao Chun surpassed in quality anything Tao Shan provided through the temple's funds, truly a display of generosity. Upon hearing this, Tao Shan was incensed, but was calmed by Zhen Ju, who had just returned from the East Wing. Chapter 016. Tai Chun captured by officials as twilight descended. Zhen Jing returned from fetching water, a smile gracing her lips. "Xiao Yi," she exclaimed, "I heard from them that those 2 flying heroes and the other guests have all returned." Yet, before they could even set foot on the threshold of the mountain gate, they were summoned to Tai Chun Shirshu's Fumian courtyard. He Dangui, with a playful glimmer in her eyes, unwrapped an oil paper package on the table and beckoned, "Come here, dear girl. A delightful treat has arrived." Upon turning her gaze, Zhen Jing was taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment. Where did this come from? With a mischievous wink, he Dangui pulled Zhen Jing down onto a stool and declared, "It comes from the same source as that jug of wine, a gift from the dream god. But fear not, it is safe to indulge." She then placed a piece of preserved meat into Zhen Jing's hand. "This is the renowned delicacy from Fengyang, sesame crispy pork. Do savor it. I must endure a few more days of rice soup before I can enjoy meat, so you may relish it first. Remember to chew slowly." Zhen Jing promptly stood. "Then I'll go prepare rice soup for you." He gently pushed her back down, rolling up her sleeves. "There are red fruits, brown sugar, and goji berries right here. Allow me to concoct a bowl of 3 reds vitality soup, guaranteed to cure ailments or strengthen your body." Zhen Jing chuckled. Such words are the favorites of wandering physicians. Soon after, Zhen Jing observed with astonishment as he Dingui skillfully added kindling to the fire, her movements far more agile than her own. As the water boiled, he Dangui reduced the flame, slowly dissolving the brown sugar before adding the freshly ground rice paste. Just as the fragrant 3 reds soup was completed, a ruckus erupted from the direction of the Fumian courtyard. He Dangui stirred the soup with a smile. "It's done." Zhen Jing, with her mouth full of pork and beef jerky, mumbled, "What is happening over at Fumian courtyard? It's so noisy." He Dangue ladled out 2 full bowls of the soup, placing 2 pristine spoons beside them, her expression radiant. Perhaps someone has indulged in too much wine and is now inebriated, causing commotion. Never mind them. Let us taste our soup. Zhen Jing grasped a spoon, took a mouthful, blew on it a few times, and exclaimed, "Wow, I have never tasted such delicious soup." Dangue laughed. "Careful now. Don't burn your tongue. The real spectacle is just beginning. It would be a pity not to take a look." At that moment, a tall, slender Taoist nun stumbled out of the Fumian courtyard, pausing briefly before rushing directly towards the Guanju Tai Shi's Ku Chiao courtyard. A closer inspection would reveal that her robe and cloth shoes were stained with remnants of food. Zhen Wei recalled her master's words. "Quickly, summon the Guanju to plead my case. Do not call that old ghost Taishan. She will only make matters worse." Thus, Zhen Wei quickened her pace. But upon reaching the Ku Chiao courtyard, she found it ablaze with light. Nearly the entire assembly of Taoist nuns gathered, including Taishan. Clad in a deep black Taoist robe, Guanju Tai Shi's hair was tightly bound, her face betraying a sense of urgency. Spotting Zhen Wei, she grasped her anxiously and inquired, "Speak. What has transpired?" Taishan, raising her eyebrows, added, "Yes, we were all suddenly awakened. Do tell us what happened." Zhen Wei wept sorrowfully to Tai Shi, exclaiming, "Alas, a grave matter has arisen, those guests." My master rushed out from the room, only to be struck by a wine cup thrown by someone inside. Suddenly, she was unable to move. Then another individual bound her with a rope. "Bound her?" Both Tai Shi and Taishan inquired simultaneously, their hearts filled with disbelief. While Tai Shi was oblivious to the guests' identities, Taishan, aware that they were officials, could not fathom the rationale behind binding Taichin. Initially, Taishan speculated that the recent commotion might have stemmed from Taichin's sister-in-law's indiscretion at the banquet, provoking the guests to draw their weapons and wreak havoc. However, now that Taichin was actually bound by officials, the situation escalated dramatically. Was it merely Taichin's transgression, or did the entire Taoist temple share the blame? Taishan's expression grew frantic, for she had risked her entire life savings of over 200 taels of silver, lending it out at high interest under the guise of the water merchant's temple. What would happen if this temple were to perish and the borrowers absconded with the funds? With this thought, Taishan began to rack her brain for solutions. Preserve the temple. Preserve the temple. She hastily instructed the young Taoist nun, Zhen Mingyu, "Quickly, go to the east wing. Fetch Miss He. Please invite her over." Noting Tai Shi's perplexed expression, Taishan explained that for reasons unknown, Missy had been quite close to the guests, who treated her with great courtesy. Clinging to this lifeline, Tai Shi repeatedly muttered praises to the celestial deities. She was a person lacking in decisiveness, especially when conversing with men, so she implored Taishan to speak on their behalf when they convened. Taishan cast a disdainful glance her way, but acquiesced. Taishan requested Zhen Wei to recount the sequence of events, yet Zhen Wei, with a distressed countenance, lamented that she had not been present to witness the happenings within the room and only saw her master rush out, followed by her cries for help. Furrowing her brow, Taishan concluded that they must investigate to uncover the truth. As she turned her head, she was taken aback to see many of the nuns brandishing an assortment of makeshift weapons: hoes, cleavers, brooms, dusters, ladles, and shovels. Everything imaginable. Taishan nearly grimaced in exasperation. Were they truly intending to confront the officials with such pitiful implements? She swiftly admonished them to put everything down. Thus, Taishan, and the assembly of nuns marched with fervor towards Fumian courtyard. Upon arrival, they beheld 2 guests standing outside the door, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Taishan donned a broad smile, trotting forward with feigned amiability, exclaiming, "Esteemed guests, may you find peace and tranquility. Pray tell, what offense has that madwoman Taichin committed to provoke your ire? If there is to be an arrest, let it be her alone. We bear no relation to her." The 2 men said nothing, merely gesturing for them to enter. However, as soon as Taishan and the others stepped into the courtyard, the men swiftly retreated inside, promptly locking the door behind them. In an instant, all the Taoist nuns were struck with terror. Some wept, others shouted, some pleaded for mercy, while others pounded on the door. Jinming dashed into the east wing in a flurry, only to find the place shrouded in darkness, devoid of even a flickering lamp. In the east wing, there were over 20 rooms, and it was unclear which one belonged to Miss He. Miss He? Jinming trembled as she stepped inside. Afflicted with night blindness, she found it impossible to see anything without light, as if her hands were reaching into utter darkness. Miss He. After taking a few more steps, Jinming hesitated, for ever since that fateful night when she had attempted to steal offerings and had witnessed He Dangui rising from her coffin, an unusual sense of dread had settled within her. Typically, she would avoid the east wing altogether, especially at such a late hour. After calling out several more times into the empty air and receiving no response, Jinming reluctantly decided to leave. Moments later, a light suddenly illuminated one of the rooms in the east wing, casting 2 elongated shadows on the newly pasted window paper. Xiaoyi, what does Jinming want from you? Why do we not respond to her? Jinjing observed He Dangui with curiosity, feeling that she resembled a clever heroine from a play, full of schemes. With a smile, He Dangui raised her bowl and said, "If you fill my bowl again, I might share a secret with you." Jinming exited the east wing, hesitating for a moment before rushing towards the gathering in Fumian Courtyard. As she passed through the bamboo grove, a dark figure leaped out and pounced on her. Startled, Jinming stumbled back and fell to the ground, only to realize that the shadow was Huaiwen. Furious, she exclaimed, "Are you in such a hurry to meet your end?" Huaiwen was breathless, shaking her head as she sobbed. "It's over, it's all over. Our Taoist temple is doomed." Jinming, both alarmed and angry, demanded, "What is happening? Have you lost your mind?" Huaiwen shook her head, crying, They claim to be from the palace. The Jinyui, they found contraband and forbidden drugs in Taichen's courtyard. I didn't catch all the details, but it seems our Shueishang temple has become a den of thieves. Now, Master and the head priestess, everyone, is being held in Fumian Courtyard. Our temple is finished. Jinming's lips quivered in fear as she pressed for answers. The Jinyui, are they the officials who carry out the emperor's orders? Will they kill us all? We must hide, but where can we find safety? Huaiwen, still sobbing, replied, "Just now. The senior sister did not enter Fumian Courtyard but held back with me, and as soon as everyone else went in, the gates were locked by the Jinyui. We hid behind the rockery and overheard. The senior sister sensed something was amiss and told me to find Miss He, saying she could save the temple. The senior sister is still behind the rockery keeping watch, and she instructed me to take Miss He to the medicine hall." As she heard the Jinyui were headed there to search for contraband, Jinming grimaced, saying, "I just went to the east wing. It was eerily dark, and not a single lamp was lit. No matter how much I called, there was no reply. It was truly frightening." Wiping her tears, Huaiwen insisted, "The senior sister's words cannot be wrong. She urged us to find Miss He, stating that she could save everyone. We must find her together." As they hurried towards the eastern wing, Jinming swiftly followed behind. After taking just a few steps, the two of them spotted He Dangui and Jinjing leisurely strolling towards them. Huaiwen rushed forward, exclaiming in delight, "Miss He, I finally found you. The senior sister sent me to look for you, saying you could save our Taoist temple." He Dangui nodded, saying, "I was just about to sleep, but I heard a commotion in the northern courtyard, so I came out to see. Master Zhanzhu said you were looking for me? To the medicine pavilion? You wouldn't believe it. Just a moment ago, those guests in the Fumian courtyard suddenly." Huaiwen began to cry again at the mention of the matter. He Dangui took the lead towards the medicine pavilion, calmly saying, "Let us talk as we walk." Thus, Zhanjing and Huaiwen followed suit, while Jinming hesitated for a moment before trailing behind at a distance. Jinming felt a sense of unease. She had heard that ever since He Dangui awoke, the entire temple had treated her harshly, withholding food and drink for several days. They all cursed her behind her back, blaming her for obstructing their fortunes and inciting their disdain. Did He Dangui truly wish to save the temple? More importantly, did she possess the ability to do so? Along the way, Huaiwen tearfully recounted the events, while He Dangui walked slowly, deep in thought. After listening, Zhanjing felt a twinge of fear and nudged He Dangui, whispering, "Hey, what can we do by going there? Those are the Genie Wei. It is their duty to investigate, and we." As she spoke, They could see the medicine pavilion in the distance, illuminated by lights, with faint voices of men drifting out. He Dangui smiled reassuringly at Jin Jing, softly saying, "Rest assured. Firstly, I am not a member of the temple, and my time here has been brief. No matter how entangled the situation, it cannot be pinned on me. Secondly, the officials require evidence for their investigations. Without proof, they will not arrest anyone indiscriminately. You all wait for me in that thicket at the entrance. Do not wander about. I will go inside to inquire about the case and gauge their intentions." Upon seeing them comply, He Dangui turned to approach the medicine pavilion. At the entrance, she knocked on the slightly ajar door. The voices inside immediately ceased, and a large hand pulled the door open, revealing a towering figure blocking the entire doorway, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority in the backlight. Gao Ju furrowed his brow, staring down at the diminutive figure before him, coldly asking, "What are you doing here? This is not a place for you. Leave at once." He Dangui hesitated, just as she was about to speak. She noticed the man's imposing form suddenly sway violently before sidestepping and crashing against the left wall, revealing Duan Xiaolu at the door, gesturing for her to enter. "The night is cold with frost and dew, and you are frail. Come inside and warm yourself." Following that, Liao Zhiyuan's voice echoed from within, laughing, "Missy, come inside and warm yourself. It feels like an eternity since we last met." He Dangui was amused. She had always heard that the Jin Wei were synonymous with cruelty and ruthlessness. Yet the demeanor of Duan and Liao was so strikingly different from the one she had encountered before. However, she did not refuse and stepped in the medicine pavilion, only to find the interior in disarray, as if it had just been ransacked. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, pondering the situation. Chapter 17, Duan Xiaolu and the unmatched Gao Ju. As twilight descended, Tai Chun invited Duan Xiaolu and his 9 companions to a banquet. However, after several rounds of wine, a bottle of forbidden medicine unexpectedly appeared at the table. Lord Gung immediately commanded that Tai Chun be bound, and all the Taoist priests who had come to investigate were locked inside the Fumian courtyard. Now Duan Xiaolu, Liao Ziyuan, Gao Ju, and Lu Jiangbei were assigned to the medicine chamber to seek further evidence. Upon entering, Gao Ju unsheathed his broad-backed knife and swiftly toppled all the medicinal cabinets, creating a small mountain of herbs. Yet they failed to locate the forbidden substance they sought. At the moment when He Dangui knocked on the door, the 4 were embroiled in a heated argument. Duan Xiaolu reproached Gao Ju for disrupting the medicines, which hindered their search for evidence. Quickly, Duan Xiaolu rummaged through the pile of herbs and unearthed a chair, presenting it to He Dangui with concern. "Please, take a seat. Why does your complexion appear so pale? Was it the commotion from capturing Tai Chun that startled you? Or was it the frightening figure of the black-faced deity?" Gao Ju, who had just received a blow to his back and a kick to his waist, leaned against the wall, his expression darkening further. He Dangui smiled faintly. "Perhaps it is merely the result of a chill in the air. It is of no concern." Upon hearing this, Duan Xiaolu instinctively began to remove his cloak, only to realize he had hastily left it behind in the Fumian courtyard, leaving him clad in only a crimson robe. He then turned to the others, noticing that among the 3, only Gao Ju wore a black cloak. He intended to ask for it, but upon seeing Gao Ju's sour expression, he refrained. In the midst of He Dangui's astonished and shocked gaze, Duan Xiaolu pulled his waistband and removed his outer robe, offering it with both hands. "Please, don this to ward off the cold. You have just recovered from illness and must not take it lightly. Ah, this garment is newly changed today, and I have scarcely worn it for a day." Liao Ziyuan glanced at Duan Xiaolu, who was left in a simple white undergarment, a mocking smile gracing his face as he whistled loudly, causing even the usually composed He Dangui to show a hint of embarrassment, caught in an awkward situation. Lu Jiangbei stifled a laugh and approached Gao Ju, whispering a few words, and successfully secured the black cloak from him. Lu Jiangbei presented the cloak to He Dangui with a smile, saying, "Miss He, do not take offense. Duan is always so generous towards the ladies." He then shot a glare at Duan Xiaolu. "Hurry and put on some proper clothing. You will frighten the young lady like this." Reluctantly, He Dangui accepted the cloak and draped it over her shoulders. At that moment, Gao Ju suddenly exclaimed loudly, "Hey, what exactly are you here for? Are you attempting to plead for those Taoist priests? This matter is absolutely off the table." He Dangue blinked and softly replied, "Well, I am here to assist in solving the case, and I humbly seek your guidance." Lu Jiangbei, observing the earnest girl before him, could not help but chuckle. "You wish to help us solve the case? Pray tell, what clever insights might you possess, Miss He?" Gao Ju scoffed. "Hey, little girl, do you not know who we are? Daring to speak so boldly before the Jinyui, beware of being charged with contempt of authority. If you do not wish to languish in prison, you best depart swiftly, otherwise you too shall be bound." Lu Jiangbei, apprehensive that the girl might be frightened to tears, was about to intervene and halt Gao Ju's tirade when he suddenly observed Gao Ju being propelled once more, colliding against the wall on the left with a resounding thud. This was yet another ambush orchestrated by Duan Xiaolu, employing the swift and graceful crane feather comb attack from behind. As Duan Xiaolu adjusted his belt, he admonished with indignation, "Gao, if you cannot speak civilly, kindly keep your mouth shut. Should you disrespect Missy again, I shall not let this matter rest." Having been thrust away by Duan Xiaolu twice, Gao Ju's already scant patience had finally reached its limit. Infuriated, he sprang to his feet and swung a blade towards Duan Xiaolu. Noticing Gao Ju brandishing his weapon, Duan Xiaolu swiftly kicked a table into the path to momentarily impede him, while deftly retrieving a pair of glimmering silver gloves from his robe and donning them with haste. Gao Ju cleaved the table in two and once again lunged at Duan Xiaolu. Though Duan Xiaolu typically wielded the formidable Fong Tianhua Ji, its weight had prevented him from bringing it up the mountain. However, these heavenly absolute silk gloves were treasures of the world, impervious to blades and flames alike. With a thunderous clash, their weapons met. In the blink of an eye, Gao Ju delivered 7 slashes, to which Duan Xiaolu responded with 7 counterstrikes. The air within the room trembled violently, herbs scattered into the air like confetti, and He Dangue felt the gusts ruffle her hair, a testament to the astonishing prowess of the two combatants. Lu Jiangbei took a sidestep to stand protectively in front of He Dangue, shielding her delicate face with his sleeve, offering a reassuring smile. "You need not concern yourself. It is customary for these two to resolve their disagreements through combat. Even without you, they would surely find another cause to quarrel." At that moment, the girl in close proximity suddenly broke into laughter, her light blue dress contrasting beautifully with her jade-like complexion, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Lu Jiangbei observed her closely, noticing her remarkably expressive eyes, imbued with a certain spirit, particularly when he was preoccupied with the case. Her delicate demeanor tugged at his heartstrings, evoking a sense of tenderness. After a brief moment of distraction, Lu Jiangbei tilted his head slightly, gazing into the air before him. "You mentioned wanting to assist us in solving the case. May I inquire how you intend to do so?" Though he harbored doubts about He Dangue's ability to contribute meaningfully, he recognized that insights often arose from the minutiae, potentially influencing the broader picture. He Dangue replied calmly, "One must trust the capable and not harbor doubts. Currently, you do not believe in my sincerity or capabilities, nor have you shared the intricacies of this case with me. Despite my extensive knowledge of pharmacology, I remain oblivious to the details of the case, akin to guessing an object behind partition. Who do you believe bears the responsibility?" Her voice, soft and gentle, caressed his heart like the delicate paw of a small creature, imbued with an astonishing persuasiveness that immediately swayed Lu Jiangbei. With a smile, Lu Jiangbei responded, "Indeed, discussing it poses no harm, but I must implore you to remain tight-lipped and not disclose any details of the case. Just recently, that Tai Chan invited us to a banquet. For reasons unknown, she seems to have mistaken us for significant patrons of medicinal purchases, wishing to discuss matters pertaining to her wares. Lord Geng, seeing through her ruse, agreed to attend, eager to discern what she was selling. When Tai Chun presented the medicine, we all examined it and discovered that the vial contained none other than the 5-stone powder, which had been explicitly prohibited by the emperor for production and sale 19 years prior. 5-stone powder? This time, even He Dangue was taken aback. In her previous life, she had merely stumbled upon Tai Chen's clandestine concoction of Xingyang San, not realizing that this would unearth a far more serious issue. Compared to Wushi San, Xingyang San was but a minor concern. Wushi San, a traditional Chinese herbal powder, was originally devised by the esteemed physician Zhang Zhongjing during the Han Dynasty for patients suffering from typhoid. For those in good health, it was known to enhance physical strength and vitality. It gained popularity among the gentry during the Wei and Jin dynasties and remained a favored indulgence among the aristocracy in the Tang dynasty, enduring through the ages. Consumption of Wushi San would lead to heightened emotions, an intense sensation of heat throughout the body, and an unusual sensitivity that compelled individuals to drink alcohol, shed their garments, and engage in vigorous activities to dissipate the effects of the medicine. Many became irritable and prone to anger due to its consumption, ultimately finding it indispensable throughout their lives. Consequently, in the early years of the Hongwu period, the emperor issued 3 consecutive edicts strictly prohibiting the clandestine manufacture and sale of Wushi San. To her astonishment, Tai Chun was secretly engaged in such illicit activities. He Dangui furrowed her brow slightly. If she could not procure substantial evidence to exonerate the others in the Taoist temple, they risked being implicated by Tai Chun. Her original intention was merely to teach Tai Chun a lesson, but the situation had spiraled out of control. Moreover, there remained aspects of the case that were perplexing, particularly the attitude of the Jinyui. Their mobilization to arrest and search for contraband was truly bewildering. Given their position, they could have discreetly detained Tai Chun and subsequently handed the case over to the local constabulary for investigation. One must ponder, the Jinyui are the emperor's eyes and hands, typically executing royal commands. Now, had a top-notch expert among them ventured into the deep mountains and stayed for several days merely to pursue a female alchemist selling medicine? Was this not an excessive use of power to swat a fly? Liu Jiangbei nodded. Ah, so the young lady is familiar with Wushi San? Later, we apprehended Tai Chun. Before we even resorted to torture to extract a confession, merely intimidating her verbally prompted her to admit that, in addition to Wushi San, she had also concocted Xingyang San, along with something akin to Jin Fengyu Lu San. At this point, Liu Jiangbei's expression turned slightly awkward. He was unsure why he had unwittingly discussed such medicinal powders with an innocent young woman, though she likely would not comprehend it anyway. Continuing, Liu Jiangbei sighed. Afterward, Gao Ju pressed her relentlessly about the location of her stash, whom she had sold medicine to, and whether there were any accomplices aside from herself. Yet Tai Chun became increasingly evasive. In a fit of anger, Gao Ju cut off her hair with his knife, inadvertently applying a bit too much force, which left her unconscious. Jiang Yi used golden nails to strike at her 13 vital acupoints, but she remained unresponsive. Thus we had no choice but to seek clues at the medicine hut first. He Dangui pondered for a moment, then looked up at the ceiling and suddenly called out to the 2 men engaged in combat in the center of the room. Gentlemen, please cease your altercation. The matter at hand is of utmost importance, and there will always be time for play. Upon hearing this, Duan Xiaolu was the first to halt. Retreating to stand beside he Dangui with remarkable precision, as if he possessed eyes on the back of his head. Gao Ju sheathed his knife, glaring at he Dangui with a cold demeanor, and inquired, "Who are you implying is playing?" Daring to show disrespect to the Jinyui, one ought to be dealt with accordingly. Liu Jiangbei feared that Gao Ju's fierce words would incite yet another round of conflict, and promptly covered his mouth. Observing the indignation on Gao Ju's face, he Dangui could not suppress a low chuckle and, unable to resist, revealed, just now, the pressure points on your ears were wide open, Lord Duan. If he had merely tapped them lightly, the intensity of your duel would not have escalated to such a degree. Clearly, both of you possess weaknesses yet chose to feign combat, sending furniture flying in a chaotic display. What else could it be but a game? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 men shifted dramatically. They exchanged glances, then turned their gazes towards Dangui, a mix of wariness and trepidation evident in their eyes. For even the most formidable masters of the martial world would struggle to discern Gao Ju's vulnerabilities without understanding his martial arts principles. Yet this young girl had effortlessly articulated his weaknesses. Who exactly was she? Gao Ju's eyes glinted with menace as he demanded, "How do you know my vulnerabilities? Do you understand martial arts? Who are you? A person of the martial world?" Surrounded by 4 imposing men, the petite Hidongwai appeared even more diminutive under Gao Ju's threatening glare. Her lashes glistened with unshed tears as she lowered her head and softly replied, "Before the esteemed generals of the Jinyui, what could I possibly conceal? I admit, I am unfamiliar with the intricacies of martial arts. However, I did observe Lord Duan strike twice near the ear of the dark-faced gentleman, only to abruptly withdraw his strength and attack inconsequential areas instead. I have heard that the pressure point near the ear is a crucial one, capable of causing unconsciousness if struck. Since Lord Duan showed mercy, it is evident that this is merely a friendly exchange, not a real fight. As for the concepts of open and closed vulnerabilities, I truly know nothing." Her reasoning was sound, and the men immediately found themselves convinced. They shared a common background, having trained together and served in the Jinyui, fully aware of each other's weaknesses and martial techniques. Even in a sparring match, the ingrained habits of their fierce training might lead them to strike at each other's vulnerabilities, but they would instinctively pull back at critical moments. Liu Jiangbei could find no flaw in Hidongwai's words and could only express admiration, even if Missy is unversed in martial arts. "Your keen insight and courage are indeed remarkable. Encountering a master in combat, while most ordinary girls would cower, you managed to observe such details amidst the chaos. Impressive indeed." Duan Xiaolu, regaining his composure, turned to reprimand Gao Ju. "Gao, I just told you to keep your mouth shut if you cannot speak civilly. Look what you've done. You've frightened the young lady to tears." Liao Ziyuan suddenly seemed to recall something and burst into laughter, leaving the others puzzled. He pointed at Gao Ju, laughing heartily. Dark-faced gentleman. The description fits perfectly. Perhaps we should call you that from now on." Gao Ju maintained a stoic expression, casting a sidelong glance at Hidongwai, the murderous intent within him beginning to ebb. If this girl were indeed a martial arts practitioner and aware of her own vulnerabilities, then she could not be allowed to remain. However, no matter how one perceives her, she remains nothing more than a fragile young girl, appearing nearly as weak as an ant in his eyes. As for her vulnerabilities, they are merely acknowledged, judging by her demeanor. She seems incapable of wielding anything heavier than a needle. Hongwu slightly lifted her head to glance at the 4 individuals, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. "Esteemed gentlemen, not only do you fail to express gratitude for my efforts in safeguarding the evidence, but you also resort to harsh reprimands at the slightest provocation. Look here," she pointed toward the back of the beam. "Had I not intervened to prevent you 2 gentlemen from proceeding, that most crucial piece of evidence would have been shattered into countless fragments." The 4 of them looked up in astonishment, and indeed, they beheld a brocade box quietly resting atop the beam. Chapter 018. The sole authority of Tai, Shan Liao On elegantly raised his wrist, and a brilliant silver light burst forth from his sleeve. Suddenly, a brocade box appeared in his hand. Upon opening it, several fist-sized jars came into view, which Hidongwei carefully examined one by one. Noticing her bringing a jar to her nose for a sniff, Duan Xiaolu interjected with a warning that it was inedible, earning a chorus of disapproving glances from the others. Hidongwei nodded, affirming, "Indeed, these 3 jars contain Wuxia sand, classified into 3 grades based on the content of redstone resin. In addition to the 3 medicinal powders mentioned by Tai Chun, there are also Hahuan Dan and Iching Lu, which are likewise classified as forbidden substances." Duan Xiaolu, intrigued, scrutinized her delicate face as if seeking to uncover some secret. He inquired, "How do you recognize these medicines? The Luo family may teach their daughters about herbs, but they surely wouldn't let you know. And how did you know there were medicines hidden in the beams?" We searched for half a day without finding anything. Liao Zuan nodded in agreement, sharing his curiosity, and picked up a jar of Jinfeng Yulu sand for detailed examination. Having never delved into the realm of aphrodisiacs, he found himself unable to identify it, perplexed by how a young lady could recognize such things. Hidongwei began to explain, "Perhaps you did not notice that outside the medicinal lodge, there are 2 wells, rare sources of sweet spring water. Usually, the entire temple's water supply is drawn from here, and only when it runs low do we fetch water from the mountain stream, splashing water all over the courtyard in the process. As a result, the medicinal lodge is shrouded in humidity, which is indeed unsuitable for storing medicines. The components in Wusher san and Xingyang san, such as quartz and resin, are particularly delicate and must be kept in a dry, ventilated environment. Gao Ju countered, "If the medicinal lodge is so humid, could it not be hidden elsewhere? How can you be so certain it is concealed here?" Dan Gui smiled softly, her gaze lowered. Hiding leaves in a forest, hiding dewdrops in a lake. Concealing medicine within the medicinal lodge is the safest choice. Even if discovered by someone unversed in herbs, it would not raise suspicion. Moreover, the medicinal lodge is directly overseen by Tai Chun, making it virtually impenetrable to outsiders, thus providing him with the utmost peace of mind. Gao Ju retorted coldly, "Impenetrable to outsiders? Are you advocating on behalf of others?" "Absolutely not. Advocating?" Dan Gui innocently shrugged. "Firstly, I lack the influence to persuade the Grand General of the Jinyui to grant me favors. Secondly, what you may not know is that the ladies in this temple have been exceedingly harsh towards me since my awakening. They not only provide insufficient food and clothing, but have also cast curses behind my back. Now that they are in misfortune, I find it amusing and would have no reason to plead for them." Lu Jiangbei and Duan Xiaolu were momentarily taken aback, reflecting that they had never encountered such an outspoken young woman. Typically, women harboring deep resentment would still weep and plead for leniency on behalf of their adversaries, ultimately gaining a good reputation even if their pleas were in vain. Dangui shifted her tone. "If I were an official, I would disregard all else and apprehend those ladies without hesitation. Unfortunately, I am not like you esteemed gentlemen, who act justly and solve cases with divine insight. I will not be so indiscriminate in my arrests." "Lord Lu, do you not agree?" Lu Jiangbei felt a sudden and peculiar sensation, as if invisible hands were teasing his chest, upon receiving a focused gaze from those strikingly distinct black and white eyes. He instinctively nodded, of course. Dangui rose, returned her cloak to Gao Ju, and bid farewell, saying, "I am merely knowledgeable about herbs. Matters of investigation are beyond my capabilities. However, I have heard that Tai Chun is rather miserly and meticulous, always keeping accounts without a single detail overlooked. If you could locate her hidden ledger, it might reveal her accomplices, thereby ensuring that the innocent are not wrongfully harmed, while the guilty are dealt with appropriately. As the night deepens and the dew thickens, I must take my leave." Duan Xiaolu, quick-witted and nimble, snatched the cloak from Gao Ju's hands and draped it back over Dangui's shoulders, chiding her. "Look at you. You just taken it off and already succumbed to the chill. Knowing your constitution is frail, why not take better care of yourself? There's no need for formality with us. Let me escort you home." Liao Ziyuan chuckled, causing some powder from the bottle in his hand to swirl in the air. The powder fell precisely into Gao Ju's yawning mouth, who, unaware, swallowed it. All transpired in an instant, and Lu Jiangbei, unable to intervene, could only watch in horror as Gao Ju ingested the medicinal powder. Gao Ju, you've been caught." Gao Ju sensed something amiss, his complexion changing to a hue of red and purple, prompting Liao Ziyuan to chuckle once more, which startled Lu Jiangbei into silence, holding his breath. Duan Xiaolu's gaze finally shifted from Dangui to his companions, observing their peculiar expressions. Innocently, he inquired, "Hey, what's wrong with you all? Are you not just tired? Perhaps we should head back for a rest?" Gao Ju abruptly pushed through the crowd, seizing Dangui's wrist, demanding in a gruff voice, "What was in that bottle?" Dangui blinked and softly replied, "It was likely Jin Fengyu Lu-san. By the way, this powder has no antidote, only a method of resolution." Lu Jiangbei, flustered, hurried over, a distressed expression on his face. "I was so startled just now that I opened my mouth wide, and then Liao Yuan suddenly blew. I think I might have ingested a bit too. Miss He, I only took a tiny amount. Can the effects be mitigated?" Duan Xiaolu, slowly grasping the situation, erupted in laughter, unable to contain himself. "Ha ha! How amusing! You too, ha ha!" Liao Zian, the mischief maker, covered his mouth, chuckling wickedly. Gao Ju, disregarding the need for retribution, hissed urgently, "What is the method to resolve this? Speak quickly." He Dangue, caressing the plum blossom on her sleeve, replied with a bright voice. As the Song Dynasty poet Qin Xiaoyu once said, the delicate clouds weave cleverly, the shooting stars convey grievances, the silver river flows far in the dark. When the golden wind meets the jade dew, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm. You, my lord, are the cowherd. Simply find a weaver girl to resolve this. All right, both you and Lord Lu have consumed the powder. If you two pair up, it can also be resolved. Duan Xiaolu and Liao Tuan ceased their laughter abruptly, exchanging glances, their handsome features contorted in disbelief. How could a mere 10-year-old girl possess such knowledge? How could she so earnestly articulate it? The expression on Gao Ju's face could only be described as extraordinary. He had been diligently investigating a case when he inadvertently ingested an aphrodisiac, and now he found himself being instructed on how to detoxify by a young girl. Gao Ju felt as if the most unfortunate events of his life had converged upon this very night, rendering his past battles on the battlefield pale in comparison. Reflecting on this predicament, which arose entirely due to Liao Ziyuan, he turned furiously to glare at Liao, only to inadvertently meet Lu Jiangbei's gaze. Gao and Lu were typically inseparable friends, yet after hearing He Dangue's earlier remarks, any glance exchanged between them now felt awkward, almost as if he wished to bash his head against a wall. He Dangue internally stifled laughter, her face maintaining a serious demeanor as she said, "There's no need for excessive sorrow, sir. Perhaps I may be of assistance." You. Duan Xiaolu and Liao Ziyuan's handsome faces contorted further. He Dangue nodded. However, I have never attempted this before, so I cannot guarantee success. If anything goes awry, I ask for your understanding. So, do you wish to proceed with the treatment? Lu Jiangbei's eyes widened in disbelief. You can heal? Detoxify? Gao Ju looked at the young girl with newfound hope. He Dangue nodded again. There are two conditions to my treatment. First, my medical skills are rudimentary. I am treating a dead horse as if it were a living one. I shall not accept any rewards for a successful treatment, nor shall I be blamed for failure. Second, when I treat, only the patient may be present, and afterwards, you must not disclose my skills to anyone. Duan Xiaolu, puzzled by her earnestness, inquired, can you truly help them detoxify using unconventional methods? Whether it would work or not. It was worth a try. He Dangue smiled. Gentlemen, I must ask you both to stand guard outside. Remember, you may only enter when I permit it. Should any issues arise due to interruptions, I shall bear no responsibility. Reluctantly, Duan Xiaolu and Liao Ziyuan stepped outside the medicine chamber, casting anxious glances back. Moments ago, they had been jesting, but now, considering Gao Ju and Lu Jiangbei were substantial men who had ingested potent drugs, they worried they could be under the drug's influence. Was it safe to leave Missy alone with them? The two listened intently at the door, but silence reigned within. Could that scoundrel Gao have restrained her? Liao Ziyuan lamented, regretting his earlier decision to play with the vial, now placing Missy in jeopardy. Time dragged on, as if it were reluctant to progress. Unable to contain himself any longer, Duan Xiaolu resolved to check the situation. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Gao Ju and Lu Jiangbei burst forth, fleeing without a backward glance. Duan Xiaolu hurried into the medicine chamber, scanning the surroundings until he finally spotted a lively, properly dressed young girl among a pile of medicinal herbs. And he breathed a sigh of relief. How'd it go? Were they disrespectful to you? Has the medicine's effect worn off? Duan Xiaolu asked, seeking confirmation of her well-being. He Dangue clapped her hands and stood up, smiling as she said, I can only assist them for half a day. I have prepared a prescription, though I'm unsure of its efficacy. However, the apothecary lacks a comprehensive collection of herbs, and they have gone down the mountain to gather supplies. Do not fret. Even if my prescription proves ineffective, their vigorous sprinting for half a day will still activate the medicinal properties. If all else fails, there are 4 or 5 establishments in Rabbit Town that can provide assistance. They will surely find a way to save themselves. It is getting late. I must return. As Duan Xiaolu watched He Dangue prepare to remove her cloak, he quickly intervened. Wait, do not take it off. You are still sneezing indoors. Wouldn't it be even colder outside? Although the cloak belongs to the black-faced deity and is rather conspicuous, it will at least offer some warmth. Please, bear with it for now. Come, I will escort you home. Observing the translucent pallor of Dongue's delicate face, Duan Xiaolu couldn't help but inquire once more. How do you know those herbs? Even with the Luo family's scholarly heritage, they wouldn't provide you with such knowledge. A smile graced the girl's face, illuminating her fatigued features, reminiscent of a cold moon casting its light upon the river, momentarily rendering Duan Xiaolu breathless. Young Master Duan, the methods of healing do not adhere to distinctions of high or low. When someone is afflicted by a particular illness or poisoned by a certain toxin, it is the duty of a healer to comprehend the nature of that ailment or toxin, regardless of how vile they may be. To be ignorant of such matters renders one incapable of saving lives. Furthermore, my medical skills are not derived from the Luo family. The individual who taught me has instructed me to keep their identity a secret. Thus, I kindly ask both of you to maintain discretion regarding this matter. I would be eternally grateful. Chapter 19. The flower fairy comes to the mortal realm upon awakening from a nightmarish slumber. Tai Chun was engulfed by excruciating pain, letting out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Jiang Pai swiftly hurled an apple, effectively stifling her cries. With terror-stricken eyes, she scanned the room filled with onlookers, including Lord Gung and his companions, as well as Tai Shan and Tai Shi, clinging to the hope of salvation. Tai Chan cast a pleading gaze towards Tai Shi, silently imploring her for rescue. She desperately wished to avoid imprisonment and death. 26 years prior, while traveling through Yangzhou with her uncle, he had been incarcerated for trafficking in illicit substances and subsequently perished in prison. She could not bear the thought of facing the same fate. Tai Shi recited a line of scripture, deftly evading Tai Chen's desperate look, before turning her attention to Lord Gung. Lord Gung nodded, acknowledging that the discovery of the ledger in the apothecary had alleviated their suspicions. A flicker of joy crossed Tai Shan and Tai Shi's faces, but Lord Gung's tone shifted as he continued. However, it has come to light that such a sordid old crone has emerged from your temple, and you are not only oblivious to her actions but also provided her with a venue for alchemical practices. Tai Chun, as a practitioner of the faith, has sullied the sanctity of her vocation by engaging in nefarious activities. Are you aware of the gravity of your transgressions? In fear, Tai Shan and Tai Shi bowed their heads in remorse. Jiang Yi, perusing the ledger, remarked, "My lord, aside from Tai Chun, there are two other female practitioners named Zhen Wei and Zhen Ping, each implicated with sums of illicit silver." Liao Zhiyuan scoffed, while Jiang Yi shook his head, stating, "Though they claim ignorance of Tai Chen's deeds, merely assisting her by delivering messages, the sheer volume of contraband is staggering. The clientele extends beyond the local brothels to high-ranking officials in the court. Therefore, all individuals connected to this matter must be apprehended. Their innocence shall be determined after thorough inquiry." Jiang Pai chuckled. The temerity of those practitioners is indeed lacking. Merely calling for Zhen Wei and Zhen Ping caused several to faint in the courtyard. Lord Gung pondered momentarily before instructing Jiang Yi and Jiang Pai, "Confine Tai Chun and the two implicated practitioners in the woodshed of the West Wing, ensuring they cannot escape or perish, and we shall deliberate their fate upon our descent." Receiving the order, Jiang Yi and Jiang Pai led the bound Tai Chun and others away. In despair, Tai Chun fixed her gaze on Tai Shi, yearning for her intercession. She understood that those from the outside world possessed numerous privileges, and even the current emperor held Taoism in high regard. If it meant preserving her life, she would relinquish every ounce of forbidden substance and wealth. Yet, Tai Shi merely recited another line of scripture and fell silent, disheveled and stricken with despair. Tai Chun lay sprawled on the ground, being dragged away by Jiang Yi as though she were a mere sack of grain. Witnessing this, several timid practitioners confined at Fumian Courtyard fainted in dread. Lord Gung cast a stern glance at Tai Shan and the others, declaring, "Though you have absolved yourselves of the crime of concocting illicit substances, your complicit tolerance of malevolence for over 2 decades renders you not guiltless. The Water Merchant Temple has brought shame upon the Taoist community. I hereby decree that you shall remain in seclusion, reflecting upon your actions for 6 months, during which time you are forbidden from engaging in any dealings with the outside world. Should this order be violated, the consequences shall be severe." Taishan and Tai, she hastily knelt, bowing in gratitude for his mercy. Duan Xiaolu coldly added, "Do you know that if it weren't for Miss He braving the chilly night wind to plead for you and helping to find the evidence, you all would have been languishing in the Yangzhou prison for the rest of your lives?" Taishan and Tai, she were so frightened that they repeatedly bowed their heads, exclaiming praises for celestial blessings and longevity. In the east courtyard, Jinjing brought a bowl of ginger tea to He Dingua, urging her, "You should go inside and rest a bit if you're feeling unwell. Why sit here in the courtyard daydreaming? Our yard is barren. Not even a blade of grass in sight. What are you gazing at? Come, let's return indoors." He Dangue closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and remarked, "A fine autumn chill." She then walked into the house, leaving Jinjing utterly bewildered. The next day, Tai Chan was in custody, and Tai Shi fell ill, leaving Tai Shan as the sole authority in the Taoist temple. Her first decree was to have Tai Chen's 7 disciples, Zhen Shu, Zhen Gong, Zhen Ju, and others, bludgeoned into unconsciousness and sold down the mountain by Granny Chung and Granny Wu. Imploring Doi Fantorstai Reker, stating that the apothecary was in utter disarray, with medicinal herbs scattered everywhere and medical texts in complete disarray. Only Tai Chen's disciples could recognize a few herbs. It would be better to have them assist in the apothecary and alchemy room first and then deal with them later. Tai Shan's eyes gleamed like venomous serpents emerging from their lairs as she gritted her teeth, declaring, "Tai Chen's disciples are cut from the same cloth as their master, holding themselves in disdain and constantly monitoring my every move. Now that Tai Chan has brought this upon herself, those wretches shall not escape a dire fate. They must be sold to the lowest brothels, destined to remain in the fire pit until death. This is the consequence of opposing me." Jinju sighed inwardly and sought an excuse to depart. After wandering around the temple, she quietly slipped away, waiting for a while on the mountainside. She soon spotted the stout Granny Chung and Granny Wu, each pushing a 2-wheeled cart, hurrying down the mountain, breathless. Jinju quickly stepped out to stop their cart, smiling. "Granny Chung, Granny Wu, why not take a moment to rest? There's no rush at this moment. I just passed by a stream and had some refreshing water. Why not have a sip before continuing on your way?" Granny Chung set down the cart, wiped her brow, and shot Jinju a cold glance, sneering, "Humph. Your master said you left with an ill omen, fearing you would disrupt our plans, and lo and behold, here you are. You've been waiting here for half the day, haven't you?" Jinju's smile faltered. Granny Wu impatiently glared at her, gruffly saying, "Zhenju, we need to make haste before dawn. Step aside. You have the potential to rise in the future, perhaps even become the new head of the temple. These wretched girls have always been at odds with you. Why meddle in this matter?" Zhenju forced a smile, pleading, "After all, we have all shared time in the water merchant's temple. When the rabbit dies, the fox mourns its kin. Kindly leave them a way out. Instead of selling them to a brothel, why not find a wealthy household to take them as servants?" My dear Zhenju, you possess a kind heart. Do you imply that we are devoid of compassion?" Chung Posey scoffed. "However, selling them as maids will only yield a mere 15 guan. If we were to sell them to a brothel, each could fetch at least 7 taels of silver, totaling over 50 taels for 7. Who shall fill this substantial gap? We are merely errand runners, and later we must report back to your master with the earnings. The idea of selling them to the brothel was not mine. Seeking me is futile." Jinju's eyes sparkled with hope as she nodded eagerly. "This can be easily arranged. I shall provide the silver. I have a modest savings that suffices for 50 taels, which I can withdraw from the money shop in Tour Town. However, I must hasten back to the temple to fulfill my duties. Therefore, you two should first take them to a wealthy household for sale, and then lodge at the Yulai Inn while awaiting my arrival. Yes, you. By tomorrow morning at the latest, I shall bring the money." Chung Posey chuckled derisively. "Do you think we are so easily deceived, you 2 old women? If you fail to show up, we cannot return to the temple to report, and we'll have to seek work elsewhere. If you achieve your desires, your master will surely accuse us of fleeing with the funds and turn us in." Wu Posey disdainfully surveyed Zhenju's tattered robe and retorted, "Did you not claim you were cast out by your husband and in-laws, reduced to begging at the Shui Shang temple? How then do you conjure 50 tales of hidden wealth? Jinju was at a loss for words, yet stood her ground, declaring, I, Jinju, honor my word and will not default. 50 taels is not an insurmountable sum for me. Trust me this once, and you will accumulate blessings and merit. Chung Posey, you have a granddaughter. Consider her plight and let compassion guide your heart. Chung Posey spat onto Jinju's collar, cursing, Bah, these wretched souls are born to a wretched fate, unworthy even to serve my granddaughter. How dare you compare them? Have you lost your senses? Years ago, Chung Posey's daughter served as a maid in a wealthy household, only to be elevated to a concubine after bearing a son. She later gave birth to a daughter who was intelligent and beautiful, doted upon by the family. This granddaughter is the pride of Chung Posey's family, the hope for a prosperous future that would elevate them all. Wu Posey shoved Jinju aside coldly, stating, if you possess the money, present it now. If not, step aside. Otherwise, I shall report to your master, and you will not relish the consequences. Jinju bit her lip, unwavering in her stance. Here, take your money. A colder voice suddenly emerged from behind them. Chung Posey and Wu Posey turned to see a girl clad in a fitted tunic and a light apricot-colored skirt, draped in a pale lotus-colored tassel cloak. With no makeup adorning her face, her ruby lips and pearly teeth shone brightly, her tranquil gaze reflecting an unfathomable depth. The mountain breeze tousled her garments, lifting her silken hair skyward, as though she might take flight upon the winds. Chung Posey, an elderly matron well past her 50th year, found herself momentarily entranced by the exquisite scenery before her. If her granddaughter was likened to a delicate flower, then the enchanting figure standing before her could only be described as a celestial fairy among blossoms. However, feeling overshadowed by this comparison, Chung Posey's tone turned decidedly unfriendly. Oh, so it's Miss He. Are you not a lady of high standing? How can you be so lacking in decorum? The affairs of our temple are not for you to meddle in. Yesterday, while confined in Fumian Courtyard, she had overheard Taishan mention that he Dangu might be able to intercede on their behalf. Since then, Chung Posey had regarded he Dangue as a divine being, repeating her name like a mantra throughout the night. Yet, as time passed, her demeanor had shifted dramatically. She openly displayed her disdain, scrutinizing he Dangue with a critical gaze. What a lofty heiress you claim to be, merely an orphan girl with no parents, now forced to seek refuge in our temple. Even if your beauty is striking, you are destined to be a concubine. He Dangue, undeterred by the scathing remarks, met Chung Posey's contemptuous gaze with a calm, almost amused expression, her dark eyes sparkling with mischief. Here are 50 taels of silver. Might you consider facilitating the sale of the passengers in the carriage to a suitable family? Chung Posey, initially skeptical, took the pouch and, upon opening it, her eyes widened in astonishment. There were 5 large silver ingots, each worth 10 taels. Her countenance transformed once more, her face glowing with joy, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum as she repeatedly nodded, exclaiming, Excellent, excellent. Truly, you are a lady of the Luo family, generous indeed. Miss He, with your beauty and kind heart, you shall surely marry a fine gentleman in the future. He Dangue smiled gently. Then I entrust this matter to you both. Safe travels. Chapter 20. Duan Xiaolu gives warm clothing. Zhen Zhu gazed in astonishment at he Dangue, who seemed to descend from the heavens, and she instinctively stepped aside to clear the obstructed mountain path. Approaching he Dangue, she grasped her hand, her heart brimming with gratitude. Although Zhen Zhu and the other 7 often displayed malicious behavior and engaged in verbal disputes, the eldest among them was merely 19, having followed Tai Chun since childhood and thus emulating his temperament. If she were to serve a kind family as a maid for a few years, perhaps she could temper her impetuous nature and eventually find a suitable future. Granny Chung and Granny Wu, having secured the silver, bid farewell to the two with cheerful smiles and began their descent down the mountain. Zhen Zhu tightened her grip on Idangue's hand, wanting to express her thanks but struggling to find the right words. The previous night, the Water Merchant Association had faced a grave calamity, nearly leading to their complete annihilation. In that moment, Zhenju recalled how young Master Duan from the Jinyui had shown a particular fondness for He Dan-gui. If He Dan-gui were to plead for clemency on behalf of the Taoist priests, young Master Duan would at least be inclined to listen to her. Thus, Zhenju had sent Huai when to find He Dan-gui, harboring merely a flicker of hope. To her astonishment, He Dan-gui had indeed persuaded the Jinyui, resulting in only Tai Chun and his 2 disciples being apprehended, sparing any innocent parties, a stark departure from the usual conduct of the Jinyui. Now, He Dan-gui had once again stood up for a few unfamiliar Taoist nuns, even advancing 50 taels of silver. He Dan-gui blinked and smiled, saying, "Sister, there's no need to look at me with such tearful eyes. Firstly, I am assisting you, not them. I do not possess your benevolent heart that saves everyone indiscriminately. Secondly, I am merely a conduit of generosity. The silver belongs to young Master Duan. Young Master Duan, please reveal yourself." As soon as the words left her lips, Duan Shaolu leaped down from a nearby tree, beaming as he approached He Dan-gui, and inquired, "How is Miss E.S. cold? Is this cloak a good fit?" He Dan-gui lowered her gaze and replied, "It is perfect. Thank you for your concern." This morning, before dawn, He Dan-gui had awakened from a fragmented dream, and upon opening her eyes, she spotted Duan Shaolu standing in the courtyard, clutching a bulging bundle. After hastily arranging her appearance, she stepped outside to inquire about his purpose. Duan Shaolu unfurled the bundle, revealing several cloaks, woolen capes, and a few sets of matching dresses, cheerfully stating that he wished to redeem the black cloak of the dark-faced deity. With a single glance, He Dan-gui recognized that the garments would suit her perfectly in both size and color, although reluctant to accept unsolicited kindness. Seeing the sparkle in Duan Shaolu's eyes and the rosy hue of his nose made her swallow the words of rejection that lingered on her tongue, and she silently accepted the bundle from his hands. Upon reflection, it dawned on her that they existed in entirely different worlds, their connection limited to these fleeting days at the Taoist temple. Perhaps he simply felt pity for her plight and wished to offer some measure of care. Subsequently, He Dan-gui selected a dress from the bundle and donned a cloak, intending to seek out Ku Chiao Yuan to discuss a matter. After taking a few steps, she noticed Zhenju stealthily making her way down the mountain, only to witness Granny Cheng demanding payment. While contemplating how to extricate Zhenju from her predicament, she suddenly felt a tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she found Duan Shaolu had followed her, having also noticed her trailing behind Zhenju. Pearl expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Duan, for your kind assistance, but I cannot allow you to incur such expenses. Consider the silver as a loan. I shall return it shortly, so please do not decline." Before Duan Shaolu could respond, He Dan-gui chuckled and interjected, "Wait a moment. No one needs to bear this unwarranted expense." Both Pearl and Duan Shaolu gazed at He Dan-gui in confusion, only to see her enchanting eyes glimmering as she addressed Duan Shaolu. "This matter requires a trip from you, young Master Duan." As soon as He Dan-gui and Pearl entered the mountain gate, Huai approached them in haste, exclaiming, "Senior sister, you must hurry and see. Master is chasing after Jinming with a whisk." Pearl furrowed her brow, asking, "What is happening? Speak clearly." Master instructed Jinming to tidy up the medicinal hall, but Jinming, who has always been close to Zhen Gong, felt resentful when he saw Zhang Gong being dispatched by Master. He retorted, "I have no skill in handling medicine. Find someone capable." This infuriated Master, who declared he would punish those traitors with rebellious hearts. He Dan-gui urged, "Do not panic. The Imperial Guards are residing in her backyard. Even with a bold heart, she would not dare to kill anyone. It is likely just a scare. Let us first assess the situation." Pearl nodded, then added, "Sister, you return to the East Wing. I shall attempt to reason with Master. He has a fiery temperament, and when angered, he disregards everyone, striking whoever is nearby. I fear this may startle the gentle He sister, so I will not let her accompany me." He Dan-gui smiled. Then, "Dear sister, be cautious. I shall take my leave." However, instead of returning to the East Wing, she walked out of the mountain gate. Pearl, though puzzled, prioritized the matter at hand and hurried into the front courtyard. Upon entering, she found Jinming seated on the ground, weeping, his hands shielding his head, palms facing the copper-handled whisk wielded by Taishan, which had left his palms bloodied. Pearl rushed to grasp Taishan's sleeve, pleading earnestly, "Master, why must you let a child's wild words provoke you? Be careful not to harm your health. Your back pain has resurfaced, has it not? Why wield such a heavy whisk? If Zhenming has erred, it is the disciples who should bear the punishment." Taishan, supporting her back with one hand, sneered, "You must secretly resent me, blaming my harsh methods towards Zhen Gong and the others." Pearl forced a smile. "Master has misunderstood your disciple. Today marks your first day in this new position. I merely wished for a harmonious celebration. If the disciples feel content, they will surely put forth greater effort in their duties." Instead of calming, Taishan's fury intensified. "Are you implying that no one respects me now?" Pearl, perspiring, sought to clarify her words when a sudden commotion erupted outside, with numerous female disciples rushing frantically into the room. Taishan quickly inquired, "What is happening now? Could it be that the Imperial Guards have seen something they should not and are coming to arrest someone?" One of the female disciples, still shaken, replied, "A flock of crows just arrived and even pecked at our garments." "Crows?" Taishan frowned, for crows typically scavenged in the wild woods of the mountain. What reason would they have to attack humans? The disciples could not provide an answer, showing Taishan the stains, frayed edges, and loose threads on their clothing. After such a tumult, Taishan's anger dissipated into thin air. Moreover, the throng was currently clamoring, and should the Imperial Guards arrive, it would not bode well for her. Jinzhu, astute in reading the room, perceived Taishan's desire for tranquility and promptly called out to Zhenming in the corner, "Master, in your benevolence, do not hold this child accountable. Should you not attend to your duties?" Upon receiving a glance from Taishan, who remained silent, Zhenming hastily rose and fled. Jinzhu instructed the fleeing nuns to wait in the side room before turning back to pour Taishan a bowl of grape syrup. Taishan drank it in one go and, setting down the bowl, shot Jinzhu an annoyed look, declaring, "Now that the apothecary and alchemy chambers fall under my jurisdiction, I fear another disgrace akin to Tai Chen's might transpire. I am resolute in my intent to rectify the apothecary. However, upon my recent inspection, it was more disordered than a dog-s den, with the medicinal herbs in utter disarray. I contemplated having several sisters sift through Tai Chen's disheveled medical texts, cross-referencing the illustrations with the labels on the cabinets to organize the remedies. Yet, those domineering officials previously tore the medical books apart in their quest for the account ledger, and piecing the books back together will take upwards of 10 days. What do you propose we do now?" Jinzhu pondered and suggested, "Perhaps I should descend the mountain to seek another apothecary, hiring 1 or 2 apprentices proficient in identifying herbs to assist us in the temple for a fortnight." Taishan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who would bear the expense? Would it be you? The temple has been penalized from conducting business for half a year, and we have seen not a single coin from donations. Even the moneylenders must restrain their dealings for several months. All the sisters are tightening their belts. Where's the spare coin to employ laborers? Damn that Tai Chun. Furthermore, since you brought in that cook, Lu Laojiao, a few unruly women have taken to loitering in the kitchen, treating me as if I were blind. If Lu Laojiao continues to cook at the water merchant temple for another 2 months, half the sisters will be with child. I have always said that the temple houses only women. Bringing in a man invites calamity." Jinzhu lowered her head, hesitant to speak, but after a moment, she ventured, "Actually, there's a ready candidate. I am unsure whether I should mention it. Do not keep me in suspense. Speak quickly." "Doi Manuith," Jinzhu replied. "Missy from the East Wing. Is she not from a family of physicians? Recently, during our conversation, I discovered her profound knowledge of medical theory and her familiarity with herbs. Perhaps we could invite her to assist in organizing the apothecary, which would be far superior to our current efforts of merely identifying herbs from illustrations in utter ignorance. After all, medicinal herbs are not mere food. Should those unversed in the art misplace them, the consequences could be dire." Taishan's heart was swayed by this suggestion, yet she shook her head in contemplation. "Ah, who would dare to task her with such labor? She is our temple's benefactor. We revere her as a divine figure. Who would presume to impose upon her? Moreover, that handsome official has taken a fancy to her. perpetually enchanted, circling around her like a moth to a flame. If I were to command her, he would surely take offense, accusing me of disrespecting an official's kin. How could I bear the repercussions of such an affront? Master, you worry excessively. Missy is exceedingly warm-hearted and would surely be delighted to lend her assistance, Pearl suggested, noting that due to Tai Chan's previous procrastination in providing her with medicine, her health had yet to improve. Why don't we tell others that we are lending the medicine chamber to Miss He for a couple of days, allowing her to prepare her own remedies while also assisting us in organizing our herbs? Tai Shan finally smiled in satisfaction, nodding in agreement. That sounds splendid. We are indeed considering her well-being. You should personally explain this to her, so she feels grateful and is inclined to assist us. Pearl complied and withdrew, only to encounter He Danguwei standing elegantly outside the courtyard. The crows do not feast on earthly sorrows, yet they mimic the playfulness of a rogue with a beauty. He Danguwei remarked with a raised eyebrow. Has your master's temper subsided? Pearl smiled. I mentioned that the arrival of those crows was rather fortuitous. It turns out you orchestrated a timely downpour. However, it is indeed a marvel how the crows were willing to lend a hand, despite their inability to comprehend human speech. Hidangu, I nonchalantly responded. I merely offered them some delightful morsels to win their favor. Where's my sister off to? Pearl shared the details of her conversation with Tai Shan, to which Hidangu chuckled lightly and acquiesced. With Master Tai's instructions, how could I, a mere girl, dare to disobey? Organizing the herbs is but a trivial task. At present, I truly need to concoct several doses of medicine. I am grateful for your recommendation. Pearl affectionately patted her head, exclaiming, Who wouldn't want to dote on such a clever little one like you? This time, however, you've got it backward. You have rendered me a great service, and it is I who must thank you. By the way, has Mr. Duan returned? Not yet. Hidangue reassured her. This trivial matter is of no concern to him. You need not worry. It is assuredly under control. Pearl teased, though. So, you two are already quite familiar with each other? Hidangue deftly evaded the question. Come, let us check on the situation in the medicine chamber. I think it would be best if, in the first couple of days, I only require Jinjing's assistance with the herbs. Too many hands might hinder rather than help. On the third day, when we tidy up the drawers and cabinets, you can send a few Taoist maidens to lend a hand. Once the medicine chamber is restored to its approximate original state, I shall not interfere further, as I have several matters that require my attention. Pearl, somewhat puzzled, inquired, What matters? Is there anything you need my help with? Hidangue, with a mysterious gesture, raised her index finger. Your assistance is indeed necessary, but there is no need for you to fret. At the appropriate moment, all you need to do is respond. When Pearl attempted to ask further, Hidangue refused to divulge any more information. Chapter 021. The Water Merchant's Perspective Upon Returning to the Taoist Temple. Duan Xiaolu learned that Hidangue was busy preparing medicinal herbs in the apothecary. He swiftly ascended to the rooftop, leaping a few times before landing before the entrance of the apothecary. I apologize. It is entirely our fault for causing such chaos here. Otherwise, you would not have to toil in cleaning up, Duan Xiaolu expressed with sincere regret. I am somewhat familiar with herbal medicine. I assist you? Hidangue shook her head. Young Master Duan, you are mistaken. If it were not for your disruption, I would not have had the opportunity to casually gather and prepare the herbs here. I ought to thank you instead. What was the outcome of that affair? She inquired, her tone shifting. Duan Xiaolu gazed at her tenderly. Everything unfolded as you anticipated. Those two wicked women collected their silver here, while continuing to deliver their goods to the brothel. I summoned several constables and accused them of double selling. They initially took my money and then sold the same individuals to another party. Subsequently, the constables discovered 50 taels of silver on them, which corroborated my claims, leading to their detention. Though the current dynasty does not prohibit human trafficking, it imposes severe penalties on traffickers guilty of double selling to protect the rights of buyers. Male offenders face military conscription, while female offenders lose their status as free persons. The actions of Granny Chung and Granny Wu have indeed led them to their deserved fate. Hidangue asked, and what of Zhen Gong and her companions? Zhenju is quite concerned for them. Duan Xiaolu's handsome face flushed slightly as he replied, I will. Find a way to ensure their well-being. Please inform Master Jinju that they shall no longer suffer. He hesitated, but refrained from revealing his thoughts. Once he resolved the matter of Granny Chung and her associates, 7 young Taoist maidens awoke, each clutching his sleeve and weeping bitterly in his embrace. Unable to bear their sorrow, he agreed to take them as maidservants and bring them back to the capital. Along with the mother and daughter he rescued in Yangzhou, he would be returning with 10 individuals in total. He wondered how his mother would react. He Dangue remained silent for a moment before smiling. Thank you for your efforts, young master. The two continued to prepare herbs until dusk, after which he Dangue packed 2 bundles of medicinal herbs to take with her. Duan Xiaolu courteously escorted her back to the eastern wing, several times attempting to say something yet uncertain of how to begin. Perhaps it was merely his illusion, but the sense of distance from the girl before him seemed to have returned to the initial awkwardness of their first meeting. Just that morning, she had bestowed upon him a genuine smile, yet in the span of half a day, she had transformed back into that frigid figure, her smile not reaching her eyes. While Duan Xiaolu pondered this perplexity, he suddenly spotted a young Taoist maiden rushing towards him, her expression one of alarm. Zhen Jing, breathless from running, clutched her stomach and exclaimed, "This is terrible. I was summoned to clean Zhen Gong's room during the day and was occupied until nightfall. Upon returning to the eastern wing, I discovered our room in utter disarray." He Dangue frowned. Did anything go missing? Zhen Jing shook her head. I checked thoroughly and found nothing amiss. Our room never contained anything of great value. The thief likely rummaged through everything and departed when nothing caught their eye. Suddenly, He Dangue's expression shifted with urgency. She realized with dread that her prized longevity lock had been left behind in the room. In her previous life, due to the reluctance of the Luo family to come for her, He Dangue found herself reduced to the most menial labor after residing in the temple for a second month. Daily, she toiled with the dirtiest and most exhausting tasks, including emptying the night soil and scrubbing the eastern latrine. Fearing that she might tarnish the longevity gold lock gifted by her mother, she concealed it beneath her bed. Each night before sleep, she would prostrate on the ground, reaching out to exchange a silent wish for safety with the lock. However, one fateful evening, her hand found nothing but emptiness where the gold lock once lay. Overcome with grief, she wept uncontrollably, and the steward, Huai Dong, grew irritated by her noise, binding her and hanging her from the beam for the entire night. While every child raised by their mother received various gifts on birthdays and festivals, she possessed only that single gold lock from her full moon celebration, which she cherished more than life itself over the 10 years it never left her side. That night, suspended from the beam, her tears streamed down, soaking her hair and finally dripping to the ground, wondering who had taken her precious gold lock. Return my gold lock. I would trade anything for it. In her current life, the gold lock remained intact, nestled close to her heart as if it had never departed. Its return filled He Dangue with profound gratitude, and she carried the opulent longevity gold lock with her always, sewn into a small embroidered pocket within her clothes. However, this morning, after donning the new garments and skirt gifted by Duan Xiaolu, she had intended to borrow scissors from Zhen Jing to detach the embroidered pocket from her old attire. Later, in her haste to follow Zhen Zhu down the mountain, she completely forgot to take her gold lock. Duan Xiaolu had never witnessed such an expression on He Dangue's face. He had always believed that words like panic, helplessness, and weakness were foreign to this girl. Even when he had harbored murderous intentions toward her the previous night, she had not exhibited such a catastrophic demeanor. Sister He, do not fret. Whatever you have lost, even if it means uprooting the entire temple, I will retrieve it for you. Duan Xiaolu gently pulled the delicate girl into an embrace, soothing her. Let us assess the situation. Perhaps it is still nearby. With those words, they ascended into the air, their forms vanishing from the eaves with a few graceful leaps. Zhen Jing stood with her mouth agape, staring blankly at the spot where they had disappeared, before clutching her stomach, which had been knocked out of breath, and stumbling back. Upon landing, He Dangue rushed into the room, hastily seizing the light green skirt from the ground to search through it, but was truly gone. She sat on the floor in a daze, reminiscent of that moment in her past life. Just this morning, she had held it in her hands, tracing the patterns with her fingertips by nightfall. She had lost it forever, the unique gift crafted by a skilled artisan at her mother's behest to celebrate her full moon. Was her mother well now? The letter she had written should have arrived by now. So why had there been no reply? In her past life, she had longed to return to the time before her mother was deceived, to drive away all those treacherous and malevolent individuals and secure a peaceful existence for both her mother and herself. Now, she had indeed achieved her wish. As 18 years ago in this life, nothing had transpired. Everything was still within reach. Yet, why had she still lost her gold lock? Is fate truly immutable? Must she, regardless of her resistance, inevitably tread the same path as in her previous life? Observing the pale, bloodless visage before him, Duan Xiaolu's heart burned with urgency as he repeatedly patted her arm, imploring, "Tell me, what have you lost? Speak swiftly. If you utter the name of that thing, I shall bind every soul in the Shui, Shangguan, and unearth it from the depths of the earth." He Dangui, momentarily jolted from her stupor, pondered. Retrieve the golden lock? Indeed, if the golden lock could be recovered, then the so-called predestined fate would be shattered, allowing her to carve out a life distinct from the one prescribed. Her dazed eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. Indeed, the world is akin to a chessboard, ever-changing, and the course of events lies within human hands. How could there possibly be matters that cannot be altered? Reborn, she resolved to transform everything, resolutely rejecting the dictates of fate. With this thought, He Dangui turned to Duan Xiaolu, her gratitude genuine. "Thank you. Just now, I was ensnared by my own demons, nearly walking into a dead end. Had you not awakened me, I would have been lost." Duan Xiaolu gazed at her with compassion, softly responding, "Child, do not despair. Even if it requires traversing fire and water, I shall undoubtedly retrieve what you have lost. If you wish, I shall always be here for you." Just then, Zhenjing, panting heavily, stumbled into the room, leaving his words unspoken. He Dangui lowered her head, grasping a piece of charcoal that had rolled onto the floor, murmuring to herself, "Traversing fire and water, fire, what a fire." The day was dry and arid. Caution with fire was imperative. The Shui Shangguan, unlike ordinary households, utilized fire extensively, with candles lit regularly in the 3 halls housing the deities and incense burning in the censers. At night, the meditation room often blazed with light, as Taoist nuns, unversed in their scriptures, faced penalties of extensive copying, for a single error in recitation during rituals could lead to embarrassment before the pilgrims, tarnishing the reputation of the Shui Shangguan. Each night, the kitchen would extinguish its flames and lock its doors. Yet a makeshift stove of stacked bricks lay in the corridor behind the kitchen. Generally, women possess a penchant for snacks, and, as the Taoist nuns are women, they are no exception. This rudimentary stove was clandestinely constructed by them, where when hunger struck, they could roast sweet potatoes, bake flatbreads, or boil a bowl of noodles. The temple utilized fire in many areas at night, posing particular danger during the dry autumn. Thus, the head abbot, Taishan, took special care with fire safety, arranging 4 shifts of individuals to patrol, vigilantly monitoring all fire usage. "Help! Someone come quickly! The kitchen is on fire!" A shrill female voice pierced the stillness of the night, awakening all within the temple in mere moments. The Taoist nuns, deeply asleep, donned their outer robes in a daze, grabbing basins as they rushed outside. Upon emerging, they indeed beheld thick smoke billowing from the back alley of the kitchen, crackling and spreading to 4 or 5 nearby storage rooms. Taishan, with her disheveled hair cascading, scolded, "Fools, are you all dead? Hurry, extinguish the flames. Save the fire." The Taoist nuns, unwilling to delay, rushed towards the fire with their basins filled with water, while those whose basins were empty scoured for water jars. Yet, many were still not fully awake, resulting in chaos as one stepped on another's shoes and another bumped into a basin. Taishan, witnessing the turmoil, was incensed and began to curse vociferously. Before long, the flames grew ever fiercer. Clenching her teeth, Taishan raised her feather duster and struck at the sluggish nuns. The hefty copper handle inflicted injuries on several, inciting a frantic rush towards the fire, with basins tossed aside. Upon reaching the back alley of the kitchen, Confronted by the towering inferno, 70 or 80 nuns found themselves with merely 4 basins of water, insufficient to extinguish even a flicker of flame. Consequently, they exchanged wide-eyed glances, powerless against the oppressive heat. At that moment, 4 divine figures appeared in the sky, their arms gracefully waving toward the blazing fire below. In an astonishing turn of events, the flames diminished by half. The nuns, nearly entranced, gazed in awe, while Taishan dashed to the alley's entrance, breathless and furious, shouting, "For heaven's sake, why aren't you all helping to put out the fire? I'd be better off raising a few real pigs than this bunch of foolish swine." A number of nuns hurriedly broke open the kitchen's front door, retrieving vessels to draw water from the jars in an effort to combat the blaze. Meanwhile, others remained dazed, staring up at the celestial figures above. The firelight illuminated their faces, revealing them to be Duan Xiaolu, Liao Zuan, Lu Jiangbei, and Gao Ju. They formed a unique formation above the flames, taking turns to unleash powerful gusts of wind that, unlike any natural breeze, did not merely fan the flames, but actively quelled them. Thus, with a fierce wind above and cool water below, the inferno gradually subsided into smaller flames, then into flickering embers, until finally, the smoke turned to charred earth. After the fire was extinguished, Duan Xiaolu and the others descended from the sky. Taishan pushed through the crowd and ran forward, prostrating herself and repeatedly bowing in gratitude. The 4 exchanged glances, and Gao Ju, with a stoic expression, inquired, "What caused this sudden outbreak of fire?" Lu Jiangbei, crossing his arms, circled the now charred stove and remarked, "It seems someone forgot to extinguish the fire after preparing a late-night meal." Liao Zuan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, look here. There's even a sweet potato reduced to ashes." Duan Xiaolu, filled with rage, exclaimed, "This is utterly outrageous. Knowing full well that several officials of the court are lodged here, you still recklessly misuse the stove. If any of the imperial guards had been harmed, it would not suffice to raise your Taoist temple in compensation." Lu Jiangbei, glancing at the kneeling Taishan, coldly retorted, as the head nun, "You bear culpability for the oversight of the temple's fire. If the instigator cannot be found, I shall first take your head." Chapter 22. Who is the arsonist? Taishan's emotions shifted from great joy to profound shock, and then to intense fear. Upon hearing Lu Jiangbei's final words, Taishan was so terrified that he fell to the ground, repeatedly bowing in reverence. Eventually, trembling, Taishan rose to his feet, turning to face the gathered Taoist nuns with a predatory gaze, and hoarsely demanded, "Speak quickly. Who has used the stove? Who ignited the fire?" Silence fell over the 77 Taoist nuns, none daring to respond. Taishan, shaking with rage, hoarsely bellowed, "Regardless of who it is, if you step forward now, I shall grant you a chance to live. If it is revealed later, you shall meet your end." A flurry of furtive glances exchanged among the crowd, yet still, no one came forth to confess. Resolutely, Taishan shouted, "I will reward anyone who comes to expose the truth with 30 taels of silver, paid on the spot." A low hum of whispers permeated the crowd, and moments later, a stout middle-aged nun stepped forward, raising her hand to point at a bowed head among them. "At the 3rd watch today, I witnessed Huai Xin carrying a food box back to her quarters." All eyes turned towards the nun with her head bowed, igniting a wave of speculation. The 3rd watch? The kitchen is locked at the hour of the dog every day. Where does she get food? Surely, she must have cooked it herself. Indeed, Huai Xin is notorious for her insatiable appetite, often sneaking food into her room at night. I've seen it several times. I too have witnessed it on multiple occasions. She must have been preparing a late-night snack and forgot to extinguish the fire. Do you remember that one time she left without even blowing out the lamp after copying scriptures? The next day, the oil in the lamp was completely consumed, and the table was blackened. How could I forget? That incident frightened me terribly. It was a close call. Huai Xin was notoriously forgetful. In truth, among the Taoist nuns, 9 out of 10 had wielded the ladle at that stove, preparing late-night meals. Just tonight alone, several had gathered there, roasting sweet potatoes and corn, while gossiping about the dashing and handsome imperial guards residing in the Western Chamber. After their meal, The group had left in high spirits, completely oblivious to whether the fire had been extinguished. Was it possible that, as the saying goes, the law does not punish the multitude? These individuals were like grasshoppers on a single thread, hence none dared to implicate another. At that moment, someone stepped forward and named Huai Xian, which brought instant delight to the others, who eagerly sought to cast the blame upon her. Huai Xian, originally a disciple of Tai Shi, had grown discontent with her meager and thankless task of mending clothes, and thus had sought allegiance with Tai Chun. She often assisted Tai Chun in the more loathed duties, such as collecting offerings from sick nuns for medicinal purposes and reporting back on those harboring grievances against Tai Chun. Just days prior, she had deceived Jinjing into going to Tai Chun for punishment. Consequently, within the temple, Huai Xian had been isolated, with many holding a grudge against her. Yesterday, Tai Chun fell from grace, and Huai Xian, with her keen insight and swift hands, returned to the service of Tai Shi, taking up the humble role of a groundskeeper. Thus, she escaped being sold away by Tai Shan. This evening, Huai Xian indeed had utilized the extinguished stove, yet she distinctly recalled that when she departed, not a single spark had been left behind. The multitude accused her, dredging up incidents from years past, clearly intent on her destruction. Huai Xian fell to her knees before Tai Shan, weeping loudly, "I am wronged. Master Uncle, do not believe their malicious lies. They seek to tarnish me because of our past grievances." Tai Shan scoffed, "1, 2, 3 claim it as you, and I might consider your innocence. But can it be that all 80 souls here in the Water Merchant's Hall conspire against you? You have resided here for over a decade. Have you truly made no friends?" She then called out, "Is there anyone who can attest to her innocence? I shall reward that person with 5 guan." The Taoist nuns shook their heads in unison, clamoring, "She speaks nonsense. We have not wronged her. It was undoubtedly she who set the fire." She sought to rescue Tai Chun amid the chaos. She has always claimed that Tai Chun should be the leader. Huai Xian's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. In that moment, she comprehended the meaning of being pushed when the wall falls. Her heart was filled with both sorrow and despair. Previously, she had merely extorted money from them, and now they sought her life. All were struggling to make a living in this meager Taoist temple, yet they showed no regard for their shared bonds as fellow disciples. Tai Shan nodded with satisfaction and turned to Lu Jiangbei, stating, "Sir, I have thoroughly investigated. The arsonist is indeed the nefarious Huai Xian, whose aim was to rescue the heinous Tai Chun." Lu Jiangbei did not regard the arsonist on the ground. Instead, he gazed at the distant void with a wry smile, slowly declaring, "Bind her. She shall be executed by fire at noon tomorrow." The crowd gasped in shock. The nuns who had recently used the stove felt a wave of fear wash over them. They had narrowly escaped a dire fate, under the promise of a generous reward. Some had indeed contemplated Tai Shan's offer of 30 taels of silver, but they had hesitated just a moment too long, allowing others to claim the glory. Were it not for that, would they still be alive? Many young nuns, having just witnessed the divine spectacle of the deity in the sky, their hearts had been filled with fanciful musings. Yet now, hearing Lu Jiangbei speak so nonchalantly of the horrific execution, as if taking a life were as mundane as eating or walking, shattered their dreams. Indeed, these individuals were not chivalrous wanderers, but rather the ruthless enforcers of the court. It was said that they would suddenly draw their swords during meals, striking tables, and even people. It was not me. Truly, it was not me. I know now. The one who set the fire is the girl from the East Wing, the one with the surname He. Huai Xian suddenly cried out. The nuns were taken aback. Who was this girl with the surname He that Huai Xian spoke of? Many could not resist stealing glances at Duan Xiaolu. For early this morning, he was seen standing in the eastern courtyard, lost in thought, his gaze so tender it seemed capable of drawing forth tears. Consequently, rumors began to circulate that General Duan of the Jinyui had taken a liking to the 10-year-old Miss He, intending to bring her home as a child bride. Indeed, Duan Xiaolu's strikingly handsome yet icy demeanor was intimidating as he glared at Huai Xian and proclaimed, "Setting fire to an official establishment is already a capital offense. And you dare to falsely accuse the usually unassuming Missy? Your words are exceedingly disrespectful, and you ought to be sentenced too." I am not speaking in vain. I possess evidence. Huai Exan interjected, desperation surging as she disregarded the hierarchy, interrupting Duan Xiaolu. Come and see this. She pointed at a half-moon-shaped black mark on the wall, screaming in hysteria, I am wronged. She is the arsonist. This is the evidence she left behind. The crowd gathered to inspect the black mark, which appeared to have been made after coming into contact with soot, faintly resembling a design of a pig amidst auspicious clouds. Duan Xiaolu furrowed his brows, displeased, and remarked, What constitutes this as evidence? Firstly, it may not have been left by Miss He. Secondly, we cannot ascertain when it was made. It could very well be an imprint from long ago. How can we accuse another based solely on this mark? Liao Ziyuan, somewhat gleeful in his misfortune, remarked, The regulations of the Hongwu Penal Code state that witness testimony takes precedence, followed by material evidence. You possess but a vague piece of material evidence, whereas there are 80 living witnesses over there, all unanimously asserting that you are the arsonist. In comparison, you stand no chance of vindication. Gao Ju coldly gazed toward the horizon and declared, Tomorrow at noon, at the mountain gate, commence with the slicing before proceeding to the fire punishment, as a deterrent. Huai Exan, tears streaming down her face, cried out, This black mark was left by Miss He when she was still alive. I saw Zhang Jing personally take a golden lock from a brocade box and place it around her neck. The pattern on that lock depicted a round little pig, its hooves treading upon floating clouds. No one else could possess such a golden lock. After catching her breath, she added, Moreover, I was not alone. Huaidong witnessed it too. We both leaned out the window to observe. I even wagered that the lock appeared to be worth 50 or 60 taels, while Huaidong asserted that given its craftsmanship, it must be worth at least 80 taels. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in commotion. As Huai Exan narrated the events with such vivid detail, could it indeed be that Missy was the one who set the fire? Otherwise, how could the pattern on her golden lock have inadvertently smudged onto this wall? Her room in the eastern wing was quite distant from the kitchen, separated by more than 10 courtyards. What reason had a convalescing young lady to venture here? Taishan squinted thoughtfully before turning to inquire of a Taoist priestess standing in the corner. Huaidong, is there any truth to this? Is the pattern on Miss He's golden lock identical to that on the black mark on the wall? The eyes of the crowd converged upon the priestess, as if attempting to pierce through her and uncover the truth. She appeared exceptionally introverted, clearly unaccustomed to such scrutiny. She tightened her sleeves and lowered her head, murmuring, It was a trivial matter from many days ago, and I can hardly recall. At that time, I merely glanced through the gauze window. How could I possibly discern what Miss He was wearing or what adornments lay upon her? Dai fan goset momentarily. Turning to the other Taoist nuns with a stern inquiry, Has anyone among you ever seen Miss He possess such a lock? Furthermore, you all just asserted that Huai Xin is the arsonist. Yet did anyone witness her igniting the flames? A few nuns were rendered speechless. Many of the more astute individuals suddenly realized that Taishan's line of questioning was clearly an attempt to implicate Miss He in the act of arson. Duan Xiaolu furrowed his brow, saying, Taishan, what do you mean by that? This matter is evidently a consequence of your temple's lax fire management and has nothing to do with Miss He. Do not recklessly entangle her in this. A thin sheen of sweat formed on Taishan's brow as he forced a smile. General Duan, please do not be hasty. We are reasonable practitioners and would never unjustly accuse anyone without cause. That said, Miss He resides within the temple, and now, with Huai Xion's accusations against her, her suspicion is considerable. Even if you support her, shouldn't she at least come forth to confront these claims? Otherwise, some might think her too guilty to appear. Although I sympathize with her plight, a grave crime like arson cannot have us bearing the blame on her behalf. As he spoke, he had already begun to regard He Danguwei as the actual perpetrator. Taishan contemplated, if one of the nuns in the temple had indeed committed arson, their demise would be regrettable, yet the temple would also suffer repercussions. In that case, they might be penalized by the officials, forced into seclusion, and cease their business operations, directly affecting their lending activities. However, should the arsonist turn out to be an outsider, the temple would shift from being a suspect to a victim. Perhaps the officials would even grant them permission to reopen their doors to worshippers. As for how the genie Wei would handle that girl, it was of no concern to him. If she were to be executed, that would simply be her unfortunate fate, if they chose to be lenient. As long as the genie Wei were unbothered by others' gossip, they could do as they pleased. Duan Xiaolu was exceedingly furious, ready to retort. When Lu Jiangbei placed a hand on his shoulder, advising young Master Duan, why not allow Miss He to explain herself? Your words are futile and won't aid her. Taishan nodded vigorously. Yes, precisely. We are reasonable individuals. We shall ask her a few questions without any malice. Then he turned to Zhen Ming, instructing, go to the eastern chamber and fetch Miss He at once, and be swift in your return. Do not dawdle. Additionally, have her bring her golden lock. Zhen Ming complied and hurried away. Chapter 023. The failure of disaster in Jiangdong. Time passed slowly. The Taoist priestesses gathered in hushed whispers, occasionally casting glances at the four tall and handsome young men in the distance. Many of them secretly rejoiced, thinking that the girl with the surname he was destined for misfortune. Why should a mere child, still innocent and inexperienced, garner the favor of the official and receive such protection? How absurd! To think she could compete with them for a man. She was a decade too early. The conflict between them and Huai Xin was an internal one. Without Tai Chun as her support, Huai Xin had ample opportunity to eliminate her. As for the girl with the surname He, who claimed to be the daughter of an official, what made her superior? They could not act against her normally. Yet now they had finally found an opportunity to vent their frustrations. Beneath a poplar tree at the end of the alley, Duan Xiaolu and Liao Yuan stood with their hands behind their backs, while Lu Jiangbei closed his eyes in meditation. Liao Zhen's cat-like eyes darted around before he placed a hand on Gao Ju and asked, Hey, dark-faced lord, has the effect of your medicine worn off? What was it like? Are your legs still weak? Gao Ju dangerously opened his eyes, squeezing out a single word through gritted teeth, get lost. Liao Yuan, feeling disheartened, touched his nose and turned his back to Gao Ju, muttering under his breath, so stingy, I didn't mean to. Lu Jiangbei chuckled lightly this time, thanks to Miss He's remarkable medical skills. Otherwise Gao Ju would have taken too much of that medicine and had to resolve his issues in a brothel. When we return to the capital, if his sister-in-law finds out, it could cause quite the scandal. Liao Yuan then placed a hand on Lu Jiangbei's shoulder and asked, By the way, Lu Xiao, if it weren't for her prescription, how would you have solved this? Lu Jiangbei playfully punched him in the abdomen and scolded, Why don't you just go die? If it weren't for your troublemaking, we wouldn't have ended up soaking in medicinal baths all night, and our tempers would not have been diminished by a third. Once we recover in a few days, I shall settle the score with you. Duan Xiaolu shot a disapproving glance at Lu Jiangbei. Now that your benefactor is in trouble, you seem quite at leisure. Lu Jiangbei and Liao Yuan laughed together. TSK. You're overacting. The one in trouble this time, ISNT her, but master. Here comes Missy. Zhen Ming hurriedly approached, breathless, pointing behind her as she reported. But the golden lock is already gone. You wouldn't believe it. When I went to the East Chamber just now, everyone turned in unison, their gazes fixed on the distant figure of a girl with dark hair and delicate footsteps who was leisurely making her way toward them. As she drew nearer, Taishan smiled with a veneer of politeness and asked, Miss He, I have heard from Zhen Ming that you did not bring the golden lock. This lock is now entangled in a major case. Why won't you show it to us? Could there be some hidden secrets? Taishan had resolved to overpower her with aggressive questioning, intending to pressure her into submission before attributing the blame to her. Dengue's small face was as pale as a ghost, her eyes filled with confusion and trepidation, with the corners slightly glistening with unshed tears. After a moment of silence, she furrowed her delicate brows and softly spoke. I have indeed heard of the flooding at your esteemed abode, and I express my deepest sympathies. However, since my arrival at your residence, I have never set foot in this kitchen, and I cannot fathom how the intricate design of my golden lock could possibly be imprinted in this place. Tashan smirked. How curious indeed. Did the golden lock sprout legs and fly here? Did it accidentally smudge itself with soot and press against the wall? Donggue's expression was one of hesitation, wanting to speak, but ultimately only sighing with her head lowered. Concerning this matter, I had originally intended to seek Master Tai's assistance tomorrow. Yet now, with the flooding causing such significant loss, I hesitate to burden Master Tai with my trivial concerns. Perhaps it is simply my fate. Her words left everyone bewildered. He Dongguei glanced around and quickly located the dark mark on the wall, exclaiming in surprise, "That does indeed resemble the pattern on my golden lock. But is Master Tai certain that this pattern was imprinted tonight? And why does Master Tai insist that this is the work of an arsonist? The pattern is indeed a recent occurrence." Huai Exen shouted loudly, her sharp voice echoing through the narrow alley. I remember distinctly when I left after preparing the meal. The wall was still clean. Indeed, a young Taoist maiden of about 15 or 16 confirmed. "I happened to pass by here tonight, and I did not see the dark mark then." A tall, slender Taoist maiden stepped forward, asserting, "I too can vouch for that. Everyone knows I possess the best memory in the temple, and I can recite scriptures the fastest. I can confidently say that this black mark only appeared tonight, and it is quite likely that it was inadvertently left by the arsonist. It appears to have been stamped with charcoal powder. Could it be that the arsonist accidentally brushed against the wall while transporting the charcoal? Ah, your word just reminded me. Just a few days ago, there was a large pile of charcoal outside the east courtyard. That charcoal could ignite with just a spark, and perhaps, next time, it will be our quarters that catch fire. Do not speak so recklessly, you might frighten me. However, we have no enmity with her. Why would she set our temple ablaze? Why not ask her? How am I to know? She is a wealthy young lady. Perhaps she despises the food at our temple, and thus decided to burn down the kitchen." Duan Xiaolu felt a surge of anger, tempted to punch a hole in the wall, while Liao Ziyuan and Lu Jiangbei listened, both amused and exasperated. They had often heard that the women's quarters were a battlefield devoid of gunpowder, and they considered this notion somewhat exaggerated. Those delicate women merely engaged in petty quarrels and jealousy. How much chaos could they truly incite? What they witnessed tonight genuinely opened their eyes. Even those who had taken vows could not escape the fray. More than 70 voices clattered noisily, louder than a flock of ducks. Each word was laced with hidden barbs, gradually honing in on He Dongguei without allowing her a chance to defend herself, directly condemning her as the arsonist. Had they not personally ignited the fire, they might have found some credence to her innocence. The true arsonists, far and near, were not He Dongguei, but rather Duan, Liao Lu, and Gao. Suddenly, Gao Ju unsheathed his great sword, raising it to cleave the charred stove into 4 pieces, each word he uttered resonating ominously, akin to the harbinger of hell's opening. "You're truly bothersome. Silence yourselves." The Taoist nuns, having only witnessed the pretense of street performers shattering stones, were utterly astounded by such a formidable spectacle, instinctively huddling together in fright. Even the venerable Taishan was no exception. Amidst the artificially induced silence, He Dongguei's timid voice emerged. "Mistress Taishan, esteemed masters, I understand your discontent regarding the water leak in your esteemed temple tonight. However, I must clarify that my gold lock has long been misplaced. Hence, the arsonist cannot possibly be me. I implore you all to discern the truth." Taishan, crouching with her head cradled in her arms, appeared notably diminished, yet feigned an air of ferocity, declaring, "How curious! We have discovered that the items found here bear resemblance to yours, yet yours has vanished. Is such a coincidence conceivable? No matter how that young girl may protest, she shall bear this blame. She is the scapegoat sent by heaven for our temple. Venerable mistress, you are mistaken." He Dongguei's voice was soft and gentle, like a feather brushing against the hearts of those present. "The water leak in the temple is a matter of this very night, whereas my gold lock was lost during the day. This lock is a cherished possession of mine, and upon its loss, I was greatly distressed, even reporting it to the authorities. The officers of Tuer Town are currently investigating the matter discreetly within the temple. Thus the loss of my lock is not mere hearsay." Zhang Ming quietly corroborated, "Master, I just mentioned this, but you all did not hear. When I went to the East Wing, I saw that Miss He's room had been ransacked. It appeared to have been burglarized." Taishan's face flushed with a mix of red and white, while the other Taoist nuns displayed expressions of disappointment. With this revelation, it became untenable to pin the charge of arson on He Dongguei. Unperturbed, He Dangui continued, please consider this. Firstly, I have a stove in my room where I can boil water and prepare soup. There is absolutely no reason for me to come here. Secondly, I summoned over a dozen constables to assist in searching for my lost item. How could I possibly commit arson under their very noses? Therefore, even if someone harbored malice with the intent to set fire to the esteemed Jin Wei in a bid to rescue the prisoner Tai Chun, that person could not possibly be me. I have heard that Tai Chun has resided in this temple for nearly 30 years, cultivating goodwill and earning great affection. I have only been here for less than a week, having spoken to Tai Chun merely once or twice. How could my connection with her compare to that of esteemed masters? The more Tai Chun listened, the more beads of sweat formed on her brow. This was disastrous. How could she have forgotten this crucial detail? Regret washed over her. Had she implicated Huai Xin with a mere charge of negligence, the situation could have been mitigated. Even if the Jin Wei pursued the matter, the punishment would not have been severe, perhaps a mere seclusion for reflection, halting the reception of guests. However, Tai Chun had initially sought to eliminate Huai Xin by hastily accusing her of attempting to rescue Tai Chun. Later, she had identified a more suitable scapegoat in He Dangui, attributing the charge of arson to her. At present, He Dangui has effortlessly cleared herself of suspicion, yet she has entangled the accusations of arson and rescuing Tai Chun, casting them back upon her adversaries. Tai Chun, truly taken aback, had never anticipated that the seemingly delicate girl not only possessed a sharp mind, but also wielded a tongue as formidable. In this instance, Tai Chun had indeed lifted a stone only to crush her own foot. With resentment, Tai Chun cast a glance at He Dangui, only to find her staring back intently. The gaze was chilling, reminiscent of the depths of a frozen well in the heart of winter, imbued with a disquieting coldness that sent a shiver down even the seasoned Tai Chun's spine. Instinctively lowering her head in self-defense, Tai Chun was bewildered, unable to comprehend why she felt such trepidation in the presence of a mere 10-year-old girl. She yearned to lift her gaze for confirmation, but an insistent voice within her cautioned against it. Do not look up, do not look up. Duan Xiaolu frowned at He Dangui, reproaching her in such frigid weather. Why do you not don an extra cloak? What if you catch a chill? He Dangui lowered her eyes with a faint smile, while Liao Zhan tilted his head back, rolling his eyes at the moon above. Lu Zhongbei, with hands clasped behind his back, surveyed a group of Taoist nuns squatting on the ground. He stepped forward and coldly remarked, "This temple is a place of spiritual cultivation. How could a theft occur? How will future guests feel secure here? This matter must be thoroughly investigated, and the belongings of that young lady must be returned." Tai Chun prostrated herself again, knocking her head against the ground. Gao Ju yawned and declared, "I am weary. You may search without me. When you capture the perpetrator, summon me for the execution tomorrow." With that, his tall, dark figure abruptly vanished from sight. Tai Chun and the others stared in disbelief, watching as fragments of tiles from the burned roofs fell, leaving them to ponder the disappearance of a living person. Fear gripped their hearts. Was he human or specter? What an eerie display of lightness and movement. Even He Dangui felt a shiver run down her spine. Such agility was unmistakably. Suddenly, He Dangui felt a chill, prompting Duan Xiaolu to consider draping her with a garment. However, given the tight-fitting attire chosen for their nocturnal escapade, even if he wished to remove his own cloak, it would be improper to do so in front of so many Taoist nuns. Rubbing his forehead, Duan Xiaolu muttered, "I shall return shortly," before leaping into the air and soaring away atop Liao Ziyuan's head. Liao Zhan, infuriated, shouted in protest, and He Dangui glanced at him, cautiously inquiring, "That night, when young Master Duan and young Master Gao sparred, I observed that their martial arts techniques bore a striking resemblance, as if taught by the same master. Yet, how could their lightness skills be so markedly different?" Liao Zhan, absent-mindedly stroking his chin, explained, "Gao Ju spent 3 years in the East, and upon his return, his lightness skills had significantly advanced, placing him at the forefront among us 8. This style of his is derived from." Lu Zhongbei abruptly pushed Liao Ziyuan aside and leaned closer to He Dangui, chuckling, "Hey, you a mere young girl. What interest do you have in these matters of combat and conflict?" He Dangui playfully blinked her eyes and exclaimed, as a young woman witnessing the four esteemed individuals. I cannot help but feel an overwhelming sense of envy. I secretly tell myself how wonderful it would be to apprentice under one of these masters and acquire a skill that I could call my own. This way, I would not have misplaced the precious gift my mother bestowed upon me for my full moon celebration. Taishan hurriedly interjected, Miss He, while you claim that your belongings were lost within our temple, it does not necessarily imply that it was one of our own who is responsible. Esteemed gentlemen, you may not be aware, but our Shui Shang temple is bustling with activity, with countless individuals entering and exiting. Furthermore, our gates are open from dawn until dusk, with offerings of rice, firewood, and coal coming from various directions. It is simply beyond our capacity to monitor every corner and room. If Miss He has carelessly misplaced her items, where are we to search for them now? He Dangue smiled faintly, just about to respond, when Duan Xiaolu suddenly descended from the heavens, landing before her. Chapter 024. The so-called stain of character. He held a pink plush cloak in his hands, his chest gently rising and falling, while his lustrous black eyes sparkled as if they were filled with the brilliance of countless stars. Duan Xiaolu remained silent, unfurling the cloak with a swift motion and enveloping He Dangue snugly within it, meticulously tying the soft satin ribbons into a delicate bow. He Dangue furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze darkening. She could not continue this way, regardless of his intentions or whether he was, as Lu Jiangbei suggested, simply generous towards girls. He had done far too much. Such care was beyond her capacity to accept, and he had misdirected his affections. Lu Jiangbei noticed the subtle shift in He Dangue's expression, assuming she was unaccustomed to such intimacy in public, and hastily interjected, What shall we do now? Perhaps we should have the constables thoroughly search the Taoist temple? Taishan turned pale with fright. All the promissory notes for the usury she had issued were locked away in her bedside cabinet. What would happen if they were discovered? Many other nuns also harbored secrets that could not be revealed, and they grew anxious, momentarily forgetting that they stood before a figure of great importance from the Jinui, and began to raise their voices in protest. This is outrageous. With no evidence, how can you suspect us of theft? If you wish to search, you must first provide proof. Recently, we've noticed a couple of leftover buns missing from the kitchen. Who here's been robbed? Bah! What precious items could be worth so little, yet you scream theft? Our temple is not devoid of treasures. The towering statues are adorned with gold dust. Why has no one sought to scrape that? To call yourself a refined lady. How petty it is to cause such a ruckus over a broken lock. If you cherish that item so dearly, you should have hidden it well, or better yet, concealed yourself, and thus no misfortune would have befallen you. At this moment, the nun Jingxuan, renowned for her swift memorization of scriptures, interjected. On the afternoon of their first day at the temple, Jingxuan had felt an instant admiration for Duan Xiaolu, who wore a vibrant red robe and exuded a fresh, handsome charm. That day, as he approached from the end of the mountain path, he suddenly looked up and smiled at her from the temple gate, instantly capturing her heart. That evening, she secured a coveted spot to serve the guests at dinner, and her excitement was nearly overwhelming. During the meal, she endeavored to win Duan Xiaolu's favor, even performing a spontaneous song from her hometown. Yet unfortunately, she failed to gain his attention. The following day, Jingxuan adorned herself with great care, preparing a splendid dance as her paisida assistants. However, before she could perform, a guest clad in black, provoked by the unruly antics of her companions, struck the table with a knife, sending everyone scattering. Since then, Jingxuan had found no opportunity to approach Duan Xiaolu again. Now, witnessing the warmth and intimacy Duan Xiaolu extended towards He Dangue, her eyes nearly bled with envy, longing to rush over and put an end to that girl-less existence. She considered herself the most outstanding beauty among the Taoist nuns, being in the prime of her youth at 20, talented in song and dance, and hoped fervently to become a concubine for Duan Xiaolu. Yet, that wretched girl dared to disrupt her aspirations. Listening to the nuns' sharp protests, Lu Jiangbei and Duan Xiaolu couldn't help but frown. It was evident to all that Miss He had lost something of great importance in the temple, and her sorrow was palpable, Why then did these nuns speak so harshly? He Dongguai cast a glance at the envious and haughty Jin Sun and slowly remarked, "Are you Master Jin Sun? I just heard you claim that your memory is the finest in the temple. Yet how could you so quickly forget your own words? You asserted that the black mark on the wall appeared only tonight. Hence it must have been left by an unintentional arsonist. Indeed, for a mere thief. There is no need to search the entire temple. However, to identify the sinister individual who intended to set fire and rescue Taishan, do you not think, Master Jin Sun, that we should follow this sole lead?" Jin Sun was rendered speechless, ultimately diverting the conversation with a defensive remark. "How do you know my Dharma name?" He Dongguai, maintaining her composure, replied, "Oh, I overheard it a couple of days ago. Although my memory is not exceptional, I happen to remember it." Liao Ziyuan scoffed, further embarrassing Jin Sun, who retreated to the wall in silence. Lu Jiangbei turned to Taishan, feigning outrage. "You unruly peasants, if you continue to obstruct and delay, it will not merely be a case of sheltering an arsonist, but rather complicity. I shall ask once more, will you allow the search?" Taishan, in a fluster, nodded vigorously, then shook her head and suddenly knelt at the feet of Lu Jiangbei and Duan Xiaolu, striking her own face several times while weeping profusely, pleading, "My lords, please forgive us. We were so terrified by the fire that we lost our wits and mistakenly accused Miss He. Upon reflection, the black mark on the wall is likely unrelated to the fire. In truth, I have already discovered that it was that wretched Hui Xin who caused this calamity. She neglected to extinguish the stove after cooking, which ignited the fire. It was merely an accident." Duan Xiaolu sneered, "Taishan, your ever-changing explanations are truly unconvincing. Moreover, the one to whom you should apologize is Miss He. Why do you kneel before us?" Taishan hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and turned on her knees towards He Dongguai, donning a conciliatory smile as she said, "Miss He, ladies of your esteemed families possess the finest upbringing. Previously, someone mistakenly misjudged you in a moment of carelessness. I implore you to be magnanimous and not stoop to the level of those rustic village girls, thus diminishing your own worth. As for the gold lock you lost, I shall personally assist you in searching for it tomorrow. There is no need for such a grand search at this moment. If this matter were to spread, Miss He, your preference for material possessions over human dignity, pressuring us, a group of ascetics, to such extremes for the sake of a mere trinket, would indeed tarnish your reputation and serve as a blemish on your future matrimonial prospects." He Dongguai could not suppress her laughter, nearly bending over in mirth, her expression akin to someone who had just heard the most ludicrous tale in existence. "Observing doi fun," He Dongguai kindly interjected, "I appreciate your concern for a humble girl like myself, but you have erred on 3 counts, master. To prevent you from repeating these mistakes and losing face before your disciples, allow me to rectify your misconceptions." Taishan's complexion fluctuated between shades of red, green, and black, as if she had just ingested a bucket of filth. "First, I have already mentioned that the wealth and longevity lock was a gift from my mother on my first-month anniversary. You, master, who have resided in the mountains for long, may not be aware that such gifts from affluent families serve as tokens between mother and child, holding an intrinsic value akin to one's own flesh and blood. Its loss signifies filial impiety, and such impiety would be a grave stain on my future engagements. Hence, I must search for it. Second, as ascetics, we do not speak falsehoods. You all were adamant just moments ago, asserting that the mark was left by an arsonist, and now you suddenly retract your statements before the magistrate. My intention is not to provoke you, but rather to sincerely consider your integrity and safety. Allow me to share a piece of common knowledge. The imperial guards are notorious for employing torture, such as whipping, branding, and dismemberment, to extract confessions, and they never accept contradictory testimonies. If you are uncertain about the truthfulness of your own statements or your memory is lacking, it is indeed regrettable, and I am powerless to assist. Third, Master Taishan and your fellow practitioners have not misunderstood me. The events that transpired were witnessed by all, and you collectively wronged me. The countenance of Taishan and the other nuns shifted dramatically. Punishment? Coercion? Many were so frightened that they had to brace themselves against the walls to avoid collapsing. Even Lu Jiangbei and others looked at He Dongguai with complex expressions, unable to believe that such words had come from the mouth of a 10-year-old girl. Initially, Taishan feigned an apology to Hikaga, yet covertly threatened her that if she did not suppress this incident, the temple would publicly denounce her, portraying her as uncultured, greedy, selfish, and cruel, thus ensuring she would never marry into a respectable family. Consequently, upon hearing this, Duan Xiaolu was enraged to the point of contemplating murder against Taishan. However, Hidangue's response was far beyond his expectations. Not only did she remain composed, but she also deftly exposed the true nature of Taishan and her associates, her eloquence surpassing that of Duan Xiaolu and his companions combined. Moreover, where had she learned about the tortures of whipping and branding? Duan Xiaolu placed his thumb and forefinger to his lips and whistled sharply. A swarm of men clad in dark garments suddenly emerged from the alleyway. Fixing his gaze on the foremost figure, Duan Xiaolu commanded, "Leave 10 men to guard the nuns. Any who dare flee shall face immediate execution. The rest shall conduct a thorough search of the temple. We must uncover crucial evidence pertaining to the arson case, the Golden Lock." Following the orders, the men, well-trained, commenced their actions with precision. The 10 individuals that remained silently surrounded the crowd, while those gathering evidence swiftly departed. In the desolate night, the footsteps of the group resonated in perfect unison, akin to a singular entity. Liao Ziyuan observed that a few among the Taoist priestesses attempted to interject with explanations, prompting him to make a gesture of restraint. Enough. Silence. Let's first locate the evidence before discussing anything further. If there is an abundance of words to be shared, we can save them for the court proceedings. Ha ha ha. I doubt you will have too little to say then. Taishan, trembling in fear, suddenly caught sight of Huai Xian standing nearby. Anger surged within her, and she bellowed, "It is all your fault, you wretched woman. You have brought about this calamity. I shall make you pay dearly." With that, she raised her copper-handled duster, aiming to strike Huai Xian on the head. Hu Xin, the feet, shielded her head and cried out, "Spare me, spare me. I confess, it was Huai Dong who set the fire. And it was also Huai Dong who stole the gold lock. Everything was orchestrated by Huai Dong." Huai Dong. This assertion captured the attention of everyone present, and Taishan hesitantly lowered her duster. In truth, Huai Xian was merely speculating and conjuring ideas from thin air. Yet, with all eyes upon her, she steeled herself and continued, "I'm certain that Huai Dong is the one who stole the gold lock." At that moment, we were both peering through the window, watching Missy being dressed in her burial attire, and when Huai Dong spotted the gold lock, her eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, when our master inquired earlier, she claimed she could not recall anything. Surely, she has something to conceal. Consequently, all gazes turned towards the Taoist priestess named Huai Dong. She abruptly shed her previously restrained demeanor, rushing forward to deliver a resounding slap to Huai Xian, exclaiming in fury, "You foolish, pig-headed wench! Not content with being caught in your own misdeeds, you now seek to drag others into your disgrace. Do you wish for me to expose your sordid actions?" Huai Xian retaliated, her long nails clawing at Huai Dong's face, defiantly retorting, "Oh, are you not afraid of embarrassment? Have you committed fewer misdeeds than I? Would you like me to share your secrets with everyone?" In an instant, the two became embroiled in a fierce conflict, while the surrounding priestesses looked on with derision, none daring to intervene. Within a short span, they had torn at each other's skin, Huai Dong losing a sizable clump of hair and howling in pain, while Huai Xian bore the bruises of a swollen face. Huai Dong clung to Taishan's leg, weeping, "Master, I implore you to uphold justice for your disciple. This Huai Xian is a mad dog, framing me. If you do not believe me, I willingly allow the constables to search my dwelling to prove my innocence." Taishan pondered for a moment, then turned to Liao Zan, beseeching, "Your Honor, please consider this disciple of mine is usually well-behaved and principled, never one to commit theft. Perhaps we should search her residence, and if nothing is found, it would confirm that Huai Xian has falsely accused her, and all the wrongdoings are solely her own. I ask only that you refrain from continuing the search of the temple, lest the sacred spirits be disturbed." Liao Ziyuan raised an eyebrow. "And what a gold lock that Missy lost. She saved the lives of everyone in your temple just 2 days ago. And this is how you repay her kindness? Taishan gritted his teeth and proclaimed with great determination, "Tomorrow, I shall interrogate each disciple one by one, and I am resolute in aiding Miss He in recovering her belongings. Should we fail in our endeavor, I shall willingly part with my savings of 20 taels of silver. And if that proves insufficient, I shall request each of the sisters of the temple to contribute a few coins, so that we may procure a replica of Miss He's golden lock in Rabbit Town." Liao Ziyuan then turned to He Dangui and inquired, "Miss He, what is your opinion?" Chapter 025. The Supreme Golden Lock. He Dangui silently gazed at Huai Dong, her hair cascading freely. That visage, marked by a mole upon the bridge of her nose, was etched in her memory with vivid clarity. In her previous life, He Dangui resided in the woodshed of the rear courtyard, where Huai Dong served as the steward. Initially, the woodshed lacked a proper bed. During the 12th lunar month, she would sleep upon a damp, moldy pile of rice straw, leading to many small red rashes upon her back. After some time, Huai Dong unexpectedly grew benevolent, crafting a rudimentary bed for He Dangui and providing her with a nearly new cotton quilt. He Dangui, filled with gratitude, gradually came to regard the woodshed as her home. Fearing that she might damage her cherished golden lock while performing coarse labor, she concealed it beneath her bed. Days later, the golden lock vanished, plunging He Dangui into despair and regret, prompting her to weep profusely. Suddenly, Huai Dong burst in, her previously friendly demeanor replaced by a stern countenance, as she scolded He Dangui for her lamentations in the dead of night. With unyielding resolve, she bound He Dangui with rope, suspending her from the rafters, and stuffed her mouth with moldy cotton before locking the door of the woodshed, leaving without a backward glance. Since Huai Dong's master had taken the initiative to search her dwelling, it must have been devoid of anything objectionable. Thus, it would be best to forego the search. He Dangui then shifted her tone, expressing her keen interest in searching Huai Dong herself. All present, including Huai Xian, who had reported Huai Dong, cast astonished glances at He Dangui before turning their gazes toward Huai Dong. Huai Dong's complexion paled, and she knelt at the feet of Taishan, pleading, "Master Uncle, I beseech you to intercede on my behalf. That wretched golden lock, I have never even laid eyes upon it. To search me in front of the officials would be an egregious affront. How could I ever hold my head high again in this trade of water merchants? Where could I possibly find my footing henceforth?" Her cries were heart-wrenching, evoking pity from those around her. Taishan had a private son named Ma Tai, born after her ordination, now 19 years of age, residing at the 20-mile mark on the mountainside. Ma Tai frequently visited the Taoist temple to craft iron hoops for water buckets and basins. This arrangement, orchestrated by Taishan, yielded a remuneration significantly higher than that of typical coopers. Taishan introduced Ma Tai to the temple's inhabitants as the adopted son of her elder brother, thus her nephew. Despite Ma Tai's apparent lack of intellect and somewhat dazed demeanor, he garnered the attention of several nuns who sought to curry favor with him. Ma Tai was not particularly inclined to converse with women, yet inexplicably, he regarded Huai Dong, who possessed merely average beauty, with a unique fondness, often presenting her with wildflowers from mountains. Regardless of what the other nuns said, Ma Tai remained oblivious, not even lifting his head. When Huai Dong requested something of him, he would comply after just a single prompt. The other nuns, witnessing this, felt both envy and resentment, mocking Huai Dong for employing some sordid means to ensnare Ma Tai. Meanwhile, Taishan was preoccupied with her son's marital prospects. Observing that her son had finally shown signs of enlightenment, she welcomed this development with delight. Huai Dong, being Taishan's fifth disciple and having previously served as a maid in a prominent household, possessed a certain worldly insight and understanding of servitude, rendering her a suitable match for her son, Ma Tai. Moreover, in regard to her son's circumstances, it is rather arduous to seek a more suitable match. Should he be scorned by his partner after marriage, it would be preferable to find someone who can share a life together, one who can tend to household chores and provide meals, thus ensuring a harmonious and blissful existence, which would bring her joy as well. Consequently, Taishan exceptionally appointed the 24-year-old Huai Dong to a lucrative position overseeing the back courtyard, entrusting her with the accounts and keys to the storeroom, intending for Huaidong to save a little money for herself, thereby enhancing her dowry when the time for marriage arrives. A group of seasoned nuns, who had been striving for over a decade, had never even laid eyes on the storeroom keys, and their faces turned crimson with indignation. They could hardly fathom how a mere novice like Huaidong, who had only been at the temple for less than 3 years, could be bestowed such a lucrative role. This audacious girl, so young, forsaking her maidservant duties to ascend the mountain and become a nun, they speculated on her past transgressions that had led to her expulsion. Thus, many openly and covertly marginalized Huaidong. However, Taishan had evidently begun to regard Huaidong as a quasi-daughter-in-law, fervently defending her and vehemently condemning those who sought to undermine her, branding them as cold-hearted. No one dared to openly challenge Huaidong thereafter, and she firmly established her position within the water merchant temple. Furrowing her brow, Taishan bent down to assist Huaidong from the ground, casting a sidelong glance at He Dangui, and coldly remarked, "Miss He, I have already offered to compensate you with an identical gold lock. Do not overstep your bounds. Although our lives as monks may not hold the same value as that of your esteemed young ladies, we are under divine protection. Even the current emperor has conferred 3 significant privileges upon those who follow the path of the faith, one of which is leniency in sentencing, meaning that without substantial evidence, all accusations against monks can be executed with understanding and grace. Do you hold us in such low regard, as well as the emperor?" Duan Shaolu and Lu Jiangbei exchanged solemn glances, their expressions darkening with concern for He Dangui. Taishan's words bore truth. Moreover, now that she had invoked the emperor's name, should He Dangui insist on searching Huaidong's person, nearly 100 pairs of eyes were upon them. In a crowd so diverse, even if a gold lock were to be found on Huaidong today, it could not guarantee that no one would later seize the opportunity to exploit this as leverage. Duan Shaolu further contemplated that if He Dangui were to marry into the Anning Duan family, she would become a lady of rank. Should any of her political adversaries lodge a complaint against her, well, perhaps he was overthinking it. Nonetheless, it was prudent to guard against potential calamities, to wear the label of someone who disregards the emperor is perilous. Even if He Dangui were merely an ordinary citizen, a metaphorical sword would always hover above her head. For the current emperor is notoriously capricious, at times diligent and benevolent, toiling in the fields, yet at others, wielding a sword to execute, implicating entire clans. In moments of madness, he has been known to tear at flesh, even crafting decorative items from the skulls of the deceased to bestow upon his courtiers. All eyes were fixed upon He Dangui. Some were filled with concern for her, others were inwardly anxious, some relished her misfortune, while others remained aloof and detached. He Dangui wore an air of unassailable pride, her eyes gently closing as she began to sing. Pale bamboo and bitter orange create a windbreak, with saffron concealed within. Prepared earth may require half summer, leaning on this gentleman before the chariot. Youth is vibrant, but old age brings with it the hues of decay. Through countless trials and tribulations, a bond is forged. As we bid farewell after a long journey, we must cast aside the old to embrace the new. In my childhood, my grandmother would sing to me, lamenting the plight of daughters, comparing their fates to the bitter herb, telling tales of tears that flow endlessly, warning against marrying into grand households. The gentle melody, accompanied by lyrics I had never heard before, and that ethereal voice, untouched by the dust of the world, captivated Duan Shaolu, leaving him momentarily entranced. He soon found himself pondering the intent behind her song. Was she attempting to lull everyone into a trance, or perhaps signaling a cessation of the search? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Huaidong suddenly shrieked, "Ah, a monster!" and flung an object from her clothing. "Catch it!" He Dangui's song abruptly ceased as she opened her eyes and called out. Liao Zuan, closest to the scene, leaped into action, deftly capturing the object before it hit the ground. Upon inspecting it closely, he discovered a small silk pouch embroidered with 3 white plums, from which a delicate fragrance wafted. Enticing his senses, Liao Zuan raised an eyebrow at Dangui, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. He then untied the silk string and emptied the contents of the pouch. A resplendent half-moon object lay in his palm, dazzling many eyes around him. Fearful gazes turned towards He Dangui. What method had she employed to compel Huaidong to relinquish the item? Just moments ago, Huaidong had cried out about a monster. What did that mean? He Dangui turned to Taishan, coldly inquiring, "Do you have anything further to say, master? In the presence of the emperor's envoy, is it I who disregards the emperor, or is it you who does so by shielding criminals? As a nun, you possess divine protection and significant privileges. Surely, you are not afraid of facing judgment?" The Taoist nuns, who had initially regarded her with disdain, now observed the 10-year-old Miss He with newfound respect. Dressed in simple garments, a plain dress complemented by a pink cloak, her hair loosely styled into a small bun secured with a green cloth strip, devoid of any ostentatious adornments. Her unadorned appearance only served to accentuate her innate beauty. Her features akin to a picturesque painting. Taishan, upon hearing He Dangui's assertion of presenting herself before the court, was filled with a mix of astonishment and fury. Glaring fiercely at her, the depth of her inky eyes returned the gaze, exuding a chilling, emotionless aura, leaving Taishan feeling a profound chill. What kind of gaze was that? Seemingly imbued with the frost of spirits? Duan Xiaolu, equally perplexed, turned to He Dangui and asked, "Child, what transpired just now?" He Dangui smiled softly and began to recount. A decade ago, the foremost craftsman from Persia, de Jieli, visited the Central Plains, initially scheduled to stay for only 3 days. My mother, having learned of his whereabouts, went to great lengths, bringing 30 bolts of silk to invite him to forge a longevity lock, which took considerable effort to gain his agreement. To create this lock, de Jieli extended his stay in the Central Plains for an additional 2 months. Although the lock was crafted from merely a few taels of gold, it was exquisite and masterfully designed. Once completed, at my first birthday celebration, a female guest coveted it and insisted my mother sell it for 800 taels of silver. But my mother declined. Since then, I have carried it with me day and night, as a token of my gratitude for my mother's gift of life. Liu Jiangbei was taken aback. Dajieli, I have heard that even the Princess of Linen could not secure his services for 300 taels of pure gold back in the day. How is it that your esteemed family was able to procure 2 months of his labor with merely 30 bolts of brocade? Duan Xiaolu also found this hard to believe. It is well known that Persia is renowned for its silk and wool. What kind of brocade could possibly catch his eye? He Dangui, with an air of calmness, replied, "Well, that belongs to another tale, and it seems this is not the moment to digress, especially with so many esteemed masters observing us. Lord Liao, could you please hand me the gold lock?" Liao Ziyuan smiled and passed the lock to He Dangui. She turned the lock in her left hand, and a delicate embroidered needle appeared between her right fingers. With a swift motion, she inserted it into a specific point at the base of the lock. A click resounded, and the lock opened, splitting into 4 petals. He Dangui raised one of the small golden boxes and remarked with a smile, "The tune I just sang was one my mother cherished in her youth. Back then, she commissioned de Jieli to create a marvelous resonator to place inside the gold lock. Whenever she sang, the lock would vibrate, pulse, and even rotate, all to amuse the infant in the cradle. Originally, only my mother's voice could activate this mechanism. Fortunately, my voice bears a resemblance to hers, and, with a bit of imitation, I was able to set the lock in motion. However, the movement is quite subtle. Only someone who keeps it close can perceive it. Master Huaidong is indeed that keeper. She probably thought there was something alive within and, in a moment of fear, discarded it. Huaidong, now collapsed on the ground, bit her lip and remained silent. The surrounding Taoist nuns instinctively distanced themselves from her, leaving a wide space beside her. Liu Jiangbei and the others were filled with admiration, while all the Taoist nuns stood in stunned silence, astonished by the existence of such a marvel. Yet, Liu Jiangbei still had a lingering question. How do you know the item is on her person rather than hidden in her residence or elsewhere? In her previous life, Huaidong had endured for over 2 months to acquire this lock. How could she trust such a precious treasure to any other location? However, He Dangui could not divulge this to the others. She merely smiled and said, "Perhaps the Lord does not believe me, but I have carried this gold lock for 10 years and share a heart-to-heart connection with it. Moreover, please observe this. She raised another small golden box. It once contained fragrant spices. Although it is empty now, the scent remains delightful. What woman does not appreciate fragrance? The Taoist nuns are women too, so I surmise that the thief would have repurposed it as a sachet. Duan Xiaolu could not help but inquire, such an exquisite fragrance box. Why is it no longer filled? He Danguwei maintained her composure but softly confided to him, I am rather short on funds, and quality fragrances cost 3 to 4 taels of silver per box. Since I cannot afford them, I have left it empty. Upon hearing this, Duan Xiaolu felt a wave of regret wash over him. How foolish of him to ask such a question. Just a few days prior, he had learned that she could only acquire inferior medicinal herbs from the temple's pharmacy to tend her health. Yet he had naively inquired why she did not use spices. He Chong observed the expression of deep regret on her face and could not help but chuckle. Lord Duan, do not take it to heart. There is another reason for my negligence. It is my own indolence that has kept me from taking action. Whether at home or in the mountains, it is not difficult to gather fragrant flower petals and powders. Once dried, I could easily fill a golden lock. Yet my laziness has rendered me unable to utilize the fragrance. Furthermore, as a young girl, it is quite natural for me to be without money. Given that I do not labor, Duan Xiaolu gazed at her radiant demeanor, feeling a surge of compassion. This woman was entirely different from those he had encountered before. Liao Zhan nudged him playfully at the waist and, in a low, nasal tone, murmured, Young Master Duan, I apologize for interrupting your intimate conversation, but do lift your gaze and observe over there. It was only then that Duan Xiaolu noticed, across the alley, that Taishan had led all the Taoist nuns to kneel on the ground, awaiting instructions from the imperial guards. Perhaps in an attempt to lower themselves and elicit sympathy. Many were weeping on the ground, but alas, thunder rumbled without rain. Chapter 26. The unmarried Taoist, nun's child Huaidong, pale and trembling, crawled forward on her knees, bowing her head to Duan Xiaolu, and he weeping bitterly as she pleaded for mercy. Spare my life, I beg you. Although I took the gold lock, I swear I did not set the fire. Please, esteemed ones, consider this. I have kept the gold lock hidden in my garment, never once exposing it. How could it possibly be stained with soot and leave an impression on the wall? He couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Of course, she had not left any marks. For the intricate design was one I had carved from a radish and entrusted to Duan Xiaolu and the others to imprint upon the wall. Hu Zong, in a previous life, I fell victim to your schemes, and now in this life, you have sought me out once more. Truly, our destinies are intertwined. Duan Xiaolu furrowed her brow as she glanced at the disheveled, ashen-faced Huaidong, feeling a flicker of sympathy within her. Finally, she spoke in a grave tone. The matter of arson can be investigated thoroughly, but the evidence for theft is irrefutable. In our realm, theft can lead to a sentence of exile up to 300 miles. You are a woman and a nun. If Miss He is willing to forgive you, perhaps the punishment may be lightened, contingent upon your willingness to confess. A glimmer of hope sparked in Huaidong's eyes, akin to grasping a lifeline in turbulent waters. She crawled a few steps closer, clutching He's calf and frantically grasping her hand, shaking it as she implored, Miss He, dear sister, I beseech you, show me mercy. I did not intend for this. I have my reasons. In dire need of funds, I resorted to your gold lock. I was short-sighted, believing the lock, weighing merely 2 taels, was worth only 20 or 30 taels of silver. I never imagined it to be so valuable. Otherwise, I would never have dared to steal it. Suddenly, Dingue's expression softened as she grasped Huaidong's wrist, feeling for a moment. Huaidong, bewildered, allowed her to take her pulse, tears marking her cheeks as she gazed at her with a heart full of hope. After a brief silence, Dingue released her grip, lowering her gaze momentarily before raising her eyes to Huaidong, her voice barely above a whisper. Is it 2 months old? Do you want him? Will you raise him? Can you assure me that regardless of whether he is a boy or a girl, you will nurture him to adulthood? Huaidong was taken aback, unprepared for the revelation of her deepest secret following such a simple touch on her wrist. Answer my question, Dingue urged, but Huaidong stammered in response. From a distance, the Taoist nun, kneeling on the ground, observed the two of them with curiosity, murmuring to herself about their exchange. Duan Xiaolu and Lu Jiangbei, closest to the scene, overheard his words and began to piece together the meaning. He Dangui pressed insistently, her voice low yet firm. "Answer me." With tears streaming down her face, Huaidong grasped He Dangui's hand tightly, pleading softly, "Miss He, please do not divulge this to anyone else. Otherwise, I will have no means to survive here. If I were not utterly desperate, I would never have dared to steal from your home. It is my child's father, lacking in ambition, who has forced me into this disgraceful act." He Dangui interrupted her, her voice barely above a whisper. "Tell me, regardless of whether it is a boy or a girl, regardless of the absence of a father, do you vow to raise him to adulthood?" Huaidong was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the repeated inquiry from the other party. She could only nod and softly respond, "It is only natural. What mother wouldn't wish to nurture her own child? In truth, my thievery was merely an attempt to set aside a few coins for when I give birth. Miss He, I implore you to show some compassion." He Dangui exhaled gently, freeing her left hand from Huaidong's grasp. Turning to glance at Duan Xiaolu, she stated expressionlessly, "Lord Duan, the gold lock has been recovered. I shall refrain from pursuing charges. Please close the case. As for the fire, it was likely an unfortunate accident, and since there were no casualties, I kindly ask for leniency in your judgment. I am quite fatigued and shall take my leave." With that, she secured the gold lock and made her way through the charred kitchen towards the east wing. Duan Xiaolu observed the delicate pink silhouette, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. The young woman seemed to possess countless masks, each one drawing him closer, inciting his desire to unravel her complexities, and prompting him to ponder what the true self beneath those masks might be like. Lu Jiangbei gazed at the darkened kitchen and took a deep breath. That morning, he and Gao Ju had finally neutralized the medicinal properties of the herbal bath concocted by He Dangui. After a night immersed in steam, their legs felt somewhat weak, leading them to rest until the evening before ascending the mountain. Upon entering the mountain gate, they were pulled aside by Duan Xiao and Liao Xiao, who informed them of a significant incident that had occurred that afternoon. Miss E's room had been burgled, and she had lost a gold lock gifted by her mother, leaving her in a state of distress. Duan Xiao and Liao Xiao intended to aid her in recovering the lock and inquired if the two would accompany them. Naturally, Lu Jiangbei was eager to assist, but he was astonished to find that the typically aloof Gao Ju had also coolly agreed to join. Duan and Liao wore expressions as if the heavens had unleashed red rain. They asked Gao Ju if he would partake, merely as a formality. For those who knew him recognized, he would typically abstain from such matters without reason. Furthermore, the lock retrieval operation was slated for that very night, and the notoriously sleep-loving Gao Ju was surprisingly willing to forfeit his precious rest to help Miss He find her belongings. Duan Xiao anxiously questioned Gao Ju's motivations, suspecting he harbored improper intentions towards Miss He, and was promptly met with a sharp left hook to the jaw from Gao Ju. Lu Jiangbei gazed up at the night sky, incredulous that the mastermind behind the entire lock retrieval scheme was a girl who had yet to reach her coming of age. He sensed that she had not only orchestrated the entire affair, but had meticulously considered every detail. Everyone involved, from himself to Duan Xiao, Liao Xiao, and every Taoist nun from the water merchant's observation, had unwittingly performed in her grand design. Yet, upon recovering the gold lock, she dismissed the thief's culpability with a single phrase, merely because the criminal was 2 months pregnant. Truly, she was a girl shrouded in mystery. Upon awakening, He Dangui enjoyed a profoundly restful slumber, perhaps the most serene of her lifetime. After rising, washing, and changing, she suddenly felt the urge to style her hair into an exquisite flying swallow bun. However, it was evident that she could not achieve this alone, prompting her to drag the still snoring Jinjing from the bed. Jinjing stifled a great yawn, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes as she confidently brandished a comb, a hairpin, and a wooden hair stick, declaring to He Dangui that she, a skilled hairdresser, was about to showcase her talents that very morning. Yet, after a single cup of tea, He Dangui found herself in tears. feeling as though at least 10 strands of her hair had been cruelly wrenched from her scalp, despite Jinjing's nervous reassurances that it was merely a figment of her imagination. After a stick of incense had burned down, Hidingu resolutely reclaimed her long locks, declaring her decision to leave her hair unbound for the entire day, vowing never to submit to braiding again. Jinjing, feeling guilty, picked up the 2 or 3 dozen strands of hair she had just pulled out, along with a few broken teeth from the comb, and muttered defensively, "It was my first time. What can I say? You were so fierce." Screaming just from a gentle touch, it frightened me into breaking it. In her heart, Hidingu silently swore that upon returning to the Luo residence, she would seek another maid specifically for hairstyling, assigning Jinjing to some other task, anything that would keep her away from the dressing table. A while later, Huaiwen stealthily delivered a note, claiming it was from Jinju, and hurriedly covered her face with her sleeve as she fled. Upon opening the note, Hidingu discovered it conveyed that after returning home last night, Taishan had flown into a rage, scolding her first, followed by Hui Xian and Hui Dong, hurling a barrage of richly colorful insults throughout the night. Thus, Jinju advised Hidingu that since she had already fallen out with Taishan, there was no need to assist in the apothecary. If any herbal concoctions were required, Jinjing could simply write the prescriptions for her to bring in a couple of days. A slight smile graced Hidingu's lips. Fortuitously, she had already taken all the necessary herbs from the apothecary the day before, rendering any further trips to the workshop unnecessary. Moreover, with her hair cascading freely today, she had no desire to venture out and face the world. Consequently, she pushed her table to the window and began leisurely organizing the herbs, sorting them into 2 distinct piles. Noticing that Hidingu seemed to have moved past the earlier incident, Jinjing seized the opportunity to ingratiate herself, exclaiming, "Xiao Yi, you truly know so much about herbs. You are remarkably learned." When Hidingu offered no response, Jinjing pressed on with another question, inquiring why she was separating them into 2 heaps. "This pile is for nurturing my health, while the other has far greater uses," Hidingu replied, winking mysteriously, "and it is a secret not to be divulged." Jinjing pouted and, taking a bucket, ventured out to fetch water. As Lu Jiangbei approached the door, he spotted a girl clad in a simple white jacket sitting by the window, engrossed in arranging some herbs. The morning light streamed through the window, illuminating her profile, rendering her features strikingly delicate. Her eyes sparkled like the clearest sea, complemented by a petite nose and a pointed chin, evoking an indescribable affection. Her long, dark tresses cascaded over her shoulders, enhancing her porcelain complexion. Lu Jiangbei had never considered that a woman could possess such breathtaking beauty even before the adornment of cosmetics. While Hidingu was deeply engaged in her herbal preparations, she sensed an unusual presence and lifted her gaze, meeting the eyes of the visitor at the door. Upon recognizing Lu Jiangbei, she felt a flicker of surprise and momentarily hesitated to rise and greet him. Lu Jiangbei suddenly realized that he was not dressed in her formal attire, but rather in a simple domestic outfit. His gaze upon her felt exceedingly impolite. He promptly turned his back and apologized, stating, "I beg your pardon. I waited outside the eastern wing for quite some time, unable to find anyone to announce my presence, and thus I entered rather abruptly." Hidingu unhurriedly draped a light blue silk robe over herself, fastening its ornate buttons while inquiring, "What brings you here, Sir Lu?" Lu Jiangbei, hands clasped behind him, gazed at a cloud in the sky and smiled. I come bearing delightful news." Once Hidingu secured her robe, she returned to her seat by the window, tugging at a fine blue ribbon to tie her long hair, asking, "What news? Please do tell." Noticing the rustling of her dressing had ceased, Lu Jiangbei turned back. "These matters I ought not to discuss directly with you, nor should a man of my standing be the one to bring them forth. Yet, being atop this mountain, with no one around and no formalities to observe, everything is rather simplified. Thus, I shall indulge myself in this impropriety." Hidingu regarded the man in the azure garment, his words shrouded in mystery, and questioned, "What momentous occasion warrants such formality?" Lu Jiangbei seated himself opposite her, placing a palm-sized red brocade box before her, smiling Do open it and see. He Dangui complied, lifting the lid to reveal a stack of papers, her confusion deepening. Lu Jiangbei gestured for her to delve further. She extracted one sheet, unfolding it to reveal the deed to the Yubaking silk and satin store in the capital, her eyes widening in astonishment. She then pulled out 2 or 3 more sheets, discovering the deeds to the Bow Garden and the surrounding 100 acres of land. Finally, she found a thick stack of intricately patterned paper, 5 banknotes, each worth 500 taels, and 3 smaller notes of 25 taels. He Dangui examined everything with a composed demeanor before neatly stacking the items back into the box and closing it. Lu Jiangbei observed her face intently, wondering what kind of girl could remain so impassive in the face of such bounty. He Dangui returned the brocade box to Lu Jiangbei, who did not extend his hand to receive it, prompting her to place it back on the table. She smiled, saying, "Sir Lu, you do not mean to flaunt 5 or 6,000 taels of wealth before me, do you? Please speak plainly." The word flaunt elicited a flicker of amusement in Lu Jiangbei's heart. Yet this mirth was soon overshadowed by a profound melancholy. Adopting a demeanor as warm as a spring breeze, he replied, "Miss He, you are a forthright person, so I shall be direct. Today, I come as a matchmaker. Duan Xiao is deeply infatuated with you and wishes to take you as his wife." Chapter 027. Duan Xiaolo's initial foray into love, He Donggui's pupils constricted. Yet her expression remained unchanged. Lu Jiangbei paused for a moment, attempting to glean some insight from her gaze. However, he found that the girl's eyes were unlike any he had seen before, like a pool of water illuminated by moonlight, clear and profound, yet harboring an icy undercurrent that obscured the truth. Lu Jiangbei pressed on. "I am Lu Jiangbei, serving in the genie way. In the 27th year of Hongwu, I was entrusted by Duan Xiaolu to seek your hand in marriage. Miss He, young Master Duan, is the heir of the Anning Ru Ting Bo family, holding the military rank of a 5th-grade Wu Lu general presently employed in Genie Wei. He was born in the year of Gong Su, in the month of Su Zi, making him 23 this year. He is accomplished, skilled in both literature and martial arts, possesses commendable looks, and has a robust physique, with no vices aside from bringing women home from the streets. Among our group of 9, he ranks 7th in age yet 3rd in official standing. The Duan family holds a hereditary title of Marquis. He is both a legitimate and sole son, with only a few cousins residing in the Marquisate. His mother is a truly admirable woman. One can see her influence in young Master Duan, who is warm-hearted and valiant, also noted for bringing women home from the streets. Most importantly, he is the only one among us who remains unmarried. Should you accept him, you become the lady of the Duan household. What do you think?" Lu Jiangbei was accustomed to interrogations, yet he had never acted as a matchmaker. Uncertainty began to creep into his voice as he spoke, growing fainter with each word, since young Master Duan had implored him to take on this role the previous night. He felt as though his chest was constricted by a heavy weight, making it difficult to breathe. He vaguely understood the implications, but dared not dwell on them. There are countless beautiful women in the world. She should not be the one. After listening, He Dongguei paused for a moment before bursting into a fit of giggles. Lu Jiangbei regarded her with confusion as she met his gaze, apologizing with a smile. "Forgive me, I was reminded of something else and lost my composure momentarily." Her flustered and earnest words evoked memories of her past life when she had acted as a matchmaker, recalling her own nervousness and disjointed speech, fearful of ruining the arrangement. In the end, she had realized that the family being approached was quite agreeable. It was her own hesitation that had left both parties in suspense and unease. Lu Jiangbei's confusion deepened. As a woman, to hear a direct marriage proposal without any sense of shame was one thing, but to find her distracted and laughing in response was quite another. How could such a peculiar situation exist? Or perhaps she was already enamored with someone else, rendering her indifferent to other proposals? With this thought, Lu Jiangbei felt a renewed sense of frustration and stammered, "Miss He, you at that moment." He Dongguei lifted her gaze and interjected, "Lord Lu." Either brief exchange of smiles caused Lu Jiangbei to avert his eyes, saying, "Please speak. I shall convey your sentiments to young Master Duan." He Dongwei shook her head and replied, I'm afraid I cannot accept this marriage proposal, nor can I agree to the betrothal. Lu Jiangbei initially let out a sigh of relief, but then took a deep breath and quickly inquired, Why? Has Miss He already become engaged? Or do you have a beloved of your own? He Dongwei shook her head to halt his conjectures, her gaze as clear as water, softly fixed on a withered locust tree outside the window. She replied, Please convey to young Master Duan that, firstly, our families are not a match. Secondly, my parents' wishes and the matchmaker's words do not align with his proposal. And thirdly, while I hold deep gratitude towards him, it is merely gratitude. I do not wish to marry him. Upon hearing such a straightforward refusal, Lu Jiangbei was filled with astonishment. He had always believed that he Dongwei harbored at least a slight affection for young Master Duan. Moreover, given Duan's esteemed lineage and character, there seemed to be no reason for her to outright decline without cause, especially considering the intelligence he had recently received indicating that she had endured a tragic upbringing. Her parents had separated while she was still an infant, and after being taken back to her maternal family, the Luos had abandoned her at a farm for years. When she returned to the Luo family, she mysteriously perished within half a year. In his view, Missy should be eager to escape that household. The Duan family represented a fine sanctuary. Even if she truly felt no affection for young Master Duan, such a resolute rejection of marriage seemed unwarranted. It would be wise to keep the proposal under consideration and leave herself a way out, wouldn't it? That said, Lu Jiangbei prided himself on understanding the temperament of young ladies. Typically, when a charming young gentleman professes his love and proposes, a woman's heart should at least swell with joy. Observing the composed and delicate features of He Dongwei across from him, he questioned whether she concealed her emotions too deeply or if she was genuinely heartless. With a sigh in his heart, he spoke gently, Miss He, I only hope you will reconsider before responding to young Master Duan. He is truly earnest in his intentions. The reason he has not approached your mother for a formal proposal is out of respect for your wishes. He wishes to wait for your approval before sending a matchmaker to the Luo family, to spare you any confusion or anxiety. Furthermore, although young Master Duan intends to formalize the engagement in the coming days, he is willing to wait another 2 or 3 years for you to accept him in your heart and to mature. As for the silver notes and contracts, a pair of delicate, powerful hands slowly pushed the brocade box across the table. These were hastily arranged by young Master Duan yesterday and should not be considered a formal betrothal gift. Miss He, please feel free to accept them. In the future, whether the proposal to the Luo family succeeds or fails, this will remain yours. He Dongwei smiled softly. Reflecting on her 2 lifetimes, she found it astonishing that such a generous windfall existed in the world. Lu Jiangbei, perplexed by her expression, watched her in silence, awaiting her response. What sort of woman would so decisively reject young Master Duan and then also refuse his monetary gifts? Their gazes met, and He Dongwei suddenly withdrew her smile, her brow cooling. Regardless of whether the marriage comes to fruition, you offer me 6,000 taels? What a grand gesture! Regardless of young Master Duan's intentions, I must respectfully decline such a sentiment. Lord Lu, please take these items back. I shall not see you out. After speaking, she stood up and swiftly exited the room. Lu Jiangbei's face bore a hint of anxiety as he stopped her to inquire, What is the meaning of this? Have I perhaps offended the young lady with my words? How shall I explain to Xiaolu that she has turned me away in such a manner? The young woman had already articulated her position clearly. My background, whether from my father's or mother's side, is far inferior to that of the Duan family. Moreover, I am merely a discarded individual by both families. I have explicitly rejected this proposition, yet you insist on offering me silver, even stating that I may accept gifts without agreeing to the marriage. Are you attempting to deceive a child, Sir Lu? He Dongwei's cold laughter pierced through the air, her gaze sharp and penetrating. Pray tell, if I were to accept, would I not be bound to explain the origin of this silver to my future husband? Should I encounter Master Duan again, how shall I reconcile the fact that he, who professes affection for me and has bestowed gifts upon me, has placed me in such a predicament? Lu Jiangbei fell silent, and after a moment, he sighed. It seems the young lady harbors no intentions towards Xiaolu whatsoever. He Dongguei replied frostily, though I am but a humble woman, akin to an ant in this world, I understand the principle of gratitude. Master Dawn first assisted in delivering a message to my mother, and last night, alongside the generals, he caused a great upheaval at the temple, which enabled me to recover the invaluable golden lock. I will remember these deeds, while I may not be able to repay them within the next 2 or 3 years. Perhaps in 4 or 5 years, there may come a time when I can be of service to Master Duan and others. At that moment, should you request my help, I shall not refuse. Lu Jiangbei found himself at a loss for words, inexplicably convinced by her sincerity, without a trace of doubt. His gaze lingered on her face, and the clarity in her eyes weighed heavily upon his heart. Tell me, what kind of man could win your heart? He inquired softly. He Dongguei responded in kind. I am a woman without desires. The two sat in silence, the sky growing ever darker as a bolt of lightning split the heavens and icy raindrops fell in torrents. He Dongguei, still recovering from her earlier condition, found her head and shoulders drenched in the frigid rain, her lips turning pale from the loss of warmth, her body trembling involuntarily. Lu Jiangbei quickly pulled her back inside, concern etched on his features. Miss He, are you unwell? Your complexion has been so pale these past few days. He Dongguei shook her head and leaned against the warm stove by the bed, answering evasively, I apologize, but I have no umbrella to lend you. Will you wait for the rain to subside before departing, or must you leave at once? Although the rain is heavy, I believe you could return to the West Chamber swiftly. No umbrella? Then, may I take your hand for a moment? His voice was low, yet felt intimately close. He Dongguei turned, surprised to find Lu Jiangbei sitting beside her on the bed, their proximity so close that they could hear each other's breaths and heartbeats. She raised an eyebrow slightly, puzzled by his intentions, for just a short while ago he had been playing the matchmaker for Duan Shaolu, considering Lu Jiangbei's consistently gentle and courteous demeanor. She found herself at a loss regarding how to respond to the somewhat frivolous Lu Jiangbei of the present moment. Sensing that he might not be able to borrow her hand, Lu Jiangbei opted for a more assertive approach, enveloping her pair of icy hands within his warm grasp. He Dongguei furrowed her brow, poised to voice her thoughts, when she suddenly felt a soothing warmth akin to a hot spring, flowing gently from her restrained palm throughout her entire being, gradually melting away the chill that had enveloped her body. He Dongguei was taken aback. Could this be genuine Qi? Chapter 28. Ascending to the ranks of the second-tier martial artist in her previous life, He Dongguei had dabbled in martial arts. But it was only after entering the residence of Prince Ning and gaining the favor of Zhu Quan that she began to learn from several attendants at the palace. At the age of 19, in her quest to better manage the Wuying Pavilion for Zhu Quan, she embarked on her martial arts journey, starting from the rudimentary horse stance. Her masters, constrained by their own status, neglected to teach her many essential techniques that required close guidance, instead leaving her to decipher a multitude of texts on her own. They told her that if she failed to grasp the concepts, it would indicate her lack of innate talent, rendering her unsuitable for martial arts. Thus, after several years of vague learning, she was fortunate to have 5 masters of exceptional skill imparting their knowledge to her, encompassing a vast array of superior techniques and principles. Additionally, her daily practice of using gold needles to invigorate her circulation allowed her, after 5 years, to attain the status of a second-tier martial artist, enabling her to proudly declare, I possess martial skills. Despite her second-tier status, she was not adept in combat, unable to wield weapons heavier than 20 pounds and struggling to utilize them effectively. Instead, she relied on lighter weapons weighing 7 to 8 pounds, employing only ornamental strikes. However, she had cultivated some internal energy, allowing her to occasionally leap across walls and traverse rooftops like a seasoned expert. Her archery skills had also improved significantly, as she often galloped day and night along the official roads between Daming and Yingtian Prefecture, embodying the diligent shadow of the Wuying Pavilion's master. In this lifetime, she aspired to reclaim her martial prowess, even if it only allowed her to reach the second-tier level once more, providing her with an additional means of self-defense. Yet, due to her current frail and ailing body, she had yet to prioritize martial training in her schedule. The substantial hand beside her transmitted a continuous flow of genuine energy, enveloping her body in a delightful warmth that was both soothing and invigorating. In her past life, she had experienced the transmission of genuine energy, but never had she felt such comfort. Dangui understood that if genuine energy were bestowed upon someone ignorant of martial arts, it would disperse into the limbs and organs, ultimately dissipating as heat. However, if transmitted to one knowledgeable in internal cultivation, that individual could guide the energy into their meridians, finally consolidating it within their dantian. As the precious energy continued to stream into her palm, the time to absorb it was now or never. Thus, Dangui focused her mind and spirit, directing the dispersed energy from her limbs into the major meridians, gradually gathering it in her dantian. Should she possess even a modicum of internal foundation, her future martial training would be significantly more fruitful, sparing her the need to start anew from the most basic horse stance. Qi generates essence. Essence generates spirit. The Tao begets one. One begets two. Two begets three. And three begets all things. The principles of the universe manifest through the interplay of yin and yang, evolving from the primordial state into the myriad forms of existence. With this seed of internal energy, she could cultivate more of her own power through meditation and breath regulation. In time, whether she chose to wield a weapon or scale walls with agility, she would find it far easier than during her initial martial training in her past life. After a fragrant moment of contemplation, having gained a small advantage, Dangui could not help but feel greedy. Though a single seed could indeed sprout, who would refuse the prospect of more? Thus, she did not withdraw from the firm grasp of the hand holding hers, continuing to silently savor the benefits being bestowed upon her. Lu Jiangbei sat closely beside the delicate maiden on the edge of the bed, his spirits soaring as if he had sipped from a cask of exquisite aged liquor, leaving him in a state of dreamy inebriation. Stealing glances at the girl within arm's reach, he observed her eyes gently closed, her breath shallow, and an ethereal fragrance wafting from her, as if it were seeping into his very marrow. He finally acknowledged, deep within his heart, that his affections had extended beyond just Duan Xiaolu. What had this girl entered his vision, rendering him unable to divert his gaze? And when had her visage grown so vivid in his mind, making self-deception impossible? There was a poem that lamented the unfulfilled meeting before marriage. Previously, he had dismissed it lightly, pondering whether a fleeting passion could promise a lifetime of fidelity. What difference would it make had they met before marriage? Yet now, he yearned to inscribe the line, "How I wish we had met before the vows were exchanged." Duan Xiaolu could fervently descend the mountain to arrange the betrothal gifts, could merrily beseech Lord Gung to act as a matchmaker, could scale walls to acquire a warm cloak for this girl, and could even personally assist her in dressing. All the actions of Duan Xiaolu mirrored his own desires. However, he was already bound in matrimony. The essence of his energy had imbued her fragile skin with a natural blush, while her dark locks cascaded delicately beside her rosy cheeks, the tips glistening with droplets of water, prompting him to wish to dry them. A raindrop slowly trickled down, following the outline of her light blue collar, vanishing into the fabric. It was then he noticed her blue garment was half-drenched, accentuating her slender figure like a begonia flower, trembling in the autumn breeze. Lu Jiangbei longed to embrace her, yet he was already wed. Who could bear to reduce such a girl to the status of a concubine? Although he understood that his inner strength was not as formidable as that of Gao Ju and Jiang Yi, he still feared that transmitting his energy too swiftly might scorch this begonia-like maiden. Thus he tempered the flow to the slowest pace. Little did he realize that Dangu not only welcomed his energy, but eagerly wished for more. For her, each drop of his essence was as precious as blood. For someone of his caliber, the expended energy could be replenished with a few meals, a few nights of rest, and perhaps a couple of meditative sessions, restoring him to his original state, or even advancing further. Well, although she had just declined a marriage proposal and rebuffed the offer of silver, presenting herself as one eager to draw boundaries, now she secretly partook of his energy, appearing somewhat shameless. Yet who could blame her when he had presented himself willingly? Thus, the two, with thoughts diverging like paths in opposite directions, sat in silence together, Half an hour passed. Then an hour and a half. 2.5 hours later, the rain ceased and the midday sun emerged. He Dangui, finally struck by a pang of conscience, felt she had been rather excessive in absorbing his energy and voluntarily withdrew her hand. Lu Jiangbei, too, silently retracted his hand, sitting at the edge of the bed to catch his breath. As he Dangui stepped outside, a sense of awkwardness and discomfort enveloped her, for she had been so absorbed in cultivating her vital energy that she had lost all sense of time, inadvertently realizing that it was already noon. Where could Jinjing be? Had she perhaps returned, only to be startled away upon witnessing the two of them holding hands and leaning against each other? Casting a glance at Lu Jiangbei, who was in the midst of concluding his practice, he Dangui pondered whether he was aware of her appropriation of the vital energy. She vaguely recalled a master mentioning that certain elite practitioners possess an extraordinary sensitivity, able to detect the subtlest shifts in energy. At that moment, Lu Jiangbei lifted his gaze towards her, his eyes as warm and smooth as jade, exuding a gentle light imbued with a hint of playful mirth. In that instant, she found herself rendered speechless, unable to voice any of her inquiries. After escorting Lu Jiangbei to the gate, he Dangui expressed her apologies, saying, "Please convey my regrets to young Master Duan for disappointing him. I am not a suitable match for him." Lu Jiangbei shook his head and replied, "You must convey that sentiment directly to him. Moreover, if I may speak candidly, his disappointment runs far deeper than mere discontent. I can discern that his proposal to you was not a fleeting whim. He is resolutely determined. In all the years I have known him, I have never seen him so emotionally invested in any woman." He Dangui fell silent. "Miss He," Lu Jiangbei continued earnestly, "I have a word of counsel. No matter how intelligent or strong-willed a woman may be, she ultimately seeks a place to belong. Your current indifference towards Xiaolu stems from a lack of understanding. When you feel weary and drained, he is someone worth relying on. No woman would turn away such a man. By marrying into the Duan family, you would lead a life unlike any other, as he would shield you from life's tempests." He Dangui bowed her head, responding sullenly, "I am not going anywhere. I intend to return to the Luo family." Her gaze fixed upon the ground, she was resolute in her desire for vengeance, determined to see it through. Lu Jiangbei's eyes momentarily glazed over, and he instinctively reached out as if to embrace her. Yet, just as his hand was about to touch her, clarity returned to his expression, and he slowly clenched his fist, retracting it into his sleeve. After bidding farewell to Lu Jiangbei, he Dangui stood silently for a while before the withered locust tree in the courtyard, then turned to her room to prepare a meal. Earlier, having glimpsed the box filled with silver notes and contracts, she was suddenly struck by the realization that she currently possessed not a single coin. Upon returning to the Luo family, her freedom of movement would be severely restricted, making it even more challenging to earn money. Thus, she resolved to earn some before her return to the Luo family, lost in contemplation. As the meal was nearing completion, Jinjing bounced into the room, her smile stretching almost to her ears. He Dangui shot her an exasperated look. "Silly girl, what are you grinning about? Where have you been all morning? And what about the water you were supposed to fetch?" Jinjing waved her hand dismissively, chuckling, "Forget the water. Xiao Yi, the Luo family has sent someone to fetch you." He Dangui trembled slightly, the ladle in her hand clattering into the pot. Jinjing looked at her quizzically. "You can go home now. Why do you seem so unhappy?" Just as he Dangui was about to respond, Jinju hurried into the room, carrying a small bag. Jinju inquired with a smile, "Congratulations, dear sister. Have you packed your belongings? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Hesitating for a moment, he Dangui replied, "Sister, your arrival is timely. I wish to ask you to visit the Luo family and inform them that I shall not be leaving. They should return." A hint of surprise crossed Jinju's face, while Jinjing began to express her discontent vocally. After calming Jinjing with a few words and sending her off to prepare a meal, he Dangui grasped Jinju's hand and whispered fervently. Eventually, Jinju nodded and departed. Jinjing remained mired in her earlier confusion and repeatedly questioned he Dangui, "Xiao Yi, do you not long for your mother? Wouldn't returning home allow you to see her? Is it because your family has treated you poorly that you wish to stay away?" He Dangui smiled and replied, "How could I bear not to return? I miss each and every one of them. However, to return in a better position, I must make some preparations, and there are still 2 matters left unfinished here at the temple." When Jinjing pressed further, He Dangui merely advised her to wait and see. Thus, the two commenced to set the table for lunch. Due to the simplicity of their pots, bowls, and ingredients, their meal consisted solely of brown rice porridge and a dish of mixed wild grass. Jinjing cast a glance of mild embarrassment at He Dangui, as a young lady of noble birth, not only had to cook for herself, but also had to consume such coarse fare. Moreover, the utensils and provisions were not supplied by the temple, but purchased at the expense of the elder sister, which had drawn disparaging remarks from others. Since Jinjing had moved to the East Wing to reside with He Dangui, the kitchen had never provided for the East Wing. A few days prior, Jinjing had ventured to the kitchen with a basket to request lunch on 2 or 3 occasions, only to return empty-handed. After that, He Dangui forbade Jinjing from going again. At the dining hall, Jinjing was also denied access to the large pot of food that was rightfully hers, leaving her to go hungry and unable to save food for He Dangui as she had in her past life. He Dangui felt a twinge of curiosity, recalling that in her previous life, while many Taoist nuns resented her for causing a loss of 150 taels of silver to the temple, they had not treated her so harshly in public. The meals provided for breakfast and lunch had still been sufficient to satiate hunger. However, unbeknownst to her, her perceived familiarity with the genie Wei had sparked jealousy among the Taoist nuns who secretly admired them, believing that He Dangui had obstructed their paths. The fact that they refrained from poisoning her food was a testament to their compassion as practitioners. Nevertheless, for He Dangui, who had endured the trials of life and death, the consumption of wild vegetables posed no insufferable burden. Instead, she savored the mixed wild grass with delight, boasting about her culinary skills. With a smile, He Dangui told Jinjing, "Tomorrow, I shall treat you to braised lion's head and Sioux-style roast duck at Chuanshin Building." Chapter 29. Taishan feigns twice. Jinjing, unconvinced, thought He Dangui was jesting with her. However, she suddenly recalled the grand event that unfolded at the Taoist temple that morning, and she quickly became animated, recounting the tale to He Dangui. That morning, as Jinjing fetched water, she passed by the main hall and noticed her senior and junior sisters gathered in throngs, their faces alight with joy. Curious, she tiptoed to peer inside, only to discover Huaidong and Huaexan embroiled in a fierce altercation before Taishan, their conflict more intense than the previous night. It must be noted that after returning home last night, Taishan had deliberated and deemed the matter of the stolen lock trivial, provided it did not tarnish the temple's reputation. However, the incident of the fire was of significant concern, as it involved the genie Wei. Regardless of whether their conclusion pointed to negligence or arson, the temple must identify a scapegoat to appease the genie Wei, thereby shielding the temple from repercussions. Among Huaidong and Huaexan, Taishan promptly chose Huaexan, for she had previously assisted Taishan, and Taishan had long harbored disdain for her. Although Huaidong had lost her dignity through theft, her son's affection for her rendered her somewhat protected. Thus, she could be spared for the time being. Consequently, this morning, Taishan ordered Huaexan detained, demanding she confess to the negligence of extinguishing the fire after cooking. Yet, Huaexan was no pushover. She promptly deflected the blame onto Huaidong and insisted on her presence for confrontation. When Huaidong arrived, she stealthily whisked Huaexan aside for a whispered discussion. Their clandestine murmurs under Taishan's watchful gaze piqued her suspicions regarding their hidden motives. Ultimately, the discourse between Huaidong and Huaexan unraveled into chaos, with accusations and insults flying as they aired each other's dirty laundry. Huaidong revealed that Huaexan had been clandestinely visiting Lu Lao Jiao in the kitchen at ungodly hours, returning only at dawn. In turn, Huaexan's revelation was even more shocking. She accused Huaidong of having missed her period for 2 months and secretly consuming herbal tonic for pregnancy, implying that she had been consorting with a man outside of wedlock and was thus with child. The onlookers turned their gazes towards Taishan, recalling that the affair between Huaidong and Taishan's nephew Ma Tai, had been a hot topic a year ago. Now that they had been together for so long, a pregnancy seemed rather plausible. To their astonishment, Tai Shan's complexion shifted dramatically, and she rushed forward to spit in Huai Dong's face, engaging in a frenzied altercation. The crowd was perplexed. Even if Huai Dong were an unwed mother, the child would still be Tai Shan's nephew, and such an outcome could merely lead to a marriage. Why the fierce outrage? As the tension escalated, Huai Dong, amidst her tears, shouted the most explosive revelation of the day, delighting the assembled crowd. She proclaimed that Ma Tai was not Tai Shan's nephew, but rather her own flesh and blood. Enraged, Tai Shan trembled with fury, pushing Huai Dong down and stepping on her face. Huai Dong retaliated, accusing Tai Shan of having committed countless misdeeds, with the consequences manifesting in her son, who was not only feeble-minded but also lacked the qualities of a true man. Thus, the crowd grasped the reason behind Tai Shan's explosive reaction upon hearing of Huai Dong's pregnancy. It turned out that the beloved Tai Gu was, in fact, a natural eunuch. Tai Shan raised his head and glanced around, noticing that everyone in the temple was laughing and pointing at him, whispering amongst themselves. Overcome with anger, he fainted. Meanwhile, Huai Dong wiped the blood and mud from his face and seized the opportunity while the crowd was busy carrying Tai Shan away to dash out of the side gate, wrapping up a large bundle before fleeing the temple. On another front, Huai Xian quietly went to the kitchen in search of Lu Lao Jiao, hoping he would help her escape, but he was no longer there. She checked his room, only to find both him and his belongings had vanished. Heartbroken, she realized she could no longer stay in the temple and began to pack her things to descend a mountain. Upon regaining consciousness, Tai Shan heard people mention that Huai Dong had fled with a bundle. In a flurry of panic, he rushed outside the storeroom, instructing Zhen Zhu to summon someone to break the lock with an axe, determined to retrieve all the ledgers and inventory lists for a thorough stock check. Halfway through the inspection, it became apparent that there was a deficit of over 40 taels of silver, and 15 jin of candles and oil were also missing. A group of elder female disciples, previously envious of Huai Dong's advantageous position, emerged to mock him, their words laced with disdain and devoid of the usual respect, further infuriating Tai Shan. As Zhen Zhu called for people to carry Tai Shan back to his room, she also instructed someone to find a new lock to secure the storeroom, planning to continue the account check once Tai Shan regained his senses. Just then, Huaiwen rushed in from outside, whispering to Zhen Zhu that the Luo family had sent someone to fetch Miss He. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Zhen Zhu recalled that Dangui had previously mentioned taking Zhen Jing with her when she left, but Zhen Jing was currently detained in the temple for unpaid rent. If Tai Shan learned of this, even if she dared not confront the Luo family, he would undoubtedly seek revenge on Zhen Jing's family down the mountain. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhen Zhu abandoned the chaotic scene and hurried back to her room. She vividly remembered that when Zhen Jing first arrived at the temple, her family owed 2 years' rent for 5 acres of land, totaling 3 taels and 2 qian of silver. Now, 5 years later, if calculated at the pawnshop interest, the total debt would be 4 taels and 9 qian. At private lending rates, it would be higher, around 8 taels, but under Tai Shan's exorbitant interest, Zhen Jing would need at least 30 to 40 taels of silver to leave the temple. Even if she went with the Luo family today, Tai Shan's persistent nature would ensure that matters would never be resolved. Zhen Zhu sighed, recalling how she had once sued her ex-husband's family and received land contracts and 1,000 taels in banknotes stored in a large pawnshop in Yangzhou, hoping to save for her old age. Now, only 40 taels remained in loose silver deposited in the pawnshop at Tuer Town down the mountain, with less than half remaining after 4 years of expenses. The distant funds from Yangzhou could not resolve her immediate dilemma. How could she ensure Zhen Jing's safe departure? At a loss for ideas, Zhen Zhu packed a small bag of personal belongings. Unaccustomed to adornment, she had few fine jewels, and her collection of hairpins, bracelets, and coins barely amounted to 10 taels. In that moment, she remembered the determined expression of Dangui when they first met, and a spark of hope ignited within her. Perhaps Dangui had devised a clever plan? With that thought, Zhen Zhu grabbed her small bag of belongings and hurried to the east wing to see if there was anything she could assist with or any financial needs that required addressing. Upon hearing that the Luo family had come to collect Jinjing, He Dongui's first reaction was also one of concern. She could not possibly take Jinjing away just yet. Last night, He Dangui and Taishan had reached an impasse, both parties shedding their masks of feigned amicability. In each other's eyes, they beheld a clear animosity. Taishan resented He Dongui's intelligence, unwilling to accept the blame of an arsonist without protest. Conversely, He Dongui's hatred for Taishan extended from their previous lives. She refrained from mentioning the torment she endured during childhood, but merely recalling the year Taishan attempted to extort the Ningguang manor conjured numerous imagined demises for her in He Dongui's mind. Jinjing had already been assigned to He Dongui's faction, and should Jinjing remain, her fate upon returning to the Luo family was all too predictable. Observing Jinjing's naive and carefree demeanor, He Dangui resolutely decided to forego this opportunity to return to the Luo family. Patience was a virtue, meant to seize a better moment in the future. After sharing a hearty bowl of mixed rice with Jinjing, He Dangui changed into a dress of apricot yellow, intending to visit the Kuqiao courtyard. Whether she sought silver or Jinjing, it all hinged upon the size of the sect leader. Jinju first ventured to the storeroom, noting that the pristine door lock had been secured, and the throng of onlookers had dispersed like birds fleeing. Thus, she strolled leisurely toward the mountain gate, where she spotted two elderly women standing beside a small gray sedan chair. One appeared exceedingly impatient, incessantly shaking her leg and tapping her foot. Upon closer inspection, Jinju was taken aback. The small gray sedan did not seem to belong to the Luo family, but rather resembled a private sedan chair belonging to the porters at the foot of the mountain, the kind that charged a penny for an hour's ride. As she approached, she noticed three bare-chested men loitering at the mountain gate, smoking. Upon seeing a young female Taoist priest emerge, slender and fair of face, they unabashedly scrutinized her from head to toe, finally fixating their gaze on a particular area. The tall servant woman, originally frowning and picking her teeth with a toothpick, instantly brightened upon recognizing Jinju. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Jinju inquired, "Has the Luo family not sent their own sedan to fetch Miss He? Do you intend for her to ride in this one down the mountain? Is this what your matriarch has decreed?" By the end of her questioning, a tone of reproach had crept into her voice. Jinju had once been the head of a wealthy household, well aware of the customs surrounding such matters. For instance, the protocol of transporting unmarried young ladies in a soft sedan chair necessitated strong servants to carry it. If sufficient hands could not be gathered, the bearers were to avert their gaze until the young lady had entered the chair, after which they could be summoned back. The same applied when disembarking. The bearer should be dismissed first, allowing the young lady to exit without any interaction. It was a rule adhered to not only by illustrious families like the Luo clan, but also by the nouveau riche who owned taverns, who strictly followed this etiquette. Jinju vividly recalled an incident when her former sister-in-law, in haste to disembark, exited the sedan before the bearers had retreated, stumbling and needing assistance. Upon learning of this, her former mother-in-law had erupted in fury, leading to Jinju receiving a scolding from her then-husband. In affluent households, only married women who have born children or concubines are afforded a more lenient interpretation of the rigid customs, allowing them to avoid the scrutiny of bearers of palanquins or carriage drivers. Conversely, if an unmarried young lady is discovered to have flouted these rules, it would severely tarnish her reputation, leaving her with a blemish that could mar her prospects in future matrimonial proposals. Gao Dashan let out a derisive snicker, addressing Jinju. "Master Jinju, this is beyond my purview. I am merely a messenger. Who wouldn't relish a ride in a palanquin? Yet, alas, my family has not dispatched one for me." He leaned closer to Jinju, lowering his voice to confide. "Well, it's the second madam's attendant, Ding Rong. She mentioned that the second madam is preoccupied and suffering from a headache, so this trivial matter need not trouble her. We shall fetch the young lady ourselves. You may find it amusing, but I had to cover the cost of the palanquin myself, and I wonder if the accounts office will reimburse me." Jinju felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. How absurd! The Luo family likely possesses 300 or 400 palanquins, yet cannot spare one, to fetch a young lady of noble birth. The number of servants in the Luo household is said to be no fewer than 1,000, and yet they could not muster 3 to carry the palanquin. Even if there were intentional neglect towards an outsider cousin, such matters should not be handled so egregiously behind closed doors. Has the Luo family truly forsaken all semblance of dignity? However, Zhenju remained unaware of the underlying reason. The second madam of the Luo household has long harbored an aversion to her niece, He Dangui, a fact that is no longer a secret within the family. Moreover, the very night after He Dangui's miraculous resurrection, the 8th young master from the second madam's maternal side, her own brother, unexpectedly passed away. Madame Sun, the second madam, is the illegitimate daughter of the Sun family, born of a concubine who was once unremarkable and now aged and faded. It was unexpected when, at the age of 43, she gave birth to a son. The elder Mr. Sun, delighted at having a child in his later years, doted on him, bringing considerable fortune to the 8th young master's mother and sister. Now he has perished. Madame Sun's mother wept inconsolably, wailing and lamenting, while Mr. Sun sequestered himself in his study, refusing to see anyone. Once the funeral arrangements were concluded and Madame Sun returned to the Luo household, the first news that met her ears was that the 3rd young lady had come back to life, with many courtyards still adorned in celebration. This immediately ignited her fury. Shortly thereafter, the matriarch dispatched someone to request that Madame Sun resume her responsibilities in managing the household, and to promptly send someone to the water merchant's place to retrieve the 3rd young lady, providing additional offerings to express gratitude to the deities for their protection of the Luo lineage. After the messenger departed, Madame Sun overturned the table in a fit of rage. Her brother had died unexpectedly, while the harbinger of death had not only returned but thrived. How can this be justified? Chapter 30, Enchanted by Falling Leaves, Master Pearl. When will Miss Third emerge? I have conveyed the message to Ding Rong's household and have now waited for half an hour. Each hour of this sedan chair costs a tael of silver. Look at her, pointing subtly towards Ding Rong's family from a distance. The tall woman whispered to Master Pearl. She is the eyes and ears of the second madam, reporting everything to her. Following her gesture, Master Pearl cast her gaze upon the woman, who was elegantly attired, slender, and with a fair complexion, seemingly in her 50s. Ding Rong's household, observing with great focus, finally lifted her eyelids and inquired, "Is that lady ready? When can we set off? I am quite busy and cannot afford delays." Master Pearl smiled gently and turned to the tall woman. "Sister Gao, it was simply because everyone left in such haste that I, lacking eloquence, failed to convey Miss He's original words clearly. How foolish of me. Miss He has previously stated that she intends to remain at the temple until the 17th of this month before returning to the Luo household. Today is merely the 13th, hence she is not yet able to depart, which means you have made an unnecessary trip." Sister Gao was momentarily taken aback and turned to look at Ding Rong's family. Ding Rong's family scoffed, "Not leaving? How peculiar. What kind of pretense is this?" The old lady at home is endlessly lamenting her absence, calling her sensible and filial, eagerly awaiting her return. Yet here she is with the sedan chair at the doorstep, claiming she needs to stay a few more days. Does this truly reflect understanding and filial piety? In my opinion, she cannot even measure up to half of our second miss. Master Pearl merely smiled, choosing to ignore her remarks, and led Sister Gao into the temple, whispering a few words before discreetly slipping her 2 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Sister Gao nodded repeatedly, her face lighting up with joy as she tucked the money away. Master Pearl took her leave. As Sister Gao exited the temple, she addressed the 3 bearers of the sedan chair, who were leisurely smoking. "You need not carry the sedan any further. You may descend the mountain now. The tael given previously should suffice for your drinks." Then, casting a sidelong glance at the dubious Ding Rong's family, she added with a sheepish smile, "Glaring at me, one tea change anything. If Miss Third does not leave, should we resort to binding her? Besides, spending a few more days in the temple to listen to scriptures is beneficial for one's character and cultivation. Let's hasten down the mountain while there's still light." In the Kuqiao courtyard, He Dangui and Tai Shi emerged one after the other. He Dangui paused at the entrance, smiling. There is no need for the abbot to see me off. I truly do not deserve such honor. May the blessings of the infinite heaven be upon you. Taishi waved the whisk behind his elbow and bowed deeply. Missy possesses a kind heart and boundless fortune. I entrust this matter to you. Thank you, thank you. Hidangua, with a charming smile, replied, Abbot, you have rendered me immense assistance. Why do you reverse the gratitude? Rest assured, I will do my utmost in this matter. Please do not follow me. As she stepped out of the Ku Chiao courtyard, Taishi watched her retreating figure until she turned the corner and vanished from sight. Hidangua felt exceedingly cheerful, her steps noticeably lighter. She herself had not anticipated such smooth progress. In one fell swoop, she had accomplished 2 tasks. Now, all that remained was to descend the mountain and seek a few reliable porters, as she could not rely on the sisters from the temple. Thus, on the morrow, she could fulfill her previous promise to invite Jinjing to enjoy braised lion's head and roasted duck, and perhaps procure some new garments and accessories. As she turned through another courtyard and traversed the bamboo grove, a scarlet figure intruded upon her line of sight. Hidangua abruptly halted, her heart suddenly tugged by an unseen force. Not far off, beside a verdant bamboo stalk, a figure lounged against the bamboo joints, facing her path yet subtly obstructing her way. It was the same gentle jade crown, the same handsome demeanor, but lacking the familiar radiant smile, replaced instead by a somber aura that was somewhat daunting. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, Duan Xiaolu unexpectedly turned his head in her direction, his gaze locking onto hers. The two stood speechless. The autumn breeze wafted past, leaves cascading like rain, gently brushing against their cheeks, shoulders, garments, and long hair, as if time itself had paused in this enchanted realm. Suddenly, Duan Xiaolu vanished from sight, only to reappear abruptly before Hidangua. She was momentarily startled and instinctively retreated a half-step, only to find him firmly grasping her left shoulder. He advanced another step, slowly bending down and lowering his head. She was so petite that her height barely reached his chest. She appeared so fragile, as if she could not withstand the autumn wind. Her keen intellect evoked both tenderness and pity. Her steadfastness elicited both love and frustration. And she was so young, being 13 years his junior. Duan Xiaolu gently plucked a few bamboo leaves from her hair, tenderly tucking the loose strands behind her ear, gazing at this wary girl with a gentle yet bittersweet expression. "The leaves have caught in your hair," he remarked. In that moment, she did not turn away, for she discovered her own reflection within the depths of his eyes, those inky pools as dark as night. Duan Xiaolu discreetly stepped back half a pace, a faint smile curving his lips, though it did not reach his eyes. Hidangua lowered her head, murmuring her thanks. Duan Xiaolu remained silent, and the two succumbed to a prolonged silence. They spoke simultaneously, then fell silent once more. Their gazes intertwined, and Duan Xiaolu signaled with his eyes for her to speak first. Her lips parted twice before she finally regained her voice. "About the fire last night, is it possible for you to dismiss the case, as if it never occurred? Master Tai asked me to inquire on your behalf." Duan Xiaolu regarded her thoughtfully, slowly responding. "I cannot refuse your request." Hidangua exhaled in relief, noticing the jade-green folding fan he idly played with in his hand, its elegant sheen complementing his refined fingers. Not wanting to linger, Hidangua cast her gaze down at a bamboo shoot on the ground and bid farewell. "It is getting late. I must return to my residence." Duan Xiaolu nodded. "Allow me to escort you." Without waiting for her to respond, he stepped forward, the leaves crunching beneath his feet. After a moment's hesitation, Hidangua hurried to catch up. "By the way, your esteemed mother has sent a reply." Duan Xiaolu retrieved an envelope from his bosom and handed it to Hidangua, saying, "Fei Maodawei just arrived this morning. He mentioned that your esteemed mother has been meditating at the Sanqing Temple, and despite his entreaties, the Taoist nuns there refused to convey any news from the outside. Consequently, he had to stay at the temple for a few days, waiting for your mother to finish her meditation before he could personally deliver the letter to her." A look of delight appeared on Hidangua's face as she cradled the envelope in her hands, repeatedly expressing her gratitude, oblivious to the fact that Duan Xiaolu was gazing intently at her face. Having long yearned for this reply, she could hardly contain her excitement and paused to tear open the pristine white envelope on the spot. Inside, she found an embroidered pouch containing a fine strand of hair and a watercolor painting depicting a tall-walled residence with a mulberry tree in the courtyard. Its autumn leaves swept away by the brisk wind. The painting bore an inscription: "Before the mulberry leaves fall, they are lush and green. Alas, the cuckoo cries, for it has no mulberries to eat." After scrutinizing the contents several times, Dangwei felt a twinge of grievance in her heart. "Mother, why do you continually suffer for those unworthy of your devotion? Even if others treat you with insincerity, you still have a daughter. Mother, your daughter has returned from another realm to see you. How could you not even spare a few words of concern for her? Do you not know how desperately I miss you? I crawled back from the abyss of 18 years, and my first thought was how to redeem your life." Noticing the unusual expression on Dangwei's face, as if she were on the verge of tears, Duan Xiaolu too lowered his gaze to the painting, finding it perplexing, and then turned his attention back to her with concern, asking, "Are you all right? Is there nothing but this painting? Is there no letter from your esteemed mother? Do not fret. If you wish to write to her, I can send someone immediately." Dangwei shook her head. "Thank you, but that will not be necessary." Duan Xiaolu sighed silently. They continued to walk in silence for a while, and Dangwei carefully returned the painting and pouch to the envelope, the tightness in her throat gradually easing. As they passed through the mountain gate, the crowd was bustling with excitement. Dangwei regained her composure and peered into the throng, observing that most were Taoist nuns clad in gray, occasionally mixed with a few officials in blue, creating a lively atmosphere. Curiously, Dangwei inquired, "What are they doing?" Just as Duan Xiaolu was about to respond, a disheveled Taishan suddenly rushed over and knelt, not before Duan Xiaolu, but before Dangwei, clinging to her leg. Taishan cried out, "Missy, please save us. Don't burn my documents. Help!" Just as Dangwei was about to press for more information, she turned to see Gao Ju standing amidst the crowd. He was holding a torch with a towering pile of books and papers before him, surrounded by several individuals dressed as constables, maintaining a considerable distance between the book pile and the onlookers. Suddenly, Gao Ju cast a glance in their direction, and Dangwei felt as though he was looking directly at her, leaving her utterly perplexed. At that moment, the torch in Gao Ju's hand began to droop. Taishan's cries were alarmingly piercing, and his subordinates were becoming increasingly aggressive, causing Dangwei to wince as they gripped her leg tightly. Frowning slightly, she raised her head to ask Duan Xiaolu, "What is it that Master Gao intends to burn?" Duan Xiaolu slightly curled the corners of his lips and subtly remarked, "These are things that should not have appeared in the temple. They were found last night." Dangwei raised an eyebrow, ready to say something further, but Taishan began to shake her violently, nearly toppling her to the ground. Fortunately, Duan Xiaolu was timely there to support her from behind. Dai Fun, in a fit of desperation, screamed, "Quick, say something for me. Miss He, please plead for mercy. We cannot let them burn anything." Dangwei glanced at Taishan's twisted expression and then, with an impassive countenance, turned to Duan Xiaolu and said in an even tone, "Lord Duan, I would like to plead on behalf of the abbess. Might you consider my request and refrain from burning those items?" Taishan anxiously fixated her gaze on Duan Xiaolu's lips, as if hoping to discern a word of approval or a command to halt. Duan Xiaolu parted his lips and, with a half-smile, replied, "I'm afraid, Miss He, that this time you do not hold sufficient sway. Moreover, I am of the same rank as Gao Ju and possess no authority to command him." Not far away, Gao Ju overheard their exchange and emitted a cold snort. Dangwei let out a heavy sigh and apologetically told Taishan, "Both Lord Duan and Lord Gao are unwilling to grant me this favor, so I am unable to assist you." Just as her words fell, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Gao Ju had placed a blazing torch atop the pile of oil-soaked paper, and flames erupted skyward, causing the crowd to disperse, wary of stray sparks. Taishan turned around and, upon witnessing the scene, nearly lost her composure. She abruptly leaped up from the ground, grasping Dangwei's arm and charging toward the fire. Duan Xiaolu, standing nearby with his hands clasped behind his back, was taken aback by such an unforeseen turn of events and could only watch helplessly as the delicate figure was dragged away like a kite in the wind. He Dangui was caught off guard and was pulled several steps forward, feeling Tai Shan's grip on her arm like a vice. In that instant, she comprehended Tai Shan's intention to hurl her into the flames, hoping to provoke Duan Xiaolu into extinguishing the fire. A cold laugh escaped her heart. Tai Shan, you truly seek your demise. How could you know that his strength was directed at the fire, not at you? He Dangui was already merely a few steps away from the ignition point, and with the added force of Tai Shan's pull, she was drawn even closer. More perilously, the northern wind at the mountain gate was fanning the flames in her direction. For a fleeting moment, she felt the searing heat of the fire at her ear. Yet strangely, she felt no fear at all. Chapter 31. A terrifying scene in the fire. The gusty wind swept past her skirt, bringing an unsettling chill. He Dangui momentarily lost her balance and fell to the ground, inadvertently catching a glimpse of the bizarre scene where the roaring flames suddenly extinguished. Two strong hands, one on each side, lifted her from the ground. The left hand belonged to Duan Xiaolu, while the right belonged to the formidable Gao Ju. In that moment of narrow escape, He Dangui found herself reflecting on Duan Xiaolu's earlier assertion that they possessed the skill to extinguish fires. Realizing that their grip was imbued with a dominating chill. It was said that there were two renowned sects known for their cold palms. Were they from the Wujian sect of Dan or the Hongmen of Dali? Are you all right? Were you hurt? Duan Xiaolu asked anxiously, shaking her gently. He Dangui snapped back to reality, offering an apologetic smile at the handsome face before her. I'm sorry, did I disrupt your work? I'll step aside immediately. A faint shiver of fear coursed through her. Would it have been painful if the flames had touched her skin? Do you feel unwell? Where does it hurt? Duan Xiaolu shook her again, as if assessing her resilience. He Dangui attempted to free herself from his grasp, managing a wry smile. I'm feeling quite dizzy from all the shaking. Gao Ju, after supporting He Dangui to her feet, released her and stood nearby, silent and brooding. Upon hearing her claim of dizziness, he swiftly struck Duan Xiaolu's grasp away. Duan Xiaolu shot him a glare. This is all your fault. Why didn't you wait until we left before starting the fire? Don't you know how strong the wind is today? Gao Ju suddenly raised his voice. Booming like thunder, bind them all. Not a single one must escape. The reverberation of his command left He Dangui's ears ringing, prompting her to cover them with her hands. She turned to see Taoist nuns, led by Tai Shan, hastily rummaging through the scattered papers amidst the extinguished flames, trying to gather whatever they could. Around 10 blue-clad officers, following orders, surged forward, causing the scattered nuns to flee in panic. However, it was evident that the officers were all skilled fighters. With each punch thrown, a nun fell to the ground in defeat. In mere moments, they had apprehended the 6 nuns who had attempted to steal, binding them securely with ropes. The onlooking nuns, who had previously found amusement in the chaos, were now terrified and scattered, fearful of becoming collateral damage. Meanwhile, Duan Xiaolu scrutinized He Dangui's condition, pointing at her knee. You've dirted this area. Did you hurt yourself inside? He then gestured to her sleeve. This is burned. Is there a burn beneath? Finally, he indicated her chest. This is scratched. Is there? He Dangui interrupted him. Thank you. I will examine it thoroughly when we return. Duan Xiaolu was dissatisfied with her dismissive attitude. His gaze fixed intently on the damaged fabric of her yellow dress, as if trying to see through it to ascertain the extent of the harm. Tai Shan and the other 5 nuns lay on the ground, wailing like slaughtered pigs. One individual caught sight of He Dangui, as if encountering a great savior, and cried out in desperation, Miss He, help us. Only you can save us. The others quickly followed suit, beseeching He Dangui for assistance. Even Tai Shan was not exempt, conveniently forgetting the fact that mere moments ago she had pushed He Dangui into the flames. He Dangui found herself silently amused. When did she become a figure of divine intervention? In times of distress, instead of calling upon deities or bodhisattvas, they all shouted her name for salvation. Despite being unable to save herself when engulfed in flames, she was now expected to rescue others. This time, Duan Xiaolu did not even grant He Dangui the opportunity to feign resistance, swiftly sweeping her up in his arms and soaring away. Jinjing, crouched in the courtyard washing clothes, inadvertently looked up and was taken aback to see he being carried by Duan Xiaolu as they descended from the roof. She tossed aside her washing stick and rushed over, anxiously inquiring, "Xiao Yi, what happened? Are you unwell again? How is it that you left upright at noon, yet returned horizontally?" He extricated herself from the fragrant embrace of his chest and, facing this broad figure, reiterated for the 5th time, "Young Master Duan, I truly can walk. Please set me down." Reluctantly, Duan Xiaolu released her. As he touched the ground, she smiled at Jinjing and explained, "It's nothing. I just had a little fall. Me perfectly fine. Jinjing, please find 2 small bamboo tubes with lids for water. We will need them tomorrow." Water-filled bamboo tubes? Jinjing blinked, mistakenly believing he wished to dismiss her to enjoy some private time with young Master Duan. Thus, she cleverly remarked, "Finding bamboo tubes? Oh, that's quite a troublesome task. It may take 2 or 3 hours to locate them. I won't be back anytime soon. You two can chat slowly inside. I intend to search until dark." With that, she wiped her damp hands on her apron and darted away. He was left speechless. Heaven could bear witness. She genuinely required the bamboo tubes. Duan Xiaolu, with an impeccable memory, had not forgotten their earlier encounter. He fixed his gaze on her unblemished attire and inquired, "Sister, I see your clothing is torn. What lies beneath?" He rolled her eyes and replied tersely, "Everything is perfectly fine underneath." Yet Duan Xiaolu remained unconvinced, insisting, "How can you be certain without a glance? It's better to check." He resolutely stated, "I know it is fine. No need for inspection." Following their harrowing experience in the fire, the awkward tension between them had considerably eased. They tacitly chose to overlook the previous rejection of Duan Xiaolu's proposal and began to converse and laugh with a warmth that surpassed their earlier interactions. "By the way, young Master Duan, you still have not clarified what those books and papers burned by Lord Gao were. I noticed that Taishan risked his life for them, nearly taking mine along as well." Seeing Duan Xiaolu still hesitating to speak, he grew even more curious. Could there truly be an astonishing secret hidden within such a trivial water merchant's observation that was too sensitive to reveal? Duan Xiaolu cleared his throat and finally explained. The documents that Taishan was so eager to reclaim were indeed her loan records. Although our people discovered this batch of documents last night, they were unaware of their significance and took only one, leaving the rest untouched. Later, when Taishan returned to her room, she remained oblivious, likely believing she had narrowly evaded the search. Today, when Lu Jiangbei examined the document, he discovered it was a usurious loan receipt with an astonishingly high interest rate. "Sister He, you might be unaware that while the laws of the Ming dynasty permit private lending, the interest cannot exceed 4.5 times the standard rate of moneylenders. However, Taishan's usurious practices far exceeded this threshold, commonly referred to as donkey rolling in folk terms, meaning compounded interest." He nodded, noting that this was the first time she had heard of Taishan's usury. Yet, upon reflection, she recalled that in her previous life, Taishan had inflated the rent owed by Zhenjing's family to an exorbitant amount, clearly indicative of usury. She then continued Duan Xiaolu's line of thought. "Thus, you should confront Taishan today to settle the score, confiscate all her documents, and plan to burn them as a form of punishment. As for those Taoist masters, they were likely promised some benefit by Taishan, which is why they assisted her in seizing the documents, although they ultimately failed and were captured." The scene earlier of the officers bravely subduing the Taoist priests was indeed quite spectacular. Duan Xiaolu smiled gently, stating, "Sister He, you are truly perceptive. Your words are spot on. Earlier, when I was confiscating the documents, a frantic Taishan suddenly called out to her disciples, 'Listen, anyone who retrieves a document will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver and promoted to manage the inner hall.' Thus, those Taoist women, taking advantage of their numbers, recklessly charged forward to snatch a few documents. I could not bring myself to harm them. After all, they were merely pawns in Taishan's scheme. Yet that scoundrel Gao Ju injured several people in his desperation to reclaim the documents, and then had the audacity to blame me for inefficiency. Ugh! To strike a woman so ruthlessly is truly heartless." He chuckled, Most of the Taoist women here are simple village girls, having never encountered true martial prowess, mistakenly believing they could confront us through sheer numbers. They remain unaware that, in the eyes of skilled practitioners, they are as light as dust, easily brushed aside with a flick of the hand. After a moment of thought, Dingue added, "However, they have learned a valuable lesson. Though they obstructed the officials from performing their duties, they are merely ignorant commoners. Surely, you will not be too harsh on them?" Duan Xiaolu gazed at her tenderly, chuckling softly. "Are you advocating for them?" His laughter resonated in his chest, filling the air with a faint fragrance of pear blossoms from his garments. Dingue refrained from responding, recalling a peculiar incident. "By the way, I noticed that besides Taishan's documents, many books were also burned. Were those all her records of illicit dealings?" How strange. Could there have been too many? Duan Xiaolu hesitated before revealing the truth. Those were all Spring Palace writings, seized from the Taoist women's meditation rooms. Oh, Dingue felt slightly embarrassed, realizing she should not have inquired so deeply. Observing her shy demeanor for the first time, Duan Xiaolu smiled with delight and remarked, "While it is not uncommon for ordinary households to possess a few such books, this is, after all, a Taoist temple. And keeping such volumes here would tarnish the sanctity of this place. Last night, Wei Wenzhou, who led the search, is rather meticulous and seized every book even remotely related to this matter, resulting in a total of over 200. Dingue blinked and replied, "In this case, it can be regarded as the monastics failing to adhere to their precepts. They have their own regulations to handle such matters. It would be prudent to have the temple master oversee the execution personally. You shall not delve deeper into the culpability, correct?" At this moment, Dingue finally understood why Shi had previously treated her with such courtesy. It seemed there was a rather unsavory affair that required her intercession. If word spread that the temple had amassed 200 volumes of licentious literature, it would spell the end of incense offerings and visitors, necessitating a change of the temple's name to a brothel. However, Shi and she each had their needs, and having achieved her own objectives, she decided to assist the nuns this once. Duan Xiaolu furrowed his elegant brows, a rare glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "As for others, I care not. But that Taishan is truly malevolent. She must be made to suffer for her transgressions." Dingue shrugged and calmly analyzed. "Taishan's usury incurs the harshest legal punishment of destruction of evidence, which you have already executed. Previously, when she dragged me into her troubles, I emerged unscathed, at best counting as an attempted injury on her part. She could argue that in her moment of desperation to extinguish the flames, she simply forgot to release my hand, invoking her 3 great privileges of monastics, particularly the leniency in sentencing. Ultimately, she would only face a monetary fine, without even stepping foot in prison. Furthermore, having destroyed her usurious loan documents, she has incurred significant financial losses and would likely turn her attention to extorting the tenants, cultivating the temple's fields, embodying the principle of larger fish devouring smaller ones, and the smaller fish feasting on shrimp." Duan Xiaolu gazed at the spirited young girl, unable to resist ruffling her hair in a comforting manner, saying, "Do not concern yourself with this matter. Dealing with someone like Taishan requires no justification. I can ensure she suffers greatly." "Absolutely not." Dingue grasped his sleeve urgently. "Young Master Duan, listen well. I do not wish for you to misuse the authority of the Jinyui for such matters, nor do I want your assistance against Taishan. What she owes me, I shall reclaim through my own means. I neither desire to rely on others nor wish to owe you any further favors. For I understand all too well that monetary debts are easily repaid, while debts of gratitude are far more challenging to settle." Chapter 032. A gaping hole in the heart, Duan Xiaolu perceptibly discerned her thoughts, and a hint of bitterness crept into his voice. "Must we truly sever ties so distinctly?" Dingue remained steadfast, clutching his sleeve tightly as she implored. "As the ancients say, it is better to offend a gentleman than a scoundrel. Taishan is undoubtedly a vile character. You must either eliminate her or refrain from provoking her. Otherwise, you are merely laying the groundwork for future peril." She had learned this lesson in blood during her previous life, where Taishan had relentlessly tormented her, ultimately driving her to the brink of suicide. In the 31st year of Hongwu, upon learning that she had become a concubine in the Prince of Ning's residence, Taishan penned a letter to clandestinely summon her, wielding the secrets of her past servitude in the Taoist temple as leverage. She threatened to reveal to the prince that she had engaged in theft and misconduct, claiming she could summon numerous Taoist nuns as witnesses. At that time, He Dangui had only been married for a year, cautiously navigating life under the iron fist of Princess Xie. She had merely glimpsed her noble husband, Prince Zhu Quan, once during a royal banquet. At the tender age of 15, she was immediately captivated by Zhu Quan's mysterious and graceful demeanor, her heart igniting with youthful infatuation, yearning for him to notice her existence. How could she allow Taishan to tarnish her reputation? Thus, she promptly extracted 100 taels from her dowry to appease Taishan, believing that a single payment would suffice. However, Taishan, finding money so easily obtained, grew increasingly audacious, repeatedly demanding exorbitant sums, leaving her weary and sleepless. Perpetually gripped by fear, desiring to preserve her image in her husband's eyes, she gradually entertained thoughts of ending her life, convinced that her demise would halt Taishan's extortion and allow her to retain her innocence. Fortunately, a benefactor eventually came to her aid, enabling her to turn the tables and completely rid herself of Taishan's grasp. Duan Xiaolu remained unconvinced, sneering, "How can that be? You overestimate Taishan. If I were to show her a taste of my strength, what could she possibly do to me?" Just as He Dangui was about to respond, she inadvertently inhaled a chilling gust of wind, prompting a fit of coughing. Duan Xiaolu swiftly gathered her in his arms and dashed into the house, laying her gently on the bed and covering her with a blanket, his heart heavy with guilt and regret. He had known her frail condition, yet had engaged her in conversation amidst the biting wind. Moreover, the previous incident had left her garment torn against her chest. Was this the reason for her coughing? Surely, he ought to check for any injuries. Meanwhile, He Dangui remained preoccupied with thoughts of Taishan, only to cough again upon speaking. Duan Xiaolu searched frantically around the table and bedside for water, his urgency compelling him to consider using his agility to fetch some from elsewhere. He Dangui, discerning his intent, quickly gestured to stop him. She lifted the quilt and leaped from the bed, her skirt swaying as she gracefully approached the corner of the room. Bending down, she poured a bowl of water from a red clay pot and took a few small sips. After catching her breath, she smiled at him and said, "Young Master Duan, even with your unparalleled martial prowess, it is unnecessary to employ such skills for every little task. Must you rely on your extraordinary agility to don a garment or to drink a sip of water? Would that not render us mere mortals, who can only traverse on 2 legs, obsolete?" Without a moment's hesitation, Duan Xiaolu replied, "It is only right for a man in love to fetch water for the woman he cherishes. Even if I were without martial skills, I would still race at full speed to procure it." He Dangui lowered her gaze, choosing not to comment on his words, but instead returning to their previous topic, urging him, "Young Master Duan, I implore you to heed my advice. You are a precious gem of the highest quality. There is no need to contend with coarse gravel. I trust you understand that I am not weak, and I have my own ways of addressing injustices against me. If you could promise not to intervene in this matter, I would be immensely grateful. But why? Why must you be so stubborn?" Duan Xiaolu sighed sadly, his right hand instinctively lifting slightly before dropping again. "Why did you outright reject my proposal, leaving no opportunity for us to explore this connection? You need not bear the weight of all burdens alone, my dear. Why do you refuse to allow me to protect you?" He Dangui resolutely shook her head and replied, "You should seek a woman worthy of your protection. I am unworthy of your kindness." Duan Xiaolu fixed his gaze upon her, finally voicing the question that had long been confined within him. "I know this is not your true sentiment. Reveal to me the genuine reason. Tell me, what is it that I lack? Was my previous proposal too rash, causing you to feel disdain, or is it that you find me too old?" Old? Old? He Dangui nearly choked on the word. With memories from a past life spanning 28 years, having been married and given birth, She perceived the youthful Duan Xiaolu as more of a younger brother than someone to consider based on age disparity. Initially, her perception of the Jinyui was severely tainted. She viewed them as the most cold-blooded butchers in existence. Thus, she regarded Duan Xiaolu and his companions merely as a group of strangers with utilitarian value, akin to pieces scattered across a chessboard. Although she had never directly interacted with the Jinyui, she had heard countless accounts of their heinous deeds during her service to the Wuying Pavilion, led by Zhu Quan. It was said that the common folk trembled at the mere mention of the Jinyui, fearing them even more than the bandits of the Greenwoods. For the latter still adhered to some semblance of chivalry, while the former were merciless instruments of murder, wielded by the emperor's hand. However, Duan Xiaolu was strikingly different from her preconceived notions of a ruthless official. His heart was purer than hers by several measures, and his kindness and assistance rendered her unable to regard him as a mere pawn to be manipulated. Having decisively rejected his proposal, she resolved to lay bare the truth, hoping he would finally relinquish any hope. With such thoughts in mind, she finished the bowl of cool water. Setting aside the empty bowl of water, Yidan Gui settled next to the warm stove by the bedside. As she delicately examined a white plum blossom on her cuff, she slowly composed her words. "Young Master Duan, you have treated me with utmost sincerity, and thus I shall refrain from empty pleasantries. To put plainly, my heart has been hollowed out, and you're unable to fill that void. This heartless being that I am, I find myself consumed with jealousy at the sight of your fervent spirit." In her previous life, Yidan Gui had endured considerable hardship while living at her maternal grandfather's home, and she had longed for the day when she might marry. She envisioned a dashing young man who would rescue her from that household, whisking her away to a far-off place where she would be safeguarded from harm. Ultimately, she became a concubine to Zhu Quan. Although it seemed that she had forged a connection with him, the reality was that he remained a distant figure. The term husband, a mere construct of her imagination. Within the confines of the Ning Wang Fu, her existence remained humble, often fraught with peril. The palace was home to over 30 concubines, each of whom hailed from a more esteemed background than hers. Each woman meticulously adorned herself, vying for Zhu Quan's fleeting gaze. From the likes of Princess Ye and concubine Zhou to concubine Wan, as well as the likes of Gu, Jiang, and Du, every one of them harbored deep-seated ambitions. Women could be intimate enough to splash water and frolic together in warm baths, and to exchange hairpins, earrings, and protective gear, yet still harbor jealousy within their hearts, a curious paradox. At that time, she regarded Zhu Quan as her beloved. Despite her circumstances being worse than when she had lived with her grandfather, her heart was filled with sweetness, for she had fallen for him, igniting a sense of hope within her. Deep down, she had become just another of his many concubines, with her paramount objective being to capture Zhu Quan's attention for even a fleeting moment, a moment that was indeed brief, for he was an exceedingly busy man. He was the illustrious and young Prince of Ning, commanding the finest soldiers of the realm, a master of both the brush and blade. He moved as if a celestial being had descended to the earthly realm. A mere glance from him in her direction could uplift her spirits for days, even if his gaze merely rested upon a tree behind her. She recalled a saying from the records of the grand historian: "Those who rely on beauty will find their allure waning, and love will fade." Thus, she resolved not to be like the other concubines, solely focused on enhancing her physical beauty. She sought to cultivate her intellect and knowledge, aspiring to be a person of value to Zhu Quan. Consequently, she diligently honed her medical skills, perfected her acupuncture techniques, and studied the 6 arts, martial skills, strategies, military tactics, and official protocols. As she mastered these disciplines and began to earn Zhu Quan's respect, she was bestowed with greater authority and learned how to manage the Wuying Pavilion, engage in intelligence dealings, and conduct clandestine transactions. Ultimately, she evolved into a figure of great utility to Zhu Quan, becoming the sole concubine within Ning Wang Fu capable of standing on equal footing with Princess Ye. However, in the end, when her worth had been fully exploited, she was cast aside like a discarded pawn by Zhu Quan. As her throat was scorched by the searing coal, and she languished in a water prison for those 2 months, She recalled a line from the records of the grand historian, specifically from the house of King Gojin of Yu, which stated, "When the flying birds are gone, the fine bows are hidden. When the cunning hare is dead, the hunting dog is cooked." It is often said that history serves as a mirror, a lesson. To have failed so miserably in life is a result of her own folly. Indeed, her unfortunate fate was a calamity written in her destiny. She was willing to accept her fate, to gamble and concede defeat. However, the repercussions extended to her mother who gave her life and her innocent daughter, which filled her heart with the deepest and most profound regret. Ultimately, the conclusion of her life was but a farce. Thus, from a moment she awoke in this life, she silently vowed never to betray herself again, vowing not to tread the same path as in her past existence. In this life, she aspired to be the one who orchestrated the game, no longer a mere pawn upon the board. Unless one day she became strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with her future husband, she would never easily entrust her lifelong affairs to another. She would no longer look up to her future husband with humility, nor wait in lowly anticipation for his affection. That feeling was one she deeply despised. She must maintain an equal stance with him, aspiring to be his one and only wife. Should he continue to love her, they would share a harmonious life together, growing old side by side, enduring through time. If he would fall for another, she would graciously withdraw, allowing them both to fade into the vastness of the world. For if he were heartless, she too would take her leave. Duan Xiaolu was the epitome of her ideal husband from her previous life. His demeanor was striking, his care for her tender, his eyes filled with deep affection. In her former childhood, having witnessed her stepfather strike her mother, she developed a profound hatred for all men who resorted to violence against women. Yet Duan Xiaolu, even while executing his duties, had never harmed a single Taoist nun and had once declared that a man who struck a nun was a heartless scoundrel. How perfectly aligned this was with her own convictions. In her previous life, she longed for someone to protect her, to escape the turmoil of the Luo family, to live a new life with dignity. Lu Zhongbei, who came to propose on her behalf, had told her that should she marry Duan Xiaolu, she would become the mistress of the Duan household. When she felt cold, exhausted, or weary, he would be there to provide her with support. Marrying into the Duan family promised a life unlike any other, where Duan Xiaolu would shield her from the storms of life. What a captivating vision this was, a life that many women would pursue throughout their existence. Listening to Lu Zhongbei's description, He Dan could almost envision the grand, resplendent gates of the Duan residence opening wide, beckoning her with a smile. Duan Xiaolu appeared as though he were the divine compensation for her past life. One was the esteemed heir of a noble family, a general of the Imperial Guard. The other, a humble girl of unfortunate origins, borrowed from death to live again. They hailed from two disparate worlds, yet they fortuitously crossed paths in a secluded mountain temple at just the right moment. One was a youthful talent clad in luxurious attire, while the other was a Na'vi girl in simple clothing with a wooden hairpin adorning her hair. They were not meant to intersect. Yet he suddenly halted to declare that she was his beloved, despite her tender age of merely 10, yet to blossom into the full bloom of femininity. And having not yet revealed to him her most radiant self, he professed his desire to wed her, vowing to await her maturation. Is it not a divine orchestration to encounter such a being as Duan Xiaolu? Fate has delivered her to him, perhaps to test whether she is indeed as heartless as she seems, utterly devoid of affection. It seeks to ascertain if she can withstand temptation and rise on her own. It endeavors to discover if she has gleaned from her past life's bitter lessons, no longer entrusting her existence to the whims of a man. Only by nurturing such thoughts could she turn her gaze away from Duan Xiaolu's eyes, which brim with profound affection. Duan Gongzi, I must confess, I am not at all as you perceive me to be. Your fleeting infatuation has clouded your judgment. Once your sight is restored, you shall undoubtedly rejoice that our betrothal was not finalized. Hichong delicately traced the white plum blossoms on her sleeve with her fingertips, circling them over and over again. She is but a vengeful spirit, having clawed her way up from the depths of hell, driven solely by the desire to condemn her enemies to the abyss. For a vengeful spirit knows neither love nor the need for it. Chapter 033. The ghost lacks substance, my dear girl. What nonsensical drivel are you spouting? Duan Xiaolu exclaimed, wide-eyed and incredulous, a mix of exasperation and laughter escaping him. What do you mean? Someone has hollowed out your heart. Who would dare to do such a thing? I shall flatten him for you. And what is this nonsense about jealousy the moment you see me? As long as you desire it. My entire being and all that I possess are yours. There is no need for jealousy. Furthermore, what do you mean by saying that I only like you because I was momentarily blind? Oh, dear girl, your words are utterly delightful. Ha ha ha. The dry, mirthless laughter echoed through the room, shaking loose a patch of peeling paint from the wall. Dangue wished to explain further, but found herself at a loss. For there was no one in this world who could comprehend her words. Duan Xiaolu, I am sorry, but you are not my destined one. Of course, you are not lacking in any way. It is merely that our meeting was ill-timed. Had I encountered you in a previous life, I would have been eternally grateful to the heavens, and I would not have become the person I am today. Gazing intently at her pale, sorrowful visage, Duan Xiaolu felt a pang in his heart. He suddenly reached out and enveloped her in his arms, pressing her myriad sorrows and the icy barbs of her existence into his own chest. This was not the first time he had held her close, but it was the first time he felt the chilling, ethereal quality of her presence, as if she were but a ghost, observing the love and affection of the world with a cruel detachment, poised to vanish at any moment into the vastness of the mundane. With a heavy heart, Duan Xiaolu lamented, my dear girl, why must you keep yourself so distant? I have offered to share your burdens. Why do you not trust me? You are indeed the first woman to stir my heart. I need not extol your virtues, nor declare the depth of my feelings. Simply grant me the opportunity to prove my sincerity. Will you? Even if you do not believe me now, time will reveal the truth of my heart, which is unwavering and genuine. Dangue pressed her nose against his chest and inquired softly, by the way, Master Duan, is it true that your men from the Jinyui are about to depart from the Taoist temple? Duan Xiaolu froze momentarily, releasing the petite figure from his embrace, and gazed into her eyes, questioning, how could you possibly know? Indeed, we are set to depart tomorrow morning, a decision made just yesterday. Avoiding his gaze, she turned to the courtyard, where a flurry of yellow leaves danced in the autumn breeze, responding lightly, I merely guessed. Duan Xiaolu, hastily preparing betrothal gifts and employing the half-hearted matchmaker Lu Jiangbei to propose, seemed eager to finalize matters before his departure. Yet, she could not fathom what it was about her that had captivated him so profoundly as to engage in discussions of marriage with someone he had known for such a brief time. In truth, I came to bid you farewell, but upon seeing you, I found myself at a loss for words. Lord Gung had informed everyone that Jiang Yi had managed to extract the location of the 5-stone powder ingredient from Taichun and had dispatched men to seal it off. Consequently, he instructed everyone to pack their belongings, as they would set off for the capital at dawn. Duan Xiaolu assumed she was upset with him for his lack of transparency, and thus elaborated, my dear girl, do you know? Our journey to Yangzhou was initially intended for a different purpose, yet the unexpected capture of the drug dealer Tai Chin became a delightful surprise. The most astonishing revelation was that we had acquired substantial evidence of a certain third-rank official in the court purchasing large quantities of wushu sand. The emperor had long desired to take action against him, but had been lacking in evidence until now. Young Master Duan, Dangue interjected, tilting her head, you shouldn't divulge such secrets of the Jinyui to me. Duan Xiaolu smiled. I particularly enjoy sharing them with you, and I wish for you to hear my words. A storyteller from Tuer Town recounted that the Water Merchant's Observation Hall was established at the end of the Yuan dynasty, as some Taoist priests were drawn to a rare herb found on the mountain, which led them to construct a temple for alchemical purposes. At that moment, we became intrigued by the temple and decided to pay a visit. Now that Tai Chan had confessed, it became clear that those priests were not after the so-called rare herb, but rather the materials for producing wushu sand. Pausing, Duan Xiaolu suddenly touched her face gently with his thumb, his voice warm and gentle as he whispered, my dear, would you do me the honor of marrying me? From now on, I shall share all my thoughts solely with you, if you would allow it. Dangue lowered her gaze, her heart momentarily wavering. Sometimes, rejecting someone's love could be a more profound torment than falling for the wrong person. Alas, the pursuit of love soars high, while the evasion of it closely follows. When she lifted her head again, her eyes were clear and serene, and with a smile, she raised her index finger. Young Master Duan, how about we make a bet? Then I wish you safe travels. Please take care along the way. He Dangui bid farewell to Duan Xiaolu with genuine laughter as she escorted him out of the courtyard. Duan Xiaolu gazed at her deeply, feigning a sigh. Why is it only at this moment of parting that you choose to smile so heartily at me? Having established a wager with his beloved, his spirits soared, for he firmly believed that he would emerge victorious, with the prize being her affections. He Dangui added one last reminder. Young Master Duan, do not forget your promise regarding the temple fire case. Let it be resolved without pursuing the temple's responsibility. Do not let the matter of the hidden spring palace text be made public, for shortly, the Taishi will impose penalties on them. And do not provoke Taishan. Leave her affairs to me. Duan Xiaolu chuckled. What benefits has Taishi conferred upon you to make you her advocate? I shall prepare a similar offering for you. Could you not extend the same consideration to me? He Dangui smiled faintly. My dealings with her are simply a fair transaction, a mutual exchange of benefits. Duan Xiaolu pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. Then let us engage in a transaction. If you accept this, I shall comply with all your previous requests. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 delicate snow porcelain vials from his sleeve. The other day, I hastily offered you some medicine, which you refused. Now, let us engage in a fair trade, mutually beneficial arrangement. I shall assist you with your matters, and you shall consume my medicine. How does that sound? Gazing at the exquisite vials inscribed with the words Pharmaceutical Hall, He Dangui's smile suddenly dimmed. She shook her head, saying, No, I appreciate the kind gesture, but these vials are far too precious. I truly cannot accept them. Duan Xiaolu lied without a flicker of an eye, asserting that the items were not worth much, merely a few taels of silver. Listen well, you have always been frail and lacking vitality. This is precisely what you need. Since she is destined to be his sooner or later, it is essential to begin nurturing her health now. Being the matriarch of the Marca residence is indeed a laborious affair, as can be seen from his mother. He Dangui interrupted. If my eyes did not deceive me that day, one of the 2 vials contained resurrection elixir, while the other held the fate cream, both priced at 10 times the weight of gold. Together, these 2 full vials should amount to approximately 400 taels of silver. Moreover, if mere money could procure them, these medicines would not be referred to by many doctors as life-preserving potions. To my knowledge, these 2 elixirs are perpetually available yet unattainable in pharmacies. One must gather the 4 rarest ingredients and present them to a skilled apothecary for preparation. The finest among them is the Yingtian Fu Apothecary Hall, which charges even higher prices than the average pharmacy. Duan Xiaolu, increasingly bewildered, exclaimed, How is it that you know more than I do? These are secrets of the pharmaceutical world. I have only heard a few words from Wang Shi, the proprietor of the apothecary hall. These medicines are exceedingly rare, even in the capital. How did you recognize them so easily? Hime, where did you acquire this knowledge? He Dangui merely smiled coolly, unwilling to elucidate. Never mind, I shall pretend I did not ask, Duan Xiaolu said, grasping her wrist. Regardless, you must accept this. Do not stand on ceremony with me, or I shall pluck every hair from Taishan's head and compel her to become a nun. He opened his palm, allowing her to take the vial, its cool porcelain surface still retaining a hint of warmth from his hand. Satisfied, Duan Xiaolu released her, stating, This medicine is warm and pungent. It is best taken before bedtime. Should you feel a burning sensation in your heart after consumption, do not drink cold water. Instead, massage from your heart to your lower abdomen 100 times for relief. Alas, I must depart tomorrow. Otherwise, I could channel my true energy to guide you, and the effects would be utterly incomparable. How about I? No need. I can manage this myself, she replied. Rest assured, I shall not waste a single drop of such precious medicine. He Dangui gazed at the small vial in her hand, whispering, Mr. Duan, your generosity overwhelms me. Truth be told, this medicine is like a timely gift in the midst of snow, sparing me considerable effort. I am truly quite delighted. Yet, her expression and tone belied her words, taking on a somewhat gritted teeth quality by the end. Duan Xiaolu paused, cupping her delicate face with his palm, anxiously inquiring. "Have I displeased you in some way? Why does your demeanor suddenly change?" Suddenly, he recalled the last time he delivered medicine to her. She had also reacted unexpectedly. He tilted his head, scrutinizing her eyes, pondering whether the medicine was flawed. Impossible. The He family's apothecary hall is one of the 3 major suppliers of official medicines. Furthermore, the apothecary hall, it is run by the He family. Your surname is He. Could it be that you are? He Dangue maintained a calm demeanor, indifferently addressing his perplexities. You guessed correctly. It is solely because my mother remarried a man of the He surname that the Luo family has kept this secret so well, with very few aware that the Luo and He families, who have long been estranged yet once shared a close bond a decade ago, were once in-laws. Duan Xiaolu furrowed his brow, grasping her delicate shoulder, his voice laden with remorse. I am truly sorry. I had no idea that the apothecary hall was established by your father. Otherwise, I would never have brought this to pierce your heart. Please, do not wear such an expression, my dear. Did we not make an agreement? Henceforth we shall. He Dangue slightly curled her lips. That hardly qualifies as an agreement. Let us refer to it as a wager. It was a gamble devised to dissuade him from harboring affection for her. Gazing into Duan Xiaolu's eyes, which brimmed with emotion, she hesitated momentarily before offering a gentle smile. I apologize. It is I who should express contrition, for you acted out of kindness. Very well. Let us cease discussing this matter. I shall diligently take the medicine, for I hold this hard-won body in great esteem. Since you are to descend the mountain tomorrow morning, I must trouble you with another matter. Chapter 034. Ajiang as my dog as dawn broke, He Dangue awoke. The previous night, before slumber, she had taken a new pair of chopsticks to scoop some Jiming ointment, dissolving it in a bowl of warm water before consuming it. Following a specific sequence, she tapped her acupoints, directing the medicinal warmth through her limbs. The effects of Jiming ointment were remarkably potent. Upon awakening, she distinctly felt her breath lengthen and her pulse throb robustly. Her once icy hands and feet now radiated warmth. In the small room, where only a feeble heater provided warmth, He Dangue and Jinjing had been sharing a quilt to stave off the cold. However, Jinjing was an unsettled sleeper, often kicking off the covers and nudging He Dangue in her dreams, causing her considerable discomfort. At this moment, Jinjing slept soundly, and He Dangue quietly slipped out of bed to tuck the blanket around her friend. Jinjing murmured softly and kicked the covers away, prompting He Dangue to gently cover her again, feeling a touch of helplessness. After a simple wash, she fashioned her hair into a small bun, donned an outer garment, and stepped into the courtyard. A new dilemma had arisen, one for which no solution seemed evident. Since the previous evening, the vital energy she had absorbed from Lu Jiangbei had been tumultuously swirling within her body. Despite her incessant recitation of the highest internal martial arts principles, her efforts to regulate her breath yielded little success. Throughout the night, this foreign vital energy behaved like a mischievous child, racing through her meridians. Although she experienced no significant discomfort, she remained uncertain when this state might improve or when the energy would acclimate to its new abode. He Dangue vaguely recalled reading in martial arts literature about such phenomena, referred to as qi surge. According to the texts, qi surge was an exceedingly rare occurrence, typically manifesting only when a martial artist ascended to a significantly higher level of internal cultivation, resulting in a sudden and overwhelming increase in their own power, rendering them unable to control the excess vital energy. He Dangue was a unique exception. Despite lacking any internal strength, she was well-versed in the principles of advanced internal martial arts. Her absorption of vital energy from Lu Jiangbei had raised suspicions of her overambition. She had unreservedly drawn the energy into her dantian, regardless of whether she could withstand it. It is worth noting that Lu Jiangbei's intent was merely to help her warm her body. Her persistent grasp on his hand likely led him to believe that she found comfort and warmth, prompting him to continue supplying her with vital energy for nearly 3 hours. Unbeknownst to He Dangue, while Lu Jiangbei's vital energy was exceptionally pure, it was also a masculine, robust essence, heavy, and incompatible with her feminine constitution. Generally, only those with considerable martial prowess and a solid foundation in external techniques would dare to absorb even a small amount of foreign vital energy. Otherwise, countless martial arts sects would be capable of producing artificial masters in abundance. At this moment, attempting to harness a form of vital energy that does not belong to oneself is akin to an inexperienced rider attempting to mount an untamed stallion. It is exceedingly perilous. Should this vital energy stray from its intended path, it is conceivable that she might have to undergo a rebirth anew. Kicking a desolate locust tree by the wall, Itangue felt a pang of frustration. Aside from letting the vital energy wander within her body, she had no superior solution at hand. Even if she endeavored to use a gold needle to guide her vital energy, she ought to possess a finer quality of 3-inch cowhair silver needle. Currently, the few embroidery iron needles she had were coarse and brittle, procured from Xinjiang, and far from ideal. In previous attempts, she had resorted to these embroidery needles as a makeshift remedy, as iron needles could neither exhibit the efficacy of gold needles in acupoint manipulation nor come without inherent risks. Should those needle tips break inside her body during the procedure, the aftermath would be quite troublesome. Itangue sighed, realizing that she could only await the moment when she could afford to commission superior needles from the silversmith. After a moment of silent contemplation, she walked to the center of the courtyard, performed 2 simple preparatory movements, and then began to execute the 5 animal frolics. A set of exercises inspired by the movements of the tiger, deer, bear, monkey, and crane, created by the renowned physician Hua Tuo during the Eastern Han Dynasty. This practice has gained considerable popularity in the present era, embraced by both nobility and common folk alike, who often engage in a session of the 5 animal frolics after meals, reputed to enhance physical strength and prolong life. After completing a segment of the tiger and crane exercises, Itangue felt slightly breathless and perspiring. Just as she began the deer stance, a sudden shadow caught her peripheral vision behind her, ominously stationary in the corner of the wall, causing her to startle. "Who is it? Who is there?" she exclaimed, pivoting sharply to the right, only to forget that her weight was centered on her left shoulder from the deer stance. In her haste, she failed to adjust her balance and found herself careening forward. In a frantic attempt, she shielded her head with her forearm, tightly closing her eyes, bracing for the impending impact of the fall. However, the anticipated pain never arrived. After a dizzying whirl, she felt herself enveloped in an embrace that was cool and dewy, a faint fragrance of grass unexpectedly assailing her senses. "You truly lack skill. Even my dog Ajong performs better than you," remarked Gao Ju, coldly lifting her back to the ground as if she were a mere chick. Itangue was still recovering from her shock when she heard this and felt a rush of embarrassment and indignation. As she straightened her disheveled collar, she retorted angrily, "Master Gao, you startled me just now. Who is this Ajong? Why compare me to him? I have no foundation in internal energy, and this is my first attempt at the 5 animal frolics with this new body. How could I possibly be on par with those skilled in martial arts? Furthermore, it is quite rude for you to sneak into someone else's courtyard early in the morning and watch them exercise without a word." "Ajong is the dog I keep," Gao Ju replied expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Itangue's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she forced herself to counter, "Master Gao, you jest. How could a dog possibly perform the 5 animal frolics?" Gao Ju pressed his rough fingers against Itangue's delicate wrist, attempting to feel her pulse after a moment of silence. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Why is your breath so chaotic? No, wait. Speak quickly. How can there be true energy within you?" Itangue felt a surge of panic and instinctively tried to withdraw her hand, but his grip on her pulse point was unyielding. A gentle tug rendered her entire arm numb, as if a multitude of insects were crawling over her skin. "It hurts so much, let me go." She was already troubled by the turmoil of true energy within her, and now that her secret had been exposed by Gao Ju, her mood soured further. Unable to contain herself, she shouted at his icy visage, "Let go of me. This is none of your business. Is it a crime to have true energy in my body? And why did you come to my courtyard? Haven't the Jin Iwei all left?" After a brief pause, Gao Ju calmly responded, "Close your eyes. If it hurts, you may cry out, but do not resist too forcefully or it will only intensify your pain. Without waiting for her reply or any reaction, his large hand swept her up onto his shoulder. He Dangui felt a sudden blur before realizing she was draped over his shoulder, her view filled with his broad back. "What are you doing? Pull me down." Suddenly feeling something hot pressed against her rear, she couldn't help but scream. Gao Ju restrained her kicking legs with his left hand, while his right palm firmly pressed against her tailbone, forcefully channeling a torrent of true energy into her. The overwhelming waves of energy surged through her body, traversing her meridians at an astonishing speed. In the briefest moment of inhalation and exhalation, the energy had coursed through her major channels more than 10 times, inflicting a pain akin to the scraping of bones. Although he Dangui vaguely understood that he might be helping her regulate the true energy, she had never known such a humiliating posture for energy manipulation. Coupled with the sudden, excruciating pain, driven to madness, she instinctively pulled out a sharp wooden hairpin from her hair and lunged it at his formidable back without a second thought. To her astonishment, it wouldn't penetrate. Was it the true energy of a master protecting him? She refused to believe he was that extraordinary. She stabbed again and again, relentless. Stop, stop, stop. His back remained unyielding, seemingly mocking her audacity in silence. The nearly unbearable pain continued its tumultuous uproar within her, and even he Dangui, who had a high tolerance for pain, reached her limit. The wooden pin slipped from her grasp, her head drooped, her fair face pressed against his broad back. Her dark hair cascading over his black attire. She succumbed to the pain and fainted. Upon opening her eyes, she found a cherubic face with rounded features close to her, round apricot-like eyes blinking twice in reproach. "Xiao Yi, how can you be so mischievous? Never do this again. Water." He Dangui felt as if her throat were ablaze, and upon speaking, she realized her voice was hoarse. "Give me a bowl of water." Jinjing gracefully turned and brought forth a large bowl of warm, clear water. He Dangui cradled the bowl with both hands, sipping delicately until it was finished, before returning it to Jinjing with a grateful smile, saying, "Thank you. May I have another bowl?" Jinjing accepted the empty bowl with her left hand while her right hand presented a new bowl of water, her lips murmuring. "My mother once said, one should eat according to the size of their bowl, with strength proportional to the weight of the rice bag they can bear. Xiao Yi, I'm not criticizing you, but you have truly overestimated your own abilities. Just look at yourself, despite lacking martial skills. You ventured into the courtyard to practice punches and ended up collapsing in a heap. And look at me, without any martial prowess. I have never attempted to learn those techniques, nor have I ever fallen. If it weren't for the kind-hearted Lord Gao passing by and rescuing you, you would have been left on the ground, susceptible to cold and illness." Lord Gao, he Dangui, seized upon the key phrase, her gaze drifting over the rim of the bowl to focus on Jinjing's face. "Ah, indeed." Jinjing blinked in acknowledgement. "Lord Gao is sitting in the courtyard outside. The water you drank was prepared at his behest. He mentioned you would be thirsty upon waking. By the way, Xiao Yi, I heard Lord Gao say you fell on your behind. Does it still hurt?" "My behind?" He Dangu narrowed her eyes dangerously. "Is he still in the courtyard?" Jinjing nodded, somewhat perplexed, and then was taken aback as he Dangui, in a fit of anger, set the bowl down and attempted to rise from the bed, only to collapse back down at the moment of standing. Jinjing hurried to support her, anxiously inquiring, "What is troubling you? Given your condition, you should not attempt to rise. If you wish to thank Lord Gao, I can summon him for you. Just lie down for now." He Dangui hoarsely called out towards the door, "You there, Gao? Come in." A shadow silently glided to the entrance. He Dangui shot him a fierce glare, coldly demanding, "May I inquire when I have ever offended you, to warrant such a lesson?" Gao Ju cast a dispassionate glance her way, responding with an answer that evaded the question. "My time is precious, and you have wasted it today. Tomorrow, if you are unable to walk, I shall carry you. Should you fail to rise, I will no longer concern myself with you." He Dangui furrowed her brow. "What are we to do?" Gao Ju glared back. "How would I know?" Jinjing let out a soft laugh, drawing the attention of both individuals in the room, and quickly waved her hands, saying, "Do not look at me. I am just as clueless." He Dangui took 2 deep breaths, gradually regaining her composure, and fixed her gaze on the icy visage before her, asking, "Did Lord Duan send you?" The expressionless face nodded slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure, betraying his unwillingness. He Dangue inquired further, "So, Lord Duan and the others have already departed?" The icy face nodded once more. He Dangue returned the nod. "Very well. Then you may take your leave. I no longer require your assistance, and I would not wish to squander your valuable time. May Lord Gao have a safe journey. No need for farewells." The icy face reiterated, "Tomorrow, rise early. If you cannot walk, I shall carry you." With that, he vanished from the doorway. Jinjing gazed blankly at He Dangue and inquired, "Xiaoyi, what shall we do tomorrow?" He Dangue glared resentfully at the door for a moment before collapsing back onto her bed. The pain in her rear and the soreness in her legs filled her with frustration. With great effort, she turned on her side, facing the wall, and fixated on the mottled surface as she replied, "We shall sell coffins." Chapter 035. The remarkably sharp-tongued man, He Dangue, dreamt of her mother, who was clad in a commonplace fish-tooth silk floral robe, her hair fashioned into a crescent bun. With a sorrowful gaze, she addressed her, saying, "My dear, I have wronged you greatly. I cannot bear to face you. I am a wretched soul, and I have inadvertently made you one as well. I owe you far too much." Upon waking, He Dangue found her pillow damp, and the sky outside was dark. She turned over, feeling a chill, only to discover that the blanket had been kicked off the bed by Jinjing. He Dangue lay on the inner side of the bed, while Jinjing occupied the outer side. She wished to retrieve the blanket without disturbing Jinjing, so she knelt on the bed, pressing her ear to Jinjing's abdomen. She reached down 3 times, but to no avail. Realizing this method was futile, she reluctantly abandoned the position and jumped off the bed to fetch the blanket herself. With this leap, He Dangue was startled. A mere gentle jump propelled her several feet into the air, and combined with the height of the bed, she bumped her head against the low ceiling with a thud. Landing in a crouch, she cradled her aching head, a single tear escaping her eye. The loud noise roused Jinjing, who propped herself up, bleary-eyed, and asked little E, "Does her bottom still hurt? Are you hungry? There's a piece of scorched rice in the pot. What time is it?" Before He Dangue could respond to any of her questions, Jinjing's head fell back onto the pillow, drifting off to sleep once more. Rubbing her sore head, He Dangue retrieved the blanket and covered Jinjing before donning an outer garment and stepping outside. What has transpired? Did she really jump high enough to hit her head on the ceiling? Standing in the middle of the courtyard, He Dangue bent her knees slightly and attempted another jump. This time, she exerted only half her strength and soared into the air, reaching a noticeable peak where she could see the water tank beyond the courtyard wall. As she landed, her preparation faltered, and both hands and feet touched the ground simultaneously, yet she was fortunate to escape injury. At that moment, He Dangue finally began to believe that she possessed some inner strength, allowing her to leap higher than before. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, she directed her awareness into her meridians and dantian, discovering that the chaotic energy that had roamed her body yesterday had vanished entirely. She felt no trace of impurities within her meridians, while the energy in her dantian was steady and profound, as if it were the very source of her strength. Her limbs brimmed with an endless vitality, and she felt capable of running 3 laps around the Taoist temple without issue. With this thought in mind, He Dangue indeed began to run. She dashed out of the courtyard and around the temple, completing 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, until she reached 15 and then 16 laps before finally stopping. It was not fatigue that halted her, but the reappearance of the icy demeanor of Gao Ju, who frowned at her and declared, "Why are you not sleeping at this hour? Will you still go tomorrow? My time is precious, and if you do not go tomorrow, I shall no longer concern myself with you." Bending at the waist, He Dangue rested her hands on her knees, her breathing steady and rhythmic, unlike before when any vigorous activity would leave her breathless and frantic. Although she had possessed some inner strength in her past life, it could only be described as barely sufficient. Regardless of her past life or the present, she possessed little practical experience in internal martial arts. Thus, although she could distinctly sense that her current inner strength surpassed that of her previous existence, The exact magnitude of this power remained beyond her comprehension. "Hey, woman, go to sleep," Gao Ju barked. She recalled having read that a novice with internal energy could immobilize a foe by striking their shoulder well, rendering them numb for half an hour. This was something she had accomplished in her past life, and surely she could replicate it now. Contemplating this, her gaze fell upon the imposing figure of Gao Ju, whose height exceeded that of the 8-foot-tall Duan Shaolu by half a head. No wonder he bore the surname Gao. To strike his shoulder well, she would need to leap, yet her current jumping ability surpassed that of her former self, even if she had yet to master the landing technique. "If you don't go to sleep, I'll toss you to the wolves," Gao Ju threatened. Faced with the icy visage of his stern countenance, she abandoned the enticing notion of using him for her acupoint experiment. Indeed, the presence of this frosty-faced man was remarkably striking. When standing alongside Duan Shaolu, Lu Jiangbei, and Liao Ziyuan, his presence had not been as pronounced as it was now. To be fair, among the four of them, save for Duan Shaolu, the features of the frosty-faced man were the most strikingly handsome, with well-defined contours and deep-set eyes. Yet he was paradoxically the least favored by women. Had he not already taken a wife? Did he maintain such a stony expression before her as well? How unfortunate for his spouse. "I will count to 3. 1, 2. Gao Ju ground his teeth. Unlike the graceful elegance of Duan Shaolu, the cultured demeanor of Lu Jiangbei, or the sardonic charm of Liao Ziyuan, he embodied danger and coldness. He was the quintessential image of a Jingyi Wei, holding a broadsword in his right hand and a whip in his left, relishing in the torment of interrogation. She envisioned the grimace on his frosty face as he mercilessly wielded the whip against a prisoner, or seared their skin with a red-hot iron. Gao Ju advanced, step by step, encroaching upon her. He returned her curtsy, saying, "Sir Gao, please halt. I have made my intentions clear. Whether tomorrow or the day after, I do not require your assistance, and you may depart the temple and return to the capital at your convenience." Gao Ju remained silent for a moment before expressionlessly informing her, "I must linger in Yangzhou for a few more days." And thus Duan Shaolu entrusted you to me before his return to the capital. Foolish woman, though you asked him to find you 4 porters, he is reluctant to leave you in their care. Do not presume I am eager to assist you. I detest self-righteous women. If you do not retire for the night, I shall feed you to the wolves. Surely not again with the wolves. Was there no more creative threat in his repertoire? As a Jingyi Wei, his vocabulary for intimidation was surprisingly scant. Would he not lament the lack of words when the time came for interrogation? Alas, it seemed he was remiss in his duties as an official. Was it simply that his icy demeanor was inherently intimidating, leading him to neglect his studies? Dongguwei harbored a lingering concern and inquired, "While I am sincerely grateful for your assistance in guiding my vital energy, could you not adopt a more refined posture? I have perused illustrations in various texts that depict the process as pouring from the crown of the head and pushing from the back with the palms." The expressionless face remained silent and impassive. Dongguwei pressed on, "Moreover, although I recognize your time is invaluable, you ought to either refrain from doing it or take your time. The manner in which you administer the vital energy felt almost lethal. I nearly succumbed to the pain. Are you here to heal or to harm?" The icy visage succinctly replied, "Fool." Dongguwei's eyes blazed with indignation. "Had you truly conducted the process from crown, you would now be the fool, incapable of standing here to question me." The stoic figure coldly retorted, "I have yet to inquire why you possess vital energy within you, and you dare to question me? You ungrateful woman! Were it not for my intervention, had those energies continued to circulate unchecked for another fortnight, you would either be dead or rendered a mere shadow of your former self." A moment of shock gripped Dongguwei's heart, but upon reflection, she thought that had it not been for his earlier brutality, she might have been financially secure today. With wealth, she could procure silver needles and attempt to guide her vital energy herself, thus dispelling the notion that her situation was as dire as he portrayed. Listening to his explanation, she found her anger somewhat dissipated. Moreover, considering the substantial amount of vital energy he had bestowed upon her today, perhaps even more than what Lu Jiangbei had gradually provided, thanks to the icy figure, she had also acquired some internal strength. Thus, she decided to forgive his previous harshness. "Hey, woman, the icy figure queried, revealing his curiosity. The complete set of the 5 animal frolics contains 57 postures, with the tiger style possessing the most at 12. Why then? Did your morning performance of the crane style consist of 19 postures? Hidongue smiled gently and replied, I have studied the original text of the 5 animal frolics passed down from Hua Ta, thus possessing a more comprehensive understanding than what is commonly disseminated in the market. Since you, Sir Gao, are interested, I shall demonstrate it from the very beginning. The stoic figure gazed impassively at the stars above. Hidongue paid it no mind. After all, whether she practiced alone or in his presence, it was preferable to have a master of his caliber to offer her guidance. As the saying goes, one is influenced by one's companions. Should she ever transform into a master capable of soaring through the skies with an icy demeanor, she would look back fondly on her martial arts journey, recognizing that this icy figure and the esteemed Lu Jiangbei were indeed her 2 guiding lights. Thus, she commenced with the initial posture, stretching, bending, leaping, and flowing gracefully through the movements. The tiger style, with its piercing gaze, swayed its head and tail, embodying a balance of strength and grace. The crane style stood tall and poised, exuding an air of serenity, showcasing the elegance of its wings and the majesty of its stance. The 5 animal frolics, much like Tai Chi, though accessible to the masses, are deceptively intricate to master. Moreover, the 5 animal frolics embody 2 extremes. The skilled practitioners, endowed with internal strength, engage in a mesmerizing display, their garments swirling like dust, moving with the grace of flowing clouds, while the untrained commoners, in their earnest attempts, resemble weary oxen plowing a field, lacking the vigor to sustain their efforts. Gasping for breath midway, their postures faltering, their imitation of the 5 animals' movements grotesque and laughable. However, for the ordinary individual, the pursuit is merely to strengthen the body. As long as the joints are exercised and the muscles loosened, the objective is achieved. In this shared clumsiness, none can mock the other. Hidongue has now acquired internal strength, though she remains unaware whether the continuous flow of energy from her dantian to her limbs and organs signifies depth or richness of this newfound power. Yet, she is fully immersed in this novel realm of internal energy, focused entirely on perfecting each movement, gradually concluding her practice. How astonishing it is that after merely 2 short sections this morning, she already feels fatigued. Now, with her movements at their fullest, she executes the complete set of 5 animal frolics with an astonishingly steady breath. Sir Gao, please offer your guidance. Hidongue clasped her fists in a smile, uncertain if her rendition of the 5 animal frolics would meet the approval of the Fong family. Those unforgettable eyes linger in Gao Ju's mind. If he were to confess to others that he had become enamored with a pair of eyes, would he be ridiculed? He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently at the charming, radiant girl before him, his heart stirred with an indescribable feeling. After a lengthy pause, he nodded and remarked, Indeed, you performed admirably this time. The girl's smile widened in response. Those who cultivate with utmost diligence achieve longevity. Those who practice with moderate effort evade calamities. Those who train with lesser commitment avert untimely demise. Gao Ju sincerely commended her. Congratulations. Your martial arts have reached the level of averting untimely demise. You shall no longer fear sudden illness on the streets. The girl's smile faltered. Hidongue was momentarily at a loss. She finally grasped the truth. This icy demeanor was not born of ignorance or a lack of vocabulary, but rather a sharp tongue of the highest caliber. Gao Ju cast a glance at the pale dawn sky and stated, It is already the 5th watch. Since you are unwilling to sleep, let us set off at once and not waste any more of my time. Hidongue, incensed, retorted, Since you have spoken so authoritatively, and I shall no longer meet an untimely end on the streets, I dare not delay you further, nor would I impose upon the esteemed general of the Jinyui to act as a porter. Please do as you wish. When I next encounter Lord Duan, I shall explain the situation. You will not be deemed to have broken your promise. Gao Ju regarded her with a condescending glance and issued a directive. Listen well. You have half an hour to dress and prepare. In half an hour, Whatever form you present will be the one I take out." With that, he vanished from sight, the branches of the cypress trees above them swaying gently. Hidangui reconsidered, realizing she could use this icy demeanor for her own ends, finding amusement in the notion. Thus, she chose to overlook his arrogant attitude, turning on her heel to dash back to the eastern chamber, pushing the door open. She found Jinjing lost in a sweet dream, and with a gentle touch to her face, called out, "Our braised lion's head is ready. Rise and come eat." Jinjing gradually opened her drowsy eyes, yawning as she inquired, "What time is it? Xiaoi, does your backside still ache? Dare to mention your backside again. Get up, get up. A monk should not linger in bed." Hidangui selected a set of lightweight yellow garments and, after dressing, went to comb her hair, only to discover that her sole wooden hairpin was missing. It then dawned on her that she had dropped it in the courtyard after a failed attempt to strike Ice Blockface with it that morning. Hastily, she rushed outside to search for it. After circling the scene of the incident twice, she did find it. However, it had been broken into 2 pieces, with a large footprint faintly imprinted on it. "Barbarian," Hidangui scoffed, returning to her room where she rummaged through the kitchen utensils and found a red lacquered chopstick. She broke off the thicker end and fashioned a hairpin resembling Jinjing's topknot. According to Gao Ju, after half an hour, Hidangui and Jinjing stepped outside the courtyard to wait, but their companion did not arrive. Consequently, Hidangui had no choice but to venture to the west wing in search of him. Upon reaching the west wing, she discovered that all the rooms were vacant, devoid of both people and luggage. Confusion filled her mind. Had Ice Blockface already departed? If he had, so be it. She merely needed to locate 2 sturdy men at the 20-mile pile halfway up the mountain to serve as porters, who would be easier to command. Thus, Hidangui turned back to find Jinjing. Previously, the darkness had obscured her vision, and the silent night had led her to believe it was merely an illusion. Now, she finally noticed that her sight and hearing had markedly improved compared to before. Peering intently, she was astonished to discern the intricate patterns of Jinjing's irises from 100 paces away. Listening closely, she could even hear the sound of breath emanating from the trees above her head. Chapter 036. Your father awaits you the sound of breathing? Hidangui, in a state of perplexity, glanced up to discover a figure reclining on a tree branch, soundly asleep. Who else could it be but Gao Ju? In that moment, Hidangui comprehended why she had encountered him during her morning exercises yesterday, and again at dawn while out for a run today. It turned out he had been slumbering on the tree outside the eastern wing all along. Peeping? What an unsavory habit for a man. Hidangui picked up a small stone from the ground and tossed it upwards, successfully striking the nose of the man with the icy demeanor. Gazing at the expression etched on his face, which screamed of murderous intent, Hidangui offered a playful smile and waved, saying, "Lord Gao, let us embark on our journey." Hidangui, Gao Ju, and Jinjing made their way to the meditation room in the northern courtyard. Hidangui produced a set of keys that Tai Shi had given her and began to try each one in an effort to unlock the door. Gao Ju, still harboring remnants of his morning grumpiness, approached with a scowl and yanked down the copper lock along with the latch on the door. Jinjing shrank back in fright behind Hidangui, who shot Gao Ju a disapproving glance. The brute, upon pushing open the door to the meditation room, a small, unadorned coffin lay at the center. Hidangui turned to Gao Ju, eyeing the broad-backed knife at his waist, and asked, "Might I borrow your knife, Lord Gao?" With an impassive expression, he retrieved a delicate dagger from his robes and held it up to her nose. Hidangui expressed her gratitude as she accepted it, approaching the coffin to pry open the lid, using the dagger to detach the wooden beams glued together with tree resin. The hilt of the dagger, forged from cold black iron, was intricately adorned with vivid crimson patterns, reminiscent of the embroidery on Gao Ju's black robes when she first encountered him, a hauntingly beautiful yet eerie aesthetic. The blade radiated a chilling aura, revealing that it was no mere trinket for idle amusement, but a genuine bloodthirsty weapon. Gao Ju observed with cold detachment as the girl deftly wielded his favorite instrument, expertly prying away the beams from the coffin. From her bosom, she retrieved a cloth and meticulously wrapped the beams, handing them to the young Taoist behind her, her laughter ringing like a crystal-clear spring. "Take care of this. is a treasure. Then, with a dark expression, Gao Ju watched intently as the girl used his dagger, an instrument of death, to erase the marks left by the pride beams. It is said that fine weapons possess a certain sentience. The dagger seemed to resonate with its owner's fury, gnashing against the resin in the girl's delicate hands with a tortured ferocity. Moments later, having completed her task, Dangui blew the remnants of resin and wood shavings from the blade, returning it to its sheath and presenting it to Gao Ju with a smile. Excellent. What a fine dagger. Since you have shown such earnestness, Lord Gao, I shall take the liberty to request something of you. Please lift the coffin and accompany us. What? You wish for me to carry the coffin? Gao Ju tightened his grip on the dagger, a vein pulsing dangerously on the back of his hand, as if he might lose control at any moment and cleave both the coffin and the girl who dared to ask him to lift it into 4 pieces. Jinjing deeply regretted her existence in this world, desperately wishing to diminish herself further, repeatedly whispering to herself, "Do not see me, do not see me, do not see me." Dangui sighed, a heart-wrenching expression of melancholy gracing her features as she lamented. I always said, how could a mere commoner summon the esteemed general of the Imperial Guards? Initially, I merely sought a few porters, hoping to find some reliable assistance. Yet, the master voluntarily took the place of the porters, and now refuses to perform the labor of a porter. The sun is already high in the sky, and it is far too late for me to seek porters anew. Alas, Jinjing! In the corner, Jinjing shrank even further upon hearing her words. Dangui, clutching the front of the coffin, turned to Jinjing and said, one of us shall lift each side. Let us descend the mountain. Gao Ju narrowed her eyes, slowly concealing the dagger within her embrace, her muscular arms radiating a dangerous fury. In the next moment, Gao Ju raised her hand toward Dangui's direction, as Jinjing, covering her face, emitted a piercing scream. The coffin, weighing over 100 pounds, levitated without a breeze, soaring onto Gao Ju's shoulder with a swift motion. As Gao Ju bore the coffin out of the meditation room, she squeezed out 2 words from between clenched teeth, akin to uttering the name of a sworn enemy, descend the mountain. The day was still young, and they encountered no one on their way out of the temple. Gao Ju moved with a gust of wind, leaving Dangui and Jinjing far behind. Dangui, feeling anxious, called out to the figure ahead, carrying the coffin, "Be careful. That is quite valuable. Not a single scratch on the lacquer should be incurred. If it is damaged, you will be liable." No sooner had the words left her lips than the figure ahead halted, then leapt onto the crown of a roadside tree, soaring away with the coffin atop her. Jinjing let out a sigh of relief, turning to glance at Dangui, her face contorted with the semblance of impending tears as she asked, Xiao Yi, why must we accompany her? She is so terrifying. Dangui shrugged. Do you think I desire this? She insisted on staying and brazenly offered her assistance. Jinjing, mouth agape, involuntarily conjured a startling image of the towering figure clinging on, shamelessly insisting on helping, then shook her head and asked Dangui, did you just say the coffin is very valuable? Yet, a coffin typically costs around 8 taels of silver, does it not? Moreover, your coffin is particularly small. Dangui grinned broadly. Fortunately, no one in the entire temple, including Taishan and Taishi, recognizes its value. Otherwise, how could I have successfully retrieved my own coffin? I previously inquired with Shinju, and Taishan believed this coffin to be exquisitely crafted, likely worth 20 or 30 taels of silver. Hence it was kept in the northern courtyard, intending to have it taken away for some silver in a few days. However, the temple master, Taishi, permitted me to take my coffin, and she also agreed to let me redeem you for 5 taels of silver. Quickly, Jinjing, let us descend the mountain. Once we sell it for silver, we shall feast on braised lion's head, and I will return to the temple to redeem you. Jinjing was taken aback that Dangui had been contemplating helping her settle her debts all along, her heart swelling with gratitude as she nodded and took Dangui's hand, running down the mountain together, feeling as if they were eloping. However, after running for a short while, she found herself utterly exhausted. What sort of speed is this? The speed at which they were running was potentially life-threatening. Jinjing, panting heavily, desperately signaled to Dangui, indicating her inability to continue. How could this be? Just days prior, On the second day, after He Dongguai's miraculous resurrection, they had ventured into the mountains to forage for wild vegetables. Jinjing had chided He Dongguai for her leisurely pace, remarking on the daintiness of a lady from a prominent family, stating that this was no time for a leisurely stroll in the garden. At this rate, they would not return before nightfall. Yet, how had their roles reversed so drastically in just a few days? He Dongguai pondered for a moment before offering, "I shall carry you." With that, she forcefully hoisted Jinjing on her back, instructing her to secure her grip around her neck. Naturally, Jinjing was incredulous at the notion that He Dongguai could bear her weight, pleading for mercy, exclaiming that she did not wish to meet her demise, as she had an elderly mother to care for. He Dongguai, momentarily unsettled by Jinjing's cries, hadn't he anticipated that despite Jinjing's petite appearance, she was anything but light. With a firm grip, He Dongguai supported Jinjing on her back, took a deep breath, and began to sprint down the mountain path, her speed rivaling that of her earlier solo sprint. Jinjing gasped in alarm. He Dongguai felt invigorated, entirely devoid of fatigue, and thus quickened her pace, relishing the sensation of casting aside all her troubles. Jinjing's initial terror gradually morphed into concern as she inquired repeatedly, "Xiaoyi, are you tired? Are you all right? Please say something." However, the slender figure carrying her seemed entranced, eyes wide open, silent, and unyielding in her relentless run. As Jinjing observed, the trees along the path began to retreat from a few to clusters, eventually transforming into indistinct shadows, with the only clarity being the dark tresses before her. As they neared the foot of the mountain, He Dongguai gradually reduced her speed, coming to a halt just as they reached the last step of the path. Jinjing slid off her back, grasping her and bombarding her with questions. "What on earth happened? How could you run so fast? You nearly scared me to death. And why did you ignore my questions?" Upon closer inspection, Jinjing noticed that He Dongguai's breathing remained steady, and not a bead of sweat adorned her brow, save for a few strands of hair clinging to her lightly flushed cheeks. He Dongguai shot her a glance. Internal strength relies on maintaining one's breath. Once I speak, I risk losing my energy, and I might even throw you off. She was somewhat astonished at her own stamina. Running had yielded no sense of fatigue. Encouraged by this newfound vigor, she pushed herself to run even faster, and still feeling invigorated, she accelerated further, transforming her speed into a fleeting gust that brushed past her ears. Completing the entire mountain trail while carrying Jinjing, she surprisingly felt no weariness, as if she had run with someone else's legs, while she herself was the one being carried. It was truly remarkable. In her previous life, she had been unaware of the profound benefits of internal strength. Had her current capabilities indeed surpassed the 5 years of accumulation from her past existence? He Dongguai and Jinjing retrieved their bamboo tubes, tilting their heads back to drink deeply. As they lowered the tubes, they both caught sight of Gao Ju's imposing figure, his face a forbidding mask, and the small coffin he bore upon his shoulder. He Dongguai promptly approached and circled around him, inquiring with genuine concern, "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" An intense chill radiated from Gao Ju's entire being. Having confirmed that her coffin was intact, He Dongguai, while gently guiding the timid and trembling Jinjing forward, urged the seemingly immobile Gao Ju, "Hurry up, let us go to the market early. Once we sell the coffin, I shall treat you to some soy milk and deep-fried dough sticks." The icy demeanor on Gao Ju's face softened slightly, yet he remained rooted in place. He Dongguai, perplexed by his obstinacy, gazed up to study his expression, only to discover that his eyes were fixed upon her hand. She moved her hand, and Gao Ju shifted his gaze. Thus, He Dongguai lowered her eyes to examine her hand, which held a bamboo tube filled with water. "Would you like to drink this?" she asked curiously, and upon receiving a proud nod from him, she raised her hand to offer him the bamboo tube, simultaneously expressing her dissatisfaction. "If you wish to drink, just say so. How would I know if you don't speak up? Why don't you articulate your desires?" Gao Ju silently accepted the bamboo tube, tilted his head back, and drained it in one swift motion, tossing the empty tube far into the mountains. It soared through the air and landed with a thud in the forest, startling countless birds into flight. He Dongui's gaze shifted from the fleeing bird's back to Gao Ju's face, noticing that his complexion had greatly improved, leaving her bewildered. Was his earlier displeasure truly incited by merely half a tube of water? What an odd fellow he was. As dawn broke, the trio entered the town of Rabbit Ear. He Dangui stepped into a roadside grocery store and inquired of a young clerk at the counter, "Excuse me, could you inform me how many coffin shops there are in Rabbit Ear?" The clerk, engrossed in a spicy noodle dish, looked up with half a sour cucumber dangling from his mouth. Upon seeing the beautiful young woman, he was about to respond, but was taken aback by her striking, expressive eyes, which sparkled with a hint of mischief. Startled, the cucumber fell from his mouth into the spicy broth, splattering a few drops of chili oil across his face. The lovely young woman maintained her smile and graciously apologized. "I beg your pardon for interrupting your meal." The clerk hastily waved his hands, rushing out from behind the counter to enthusiastically share the names and locations of the 4 coffin shops in town, detailing which was the largest and which offered inferior quality coffins. The beautiful young woman listened intently, occasionally nodding, and expressed her gratitude at the end of their exchange. The clerk nervously rubbed his hands together. Never had anyone listened to him with such earnestness, especially not someone as lovely and courteous as she. Previously, he had always believed that the more beautiful a woman was, the more fierce she would be. The landlady's niece was striking yet as fierce as a she-wolf. The renowned courtesan, Zhen Lunyang, was even more beautiful, yet as formidable as a tigress. This young woman surpassed even 6 of Zhen Lunyang in beauty, displaying not a trace of ferocity. Contemplating this, the young man kindly inquired whether someone in her family had passed away and if she needed a coffin, whether she had sufficient funds for it, and what price range she was considering. The beautiful young woman, smiling gently, reminded him that the noodles were becoming cold. Upon noticing that his bowl was not only topped with a layer of chili oil, but also adorned with several red chili peppers, she advised him that his complexion indicated an excess of stomach heat. She cautioned against consuming overly spicy food too early, warning that it would likely lead to frequent hunger pangs in the evening and subsequent bloating. If he simply could not resist the allure of spice, she suggested having a boiled egg or a serving of tofu as a buffer before indulging in the fiery dish. The young man was deeply touched. He had not anticipated such concern from a stranger he had just met. Recently, he had often felt unsatisfied after meals and frequently experienced bloating, mirroring the symptoms she described. As their conversation unfolded, he noticed that although she spoke the local dialect of Yangzhou, her accent bore a hint of the Beijing dialect. Curious, he inquired about her origins. Suspecting she was not a local, the beautiful young woman revealed that although she hailed from Yangzhou, her wet nurse, who had taught her to speak, was from the capital, thus imparting to her a few playful phrases in the refined Beijing dialect. A wet nurse? It dawned on him that she must be a young lady of some privilege. Yet her approachable demeanor was truly remarkable. He then asked her purpose for visiting Tuer Town, whether she had found accommodation, and if any family members had accompanied her. He jested that perhaps she was unaccustomed to the local environment, leading to thoughts of preparing for the worst. At this, He Dangui found himself somewhat at a loss for words. He had not anticipated the warm hospitality of Tuer Town, which seemed to spark wild imaginings. Just as he was about to respond to the young man's inquiries, he suddenly took a step back, startled, and waved his hand in a dismissive gesture. "Ah, it seems your father is still waiting for you. I won't delay you any further. Please take care, young lady." Following the young man's gaze, He Dangui saw her father, grim-faced and carrying a coffin, blocking the entrance of the grocery store. Stifling a laugh, he stepped outside and said, "Let us head to Li's coffin shop, located 5 streets away." Jinjing had been waiting at the door for He Dangui and had overheard the young man's remarks. He had distinctly mentioned that Jing's coffin shop, located just 2 streets away, was the largest in Tuer Town. Jinjing inquired, "Shall we not stop by Jing's coffin shop to inquire? Wouldn't a larger establishment offer a higher price?" He Dangui chuckled softly and replied, "There's no need to inquire just yet. We must first visit Li's coffin shop, but on our way, we shall pass by Jing's coffin shop, and we can take our time to rest a bit." Jinjing remained perplexed, grasping the underlying meaning of her words, but choosing to maintain his stoic expression and dark demeanor. refraining from any reaction. Chapter 037. Selling one's own coffin as they proceeded along the path. The trio's presence captivated the attention of nearly every passerby and vendor along the roadside. The initial gaze was drawn to the coffin perched upon the shoulder of the tall man, followed by a second glance at him, and then a subsequent series of gazes that landed upon He Donggue's visage and form. Although Tu'er Town was but a small village, it was not uncommon to see one or two coffins being carried through the streets each day. However, an unusual spectacle soon emerged. Regardless of the poverty that might beset a household, if they could afford a coffin, they typically employed 2 or 3 individuals to bear its weight. Yet here was a man singularly shouldering a coffin. Who was he, and how possessed he such extraordinary strength? Thus, the onlookers shifted their focus from the coffin to the bearer, quickly realizing that his physique and expression were far from amiable, prompting them to avert their gazes and instead regard the individuals behind him. At this point, many eyes became fixated on a particular sight. In a fleeting glance, the girl clad in yellow, though still youthful, possessed a complexion fairer than snow and brows as delicate as the finest ink, surpassing even the most beautiful figures depicted in paintings. She wore a fitted yellow blouse with narrow sleeves, her petite feet adorned in delicate hemp shoes, and her lustrous black hair elegantly styled atop her head, secured only by a single red lacquered chopstick, with a few stray wisps framing her face, artfully disheveled. Such a humble attire on her exquisite form resembled a rare pearl nestled within a beggar's bowl, dazzling to behold. To the rustic townsfolk, who had seldom encountered beauty, this girl appeared as if descended from celestial realms. Suddenly, she bestowed a gentle smile, her alabaster face reflecting an enchanting contemplative expression. She then turned to speak a few words to a similarly aged young Taoist beside her, prompting those nearby to lean in, eager to catch her words, which drew her gaze in their direction. Her eyes, akin to a clear spring, swept across the faces before her. Perhaps she did not intentionally seek to focus on any one individual, yet those who felt her gaze could not shake the impression that she was looking directly at them. Inside the coffin shop, the proprietor, Jing Renxing, bowed thrice before the statue of the god of wealth, praying fervently, "Heaven bears witness. This year has brought much hardship to the mortal realm. May fortune favor me and my business prosper. I hope for an increase in the deceased in the coming year, better trade, and broader avenues of wealth." Having concluded his prayer, Jing Renxing directed his staff to remove the door panels, readying for a new day's commerce. As the third panel was lifted, a delicate and ethereal visage flitted before Jing Renxing's eyes. Unconsciously, he rushed from the shop, only to glimpse the retreating figures of the trio, with the tall man bearing the coffin at the forefront. Jing Renxing's keen eyes, which appeared similar whether open or squinted, widened with realization. For a moment, he beheld what seemed to be a coffin crafted from fragrant wood. How curious that in such a run-down place as Tu'er Town, there existed households that could afford a coffin of such exquisite material for their departed. As the trio's silhouettes faded from Jing Renxing's view, he licked his lips in disappointment and retreated back into the coffin shop. Under the command of He Donggue, Gao Ju carried the coffin down 2 streets, circling in front of Jing Ji's coffin shop before continuing down 3 more streets, ultimately placing the coffin at the entrance of Li Ji's coffin shop. The loud thud attracted the attention of the shopkeeper and his assistant, who emerged to investigate. Gao Ju, arms crossed, gazed skyward, while Jinjing followed closely behind He Donggue into Li Ji's shop. As Gao Ju shifted his stance, clasping his hands behind his back and looking down at his shoes, He Donggue led Jinjing out of the coffin shop, instructing Gao Ju to continue carrying the coffin. Gao Ju complied without hesitation. Jinjing, astonished, covered her mouth, shaking her head repeatedly, murmuring, "One coffin is worth so much. My family earns merely 2 taels of silver from a year's worth of farming. It would take us 70 years of cultivation to afford such a coffin. No, we still need money for food and clothing. Hey, Xiao Yi, why are we leaving? Aren't we selling it to them? It's 140 taels." He Donggue chuckled. This shop is small and lacks a thriving business, so they naturally have limited silver on hand. Therefore, I never intended to sell to them initially. This coffin represents my first substantial earnings. and I wish to maximize my profits. In the future, when I invest in business, having more silver will afford me greater choices. Jinjing, curious, asked, "But why is your coffin worth so much silver? How much did you originally spend on it?" He Dangui gestured for Gao Ju to return to Jingji's coffin shop and began to recount in ancient times. The great General Guan Yu of Shu was tragically killed by his son Quan of Wu. Sun Quan severed Guan Yu's head and sent it to Cao Cao of Wei. Suspecting this was a ploy by Sun Quan, Cao Cao crafted a body for Guan Yu's head from fragrant wood and gave him a proper burial. 3 days later, Guan Yu's spirit manifested to seek vengeance, slaying his enemy, Lu Ming. From that time onward, a belief emerged among the people. Those who die with grievances should be interred in fragrant wood coffins to dispel malevolent spirits, allowing the deceased to bless their living relatives and punish evildoers. However, fragrant wood is exceedingly precious. Wealthy families typically burn only a few taels of fragrant wood for incense throughout the year, and few would part with it to construct a coffin. Jinjing blinked. Your family must have cared for you deeply to provide you with a fragrant wood coffin for your funeral. He Dangui nodded. My mother has only one daughter. Upon hearing the news of my demise, she was attending a sermon at the Sanqing temple. She wept bitterly, exclaiming, "Heaven has forsaken me." The Taoist priestess at the temple comforted her and suggested that she procure a high-quality fragrant wood coffin for me, stating that children who die young are often surrounded by heavy resentment, which is detrimental to the health of their elders, and fragrant wood could alleviate this. Thus, my mother took 500 taels from her dowry. 500 taels. Jinjing's voice resembled that of a duck with its neck stepped on. Let me finish. He Dangui reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. The 500 taels were solely for the fragrant wood, while over 30 taels were the craftsman's fees, covered by the Luo family. The fragrant wood is remarkably soft. An exquisite coffin can be completed in just half a day. This coffin is crafted from 5 varieties of aromatic woods. The headrest, which I pried loose with a knife for you to keep close, is a square piece of exquisite agarwood measuring 2 inches on each side, valued at over 300 taels of silver. Jinjing, feeling a surge of anxiety, instinctively reached into her bosom. He Dangui gently reassured her with a pat and smiled, explaining, agarwood doesn't fetch a good price in a place like Tuer Town, which is why I want to pry it off. I plan to sell it in Yangzhou City. Considering this, the cost price of the coffin is 230 taels of silver. We must sell it for that amount to avoid a loss. This is because all materials and craftsmen are sourced through the Luo family's channels. If a typical wealthy individual were to purchase it with their silver, it would be at least 20% more expensive. Jinjing, rendered speechless by this revelation, surprisingly posed a rather astute question. These events transpired after your death. You have yet to return to the Luo family. How do you know all this so clearly? He Dangui blinked innocently and fabricated a response. Oh, you don't recall? I wrote a letter to my mother, and she informed me of these matters in her reply. In truth, this information was relayed to her from her mother after her previous life returned to the Luo family. At that time, her mother was abandoned by her stepfather, feeling utterly despondent and indifferent to everything. Upon hearing that her daughter had resurrected, she was elated, believing it to be the fruit of her devotion to her faith. Consequently, she became wholly devoted to residing at the Sanqing temple to listen to teachings, dismissing the exorbitantly priced agarwood coffin from her mind. Eventually, when her mother finally recalled and sent someone to inquire about it at the water merchant's pavilion, the coffin had already been sold off at a pittance by the ignorant Taishan. They had to abandon the endeavor. It was said that the Jingji coffin shop in Tuer Town profited immensely from this transaction, flipping the coffin for a handsome profit, which enabled them to acquire land and property, thus elevating the Jing family to the status of Tuer Town's wealthiest. A few days prior, He Dangui had recalled this past and conceived the idea of profiting from her own coffin. Moreover, it was imperative to sell the agarwood coffin in Tuer Town, for once it was brought back to the Luo family, her second aunt could easily fabricate an excuse to confiscate it, subsequently hiding it away in her little storeroom. The proprietor of the Jingji coffin shop, Jing Renqing, was still preoccupied with thoughts of the agarwood coffin when he noticed the 3 individuals returning: the tall man bearing the coffin, the beautiful girl in yellow, and the round-faced little Taoist priestess. "Ah, where are you three headed?" he exclaimed. "The coffin appears quite heavy. If you require both coffin and bearers, my shop can provide them." The shopkeeper hurriedly intercepted them as they passed, ostensibly to attract business, yet genuinely wishing to verify whether he had indeed seen correctly. Typically, coffins are layered with 2 coats of black lacquer. However, agarwood coffins are treated only with a single layer of lindenwood glue to prevent pests and mold, allowing the wood to breathe. Having merely glimpsed the coffin from a distance before, he now approached to smell and touch it, finally confirming that the dark-clad man was indeed shouldering an agarwood coffin of exceptional quality. Snapping back to reality, the shopkeeper noticed the imposing figure of the dark-clad man glaring at him with an almost predatory gaze, realizing that in his eagerness to inspect the coffin, he had inadvertently stepped on the man's foot. "Ah, I did not mean to offend, young man. There is no need for such anger. How about you step into my shop, and I shall pour you a cup of tea as an apology." The shopkeeper, Jing, bent slightly at the waist, gesturing for them to enter. The burly man in black cast a glance at the girl in yellow behind him, who let out a light laugh, her clear voice delicately brushing against Jing's heart. "Just as I find myself parched, it would be unseemly to enter a tea house while carrying a coffin. Instead, let us procure a cup of tea from this shopkeeper." Jing welcomed them warmly, and thus the 3 entered Jing's coffin shop. "May I inquire where you are headed?" he asked. "What brings you to the street so early, carrying an empty coffin?" Jing graciously offered a pot of oolong tea, eager to pour for them himself. He Tian-Gui smiled sweetly, responding, "There is no need for that. I can manage myself." With that, she took the kettle of boiling water and warmed the teacups. Arranging them in a graceful arc holding the purple clay teapot delicately, she used her finger to prop the lid, creating a narrow opening between the spout and the lid. Like a vigilant guardian, she poured the tea into the cups, and just as the last drops were about to fall, she gently flicked her wrist, ensuring that the tea's hue was evenly distributed among the cups. The dark purple teapot in her fair hands was a sight to behold, and her movements flowed seamlessly, an art form in itself. He Tian-Gui was the first to take a cup, lifting it to her nose for a gentle sniff. "What a delightful tea! Frozen summit oolong," she remarked. Though it was of lesser quality, the aroma was truly nostalgic. As Jing served the tea, his eyelids drooped, his handsome face resembling a stone statue, clearly disinterested in the tea from a coffin shop. However, witnessing He Tian-Gui's enchanting tea artistry, he reached for a cup and sniffed it, finding the scent refreshing. If Liao Zhiyuan, Duan Xiao Lu, and others were present, they would surely exclaim, for despite his still expression, a hint of mirth seeped into his dark eyes. All who knew Gao Zhu understood this to be his most approachable demeanor. The last time he bore such an expression was at his daughter's full moon celebration. Jing also took a cup and after a sip, exclaimed, "Ah, what a fragrance! Young lady, your tea skills are remarkable. I drink this tea often, yet I had no idea it could be so fragrant. And this is my own brew, yet you can pour it with such charm. If you were to prepare a full set, it would surely be intoxicating." He Tian-Gui, with a smile and a sip of tea, continued the conversation. "Each person has their own expertise. I merely know how to brew tea. Your understanding of coffins is truly commendable. Just a glance, and you discern that we carry an empty coffin." "Indeed," Jing replied with pride in his squinty eyes. "Having been in the funeral industry for over 30 years, I possess intimate knowledge of coffins and the deceased. I can tell what type of wood a coffin is made from, its weight, and its value, all merely by looking. Whether it contains a body, and how many, I can ascertain with clarity." "Oh, that is quite remarkable," He Tian-Gui said, intrigued. "Given that the coffin is sealed tightly, how does the shopkeeper discern what lies within?" The shopkeeper, Jing, leaned closer, his face awash with mystery as he whispered to her, "This is a closely guarded secret of the funeral industry, and I ought not to reveal it. Yet, since I feel a certain affinity with you, dear young lady, I shall share it. You see, the deceased are remarkably heavy. When one carries a coffin containing a body, the footprints left in the ground sink 3 inches deep, with the soles marked in black. Conversely, when empty coffins are borne, not only are the footprints shallow, but the bearers stand tall and straight." Jinjing, listening intently, couldn't help but shudder at his eerie tone. Meanwhile, He Dangui stifled a laugh, pondering how absurd the shopkeeper's reasoning was. After all, even if someone of exceptional strength were to carry a stone lying around, the impressions left would remain shallow, and their posture would be equally upright. Noticing her skepticism, Jing emphasized, "I assure you, I do not jest. Coffins are connected to the otherworldly. They are both inauspicious and sinister. Ah, but pray tell, where are you bound with an empty coffin on the streets?" His keen eyes darted toward the fragrant wooden coffin resting in the center of the room, and he tentatively added, "I must say, this coffin appears rather impressive." Jinjing quickly inquired, "And how much do you believe it to be worth?" Previously, the owner of Li's coffin shop was willing to part with all 140 taels of silver for it. Given that your establishment, Jing's coffin shop, is 3 to 4 times larger than Li's, with splendid decor, surely it could command a higher price? Jing's eyes flickered momentarily as he asserted with great authority, "In my estimation, this coffin holds considerable value, likely between 80 to 100 taels of silver." At this revelation, disappointment washed over Jinjing's face. Chapter 038. A little maid of the Luo family he Dangui toyed with a teacup, nodding as she spoke, "Since even you, the shopkeeper, perceive it to be this price, it seems that Master Li over there was indeed not mistaken. Alas, I must return and persuade my lady to sell the coffin back in Yangzhou." "Sell it?" Shopkeeper Jing exclaimed with excitement. "You wish to part with this coffin? May I take a look?" He Dangui nodded. "Please feel free to examine it, shopkeeper." Shopkeeper Jing turned and opened a redwood toolbox on his counter, revealing several soft measuring tapes and various tools for testing wood hardness. As he stretched the measuring tape against the coffin lid, he inquired, "Little sister, I detect you are not a local. Am I right? Where did this coffin come from?" He Dangui took a sip of tea to soothe her throat and began to explain, "What you may not know, shopkeeper, is that I am a humble maid from the Luo family in Yangzhou, and my lady is a relative of the Luo family. Earlier this month, my lady unexpectedly passed away, and my mistress, deeply grieved, spent a considerable sum to procure 4 types of fine fragrant wood, commissioning the skilled artisans of Yuhua, Ji and Yangzhou to craft this fragrant wooden coffin. It was even delivered to the water merchant's temple for her spirit's repose. Previously, we only heard that fragrant wooden coffins could soothe and calm the soul. Yet to our astonishment, my lady, who had been laid to rest for 2 days, awakened as lively as before." "What? She was dead for 2 days and has come back to life?" Shopkeeper Jing gasped in astonishment. He Dangu gestured for him to remain calm and continued, "Upon hearing the news, my mistress was overjoyed and went to the water merchant's temple to retrieve my lady. Some servants suggested that, although the fragrant wooden coffin played a significant role, a coffin is, after all, an inauspicious object. Initially, we departed Yangzhou carrying the coffin, but now that we have experienced such an extraordinary event, it would be improper to return with it." "Indeed, that makes sense." Shopkeeper Jing nodded vigorously. Thus, my mistress heeded the servant's advice and decided to take the coffin to Tuer town to inquire about its value. If the price were suitable, even if it were merely 60 or 70% of the material worth, it would be best to sell it for good fortune. Shopkeeper Jing's eyes gleamed with excitement as he fondled the fragrant wooden coffin, thinking, I prayed to the god of wealth early this morning, and now fortune has truly come knocking. Selling half a year's worth of Nama coffins doesn't compare to the value of this fragrant wood." He resolved to negotiate fiercely to acquire it. He Dangui set down her empty teacup and poured herself another full cup, smiling silently at her reflection in the tea. With a hint of sadness, she remarked, "Alas, my mistress believes me to be quite eloquent and is inclined to promote me. She mentioned that if I handle this task well, I might return as a first-class maid. Alas, it seems that becoming a first-class maid is not in my destiny. Gao Dajuan, Jinjing, let's take the coffin back to the water merchant's temple to report." Upon hearing this, Gao Ju and Jinjing immediately stood up. Shopkeeper Jing, alarmed, spread his arms to block the doorway and repeatedly asked, "What's wrong? Why are you leaving so abruptly? Did we not discuss selling the coffin? I wish to buy it. Little sister, do you find my offer too low? What price do you seek?" As He Dongwai prepared to take her leave, she remained seated, leisurely cradling her delicate teacup as she spoke. "This morning, I inquired with a young man in town, and he informed me that your establishment is the largest coffin shop in Tour Town. I intended to consult you first, but upon reaching your doorstep, I discovered that your shop had yet to open. Consequently, I ventured to inquire with Master Li, 3 streets away. Although he offered me 140 taels of silver, it still fell significantly short of the amount my lady wife has stipulated for me. Before departing, I asked him if there were any nearby shops that dealt in high-quality coffins. Master Li informed me that Tour Town is a small village with few affluent families, and most coffin shops sell only modest cypress coffins, typically worth 5 to 6 taels. Coffins made of fragrant wood, like mine, can only fetch a good price in Yangzhou. Therefore, he advised me not to waste my time seeking buyers in Tour Town. Master Jing's small eyes widened in indignation as he exclaimed, "That miserly Li is simply spouting nonsense. He cannot afford what I, Jing Renqing, can easily purchase. Indeed, my dear young lady, I must have miscalculated earlier and quoted you a lower price. Allow me to examine it more closely, and I shall surely offer you a fair price." He Dongguai leisurely raised her teacup to her lips and savored the exquisite tea. "What a delightful brew," she remarked. Master Jing scrutinized the coffin's exterior before lifting the lid to inspect the interior. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Dear young lady, why is there no pillow for this coffin? Such intricately carved coffins ought to be accompanied by a matching decorative pillow, do they not?" He Dongguai nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, there was a pillow, but my lady wife specifically instructed me to have it removed." "Why is that? Is the pillow particularly valuable?" He Dongguai shook her head. "Not all. My lady wife stated that our young miss should not share a pillow with the future occupant of this coffin, as the significance of sharing a pillow is profound, especially given that our young miss is a sheltered maiden." "Ah, your lady wife is indeed thoughtful. In my years of selling coffins, I never considered such nuances," Master Jing admitted, stroking his chin, a flicker of insight passing through his eyes as he fixated on He Dongguai's face. "Pray tell, what price did your lady wife set for you to fulfill your obligation?" 300 taels, He Dongguai replied, extending 3 slender fingers. Master Jing's eyes widened to their fullest extent, albeit still quite small, as he exclaimed, 300 taels? How exorbitantly priced. At that moment, Gao Ju and Jin Jing stood behind He Dongguai. Gao Ju crossed his arms, fixated on a spider weaving its web upon the beam overhead, while Jin Jing anxiously tugged at the hem of her sleeve. After all, Xiao Yi had mentioned that the cost of this coffin was merely 230 taels of silver. He Dongguai raised her hands in resignation, stating, "I assumed you to be a connoisseur, yet now you speak as though you are unacquainted with the matter at hand. This amount scarcely covers the initial cost of the fragrant wood, not to mention that it is a fine piece crafted by Master Zhang of the Yuhua Ji in Yangzhou, a feat not easily attainable for the average family. The true value of this coffin and its potential to facilitate rebirth cannot be encapsulated in mere words from a humble maid such as myself. My lady wife has decreed the sum, and that is what I shall pursue." As she spoke, she rose to her feet and turned to Gao Ju, the valiant hero. "The tea has been consumed. Let us take the coffin and depart. It seems we must return to Yangzhou to sell it." Gao Ju forcefully seized the coffin from the hands of the shopkeeper, Jing, with a resounding thud, hoisting it onto his shoulder and striding out of the coffin shop. He Dongguai followed closely behind, and just as they reached the doorway, she turned back with a cheerful wave, saying, "Thank you, shopkeeper Jing, for your tea. I wish you an abundance of wealth and prosperity. Farewell." Shopkeeper Jing, having just engaged in a fierce struggle for the coffin, was astonished by Gao Ju's strength. Lifting the coffin seemed as effortless as handling a small wooden box. He barely managed to sidestep the sudden shift and almost stumbled. Once steady, he hurriedly jogged after He Dongguai. He Dongguai, displaying a look of surprise, waved her hand and said, "Shopkeeper Jing, please stay your course. I am but a humble maid and cannot impose upon you to see me off. Please do remain." Shopkeeper Jing halted her, flustered, and exclaimed, "I also purchase high-quality coffins. The price is negotiable, and I can offer a generous sum." He Dongguai blinked her innocent eyes, remaining silent. Shopkeeper Jing gritted his teeth, gestured with one hand for 2 and with the other for 5, grandly proclaiming 250. At the back, Jin Jing snickered at his words. And upon noticing both shopkeeper Jing and he Dangui turning to look at her, she quickly covered her mouth and said, "I apologize, I know nothing. Please continue." He Dangui expressed her regrets to shopkeeper Jing, saying, "I am truly sorry. I am merely a messenger and cannot negotiate prices. The price set by my mistress is final. If I were to alter it without her consent, I would face her wrath upon my return. If the coffin does not sell, it merely reflects my incompetence. However, if I were to sell it at a reduced price and anger my mistress, Shopkeeper Jing shook his head and sighed, displaying a look of frustration, and advised, "Oh dear little sister, why must you be so obstinate? Prices are fixed, but people are flexible. In my decades of experience, I have never encountered a price that could not be negotiated. Moreover, your mistress is well versed in the market. This coffin has been used once, incurring depreciation. Furthermore, since you have removed the headboard, I would need to select new wood, redesign the patterns, and carve new decorations to match the coffin. All of these costs must be deducted from the 300 taels you mentioned. Even if your mistress were here, she would have to allow us buyers to negotiate." He Dangui hesitated, biting her lip, her expression softening. Seeing a glimmer of hope, shopkeeper Jing pressed on, "Since the other little Taoist priestess earlier found my price unappealing, let me raise it by 10 taels to 260. What do you say?" He Dangui paused, uncertain, and stammered, "Well, I don't know. Perhaps this. I will have Gao Ju take the coffin to the inn and return to inquire with my mistress. If she agrees, I shall come back to find you tomorrow." She began to step toward the door once more. Shopkeeper Jing rushed forward to block her path, exasperated and stamping his feet. Wait. Oh, my dear little lady. Why the rush so early in the morning? If you find the offer still lacking, we can certainly discuss further. You little girl, you don't even know how to bargain. How could your lady send you here? Even the janitor in my shop is more adept at business than you. Think about it. Don't you have to spend money while staying at the inn? And the knight you hired as a bodyguard, doesn't keeping him for an extra day mean additional expenses? The inn at Rabbit Town is crowded and chaotic. I'm not trying to frighten you, but all sorts of people gather there. Such valuable items left there, what if something goes awry? Even a slight scratch could diminish their worth." He Dangui blinked her large, watery eyes and tilted her head, saying, "Your heart is truly kind, shopkeeper, to consider our situation so thoroughly. Since staying at the inn poses such a substantial risk, why don't you offer us a price? As long as it's close to our quotation, I can report back without issue. Otherwise, we might hesitate to stay at the inn and would have to hire a carriage at dawn to rush to Yangzhou to find a buyer." Shopkeeper Jing clenched his left fist and struck into the palm of his right hand, displaying a resolute expression. "No negotiation. 275 taels. It cannot be any higher. Deal." He Dangui promptly accepted the price, then turned to glance outside, where Gao Ju stood, carrying a coffin, his dark eyes fixed intently on her, a pensive expression on his face. She smiled and waved. "Enough standing there. Quickly bring it back. Once we sell the coffin, let us go have breakfast. I'll treat you to soy milk and fried dough sticks." Gao Ju, captivated by the lively and spirited girl before him, whose eyes sparkled with undisguised joy as she commanded him, felt a complex mix of emotions: doubt, confusion, admiration, regret for not meeting sooner, and a fluttering in his heart. What kind of person was she? How could her intellect and courage be so disproportionate to her age? What other hidden talents did she possess? What kind of life did she aspire to lead? What sort of man would she come to love? At merely 10 years old, she already possessed striking beauty, hinting an enchanting future. What would she become in 3 or 5 years? Gao Ju, a trusted confidant of the emperor, had long traversed the royal court, having seen all the exquisite beauties of the harem. The emperor's harem boasted countless stunning women, yet none had captured Gao Ju's attention as this girl did, making it impossible for him to divert his gaze. Among those women were all sorts, from the plump and graceful to the slender and charming, the delicate willow-like to the cold and proud, yet none resembled the girl before him, akin to a crescent moon shrouded in mist. Prompted by He Dangui, Gao Ju hoisted the coffin back to the shop. Shopkeeper Jing stepped into the accounts room for a moment, emerging with several banknotes and 5 taels of silver, cheerfully handing them to He Dangui. "Little sister, count it 275 taels. He Dangui received the money, placing into a tawny purse, and smiled. All set. We shall take our leave now. Shopkeeper Jing, no need to see us off. Turning to Gao Ju and Zhen Jing, she declared, everything is settled. Let us head to the market. It's filled with snack stalls. With a bemused expression, she remarked, Gao Jun, do I have flowers blooming on my face? Why do you stare at me so intently? Gao Ju turned and strode out of the coffin shop, with his hands clasped behind his back. He gazed at a sparrow pecking at the ground by the roadside. Then, with his back to he inquired, why did you not acquiesce to Duan Xiaolo's request? Chapter 039. Passerby A and Passerby B, Dangue slowly grasped the meaning behind his words and mused inwardly that even the cold-faced individual possessed a penchant for gossip. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, it is because two individuals possess differing energies, which, over time, may lead to hurt. Energies? Gao Ju turned around, his brow furrowing in confusion. What does that signify? It means young Master Duan is a good man, while I am not. What he desires, I cannot provide, and what I seek, he cannot fulfill. He Dangue gazed at the sparrow pecking at the ground by the roadside, a gentle smile gracing her lips. There are good men who inspire women to play matchmaker, yet they would never wish to keep him for themselves. My esteemed sir, can you fathom the reason behind this? Why? Gao Ju inquired, playing along. He Dangue waved at Jinjing, who was lagging behind, and smiled at Gao Ju. My lord, please forgive us. We are both starving peasants, having gone days without a proper meal. Once we have filled our bellies, I shall provide you with an answer. Let us proceed. Just as Gao Ju was about to speak, his expression suddenly turned icy. He tilted his head to the left, gazing towards the southeast sky. Following his line of sight, he Dangue observed a banyan tree at the end of the street, its lush canopy swaying vigorously, while the surrounding trees remained still. Just as he Dangue was about to inquire what Gao Ju was observing, a figure tumbled from the swaying branches, a petite young woman. Gao Ju furrowed his brow and stepped forward, calling out in a low voice from across the street. What are you doing here? Have you brought anyone with you? When did you arrive? The young woman seemed to have fallen rather hard, struggling to rise before stumbling towards them, tears streaming down her cheeks as she exclaimed, You're always so fierce. Can't you see I've fallen? You greet me with hostility. I'll tell my sister when I return. He Dangue cast a sidelong glance at Gao Ju, noticing his tightly pressed lips and a face clouded with impatience, resembling a storm about to break. At that moment, the young woman had approached them, revealing herself to be a girl of about 14 or 15, slightly taller than he Dangue, clad in a bright red tunic and carrying a silver bow slung across her back. As he Dangue assessed the girl in red, the latter scrutinized her in return, her gaze sharp and uncomfortable, as if concealing a dagger. Who are you? The girl inquired, a dimple appearing on her cheek. A mere stranger. He Dangue pondered before responding. What do you mean by that? The girl in red frowned, her brows delicately arched, her eyes like dark jade, and her nose slightly upturned. Despite her beauty, a youthful innocence still lingered in her features. He Dangue tilted her head and replied, I am Passerby A, and you? My dear, are Passerby B. We have merely crossed paths on this street. Is it necessary to exchange names? The girl in red, unsatisfied, scrutinized her anew and then turned to Gao Ju. Brother-in-law, who is she? Did you acquire a new maid? Gao Ju coldly reiterated his earlier question. Speak. How did you come to be here? When did you arrive? Did you come with guards? The girl in red pouted in protest. I came to find Brother Xiaolu. Why must you be so harsh? Is it because I bumped into you after you purchased a lovely maid that you are giving me the cold shoulder? Do not worry. Brother-in-law, I came out alone in secret. If you do not expose me, I shall not reveal your secrets either. Gao Ju interrupted her with a tone of irritation. Stop rambling and answer my question. How did you come to know we were in Rabbit Town? The Jinui have come to Yangzhou in secrecy. From whom did you obtain this information? The girl in red, her eyes flickering, replied, I overheard my sister talking. That is how I learned. Gao Ju vehemently denied her claim. Impossible. She has no idea I am in Yangzhou. Do not place the blame on others. Speak the truth. Otherwise, I shall bind you and take you home for interrogation. The girl in red lowered her head, sniffling, and suddenly burst into tears. However, Her display was ineffective in garnering Gao Ju's sympathy. He Dongguei, watching the unfolding drama, noted that Gao Ju was true to his word, retrieving a length of rope from his sleeve. He could not help but marvel at the cold-hearted demeanor of the Jinui, always prepared with ropes for binding, even threatening his own sister-in-law. His gaze shifted to the girl in red, and he noticed something behind her. Gao Ju, brandishing the rope, advanced threateningly toward her. Upon seeing his intent to bind her, the girl in red turned to flee in terror. Halt! He Dongguei stepped forward, interposing himself between Gao Ju and the girl, drawing their attention. He leaned closer to the girl in red and whispered, "Miss, your skirt at the back." Her face turned pale as she instinctively reached behind her, only to blush deeply upon realizing what had occurred. Stammering, she looked at Dongguei and asked, What should I do? Help me think of a way." After a moment's contemplation, Dongguei suggested, "Why not borrow Lord Gao's cloak to wear for now, and then go purchase a new outfit? I recall a tailor shop on the next street over. They may have ready-made garments." He gestured towards the alley behind them, indicating the direction. The girl in red immediately turned her gaze upon Gao Ju, her eyes filled with longing as she fixated on his cloak, brother-in-law. Unaware of her predicament, Gao Ju, facing her directly, assumed she had merely torn her skirt. He removed the cloak and handed it to her with a dismissive huff. "Do not think this is the end of it. Buy your clothes and return at once. If you dare to run, try to see how far you can get. Be quick about it." The girl in red eagerly accepted the cloak and draped it over herself. She then cast a glance at Dongguei, turning to Gao Ju. "I want her to lead the way." It was evident that she regarded Dongguei as nothing more than a newly purchased maid, considering her attire was inferior even to that of a servant from a well-to-do family. Leading the way posed no issue. Indeed, she too wished to explore the tailor's shop for ready-made garments. With this thought, without waiting for Gao Ju's response, Dongguei retrieved a coin from his bulging pouch and pressed it into the girl's hand, saying, "I just noticed the second shop on the street is a breakfast place, renowned for its fragrant spring rolls and sesame balls. You should take Lord Gao there for a quick bite while waiting for us. And also order me a bowl of spicy vermicelli soup to keep warm for when we return." Off you go. Jinjing accepted the silver with a hint of trepidation, casting a timid glance at Gao Ju before hastening towards the breakfast shop as directed by Dongguei. Gao Ju, initially perturbed by his sister-in-law's haughty demeanor towards Dongguei, found himself somewhat dissatisfied. This sister-in-law, the cherished younger sister of his wife, was spoiled, capricious, and prone to fabricating tales, embodying the pride of his father-in-law's family. However, since Dongguei willingly offered to lead the way, he refrained from voicing any objections. His profound gaze swept over Dongguei's fair visage before he too turned towards the breakfast shop. The girl in the red dress gazed in mild astonishment at Gao Ju's retreating figure, then turned to Dongguei, incredulous as she inquired, "Hey, who are you? Why does he listen to you so obediently? You just told him to go and off he went? What is the nature of your relationship with him?" Dongguei was baffled by her exaggerated astonishment. After all, they were merely going to have breakfast. Even if she didn't treat him, the stoic-faced gentleman would still need to eat. After all, he was not a statue in a temple. With a dismissive remark about their relationship being akin to that of passers-by, she proceeded towards the tailor's shop. She required several suitable night garments and convenient male attire. Even without the benefit of internal energy, she intended to steadily build a solid foundation in martial arts, starting from the basics. In her previous life, she had embarked on her martial arts journey at the age of 19, well past the ideal age for initiation. Nonetheless, she had managed to hone some genuine skills, all earned through the toll of blistered palms and calloused hands. Now, with the body of a mere 10-year-old, neglecting to diligently practice the fundamentals would be a disservice to the version of herself that once wielded a 60-pound broadsword. Moreover, her current internal energy had surpassed the pinnacle of her past life, ensuring that her external training would flourish effortlessly, for which she owed gratitude to the stoic-faced gentleman. The girl in the red dress caught up, matching her stride, and relentlessly queried, "Are you the new maid bought by my brother-in-law? What is your name?" Seeing Dongguei's unflappable demeanor, she dashed in front of her, bearing a fierce expression, and exclaimed, "This is called lightness skill. Impressive. I senti it. My sister possesses even greater martial prowess. She has even taken a life. Quickly, confess. How many concubines has my brother-in-law taken? He Dangue yawned, feigning concern as she replied. My dear girl, your outer skirt is already soiled. Soon your brother-in-law's cloak will be sullied too. Are you truly unconcerned? The girl in red paused, momentarily taken aback. Then shot a glare at Dangue, declaring, I'll settle the score with you later, before hurriedly darting towards the distant tailor's shop. As Dangue focused her attention, she discovered she could distinctly hear the sounds of footsteps, conversations, and the clatter of cooking from the entire street. Comparing the girl's footsteps to those of other passers-by, it became evident that her steps were considerably lighter, indicating some degree of martial foundation. However, when juxtaposed with her own footsteps, the girl's were noticeably heavier. Did this signify that her internal strength surpassed that of the girl? Pondering this, Dangue stepped into the tailor's shop, noting the absence of the girl in red who had likely retreated to the back to change her attire. Thus, Dangue began to search for the garments she required, requesting the shopkeeper to present some suitable men's attire tailored to her stature. However, after perusing several options, she found that all the styles were long robes with round collars, lacking the lightweight, fitted short jackets she desired. May I inquire how many days it would take to receive custom-tailored clothing? Dangue asked the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, somewhat puzzled by the sight of such a charming young lady requesting men's clothing, chuckled and replied, I apologize, but our staff has returned to the countryside for the autumn harvest, and we are currently short-handed. It will take at least half a month for tailor-made garments. My dear little sister, you are so beautiful. You would look far more splendid in women's attire. Men's clothing would be much too large for you. Why not try one of those newly tailored floral skirts instead? Dangue gently shook her head and inquired, Do you have any black silk, the kind without patterns, a thicker type? Just as the shopkeeper was about to respond, a girl in red burst through the side curtain, clad in a new outfit, still a red gauzy skirt. Without any lingering concerns, she appeared invigorated, looking down at Dangue with an air of superiority, saying, You possess quite the audacity, having contradicted me several times earlier. Now that my brother-in-law is absent, let us see who will come to your aid. Unfazed, Dangue turned to the shopkeeper and stated, I shall return shortly to make my purchase. Please, kind shopkeeper, see if you can find any plain black fabric in your stock. If not, do show me the blue one as well. The girl in red, retrieving a silver coin from her waist pouch, tossed it onto the counter and exclaimed, There's no need to search. The shopkeeper, overjoyed, expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, young lady. May you have good fortune and a safe journey. The girl in red then, with a mischievous glint in her eye, reached in her pocket once more and tossed a silver coin into Dangue's embrace, saying, Here, this is your fare. Upon catching it, Dangue discovered it to be a half-tael silver coin, identical to the New Year's money she had received from Lady Luo in her past life. Chapter 040. The unsophisticated art of lightness. Dangue smiled as he tucked the coins into his pouch, repeating the shopkeeper's words verbatim. Thank you, miss. Wishing you good fortune and a safe journey. He even mimicked the tone with remarkable precision. The girl in red snorted softly, shaking her sleeves as she exited the tailor's shop and headed north. Dangue followed suit, walking south. After a few steps, the red-clad maiden could not resist glancing back, only to see a distant yellow figure gradually receding. Hey, stop! Stand still! She called out sharply. The passers-by halted to observe her, yet the yellow figure continued to diminish in size. With her almond-shaped eyes wide open, the girl in red immediately stamped her foot and sprinted after him. As she drew near, she exerted force to grip his left shoulder's scapula, twisting his right arm behind his back and pushing him into a narrow alleyway, pinning the smaller figure against the wall. Why aren't you following me? She demanded, a mix of surprise and anger in her voice. Dangue, pressed against the cold wall, was even more astonished than the girl. Why should I follow you? With a cold huff, she replied, If you don't take me back, how will you explain yourself to my brother-in-law? Little girl, you will be in deep trouble. My brother-in-law will dismiss you and then eliminate you. In truth, Dangue had sensed the girl's approach long before she had closed in, even feeling the intensity of her presence. However, He Dan Gui had no desire to engage in a senseless brawl. Even if it were to teach a rude child a lesson, it was not her place to intervene. After all, there was a brother-in-law readily available. Thus, he Dan Gui, like a meek little lamb, was bullied by a slightly stronger shepherd dog, lacking even the will to struggle. Thinking to herself, "Go ahead and bully me. Let me see if you possess any originality." Seeing that he Dan Gui remained silent, the girl assumed she was frightened and felt a surge of triumph. She escalated her threats. "If you tell anyone about my situation with my skirt, especially my brother-in-law, I will mar your pretty face." With that, she produced a dagger from her bosom, pressing the cold blade against He Dan Gui's face, maliciously rubbing it twice before lowering her voice to say, "Just a slight movement of my hand, and your beauty will be no more." He Dan Gui remained silent, gazing skyward. The girl in red continued coldly, "From this moment on, I will pose questions, and you shall answer. Should you utter a single falsehood, I shall mark you with a cut, transforming you into a painted clown upon the stage. And let us see how you entice my brother-in-law then." He Dan Gui was puzzled. Her appearance was merely that of a 10-year-old child, and she had deliberately dressed down today, from her attire to her hairdo. A young clerk at a nearby grocery had wisely assumed she was the daughter of Gao Ju. So why did this girl in red harbor hostility towards her upon their first encounter, firmly asserting that she was Gao Ju's little wife? Good heavens! How twisted must Gao Ju be to take a 10-year-old as a wife? The girl in red queried, "When did you meet him? Where did you meet him?" He Dan Gui answered, "A fortnight ago, on the mountain path outside the town." The girl in the red dress inquired, "What does he intend to do with you? Has he mentioned taking you home? Has he promised you a title?" He Dan Gui replied, "No, we haven't reached that stage yet." The girl pressed on, "Is that so? I see you're even aware of his penchant for wearing black. Do you plan to buy fabric to make him clothes? Have you made him garments in the past? Have you exchanged tokens of affection?" He Dan Gui responded, "That garment is for my own wear. If you don't believe me, you may ask the tailor's shopkeeper. I specifically requested my own measurements. As for your brother-in-law's preference for black attire, anyone with eyes can see that. I have yet to witness him donning any other color." The girl in red keenly grasped the implications of her words and quickly asked, "So you often spend time together? Have you seen him with other men? Perhaps those surnamed Duan or Liao?" He Dan Gui replied, "I cannot disclose that. They have stated that if their whereabouts are revealed, one would face severe consequences." The girl narrowed her eyes. "Oh, do you not value your pretty face?" He Dan Gui retorted, "I find myself rather indifferent to it at the moment. Perhaps you could take a few mementos. However, your sword appears somewhat sluggish. Do you possess a better one?" The girl's eyelids fluttered as she stammered, What are you saying?" He Dan Gui, still pressed against the wall like a meek lamb, calmly revealed, "Your sword was drawn straight from your bosom, lacking even a sheath. If it were sharpened, your chest would surely have suffered by now." What are you?" The girl's cheeks flushed, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Suddenly, she reached into her bosom and produced a length of rope, proceeding to bind He Dan Gui's hands behind his back. With a triumphant smile, she declared, "Daring to underestimate me, now you shall witness my true capabilities." He Dan Gui mused to himself, indeed, like a Trax-like, with an icy demeanor. She too carried rope. Was this peculiar fondness for binding others a familial trait? "Hey, let me show you something interesting." The girl in red pulled out a porcelain vial from her satchel, uncorked it, and held it to He Dan Gui's nose, her hand trembling slightly. He Dan Gui squinted curiously at the contents, and after a moment, he lifted his gaze in confusion, asking, "What do cockroaches signify as something good? They are everywhere in the garbage, hardly valuable." The girl in red, incredulous, responded, "There are 3 in total. Are you not afraid?" "Umph. I see you're putting on an act. I shall pour them into your clothing." He Dan Gui kindly cautioned her they do not relish being confined in a bottle, and they can fly. Before she could react, a restless cockroach climbed to the bottle's opening, joyfully soaring into the air, inadvertently landing within the collar of its red-clad mistress. The girl froze for a moment, then frantically began to slap at her chest and arms, ultimately employing her lightness skill to escape. However, her agility left much to be desired, lacking the grace of her previous life when she resembled a monkey adept at climbing walls. Moreover, The red-clad maiden's ability to sustain her lightness of form was fleeting. After barely alighting atop the crooked branches of a tree, she quickly lost her momentum and plummeted from the air, desperately grasping a branch to stabilize herself as she swayed back and forth. Dangaway now comprehended why she had tumbled from the treetops during their first encounter. It was not a failure in climbing, but rather a testament to her lacking skill and lightness. "Good sir, have a heart and spare me some food," implored the little beggar, shaking his battered bowl with 2 gaping holes. "I haven't eaten in 2 days. Please, grant me a morsel." The elderly seller of sweet potatoes scrutinized the small beggar for a moment, hesitating before selecting the smallest sweet potato from his roasting oven and tremblingly placing it into the boy's bowl. The little beggar expressed his gratitude profusely, unperturbed by the heat, and began to devour the potato skin and all, finishing it in mere moments. The sweet potato vendor squinted at him and inquired, "Your accent suggests you hail from the north. What brings a lad of your age to beg in Yangzhou?" The little beggar, savoring the remnants on his fingers, recounted, "I am from Zhoushan in Shandong. This year, our land has suffered drought, and crops have failed. I fled here to escape the famine. Yet, the beggars here are a gang, dividing territories, forbidding lone beggars from soliciting. When I attempted to join their ranks, they refused and even assaulted me. Seizing the food I managed to gather, I have not eaten for 2 days." The old man, intrigued by the boy's plight, could not help but offer guidance. "Young brother, you may be new to Yangzhou, but despite the fierceness of the beggar gangs here, there are certain places where they hold no sway, and food can be obtained. Is that truly the case? You are not deceiving me, are you?" The little beggar's eyes widened in disbelief. The old man chuckled. "Why would an old man deceive you? It is indeed simple to direct you, but you are young and strong. Once you have filled your belly, it would be wise to seek a more stable means of livelihood." The little beggar nodded eagerly, "Of course. I have searched many places these past few days, but they either disdain my appearance or dismiss me for my youth. Once I have had a hearty meal, I shall wash myself clean in the Grand Canal before resuming my search for work." The old man nodded in approval, gesturing to the north. "In Yangzhou, we have 4 prominent families, among which the Wu and Luo families are the wealthiest. Their households produce more bread than they can consume daily. If you take the detour around Hongpei Avenue and wait at Chi Alley behind, you will find a household that hauls away half a cart of bread every morning through their back door." The little beggar, brimming with curiosity, asked, "Where do they take it?" The old man shook his head. "Who knows? Just follow them and beg, and I assure you, you shall receive." Overjoyed, the little beggar knelt and bowed deeply to the old man before sprinting away. The vendor watched him with a smile, then picked up his fork to turn the sweet potatoes, calling out, "Sweet potatoes fresh and fragrant." Following the old man's advice, the little beggar hurried to Hongpei Avenue, where he found the road to be nearly 10 times wider than ordinary streets and remarkably quiet in the early morning, causing a wave of trepidation to wash over him. After wandering along the roadside for half an hour, the little beggar felt his calves growing weary. At last, he spotted a stone lion in the distance. As he approached and squinted, his legs turned to jelly. He thought to himself, "Surely, that vendor of sweet potatoes must have pointed me in the wrong direction. Is this truly a place for someone my station? Will the inhabitants scorn me for soiling their grounds, or unleash their dogs upon me?" The imposing vermilion gate before him could only be described as colossal. The little beggar felt that stacking himself 9 times over would still leave him unable to reach its summit. Above the gate hung a cobalt plaque, and among the 7 or 8 characters inscribed upon it, he recognized 3, Luo, Shi, and Fu. As he tilted his head to read the plaque, a sudden sound erupted from the grand gate, which then slowly creaked open a crack. In a state of sheer panic, the little beggar turned and fled, mustering all his strength to sprint several hundred steps. When he glanced up again, he was astonished to find another vermilion gate, seemingly even taller than the last. The plaque still bore the characters Luo Fu, though the character for west had been replaced by east. As he prepared to move forward in search of the alleyway that dispensed bread, the little beggar's calves, having been strained from his hasty flight, seized up in cramp, causing him to collapse onto the ground, grimacing in pain. Just then, a carriage drawn by 2 horses came thundering down the thoroughfare. the driver oblivious to the little beggar hidden behind the stone lion. With a shriek, the little beggar was struck and sent flying several paces, crawling forward a couple of steps before coming to a halt. "Young master, what shall we do now?" The driver was rendered speechless by shock. A slender, alabaster hand swept aside the carriage curtain, and a young gentleman emerged from within, dressed in a dark green long gown adorned with silver-threaded swastika patterns. He wore a delicately crafted jade-inlaid belt at his waist and fine boots with green soles embroidered in gold. His jet-black hair was bound with an ink jade crown, and beneath elegantly arched brows, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, their corners slightly uplifted, complemented by a straight nose and delicate lips, rendering him more beautiful than countless women. "Lift him into the estate," he commanded. Chapter 041. The affluent sister-in-law, however. The young master was merely a filthy little beggar. The coachman hesitated, expressing his doubt about bringing him into the residence. "Fool, this calamity is of your own making," the young master rebuked. "If it is inappropriate to carry him inside, shall we leave him at the entrance? What if someone checks who has entered or exited at this hour? Can I escape blame then?" Yes, you're absolutely right, young master," the coachman replied, bowing deeply. "I will carry him in immediately." After a moment's thought, the young master instructed, "Listen carefully. Bring him in through the side gate and place him in the servant quarters of the northern courtyard. If he survives, ensure someone fetches him some medicine. If he perishes, wait until nightfall to take him out through the side gate and dispose of him in the potter's field." The coachman nodded in agreement and was about to leave when the young master called him back, asking, "If the matriarch inquires, do you know what to say?" The coachman, with a clever glint in his eye, replied, "Yesterday, the young master stayed late at the academy, fearing that his return would disturb the rest of the young lords. So he rested in the outer courtyard. This morning, upon returning, we encountered a little beggar injured by a carriage, and out of pity, the young master brought him back to the residence." The young master nodded with satisfaction and whispered, "Only you know of my visit to Qingya Garden. If this information leaks, it will be your fault. You alone will be held accountable." The coachman, startled, wiped the sweat from his brow. The young master, adjusting his clothing, ascended the steps, letting out a cold snort as he added, "This afternoon, find a discreet coachman outside the residence to drive. You shall keep watch, you useless wretch, unable even to drive a carriage. Fortunately, it was merely a beggar this time. Should you fail again and cause my downfall, you shall pay dearly." Striding into the residence, the young master Luo Baiqian was profoundly fatigued from sleepless nights and strenuous exertion. He took a shortcut into Qilu Garden, yearning for a few hours of rest. As he rounded a rockery, he nearly collided with an individual approaching at a brisk pace. Luo Baiqian lifted his gaze and saw a middle-aged beauty. Her skin delicate and fair, her features exquisite, with a hint of a smile gracing her lips. She appeared to be in her 30s. Dressed in a silver-threaded gown adorned with embroidered butterflies and a flowing floral shawl, her hair styled in a half-updo, embellished with a gem-studded white jade hairpin. Stepping back slightly, Luo Baiqian remarked with a smile, "Annie, you're truly a busy woman, bustling about so early in the morning." Upon seeing Luo Baiqian, the second lady, Sun, instantly brightened, her face beaming with joy as she responded, "Even when we women are caught up in a whirlwind of activity, it is merely trivial matters, unlike you gentlemen, who traverse the world daily, engaged in significant business." Luo Baiqian chuckled, "Auntie, you flatter me. Within a family, there are those who manage internal affairs and those who handle external matters. There is no need to distinguish between what is of greater or lesser importance. My father often praises your adeptness in managing accounts, claiming it puts us men to shame." As Sun delicately covered her lips with a silk handkerchief and smiled, a myriad of charms emanated from her. At the moment her eyelashes fluttered, she noticed that Luo Baiqian's collar was slightly askew. Just as she was about to remind him to straighten it, her gaze became fixed upon the left side of his collar adorned with a dark green and gold trim. That was Luo Baiqian, weary and lost in thought, remained oblivious to Sun's unusual glance. Continuing to speak of his own matters, "My young nephew is also studying economics at school. Whenever I struggle with my studies, I think of my esteemed second aunt as a role model, and I find it impossible not to strive for excellence. Just yesterday, I was burning the midnight oil at the academy, and upon hearing the clock strike 3, fearing that I might disturb everyone's sleep if I returned late, I paused for a moment in the small courtyard of the front street. While speaking, he could not help but yawn, quickly apologizing. I beg your pardon, dear second aunt. You, being so capable, are the busiest person in this household. I dare not take up more of your time. I shall seek your guidance on the subject of economics another day. With a respectful bow, he noticed Sun nodding before he turned to leave. Sun smiled as she watched his retreating figure, and suddenly called out, "Brother Chien, please stop." Dangui looked up and asked, "Miss, do you require assistance?" The girl in the red attire glanced down from the tree branch and retorted with disdain, "You shameless little girl, at such a young age, coming out to entice men. Do you not know that women who seduce others' husbands are fox spirits, destined for hell after death? Do not revel in your triumph. I shall return." Dangui's gaze deepened, and she coldly inquired once more, "Are you truly certain you do not need me to call for help?" The girl in red was about to unleash another tirade when a loyal cockroach crawled out from her collar, encouraging her and fortifying her resolve. Suddenly, her agility improved significantly, and she nimbly leaped onto the wall and disappeared. Dangui found her hands tightly bound behind her with coarse hemp rope, and after struggling a couple of times without success, she decided to disregard it and headed straight to the breakfast shop. She simply wished for a hearty meal, yet her journey was fraught with unexpected twists. Along the way, Dangui caught the attention of all passers-by, save for a blind beggar. As she walked, travelers halted, and diners found themselves unable to swallow their food. Who is this exquisite daughter? Such beauty, yet I have never seen her before. They pondered what wrong she had committed to deserve public humiliation. Oh, how cruel her parents must be. Xiao, what happened to you? Who has bound you? Facing the strikingly cold demeanor, Jinjing swallowed a few spring rolls with little taste. Suddenly, Dangui entered, her hands tied behind her back. Maintaining her composure, she quickly remarked, "It's nothing. Please continue your meal." Noticing her bowl of vermicelli soup already prepared, she called out to the kitchen, "Waiter, please fry 4 large pork chops. Make them extra crispy." Jinjing immediately dropped her chopsticks to help free her, but the way the girl in red was tied was particularly intricate, rendering her efforts futile. Dangui turned to Jinjing, who was struggling with the ropes, and said, "Do not worry about me. Go ahead and enjoy your soup. We have much to do after our meal." As she approached the aloof figure of Gao Ju, who was chewing on a fried dough stick with drooping eyelids, she turned her back and implored, "Hey, Master Gao, if you would be so kind." Gao Ju cast a sidelong glance at her delicate wrists, bound by the earthy hemp ropes, yet he did not hasten to untie her. After finishing the last morsel of the fried dough stick, he inquired in a deep voice, "Where is she? Why haven't you brought her back? I find it hard to believe that you could not manage her." His tone carried a hint of reproach, as if she were his subordinate, obligated to oversee his sister-in-law's whereabouts. Dangui tilted her head back innocently and blinked a couple of times, saying, "I am truly famished. May I have a sip of soup before returning to your words, my lord?" Gao Ju's expression darkened as he retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the oil from his hands, finally extending his large hand toward the knots with deliberate slowness. What followed was a remarkable spectacle. Jinjing's eyes widened in astonishment, almost popping from their sockets. What sorcery is this? It is utterly incredible. The thick, resilient hemp rope, merely grazed by Gao Ju's fingers, crumbled to the ground like burnt incense ash. With her hands liberated, Dangui eagerly cradled a bowl of vermicelli soup, taking a sip only to find it rather bland. Her gaze swept across the table, landing on a row of condiments against the wall. She hastily gathered them all, opened each one to inspect its contents, and then sprinkled a dash of salt, vinegar, Sichuan pepper powder, and chopped scallions into her bowl. "Hey, esteemed guest, your fried dough sticks have arrived." The attendant brought forth 4 golden, steaming sticks. Dangui expressed her gratitude and, disregarding the scalding heat, quickly tore one into 4 pieces, plunging them into the soup, pressing them down with her chopsticks before retrieving them. She eagerly nibbled at one, but the sizable piece proved too much for her petite mouth to handle in one go. After a prolonged struggle, she finally swallowed the first piece and reached for a second. However, upon lifting her eyes, she found Gao Ju and Zhen Jing staring intently at her, their chopsticks abandoned beside them. "What is the matter? Have you both had your fill? Surely your appetites are not so modest." He Dan Gui pushed the remaining 3 sticks towards them with a generous gesture, proclaiming, "This meal is on me. Please, indulge yourselves without hesitation." Lowering her head to sip her soup, she noticed they still had not touched their chopsticks, and frowned disapprovingly. A good day begins in the morning. One should devour breakfast while it's hot. Eating it cold is a disservice to your stomach. Xiaoyi, perhaps you should first report to Master Gao about the young lady situation before eating? Zhen Jing whispered, leaning in to remind He Dan Gui. He Dan Gui picked up a spring roll and took a bite, chewing thoughtfully while observing the jade ring on Gao Ju's hand. Suddenly, she exclaimed softly, "Oh no, this is bad." "What is it?" both Zhen Jing and Gao Ju asked in unison. He Dan Gui cast an apologetic glance at Gao Ju and said, "It seems your cloak was left in the back room of the tailor's shop. Perhaps you should make the effort to retrieve it from the shopkeeper?" Gao Ju snatched the spring roll from He Dan Gui with a fierce glare and demanded, "What transpired between you two? Where has she gone?" To seize and consume is imperative. Wastefulness is indeed shameful. He Dan Gui lamentingly cast a glance at the deformed spring roll, carelessly scratching her cheek as she mused, "That young lady possesses the ability to fly. Truly a remarkable talent." In the blink of an eye, she vanished. I surmised she had perhaps returned to the Dahong Inn for a bath. The Dahong Inn? Did she mention residing there? What else did she say? Gao Ju scrutinized her eyes intently. This was not her assertion, but rather my conjecture, as I had overheard her reference young Master Duan twice, as if she had come to Yangzhou specifically to seek him. Yet, despite locating Rabbit Town, her words implied a lack of clarity regarding your exact whereabouts, unaware that young Master Duan had long since departed. Later, I observed her familiarity with the tailor's shop. She required no guidance from me, leaving me to ponder over inquiries that I could not extract from her lips. Most importantly, I discerned that the slightly worn embroidered shoes she wore bore a pattern identical to the new floral fabric displayed at the tailor's shop, suggesting she had likely purchased them there and had worn them for several days, indicating she had been in Rabbit Town for quite some time. Hence, I deduced she was residing at the Dahong Inn. He Dan Gui completed her thoughts in one breath, picked up another spring roll, and smiled. "You are the esteemed general of the Jinyui, renowned for solving cases. Surely you would not pose the foolish question of why the Dahong Inn and not another inn." We strolled through several streets in town: Dahong Pawn Shop, Dahong Rice Shop, Dahong Wine Cellar, and the Dahong Inn, all forming a cohesive cluster. The clerk at the previous grocery store had also mentioned that the Dahong Inn is the largest in the town. I speculated that since Gao's sister-in-law was generous, having bestowed upon me and the tailor's manager a silver ingot each, she would naturally choose the finest accommodations. She likely spotted you passing by, shouldering a coffin, followed by 2 young maidservants, prompting her to stealthily follow you to uncover the truth. Gao Ju listened to her narration in silence, his thick brows knitting together, betraying his discontent, before he wordlessly stood and departed. "Hey, Xiao-yi, do you think Lord Gao is angry?" she inquired, noticing his retreat. He Dan Gui glanced at the spring roll that Gao Ju had crushed and discarded on the table, shrugged, and replied, "Let him be. Let us hasten our meal so we can deposit our earnings at the bank." Chapter 042. A kiss mark on the neck suddenly. A spotted cat sprang forth from the rockery, startling Sun Shi, who stumbled back a few steps onto the moss-covered cobblestone path, nearly losing her balance. Luo Baiqian swiftly leapt forward, catching her just before she fell. Sun Shi, pale with fright, clutched her chest, her delicate demeanor heightened by the fear. Luo Baiqian gently released her and asked with concern, "Aunt, did you hurt yourself? Did that creature scratch you?" Sun Shi, slightly out of breath, shook her head softly, appearing excessively shaken. As Luo Baiqian stood close, he noticed that despite the heavy makeup adorning her face, it could not conceal the dark circles beneath her eyes, nor the fatigue etched upon her beautiful features. Lowering his gaze, he caught a glimpse of a plain white silk collar peeking from beneath her exquisite floral robe. It dawned on him that she was likely still mourning her brother's death. However, since she had married into the Luo family, she could not publicly observe mourning rites for her brother, even though it was her own kin who had passed. Thus, she wore mourning garments beneath her vibrant attire to honor him. Unable to restrain himself, Luo Baiqian gently urged, "Aunt, the tragedy that befell the 8th young master of the Sun family has cast a pall over us all. We are all deeply saddened by the loss. I wish to offer you words of comfort, but I fear it may only reopen your wounds. You hold a crucial role in our household, and your presence is indispensable. I implore you to find solace and take care of yourself." Sun shook her head mournfully, her voice wavering as she spoke. "It is difficult to find peace. Such a clever and bright child as Jingu, gone just like that. The last time I visited my family, he playfully asked for the golden hairpin for my head, which I did not give him. Now, the news I receive is of his death. He was only 9 years old, the most cherished youngest son of my father, with a bright future ahead. My father often said that when he grew up, he would inherit all the family's merchant ships on the Grand Canal, and my mother adored him as if he were her very life." Luo Baiqian felt a profound sadness, unsure of how to console her. After a moment, Sun exhaled deeply, saying, "I apologize. I lost myself in my thoughts and forgot the time. You, Brother Qian, are in such a hurry, yet here I am detaining you with my ramblings." A gentle smile graced Luo Baiqian's handsome features as he replied, "One's heart resonates with another's. It is a privilege for me to listen to your heartfelt musings, Aunt." Sun appeared touched. "Even your uncle refuses to lend an ear to my grievances. Yet you, Brother Qian, are a true confidant. Such a rarity." After a brief pause, she seemingly casually inquired, "I have heard that your son, Zhugu, has not been well these past few days, leaving your wife distressed and unable to eat or sleep. Has the doctor discovered the cause of his illness?" Luo Baiqian, having been preoccupied with matters outside the estate these past few days, had only vaguely heard about his son's illness and was at a loss for an answer. Thus, he spoke ambiguously. The ailments of the young are often rooted in external factors, manifesting internally. It may not necessarily be a genuine illness. If the external causes are eliminated, the child affliction will naturally mend itself without any remedy. Upon hearing the last sentence, Sun's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she eagerly inquired, "Are you suggesting, then, that you believe your son's condition is indeed caused by external factors?" Luo Baiqian, perplexed by Sun's sudden enthusiasm, nodded and excused himself, stating, "I must visit my father to discuss matters pertaining to the academy, so I shall take my leave." In truth, he was apprehensive that his words might betray his ignorance of the ailment afflicting his son. "Wait." Sun lifted her gaze to scrutinize his eyes, smiling as she asked, "Are you truly going to see your father?" "Yes, indeed, Auntie." Luo Baiqian felt ill at ease under her scrutiny, mustering the courage to say, "I intend to report to my father about my reflections from last night's study by lamplight and seek his guidance." Sun raised a handkerchief to her lips, chuckling softly, then shook her head, advising, "I would recommend against that, dear nephew, and it would be best if your wife did not see you either." "Why not?" Luo Baiqian inquired, a hint of guilt creeping into his tone. Sun pursed her lips and retrieved a jade-embroidered sachet from her waist, producing a glass mirror the size of a pigeon's egg, which she handed to Luo Baiqian with a knowing smile, saying, "You have something on your neck that is best not revealed." Luo Baiqian's eyelids fluttered as he hastily took the mirror and glanced at his reflection, only to be struck by embarrassment. He fished out a cloth to wipe away the mark, only to discover that the red imprint on his neck was tinted with lip balm, beneath which lay an indelible bruise, a remnant of last night's encounter with Qi Sanyang. He rubbed and rubbed, turning his fair neck a shade of red, yet the unmistakable shape of the lipstick mark remained glaringly evident. Resigned, he pulled his collar high in a futile attempt to conceal it. Returning the mirror to Sun, he noticed her perpetually amused expression. Growing anxious, he grasped her sleeve and implored softly, "Dearest Aunt, I beg you to show me mercy this time. Please do not divulge this matter to my father. He would surely punish me severely. Please, dear Aunt." Sun withdrew her sleeve with irritation, responding, "Luo Baiqian, you are a 22-year-old man. You ought to possess some sense of propriety. It was fortunate that I discovered this. Had it been anyone else, there would have been no chance of concealing it. Your wife is splendid. 2 years ago, she bore you a pair of twins, and this year, she has gifted you with a delightful daughter, the envy of us all. Yet, instead of cherishing your wife and living harmoniously, you have strayed and indulged in infidelity, carelessly leaving traces behind. Despite the reproach in Sun's words, her tone bore a hint of jest, bringing a flicker of joy to Luo Baiqian's heart as he pressed. So, dear aunt, does that mean you're willing to keep this matter from being revealed? In a family where we see each other daily. If I wished to have your father punish you, I would not have gone out of my way to caution you just now. With a gaze that was both resentful and alluring, Sun cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking, "You men are never satisfied. Never mind. I must hasten to consult our ancestors about a matter of importance, so I shan't indulge in further philosophical discussions with you. You ought to find an unoccupied room to attend to your affairs promptly." Luo Baiqian, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, hurriedly took a narrow path into the garden and slipped into an empty room, seizing a bronze mirror from the dressing table to inspect his reflection for a considerable time. What close call! Had I not encountered her, I could have claimed to be wandering the pleasure quarters without revealing my connection to Qi Sanyang. He exhaled deeply, recalling how he had spoken at length with the coachman, Xiong Huang, yet the latter had failed to notice the conspicuous red mark. Nor did he offer a word of warning, which ignited a flare of anger within him. Luo Baiqian grabbed the white powder and fragrant ointment from the dressing table, attempting for an extended period to obscure the mark on his neck, but to no avail. Instead, he merely reddened the surrounding skin. "Forget it. I shan't bother any longer," he declared, reclining on the bed in frustration. "I can simply refrain from going out today. I'm quite fatigued anyway, and a full day of slumber will suffice." Thus, he lazily discarded his outer robe, merely loosening the ornate jade-inlaid belt at his waist, kicked off his boots, and pulled the blanket over his head to drift into a deep sleep. This room, nestled behind a small storeroom in the garden, was rarely frequented by anyone. Only his trusted confidant, Xiong Huang, was aware of his frequent slumbering there. With this thought, he felt even more at ease. Young master, the eldest young master," a voice called out in his dreams, urging him to awaken. "Quickly, the old lady has sent someone to summon you. She requests your immediate presence." Luo Baiqian jolted awake, startled to find Xiong Huang calling him with an anxious expression. In his haste, he choked on his own saliva, coughing violently, which caused Xiong Huang to pat his chest in an attempt to ease his discomfort. Annoyed, he swatted away the clumsy hand and snapped, "I was sleeping soundly. Why are you making such a racket? The old lady sent someone to call for me? Why didn't you simply say I was not in the manor? Have you lost your wits?" "Oh dear, my lord." Xiong Huang knew all too well that the young master had a notoriously short temper upon waking, capable of unleashing his wrath indiscriminately. Thus, he spoke cautiously. "Did you happen to encounter the second madam this morning? She is currently with the old lady, and your affairs in the manor were conveyed to her as well." Luo Baiqian, now fully alert, sat up abruptly, bombarding Xiong Huang with questions. "Which person did the old lady send? Did you ascertain the nature of the matter? What did that woman divulge to the old lady? Could it be that Sun has turned against me and spoken ill of my character? Has our connection to Qi Sanyang been exposed?" With a pained expression, Xiong Huang replied. The old lady dispatched Pomegranate, a mere 14-year-old maid, who seemed utterly clueless. She either nodded or shook her head with a grin at every inquiry. However, she did mention that the old lady summoned not only you, but also instructed Gan Chao to fetch Ming Yang from the third household, claiming it was a significant matter concerning the entire Luo family that required the presence of all members of the third household to deliberate and reach a resolution. Upon hearing this, Luo Baiqian felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, glistening on his fair and handsome visage, exuding an enchanting allure that left Xiong Huang momentarily mesmerized. Xiong Huang mused to himself that a man of such striking appearance would surely cause women to cover their faces and bow their heads in admiration. It was no wonder that Qi Sanyang, despite having the esteemed young master of the Luo family, would secretly engage in such perilous affairs that, if discovered, could lead to dire consequences. Xiong Huang advised, "My lord, as the saying goes, What is meant to be a blessing will not turn into a curse. What is meant to be a curse cannot be avoided. Regardless of whether the outcome is favorable or unfavorable, it is prudent to investigate the matter first. We have always conducted ourselves with caution, leaving no traces behind. At worst, you could claim that you have been bored from studying and succumb to the persistent invitations of friends to partake in a few indulgent soirees. As the eldest grandson of a Luo family, the matriarch has always favored you and would surely be lenient in her judgment. Upon hearing this, Luo Baiqian's complexion regained some color. Xiong Huang continued to consider a worst-case scenario, even if your liaison with Aunt Qi were to be exposed. The Luo family would likely seek to conceal such family disgrace rather than publicize it. In that case, a humble acknowledgement of your mistake would suffice, and you would remain the esteemed eldest grandson of the Luo family. After all, Aunt Qi willingly chose to be with you and is fully aware of the potential consequences should their affair come to light. She can only lament her own misfortune. Luo Baiqian sighed. I am not devoid of affection for her. To stand idly by and watch her face ruin, I hope it does not come to that. At that moment, Xiong Huang presented a clean silver-blue robe for Luo Baiqian to don, assisting him with his grooming and hair. Then, recalling another matter, Xiong Huang hesitated before addressing Luo Baiqian. By the way, my lord, the little beggar who was injured at the gate this morning has awakened. However, it seems his mind may have been affected. He claims to remember nothing, not even his own name. How shall we handle this unfortunate child? Luo Baiqian erupted in fury. What time is it, and you still bring up this beggar's trivial affairs? Handle it as you see fit. And you, foolish one, your socks are on the wrong feet. After a period of tidying up, Luo Baiqian re-emerged, transformed back into the strikingly handsome and graceful young master of the Luo family. Accompanied by the little maid Pomegranate, he walked nervously toward the matriarch's Fusho garden, uncertain of what schemes the matriarch's son might be plotting. Previously, she had kindly pointed out the marks of passion on his neck and had inquired with genuine concern about his son's health, seemingly eager to cultivate a relationship with him. In both public and private spheres, she had never shown such warmth toward him, the illegitimate eldest son, while his legitimate wife, Dong, secretly resented Sun for monopolizing the family's authority and denying her opportunities to shine. However, Luo Baiqian found no conflict of interest with Sun. He had always treated her with utmost respect, and she had no reason to wish him harm. Lost in thought, Luo Baiqian arrived at Fusho Garden, where a maid greeted him, informing him that the matriarch awaited him in the main hall. Taking a deep breath, he lifted the curtain and stepped into the hall. A quick glance revealed that besides the matriarch and son, the concubine Mainyang of his third uncle was also present. Chapter 43. The enigmatic young woman approaching respectfully. Luo Baiqian first offered a deep bow to the matriarch, smiling as he said, "Grandson has been occupied over the past few days assisting my father with the accounts, and in my distraction, I neglected to pay my respects to our esteemed ancestor. I truly deserve a reprimand. I wonder if your urgent summons holds some instruction for me?" The matriarch, with a cheerful demeanor, gestured for Gan Shao to bring forth a brocade stool for him to sit upon, saying, "It is your second aunt who sent for you, mentioning that your mother is unwell and cannot venture out, while your wife is also unable to attend. By chance, she encountered you and, knowing you would be free today, asked you to represent your family. She spoke mysteriously of something to announce, leaving me equally in suspense. However, I must admit that after not seeing you for several days, I genuinely wish to see you, dear lad. Come closer and let me see. What is this patch on your neck?" Luo Baiqian explained in detail. "Yesterday, I was studying late and rested in the small courtyard outside the estate. To my surprise, even in autumn, the mosquitoes were still about. I am unaccustomed to the scent of insect repellent and fell asleep without any incense. This morning, I awoke to find myself quite swollen from bites. Do not worry, esteemed ancestor. I have already taken the Baiyu Qingdu powder, and I shall recover in a day or two." After his explanation, he discreetly observed Sun Shi several times, noticing her face adorned with a warm smile, devoid of any hint of abnormality, which gradually eased his concerns. The matriarch inquired about his daily life and well-being before turning her gaze back to Sun Shi, slowly stating, "Mei Jie, as per your earlier request, Representatives from the third household have gathered. Qiangu represents the elder branch, while Mei Qiao stands for the third. If you have something to say, please do so without delay. You have been so cryptic, leaving us all in suspense. Sun Shi suppressed her smile, rising to the center of the room. Suddenly, she knelt before the matriarch, bowing her head to the ground and refusing to rise. Mei Jia, what on earth are you doing? The matriarch exclaimed in shock, nudging the servant beside her. Quickly, assist the second madam to her feet. Sun Shi shook her head, pushing aside the servant with determination, declaring, esteemed ancestor, for the safety of our entire Luo family, there is a matter I must disclose. What is of such grave importance? Please rise and speak. The matriarch, anxious, pounded the soft couch with her enameled silver rui. I am not one to be easily frightened. No matter the matter, stand and speak clearly. If you have grievances, voice them, and I shall support you. Wiping away 2 tears with her silk handkerchief, Sun Shi stood with the servant's support, composing herself before saying, esteemed ancestor, the daughter of Chuanxiong, Hidangue, is a being of ill omen, and she must not be allowed to return. The matriarch's expression shifted drastically as she traced the pattern on the silver rui with her nails, whispering in reprimand. What nonsense are you speaking? You are Yi Jie's second aunt. How can you utter such words? Sun Shi shook her head. I do not speak in jest. I have heard that elder sister has mentioned this matter to you before, yet it did not seem to capture your attention. Yesterday, a section of the rockery in the northern courtyard collapsed, and the falling stones tragically struck and killed a passing crane. Upon receiving the news, my wife immediately went to the northern courtyard to investigate, only to find the scene in utter disarray. The crane was first mangled beyond recognition and then pecked at by vultures. My dear ancestors, the crane is a symbol of auspiciousness, and we have but 8 in our estate's garden. Now, without cause, one has perished. Surely this is an omen. How can we allow that wretched creature to cross our threshold? The matriarch furrowed her brow, straightened her attire, and said, May, I understand that in the past you had a minor disagreement with Yi's mother, and a few harsh words were exchanged. Yet, Yi is merely a child of 10, lacking the protection of kin. She is pitiable. Now, Chuanxiang has renounced worldly matters, living a life of tranquility, and has but this one offspring. How can you bear to cast Yi out? She occupies little space and requires so little sustenance. Please, be magnanimous and share some of your affection for Qiong with others. Do not forget, you're the head of this household. Dear matriarch, you have truly misjudged me. Sun's face was awash with grievance, tears streaming down her cheeks. For 10 years, I have held the trust of the matriarch, managing the household. What enmity could possibly exist between me and a junior? As for her mother, Chuanxiang and I entered the academy together and wed in the same year. We have been close friends for many years. Where could such animosity arise? I act solely in consideration of our entire Luo family. Chuanxiang's daughter is indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Second aunt, does that mean that the third sister is a harbinger of misfortune? What does that imply? Luo Baiqian, having just heard Sun's words and their irrelevant connection to his own matters, sighed in relief. He watched with interest as the matriarch and Sun exchanged words regarding the third miss. However, why did Sun refer to her as a wretched being? Matriarch, I'm not intolerant of others. As the saying goes, even emperors have distant, poor relatives. Despite Yi's humble origins, our Luo family can accommodate her. Over the years, we have never turned away impoverished relatives who came seeking assistance in the name of the late patriarch. When have I ever let them leave empty-handed? Earlier, you suggested I arrange for Yi to return. At that time, I had just returned from mourning and was beset with family matters. I could hardly attend to anything, and the first thing I did upon entering was to send Ding Rong's family to retrieve Yi. Yet she refused to return. Sun called out to the door, Ding Rong, come in and speak. With a rustle, a slender woman of about 50 entered, offering her respects. Good morning, matriarch. I greet the second madam and the eldest young master. The matriarch nodded and said, Ding Rong, your son is now an official. Soon you shall be honored as a lady of merit. In the future, you need not bow to us. Ding Rong replied with measured humility. My husband and I are but servants of the Luo family. It is only right that we pay our respects to our masters. We dare not forget our roots. The matriarch nodded again and inquired, "Did your family send you to the water merchant to fetch the third miss? I have heard you did not succeed." With a sigh, Ding Rong's family remarked, "The second madam has instructed us to fetch the third young lady home." Gao Dashan's family and I set off overnight, traversing the road tirelessly. I pondered. The old lady has been unable to eat or drink for several days due to the untimely demise of the third young lady. However, upon hearing that she had returned to life, the old lady has been incessantly murmuring about her being clever and sensible, eagerly awaiting her return. The sooner we bring the third young lady back, the sooner the old lady will find joy. Upon arriving at the Shui Shangguan, we requested the Taoist nun to inform the third young lady of our arrival. To our dismay, we stood outside for 2 hours without seeing the third young lady or receiving any word in return. Eventually, a haughty and discourteous Taoist nun emerged, informing us that the third young lady insisted on staying until the 17th of this month before returning home, as there were still a few days remaining, and she could not accompany us. Aunt May from the third household covered her mouth with a laugh, exclaiming, "Is this true? Such an extraordinary occurrence exists in this world. I have heard that the Shui Shangguan is situated deep in the mountains and is extremely poor and desolate. If I were to remain in such a place, I would dream of my family coming to fetch me. Could it be that the third young lady has injured her mind and refuses to return to enjoy a life of comfort?" Sun slowly surveyed the gathered crowd, her gaze ultimately resting upon the old lady's face, as she solemnly declared, "Everyone, there is something I can no longer conceal." "What is it?" Several voices inquired in unison. With a sigh, Sun continued, "Last year I consulted a geomancer regarding our household. At that time, he pointed to the place where Ijia resides and remarked that this person brings misfortune to her elders. Yesterday, Ding Rong's family reported that Ijia is hiding in the Taoist temple, too fearful to meet anyone. Upon hearing this, my heart sank, so I summoned someone to invite Li Xiangshi from Zaidaji to cast a divination for our family. Before the divination, I did not disclose any information about Ijia, nor did I provide her birth date. Does everyone know what the result of Li Xiangshi's divination was?" The old lady furrowed her brow. "Mei Jie, if you have something to say, please speak plainly, without further preamble." He stated that the divination revealed our family harbors a bewitching woman, one who is inherently different from other women. She brings misfortune to her elders and her entire family. And after marriage, she brings misfortune to her husband's family as well. I asked him the name of this woman, and he replied that the divination indicated she is not a member of the Luo family and is, in fact, a concubine's daughter. Our ancestors, there are only 5 young ladies in our family, apart from a new little miss born to the eldest young master among the current generation. Ingjie is the biological daughter of the eldest sister-in-law, while Qiangjie and Xiaojie are my own offspring. All 4 of these children are of the Luo family and are legitimate. Although Ijia was born a legitimate daughter before her parents divorced, her biological father took a new wife through formal matchmaking, and their son and daughter are considered legitimate. By law, Chuanqiong does not even count as a concubine. Thus, Chuanqiong's daughter is a concubine's daughter. Furthermore, among the 5 young ladies in the household, she is the only one who does not bear the Luo surname. Upon concluding her remarks, the old lady dropped the silver rui she held onto the soft couch. Aunt May covered her crimson lips with a handkerchief, while Luo Baiqian listened with keen interest, a playful expression adorning his face. In his heart, Luo Baiqian mused that the entire family was aware of the enmity between Sun and the younger aunt. And though her words sounded grandiose, claiming to consider the family's welfare, in reality, she merely sought to oust the younger aunt and her cousin from the Luo family. "Young master, why don't you share your thoughts on the illness of your cousin Zhu? Let our esteemed ancestor arbitrate on his behalf." Sun fixed her gaze upon Luo Baiqian. "Me?" Luo Baiqian was taken aback, twisting the chicken bloodstone ring on his thumb, bewildered as to why he was being drawn into the conversation. He anxiously retorted, "Is there anything inappropriate regarding Zhu's illness?" Sun looked at him, equally astonished. "Young master, how could you be so forgetful? Just this morning, you mentioned that Zhu's ailment was caused by external factors. If those external factors were to vanish, the illness would naturally resolve itself. Are you not implying that our family's misfortune, stemming from Yi's demise, has attracted malevolent influences that frightened young Zhu into this strange ailment? A thin sheen of sweat broke on Luo Baiqian's forehead as he thought to himself, that was merely a careless remark. I only heard about my third sister's revival yesterday. Seeing that Luo Baiqian remained silent, the elderly matriarch assumed he had never commented on any external causes. Not wanting to offend the head of the family, son, she became anxious and perspired. In her agitation, the matriarch exclaimed, "Enough, May. Do not drag Qian into this any further. Ultimately, you still cannot treat Yi with kindness. Let me ask you, if a fortune teller proclaimed that Xiong and Xiao are fated to bring misfortune to their relatives, would you be willing to send them away?" Sun was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly burst into tears. "Esteemed ancestor, Xiong and Xiao are your own granddaughters, intelligent and filial. How could you speak of them in such a manner? Our Luo family and the He family have had no dealings for generations. He Danguwei shares half the blood of the He family. Yet my daughter has never been subjected to such remarks. Over the years, I have treated her well. Whatever my own daughter consumed, I provided for her as well, effectively raising a daughter for He Jingxian without compensation. Furthermore, sending her to the farm was the decision of the matriarch herself, who urged Chuanqiong to remarry, fearing that he would hinder Chuanqiong's future. How did this become my fault, as her maternal uncle? Was it necessary for me to do so?" Upon hearing Sun invoke the matriarch again, the elderly woman's expression darkened further, and she coldly stated, "A few days ago, upon hearing of Yi's awakening, I had the esteemed Qi Xuanyu from the Qintian Observatory calculate her fortune. He declared her destiny to be auspicious, devoid of malevolent influences or familial calamities. Qi Xuanyu is a reputable individual who does not speak lightly. Henceforth, you must refrain from mentioning any ill-fated connections regarding Yi." Unconvinced, Sun wiped her tears with a handkerchief and said, as the head matriarch, "I must seek permission from our esteemed ancestor, even for significant matters, such as returning to my family to mourn, with only a 3-day leave granted. Yet Yi, on the other hand, has her sedan chair brought to the doorstep, and she simply declares she will not return. Is this not a violation of decorum for a daughter of the family? Will there be rules in this household going forward, or are those rules to be considered exceptions solely for her?" The elderly matriarch sighed and remarked, "May, I believe you have recently lost your brother, and I did not wish to chastise you harshly, but your handling of this matter has been rather imprudent. Yesterday, a messenger from the esteemed Gao family returned from the temple to convey that there were valid reasons for Miss Yi's absence from home. Firstly, the messenger had previously failed to accurately relay Miss Yi's intentions. She had clearly stated her wish to remain away until the 17th of this month. Thus her absence was not a whimsical decision, but rather a premeditated absence. Secondly, as a young lady of noble upbringing, Miss Yi was mindful of the venerable precept from the Code of Conduct for Women, which stipulates that in matters of transportation, one must remember the propriety of gender relations. Consequently, she had sent someone to inspect the sedan chair that was to fetch her. Upon discovering that the chair was not one from the Luo family, and that it was accompanied by several uncouth men, she refrained from leaving the temple to avoid any potential scandal, opting instead to send another messenger to communicate her situation, which resulted in a slight delay for the Ding family.